This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there.
We do not know the whole story about what happened on September 11th at all.
There's a lot of explosive information that has come out in the mainstream press, but it comes out buried. I'd never noticed any of this stuff.
Why is the Attorney General of the United States doing all his air travel by specially chartered jet?
They were going to sleep on a boat so that a plane couldn't go into a building.
They did have definitive intelligence to his location within Tora Bora.
No plane could fly from Kunduz to Pakistan without getting shot down unless we let it happen. And we let it happen.
The goal has never been to get bin Laden.
Are you suggesting there was a state sponsor behind 9/11?
The night before, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan.
He pointed and said, those towers are coming down.
Had that been Iraqi intelligence, do you think we would have heard of it?
These women banded together after their husbands were killed. And now they're leading a campaign to find out exactly how did 9/11 happen.
We are asking you, America, to stand behind us.
An investigation must not interfere with the ongoing efforts to prevent the next attack.
Our families didn't want us asking these questions. That was painful. We should just be grieving and healing. Well, part of our healing process is finding out exactly what happened.
I'm so pissed off at the American people. I'm so pissed off at this government because of this cover-up.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. CNN says right now is just beginning.
Another one, another plane just hit. Right? Oh my God, another plane.
Slowly right now, you got people running up the street.
And there is smoke pouring out of the Pentagon. It would appear that there
Man, people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows. Like,
The firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us.
Another plane has crashed this one about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh.
The second building that was hit by the plane has just completely collapsed. The entire building has just collapsed. It pulled it down on itself, and it's not there in itself.
Just landing only a few minutes ago at Andrews Air Force Base, returning to the White House, getting ready to address the nation around 9 p.m.
Whatever he imagined was going to occur on his watch was to test his leadership qualities. Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
My name is Lori Van Auken. My husband, Kenneth Van Auken, was killed on September 11th at the World Trade Center. He was on the 105th floor of the North Tower, which was the first building that was hit and the second building to collapse.
My name is Patricia Casaza. I lost my husband, John Casaza. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of the first tower.
My name is Mindy Kleinberg, and I lost my husband, Alan. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of the North Tower.
I got a message from him on the morning of September 11th saying that, I love you, I'm in the World Trade Center, the building was hit by something, I don't know if I'm gonna get out, but I love you very much and I hope I see you later, bye. And I didn't make it to the phone on time to speak with him. I tried calling him back and I was never able to reach him, so I never spoke to him again.
I was actually doing laundry when I got a call from my husband. And he had thought that a bomb had gone off in his building. And by the time he had called me, he had checked all those avenues and said that, the floor is already filling up with a thick black smoke, and I don't think we're going to make it. He said, I love you. Tell John that I love him, our son.
On September 11th, 2001, 2,972 people from more than 80 countries were killed, leaving thousands of loved ones behind. While grieving continued for many, some began to move beyond their personal pain.
My husband's service was in October, and then I think I went into angry mode, and that's when I started to question everything.
I spent a lot of time on the computer. I started reading every single article that I could get my hands on.
I mean, there was no sleeping at the beginning because we were grieving. It was hard to lay down. So I would spend all night just researching.
I want to meet with the NSA, CIA, and the FBI together in one room.
Out of the many who were researching on their own, 4 widowed mothers found each other. New Jersey residents Mindy Kleinberg, Patty Casaza, Lori Van Auken, along with Kristen Breitweiser, became known as the Jersey Girls.
We became friends and like-minded. We all had questions. And we wanted answers.
At the top of the family's growing list of questions, why had the U.S. military defenses failed to stop any of the 4 hijacked planes?
The FAA alerted U.S. air defense units of a possible hijacking at 8:38 Tuesday morning.
The last plane was reported to have crashed in Pennsylvania just after 10 a.m.
That's almost 2 hours, where planes were flying around the skies of the United States with no military response.
Coming across an article in a Canadian paper, the Jersey widows learned it had been a routine for NORAD, the military apparatus in charge of air defense, to scramble fighters to intercept planes during suspected emergencies.
Fatal accident involving a Learjet flying.
The women recalled one such incident that was heavily reported in 1999.
Just 25 minutes into the flight, controllers lost radio contact with the pilot, and an Air Force F-16 on a training mission was sent to take a look. Ultimately, 6 military jets gave chase. The plane was tracked by the FAA on radar. At high levels, the military, even the White House, discussed what to do.
Tell me what the difference was between those times and the day of September 11th.
They wondered about the lack of immediate response by the president and his Secret Service detail. President Bush was in a Florida elementary school classroom that morning, where he sat for more than 7 minutes after being informed of the second attack.
The Secret Service has an arrangement with the FAA. They had open lines after the World Trade Center, tracking it by radar. And under these circumstances, they just move. They don't say, sir, or ask politely. They came in and said, sir, we have to leave immediately. And grabbed me and literally grabbed you and moved you. Yeah.
Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans.
If people fell down on the jobs by not informing those who were in leadership positions who had the power to do something, why were we not looking at what our protocols were there so that we could fix it going forward?
Our families didn't want us asking these questions. That was painful. We should, just be grieving and healing. Well, part of our healing process is finding out exactly what happened.
We really were looking for answers feverishly at the beginning, and there was very little information being put out through the major media that answered our questions. There were just more questions. Every time we would look into something, we'd have more questions.
One article led to a question that begat another question that begat another question. And when you couldn't thread them together and you couldn't come to an answer that made sense, we started to catalog our questions.
The families raised questions about the track record of the FBI and the elusive search for justice after 9/11.
I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Throughout the week after the attack, there were numerous accounts that the hijackers had a large number of accomplices in the United States.
75 individuals who are currently detained, over 480 people arrested, nearly 1,000 individuals.
The families waited for the 9/11 trials to begin, but they never came. After the public spectacle of roundups, the Justice Department quietly let the suspects go one by one. A year later, the families would learn that only 6 of the original detainees were still in custody, and none had been charged with any terrorist act.
The FBI continuously was changing agents who were on the investigation. When you're trying to connect the dots, you need continuity.
Journalist Gail Sheehy spent months with the 4 widows.
They wanted to find that more was done and was going to be done, but they kept finding that less was being done.
We printed articles, copied them.
By November, it had become the sense among most 9/11 families that an independent investigation would be necessary to do what the Justice Department and the news media seemed unwilling to do.
We felt that the country was at risk from terrorists and from incompetence, and maybe worse.
They get a little outside Washington, they stop a red light, and they began wriggling out of their capri pants and putting on their nice little skirts and suits so they could go around all the offices of Congress, bedevil these members of Congress and say, what are you doing about this?
Soon, a 9/11 Commission bill was being sponsored in Congress.
And Senator Tom Daschle said last week that you called him several times and urged him not to investigate the events of September 11th. Tom's wrong. He has I think in this case, let's say a misinterpretation.
He said on one occasion that the president asked him to do that at a breakfast meeting. Are you now saying that they weren't asking to block an investigation?
Lori was an independent. Mindy was definitely a Democrat. Actually, Kristen and myself voted for President Bush in the first election. And yet, even though he should have been our biggest advocate, he turned into one of our biggest adversaries.
We still don't know what happened in those buildings.
The Jersey widows were not the only ones seeking answers and becoming frustrated. In New York, Sally Reaganhard, who had lost her firefighter son Christian in the building's collapse, was forming the Skyscraper Safety Campaign.
The 911 emergency tapes and recordings, plus 500 interviews done with the fire department right after 9/11. All that material has been withheld from the public.
Sally partnered with widow Monica Gabrielle, who lost her husband Richard at the World Trade Center.
Why did the buildings fall? How could skyscrapers just crumple to the ground in 10 seconds?
Never before or since had fire caused a steel frame building to collapse. World Trade Center Building Number 7, never hit by an airplane, also collapsed that evening.
Building 7 ablaze at the moment and apparently getting ready to collapse.
The largest structural collapse in world history, the largest loss of life on American soil since the Civil War, and not one governmental or elected official wanted to know why and how this happened.
Realizing strength in numbers, 9/11 families rallied at the Capitol to press for answers.
We need a full independent investigation. We must ask the tough questions and seek out the difficult answers. We must, as a country, grow and be made stronger and safer by the bitter lessons learned on September 11th.
We are asking you, America, to stand behind us. Please. I was terrified to talk in front of anybody. This is not something that any one of us had ever done before.
The rally united once isolated families. Bob McIlvain, who lost his son Bobby, came from Philadelphia to join the group.
Being down Philly, it's like you're out of the loop. I was floundering by myself, just talking to people, trying to find anyone.
That was the first time we all got together in a new direction to push for the commission.
Sharing many of the same questions and concerns, a coalition of family members began to take form. Its goal, a formal investigation.
Call your congressman. Tell them that you want to be safe.
An investigation must not interfere with the ongoing efforts to prevent the next attack.
Frustrated with the attitude of the White House and seeming lack of interest from the public, the family members began actively seeking support from the news media. And given the persistence of the media's focus on pain and suffering, it was not difficult for the Jersey widows to get their attention.
You know, it was my private pain and my private story, and I really did not want to share that. But we made a conscious decision that we would start to say to them, okay, well, I will tell you about me personally if you talk about the fact that there's not an investigation.
I'm joined right now by 4 women who lost their husbands in the attacks.
Kristen Breitweiser is one of 4 New Jersey widows who lost.
These women banded together after their husbands were killed, and now they're leading a campaign to find out exactly how did 9/11 happen.
And finally, the media began to report on our activities, not just the activities of the administration.
Forward to the president and the vice president going to both come in there.
To go on any show is not easy, but you needed the public pressure in order to make anything happen in Washington. I mean, they need huge public pressure to move them.
President Bush signed legislation today creating an independent commission to investigate the September 11th attack on America.
Buckling under pressure, the White House was finally agreeing to a deal.
He reversed himself under pressure.
But in a stunning series of revelations, it soon appeared that the White House was stacking the odds against an investigation it had not wanted in the first place.
The president named a supporter, Dr. Henry Kissinger, Secretary of State in the Nixon and Ford administrations, to head the panel.
He has a penchant for secrecy, which is not what's needed here. There are questions about his role in Vietnam, his role in the coup in Chile.
Several family members approached Kissinger and requested a meeting at his office in New York. Prior to the meeting, Kristen Breitweiser conducted a thorough investigation of Kissinger's potential conflicts of interest.
Probably much to the chagrin of some of the people in the room, Lori asked some very pointed questions. Would you have any Saudi American clients that you would like to tell us about? And he was very uncomfortable, kind of twisting and turning on the couch. And then she asked whether he had any clients by the name of Bin Laden. And he just about fell off his couch.
Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger stepped down from the position Friday.
We thought the meeting went well.
I wouldn't want to be in the way of some of these families. I mean, they're...
Kissinger was soon replaced by Tom Keene, a former New Jersey governor. and former Congressman Lee Hamilton, who had chaired the House Intelligence Committee. The remaining 8 commissioners were all former D.C. insiders and lawyers, evenly split between Republicans and Democrats.
Remember, in the 90s, they spent $100 million investigating Clinton's sexual exploits. $100 million. And they first allocated only $3 million to investigate the murder of 3,000 people.
The budget was eventually raised to $14 million, but the investigation was also given less time than they had wanted, a year and a half. To monitor the commission, leading victim relatives established the Family Steering Committee. The group provided the commissioners with hundreds of well-researched questions for which they expected answers.
That's the official start. Our first public hearing of what is going to be an extraordinarily difficult and important job.
In March of 2003, 441 days after the attacks, the official investigation began in New York.
Very much. Mindy Kleinberg from September 11th Advocates.
On the morning of September 11th, my 3-year-old son Sam and I walked Jacob 10 and Lauren 7 to the bus stop at about 8:40 a.m.
Brad was 24 years old and the oldest of our 3 sons.
Family Steering Committee members were among the first to testify before the commission.
Hey Mom, it's Brad. Just wanted to call and let you know, I'm sure that you heard there were, or maybe you haven't heard, that a plane crashed into World Trade Center 1. We're fine. We're in World Trade Center 2. I'm not, obviously alive and well over here, but obviously a pretty scary experience. I saw a guy fall out of probably the 91st story, all the way down. So, you're welcome to give a call here. I think we'll be here all day. I'm not sure if the firm's going to shut down for the day or what, but give me a call back later. I called Dad to let him know. Love you.
Welcome, Mayor Michael Bloomberg of the City of New York.
From the outset, many families were concerned by how the investigation was being conducted.
We begged and pleaded that people should be put under oath. At the beginning, they were not.
Will describe our city government.
As the hearings progressed, the families were becoming more and more frustrated by what they perceived as softball questioning from the commissioners.
I've appreciated already his remarks.
We have certain questions that we, the families, wrote for each of the people that were coming to testify today. And the questions weren't asked.
Complete waste of time. It was a bunch of people throwing accolades at each other and asking the same questions one after the other.
Skirting around issues, not being defined enough in their questions.
It's a stonewall. It's a cover-up. As far as I'm concerned, I'm very bitter. I'm very angry.
Still, no one was prepared for what they then uncovered about Philip Zelikow, the executive director of the 9/11 Commission.
He who had the power to say where the investigation was going, who would be interviewed, what would go into the 9/11 Commission report, what wouldn't.
We have found out that he not only served on the transition team of the Bush administration, that he was a person who wrote a draft memo for the setup of the Bush administration's National Security Council, that he was an individual who wrote the preemptive war strategy that was eventually used for the war in Iraq, that he is a close friend of Condoleezza Rice's. We want him to resign.
Philip Zelikow refused to resign, and Chairman Keene dismissed the family's concerns over conflicts of interest. Nearly a year in, the commission had only received a small amount of the documents that they had requested.
At this point, what we have is literally hundreds of boxes of materials that have come into the commission, and we have not sorted through that.
They gave them boxes and boxes of documents, but not left pertinent documents out.
A deal announced yesterday between the White House and the commission investigating the September 11th attacks is proving to be rather controversial. Under the agreement, only certain members of the commission will be allowed to review classified documents from the White House, and their notes will be subject to administration review.
I mean, I'm a member of the commission. The president has said
only a minority of the commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the commission with the White House.
The only two commission members allowed direct access to the documents? Jamie Gorelick, the Deputy Attorney General under President Clinton, and Philip Zelikow.
I felt that the fix was in at that point in time.
The majority of the commission felt that it was better to see these documents rather than take a chance of not seeing them at all.
It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting. This is important. We cannot do our responsibilities if we don't have all of us access to all the documents we need, including what's in the White House.
And with the investigation nearing its deadline, the president, vice president, and national security advisor were still refusing to testify publicly. Yet few Americans were aware of the family's plight. Up till then, the hearings had received only minimal coverage. Suddenly, that all changed.
In testimony before the 9/11 Commission later this week, and in a new book to be published tomorrow, Against All Enemies, Clark will tell the story of what happened behind the scenes at the White House during and after September 11th.
To the loved ones of the victims of 9/11, your government failed you. Those entrusted with protecting you failed you. And I failed you.
Mr. Clark is the first person that has apologized to the families.
Clark's testimony provided the families with the timely leverage they needed to increase public pressure on reluctant White House witnesses.
The Bush administration will allow National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice to testify publicly before the 9/11 Commission.
For President Bush, it was a dramatic reversal.
I've ordered this level of cooperation because I consider it necessary to gaining a complete picture of the months.
And even the president and vice president agreed to meet with the commission, but with a catch. They insisted on meeting together behind closed doors and not under oath.
President, why are you and the Vice President insisting on appearing together before the 9/11 Commission?
Because the 9/11 Commission wants to ask us questions. That's why we're meeting, and I look forward to meeting with them and answering their questions.
Why you're appearing together rather than separately, which was their request?
Because it's a good chance for both of us to answer questions that the 9/11 Commission is looking forward to asking us, and I'm looking forward to answering them. Let's see.
We have to have one story. So I'll say part, and if I get it wrong, hedge a little bit and give me the next.
I want to thank the chairman and vice chairman for giving us a chance to share views on different subjects. And they had a lot of good questions. And I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I took the time.
What topic did the commissioners want to spend most of the time on?
Probably best that I not go into the details of the conversation.
The president and vice president of the United States, don't you think they should be able to stand up and speak their own words?
They should go under oath.
They should be, yeah.
In public.
Don't you think that the families deserve to have a transcript or to be able to see what you
Adam,
said?
you asked me that question yesterday. I got the same answer, yeah.
In July 2004, the commission published its final report, the result in part of the family's 2.5-year struggle for answers.
2.5 million pages of documents. We've interviewed over 1,200 individuals, including experts and officials past and present.
And you've produced a truly bipartisan report that honors the thousands who died on 9/11, honors their grieving family members.
Thank you for creating a report that may be one of the most important publications of our age.
Commission members have worked hard and served our country well. I speak for all Americans in thanking them for their fine work.
We, waited for the report to come out and were hopeful. I was always hopeful that we would get a report that answered my questions.
However, the commission report failed to meet many of the family's expectations and concluded that 9/11 was merely a failure of imagination.
The percentage of the questions that got answered was very, very low. I'd say maybe 30% got touched upon, 70% didn't.
The stuff that's included is the stuff that they really didn't have too much choice in including, because they knew what we knew.
You can do an investigation, and if you don't really want to research an area, you just don't look at it. If you don't ask them all the questions, or you don't let them tell you the whole story, then you could write a report based on half truths.
What is their feeling? Are the people who lost loved ones at 9/11 like the families of guys who were lost in Vietnam? They just can't get over it. Sometimes people try to become crusaders because they can't deal with reality.
The families, I think, have to understand that it's virtually impossible to conceive of any way in which these attacks could have been stopped, even had the best things happened.
On 9/11, the media started out by doing its job and somehow got waylaid and stopped doing its job. It began reporting solely on the administration and the government's activities.
The news media, while yielding a fact here, a fact there, failed again and again to connect the dots.
The one thing that I personally was hoping for was another Woodward and Bernstein with regard to 9/11. Anyone that was willing to put their teeth into this.
The families discovered a website created by independent investigator Paul Thompson. His complete 9/11 timeline, an innovative internet research tool, stitches together information from over 7,000 mainstream news stories.
It was all our binders, but laid out beautifully online, and he had the ability to connect the dots.
He would put a time up there and then he would back it up with mainstream media sources so you could understand why there were discrepancies in the timeline. Flight 93 crashed at 10:03, but the seismic data says 10:06. And then he'd have a link so you could see the seismic data.
The whole mystique of intelligence is that you acquire this very valuable information covertly. If the truth be told, about 80%, 80, of any of what the information that one needs is available in open source materials.
Thompson's work soon gained mainstream media exposure.
Paul Thompson's timeline is based on public documentation of what we know, what the world knows about 9/11.
James Ridgway was among the first to bring attention to Paul Thompson's timeline.
It has to be almost taken more seriously than the 9/11 Commission, because, it's open. There's nothing secret here.
As I began researching, I noticed this curious phenomenon, which is that there's a lot of explosive information that has come out in the mainstream press, but it comes out buried. As a casual observer of the news, I'd never noticed any of this stuff. You might find one important bit of information in, say, a newspaper story, and another bit of information on a news show. And if you start to put all those rather obscure stories together, you end up with an almost completely different narrative. For just about any area relating to 9/11, the story is quite different if you dig deeper into the news.
And clearly, something yesterday took place in New York that was not foreseen, that we had no specific information about.
Like most Americans, Thompson initially didn't question the Bush administration's first statements about the attacks. The administration consistently maintained that there were no warnings or specific threats.
No specific threat involving really a domestic operation or involving what happened, obviously, the city's airliner and so forth.
There were no warning signs that I'm aware of that would indicate this type of operation in the country.
I first became interested in 9/11 around mid-2002, right around the time that President Bush's now famous August 6th PDB became leaked to the press.
President Bush was told in August that Osama bin Laden might be planning an attack involving the hijacking of U.S. aircraft.
Dan, it was a revelation that the White House had no intention of making public, and officials spent the entire day in full damage control.
I don't think anybody could have predicted that they would try to use an airplane as a missile, a hijacked
airplane as a missile?
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
His interest peaked. Thompson began to search for news stories that might help him determine exactly how aware the White House had been of al-Qaeda's desire to use planes as weapons. He was quickly able to compile a wealth of examples that any journalist should have been able to find. One of the earliest dates back to 1995. It was codenamed Operation Bojinka, a terrorist plot to use commercial planes to attack U.S. targets.
Ramzi Youssef, the bomb maker responsible for the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, had fled the Philippines, where police discovered his bomb factory. Youssef again escaped, but his accomplice was arrested and spilled the chilling plot.
Operation Bojinka, a plan to blow up multiple airliners over the Pacific, was heavily reported, but Thompson noted most journalists failed to mention the second aspect of the plot. Only CNN International dug deeper into this story.
In confidential documents from the Philippines obtained by CNN, the plan was clear. He will board any American commercial aircraft, control its cockpit, and dive it at the CIA headquarters. Other buildings targeted the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. And the FBI, using the Philippine documents, did check the 4 flight schools named there, but found no evidence of any other planned terror attacks.
Only NBC reported a stunning confession by a man allegedly trained by bin Laden.
It was over a year before 9/11, a Pakistani-British man told the FBI an incredible tale, that he'd been trained by followers of Osama bin Laden to hijack airplanes, and he confessed he was now in America to carry out an attack.
Khan was recruited into al-Qaeda at a British mosque, then flown to Lahore, Pakistan for hijack training in a Mach 767 cockpit before being sent to America, where he was told he would hijack a plane from JFK and fly it into a building.
I told him before the 9/11, about more than a year, we hijacking in America airline.
Khan claims he got cold feet. Instead of meeting his contact, he slipped away, gambled away all his money, and in fear turned himself in and confessed.
I've been to Pakistan. I know about this hijacking, something going on.
NBC News has learned Khan passed not 1, but 2 polygraphs. A former FBI official says Newark agents believed him, but word came from headquarters, quote, return him to London and forget about it.
Access to this exclusive footage from NBC is now restricted. July 2001, according to 60 Minutes, Egyptian intelligence received a report that 20 al-Qaeda had slipped into the U.S. and 4 of them had trained on Cessnas.
Now, to the Egyptians, pilots of small planes didn't sound terribly alarming, but they passed on the message to the CIA anyway, fully expecting Washington to request more information. The request never came.
In fact, Thompson compiled stories about 14 different nations that had warned the U.S. prior to 9/11.
You could have one story that comes out on the front page and another story that comes out on page B12. And what I found is that many times the story that comes out on B12 is more important than the story that comes out on the front page.
March, Italian intelligence gave information to the U.S. based on their wiretap of an al-Qaeda cell in Milan. The LA Times and the Washington Post said the wiretaps warned of brothers going to the United States and a massive strike involving aircraft. August. According to Moroccan and French newspapers, an intelligence agent reported that bin Laden's men were preparing large-scale operations in New York in the summer or fall of 2001. The agent was then called to the U.S. to report this information directly. August. Britain warned 3 times of an al-Qaeda attack in the U.S., the final warning specifying multiple airplane hijackings. According to Britain's Sunday Herald, the warning was passed on to President Bush a short time later. It's unknown how many of these warnings, reported but buried in back pages, reached the White House through official channels. But one threat assessment is well known to have reached President Bush directly. It was known as the Presidential Daily Briefing, or PDB, of August 6th. The Bush administration kept it from the public for months until it was revealed in part by the CBS News in May 2002, putting the White House on the defensive.
All of this reporting about hijacking was about traditional hijacking. You take a plane, people were worried they might blow one up.
I'd like to ask you about the August 6th PDB.
Sure.
You mentioned it.
2 years later, President Bush responded to questions about what led him to request the August 6th briefing.
Yeah. Ed, I asked for the briefing. And the reason I did is because there had been a lot of threat intelligence from overseas. And so part of it had to do with the Genoa G8 conference that I was going to attend.
8 of the world's most powerful leaders gathered here to discuss global problems. And yet the threat of violence means they're having to keep the world at bay.
Just prior to the G8 summit, CNN.com reported the head of Russia's Federal Bodyguard Service has warned of a plot by terrorist Osama bin Laden to assassinate George W. Bush. The LA Times reported U.S. officials were warned of a threat posed from the air by commercial airliners.
It's terrorists as well as protesters the Italian government fears, so anti-aircraft batteries were on standby at the airport.
Condoleezza Rice was present there, President Bush, Ari Fleischer, Karl Rove, President Bush's own family.
They were going to sleep on a boat so that a plane couldn't go into a building.
This floating resort will be home for 3 days for the G8 leaders, necessary for their safety.
If the August 6 PDB was prompted by a threat from the air in Genoa, clearly President Bush, his spokesperson Ari Fleischer, and his national security advisor Condi Rice were more than aware of the threat of planes as weapons, but the news media appeared to miss the lead.
You have information about simultaneous hijackings,
No specific threat.
planes being used as weapons.
I don't think anybody could have predicted.
Specific targets, including mentions of Pentagon, World Trade Center.
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Dr. Rice, would you please rise and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
In April 2004, public pressure finally forced the White House to allow Dr. Rice to testify before the 9/11 Commission to answer questions about the PDB and the nature of warnings given the administration.
The threat reporting that we received in the spring and summer of 2001 was not specific as to time, nor place, nor manner of attack. Almost all of the reports focused on al-Qaeda activities outside the United States.
This sat in stark contrast to the warnings well documented in Thompson's timeline.
What the August 6th PDB said, and perhaps I should read it to you.
We would be happy to have it declassified in full.
When she was testifying, one, Ben Venice was really trying to get into the nitty-gritty.
Did you tell the president at any time prior to August 6th of the existence of al-Qaeda cells in the United States?
First, let me just make certain.
If you could just answer that question,
first,
because I only have a very limited...
I understand, Commissioner, but it's
Did you
important,
tell the
important that
president?
I also address.
It wasn't like a trial. You couldn't grill these people till you got the answer.
I really don't remember, Commissioner, whether I discussed this with the president.
Let me move on, if I
There were
may.
no specifics.
What about August 6th? What did August 6th memo say? and then she would start going off.
It was historical information based on old reporting. There was no new threat information, and it did not, in fact, warn of any coming attacks inside the United States.
And what was the title of the memo?
I believe the title was Bin Laden Determined to Attack Inside the United States. Now, the PDB...
2 weeks later, the White House finally declassified the PDB.
There's lots of examples where it's a domestic threat. Bin Laden told followers he wanted to retaliate in Washington. You know, Bin Laden was planning to exploit the operatives' access to the U.S. to mount a terrorist strike. Abu Zubaydah was planning his own U.S. attack. Less FBI information since that time indicates patterns of suspicious activity in this country consistent with preparations for hijackings or other types of attacks, including recent surveillance of federal buildings in New York. That's present tense and domestic.
Ari Fleischer came out right after September 11th and said there were no warnings. I watched him tell me there were no warnings, okay? I want to know why nobody has gone back and said, what did he mean?
Howard Dean recently seemed to muse aloud whether you had advanced knowledge of 9/11.
Yeah. Look, there's time for politics. And, you know, it's time for politics. And it's an absurd insinuation.
The press has reported this one, that one, but they haven't really put it all together and said, God, how many different warnings did you get? How many different ways was this information coming at you? And why wasn't anything done about all these warnings?
Why is the Attorney General of the United States doing all his air travel by specially chartered jet?
The Justice Department cited what it called a threat assessment by the FBI and said Ashcroft has been advised to travel only by private jet for the remainder of his term.
And on the night before the attacks, the president may have slept more soundly, knowing surface-to-air missiles were placed on the roof of the Sarasota, Florida resort where he was staying. Not a typical security procedure at the time. That same night, quote, a particularly urgent warning may have been received, causing some top Pentagon brass to cancel their scheduled flights the morning of 9/11. Why that same information was not available to the 266 people who died aboard the 4 hijacked aircraft may become a hot topic on the Hill. It never did.
We took an oath not to talk about during the campaign, I think correctly so, to increase the capacity of that commission's report to be heard by the People's Congress. Now it's beyond the campaign, so the promise I had to keep this out of the campaign is over. Mr. President, you knew they were in the United States. You were warned by the CIA. You knew in July they were inside the United States. You were told again by briefing officers in August that it was a dire threat. Didn't do anything to harden our border security, didn't do anything to harden airport security, didn't do anything to engage local law enforcement, didn't do anything to round up INS and consular offices and say we have to shut this down, and didn't warn the American people. What did you do? Nothing, so far as we could see.
The government first said there were no warnings. There were. Then the White House insisted the warnings were not specific as to where, when, or how. The 9/11 families and the timeline connected the dots where the media didn't. There were many warnings. Most were detailed, some were urgent, and yet little or no defensive action was taken by responsible officials, except for their own personal protection.
The public was better informed in the summer of 2001. Lives would have been saved. Maybe the attacks wouldn't have been prevented. Lives would have been saved. My husband was in Tower 2. If he knew that it was a terrorist attack, he wouldn't have stayed in the building.
When they were told that the building was secure and to stay at their desk, maybe they would have left. Maybe, those who thought that the first attack was an errant plane would have thought differently and responded differently. But again, we weren't given the information to make any of these decisions for ourselves.
Even as the first tower burned on every channel that morning, no one on the federal level who had received warnings all summer called New York to order an evacuation of Tower 2. No one ordered fighters to perform any timely defensive action against the remaining hijacked planes. No one responded adequately to the crisis.
It has been said that the intelligence agencies have to be right 100% of the time, and the terrorists only have to get lucky once. This explanation for the devastating attacks of September 11, simple on its face, is wrong in its value. Because the 9/11 terrorists were not just lucky once. They were lucky over and over again. When you have this repeated pattern of broken protocols, broken laws, broken communication, one cannot still call it luck. If at some point we don't look to hold the individuals accountable for not doing their jobs properly, then how can we ever expect for terrorists to not get lucky again?
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of war against our country. And tonight, the United States of America makes the following demands on the Taliban. Deliver to United States authorities all the leaders of al-Qaeda who hide in your land. The Taliban must act and act immediately. They will hand over the terrorists, or they will share in their fate.
We have a live picture that we're showing from Kabul.
American ground forces at this hour are penetrating Afghanistan.
Sharif apparently has been taken. We had reached to the outskirts of Kabul.
One of Osama bin Laden's top lieutenants was killed.
One of the infamous al-Qaeda caves. Plenty of room for some fighters to hide when the American bombs start to fall.
Unbroken military activity attacking the White Mountains.
Despite the crushing defeat of al-Qaeda forces at Tora Bora, U.S. military officials still don't know where to find Osama bin Laden.
This is Tora Bora, the remains. The rest of the Afghan fighters are headed home. The caves of Tora Bora conquered, a terrorist shelter, now just a hole in the ground.
The distinguished interim leader of a liberated Afghanistan, Chairman Hamid Karzai.
America's apparently clear military victory in Afghanistan was not so clear-cut to Paul Thompson.
The war ended very quickly, but in the end, the U.S. was only able to capture or kill one major al-Qaeda figure and no Taliban figures.
You know, the fact is right now today, we don't have any high-ranking Taliban or al-Qaeda. We haven't really captured anybody, one or two on the fringe.
His understanding of the government's actions before 9/11 now fundamentally changed. Thompson decided to take a similar look into what happened in Afghanistan.
The press never looked very closely at how so many of these leaders were able to escape. However, if you piece together a number of different news accounts, you can begin to understand the story.
Early November, the London Times reported bin Laden's closest advisors all escaped in a late-night convoy from the Afghan capital of Kabul. An eyewitness reported, "We don't understand how they weren't all killed the night before, because they came in a convoy of at least 1,000 cars and trucks. It must have been easy for American pilots to see the headlights." By the 10th, bin Laden had joined the convoy in Jalalabad. An intelligence official told Night Ritter newspapers it was obvious that this area was to be the base for an exodus to Pakistan. We were amazed that nothing was done to prepare for it. On November 14th, the Northern Alliance captured Jalalabad. That night, 1,000 fighters and a convoy of several hundred vehicles escaped again, this time with bin Laden, driving hours to the fortress in Tora Bora. The U.S. bombed the nearby Jalalabad airport, but apparently did not attack the convoy. November 15th. At the cave complexes of Tora Bora, an estimated 1,600 of bin Laden's fighters are now surrounded. The most important battle of the war begins.
U.S. warplanes are keeping a close eye on mountain passes. U.S. Special Forces are working with Pakistani troops on the border to block possible escape routes.
While there were two main escape routes, Newsweek reported that the U.S. bombed only one. Using the other route, hundreds of al-Qaeda and Taliban, including senior leaders, escaped. In the wake of the attacks, eyewitnesses told Britain's The Daily Telegraph that they were shocked that the U.S. had surrounded Tora Bora only on 3 sides. Bin Laden walked out of the Tora Bora cave complex and into Pakistan with a number of loyal followers.
Of course we're after Saddam Hussein, bin Laden. He's isolated.
In August 2005, a story broke that gave Paul Thompson a missing piece of the puzzle. In an exclusive interview with Newsweek, the CIA field commander in Tora Bora during the invasion, Gary Burnson, broke his silence. He explained that his intelligence operatives had tracked bin Laden to Tora Bora.
Mr. Bernstein feels so strongly about getting this story out and getting his book published that he actually resigned 2 years short of retirement from the CIA in order to publish his book.
At the time of this interview, he was required to speak through his attorney until the CIA cleared his book for publication.
At various points in time, they did have, to my understanding, definitive intelligence as to his general location within Tora Bora. I can't go into detail as to the actual sources of the intelligence and the collection methods because those remain classified. However, we had Osama bin Laden essentially cornered in Tora Bora, and for whatever reasons, we did not do what was necessary in order to ensure that he did not escape.
The goal has never been to get bin Laden. Obviously, that's desirable. It's interesting. I just read a piece by some analysts that said you may not want to go after the top people in these organizations. You may have more effect by going after the middle managers because they're harder to replace.
Toward the end of the war, when all eyes were on Tora Bora, the news media missed another major story. Again, thousands of Taliban and al-Qaeda escaped without drawing U.S. fire, this time from the northern city of Kunduz.
The Taliban's only stronghold in the region has all but fallen to the forces of the Northern Alliance.
Once again, the door was left open for escape.
Our side in that battle had the enemy surrounded. There were a reported perhaps 8,000 enemy forces in there.
Oh, they had the cream of the crop of al-Qaeda caught.
Journalist Seymour Hersh later broke this story in the New Yorker magazine, briefly sparking TV news coverage.
And from there, all of a sudden, one night around Thanksgiving, in the middle of the siege, an air corridor was set up between Kunduz and northern Pakistan. And at night, Pakistani relief planes regularly flew through that corridor.
It was a very orderly, organized thing that armed men would stand on the tarmac waiting for a flight that would come in, and then they would be taken out.
For as many as 4,000 or 5,000. They were not only al-Qaeda, but maybe even some of bin Laden's immediate family were flown out on those evacuations.
It had to be done with the blessing of Musharraf, didn't
Exactly, and of the United States.
When I tell you it comes at the level of Don Rumsfeld, it has to.
What we're describing here is something which would clearly be noticed by the United States. One or two, maybe not, okay? An airlift of these proportions, it certainly would.
This is the most secure space on the face of the earth right now. If someone's moving over Afghanistan, the United States knows about it, clearly.
No plane could fly from Kunduz to Pakistan without getting shot down unless we let it happen. And we let it happen. And I think there's just no other way to explain it.
My take on it basically is the fact there is some sort of a deal in place between the government of Pakistan and the United States.
Intrigued, Thompson looked deeper into Pakistan. His timeline showed Osama bin Laden was reportedly last seen in Pakistan after escaping from Tora Bora.
CBS News has exclusive information tonight.
But thanks to an in-depth investigation by CBS, he also learned bin Laden was in Pakistan on the eve of 9/11.
Bin Laden was spirited into this military hospital in Rawalpindi for kidney dialysis treatment. The military had him surrounded, says this hospital employee who also wanted his identity masked. They were saying that Osama bin Laden had to be watched carefully and looked after.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
To better understand the ties between bin Laden and Pakistan, Thompson followed a timeline thread that began with covert Pakistan involvement in the Soviet-Afghan War 2 decades ago. In 1979, in the midst of the Cold War, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. Throughout the 80s, the Soviets battled the Mujahideen, a group of anti-Soviet fighters that included bin Laden. The Mujahideen were backed by the Central Intelligence Agency, who hoped to give the Soviets their own costly Vietnam-type war. Rather than fund the Mujahideen directly, the CIA covertly channeled money through the Pakistani intelligence agency, the ISI. The Washington Post has published some of the definitive accounts of the conflicts.
They helped create bin Laden and the roots of al-Qaeda during the Russian occupation of Afghanistan, when the American CIA and the intelligence services of Pakistan and Saudi Arabia created this group of people to fight the Russians in Afghanistan.
Billions of dollars from the CIA and the Saudis were passed through the ISI to support the war. The strategy worked, and the Soviets were defeated.
The Taliban are widely alleged to be the creation of Pakistan's military intelligence, the ISI. Experts say that explains the Taliban's swift military successes.
Emboldened by their victory and the influx of weapons and cash, the ISI helped to install the Taliban and deepen their ties to bin Laden and his terror network.
Because there's really no difference between an ISI training camp for terrorism and an Al-Qaeda training camp for terrorism. You would have some people working for Al-Qaeda, and they would go on to an Al-Qaeda mission. And you had other people working for the ISI, and they would go off to Kashmir on one of their missions.
Thompson wondered if ISI involvement in terrorism included the attacks of 9/11.
We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
What I am told by senior administration officials is the Pakistani government has promised to, quote, fully cooperate.
The dictator of Pakistan, General Musharraf, came forward.
Within days of the attacks, Pakistan was hailed as a major ally in the new war on terror. The White House seemed confident that al-Qaeda alone was behind 9/11.
Will you release publicly a white paper which links him and his organization to this attack to put people at ease?
We are hard at work bringing all the information together, intelligence information, law enforcement information, and I think in the near future we'll be able to put out a paper, a document that will describe quite clearly the evidence that we have.
No, I think that there was just a misinterpretation of the exact words the secretary used on the Sunday shows. I'm not aware of anybody who said white paper, and the secretary didn't say anything about a white paper yesterday.
You know, you're talking about actions in other parts of the world, and certainly you want the support of as many people around the world as possible. You know, I guess it seems as though you're asking everyone to trust you.
I mean, logic tells you they couldn't have done it alone. This was a sophisticated plot.
Bin Laden was not capable of doing this by himself and his group. So who was capable? Obviously, there has to be much more of an investigation in Pakistan.
But on October 1st, The FBI discovered evidence linking the alleged hijackers and al-Qaeda by following a money trail that ended at Mohammed Atta in Florida.
Suspected hijacker Mohammed Atta received wire transfers via Pakistan and then distributed the cash via money orders bought here in Florida. A senior law enforcement source tells CNN the man sending the money to Atta is believed to be Ahmed Umar Saeed Sheikh.
He reportedly is controlling certain aspects of the financial transactions of the Al-Qaeda network.
Once a standout student at the London School of Economics, the British-born son of Pakistani parents speaks 5 languages.
The story made news in every major newspaper. With 9/11 paymaster identified as an alleged al-Qaeda moneyman, it seemed that the U.S. finally had its proof that al-Qaeda was involved. The U.S. war on terror could now move ahead. But what most of his post-9/11 reports about Omar Saeed Sheikh had failed to mention was that at the same time Sheikh dropped out of the London School of Economics to presumably join al-Qaeda. He had also joined the ISI.
Arresting officer A.K. Jain says under questioning, Omar Sheikh admitted he was supported by the Pakistan government's intelligence service, the ISI.
He had told me that.
He admitted to you.
Oh, yes.
And after his release, it was very clear that he was provided protection and safe haven in Pakistan with the direct support, with the knowledge, and obviously with the connivance of the Pakistani intelligence.
Only 2 days after the invasion of Afghanistan, the Times of India reported the FBI discovered credible evidence that $100,000 was wired to alleged hijacker Mohammed Atta by 9/11 paymaster Omar Saeed Sheikh on the orders of the ISI director, Lieutenant General Mahmoud Ahmed.
Had that been the head of the Iraqi intelligence agency, do you think we would have heard of it?
You have to understand that Lieutenant General Mahmoud Ahmed was a key player.
William Pepper is an international lawyer and consultant to the Pakistani government.
Indian state intelligence came upon this transfer. It was then that the Times of India was able to get this information. And the FBI got involved in this whole situation because this was now becoming very public as a result of the Indian investigation.
Though the evidence was never publicly disclosed, Indian intelligence claimed that the FBI had privately confirmed the story to them, and it soon made every major Indian newspaper. In the U.S., only a single news outlet even mentioned the allegation. The information was reported as an internet-only story on the editorial section of the Wall Street Journal website.
It had this cutesy title, but it contained this completely explosive information.
After the Times of India story broke, paymaster Omar Saeed Sheikh was no longer the apparent proof that al-Qaeda was the sole sponsor of the attacks. Instead, Saeed Sheikh, acting on the orders of the ISI, appeared to be the smoking gun of Pakistani involvement in 9/11.
And instantly, within that day, basically, Saeed Sheikh becomes persona non grata. And then a whole bunch of other people are put forth as the paymaster.
Over the next several months, authorities began confusing the news media with a bewildering variety of alternate names for the paymaster, each sounding similar to Omar Saeed Sheikh.
No, it's this guy. No, it's this guy. They keep changing the story about who the guy is, and it becomes hard to keep track.
By the one-year anniversary of 9/11, Newsweek had concluded that the paymaster remains almost a total mystery. The 9/11 Commission would ultimately conclude that the question of who financed the attacks is of little practical significance.
And in my opinion, it seems to be a bunch of smoke and mirrors to try to really hide the fact that there's money coming from the ISI going to the hijackers.
If we were really going after the people who sponsored al-Qaeda, wouldn't we be bombing Pakistan?
Are we better off in Pakistan or in Iraq in terms of beating terrorism? I would say to you, if you'd asked me that question, I would say, no question. Let's forget about Iraq and let's focus on Pakistan.
There is no reason for the administration to continue to shield make-believe allies who are supporting either directly or indirectly terrorists whose goal is to kill Americans.
And do you think that will ever become public? Which countries are talking
It'll become public at some point when it's turned over to the archives, but that's 20 or 30 years from now. We need to have this information now because it's relevant to the threat that the people of the United States are facing today.
And here the story took another unexpected turn. Several top news sources had all reported that the Pakistani ISI director had actually been in Washington for a rare visit during the week of September 11th.
Yes. Are you aware of the reports at the time that ISI chief was in Washington on September 11 and on September 10th, $100,000 was wired from Pakistan to these groups here in this area? And why he was here? Was meeting with you or anybody in the administration?
I have not seen that report, and he was certainly not meeting with me. Yes.
LA Weekly reported that on the very evening of September 11th, U.S. State Department officials began negotiating the terms of the U.S.-Pakistani partnership with ISI Director Mahmoud Ahmed, the very man who was alleged to have ordered the wire transfer to Mohammed Atta. The talks continued over the next several days before the Lieutenant General returned to Pakistan on September 14th. But an undercover operative named Randy Glass says he can prove that USA officials knew about the ISI role in 9/11, even as they chose to partner with Pakistan. The revelation came in yet another largely overlooked story, this one reported by Dateline NBC.
Con-man turned undercover operative Randy Glass was infiltrating a terrorist arms buying network layer by layer.
Former conman Glass was part of a 1999 government sting called Operation Diamondback, a 2.5-year investigation by the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
On July 22, 1999, Glass flew to New York for a meeting here at the trendy Tribeca Grill. It was dinner for four. Glass, his first contact, Dia Moishan, the Jersey City businessman Mike Malik, and the mystery man, R.G. Abbas.
You know who supplies him with money?
Who? Yeah.
Glass was wearing a wire. Mixed in with the dinner crowd were agents from the FBI's terrorism task force.
Basically, what he told me was they were interested in purchasing a large amount of sophisticated weapon systems.
And who was Abbas representing in this?
Abbas was represented to me as being an ISI agent.
And this is where the stakes really get high. Because if Abbas was telling the truth, Randy Glass and the feds were about to cut an illegal weapons deal with a Pakistani intelligence operative linked to terrorists.
The story of Randy Glass never seemed to quite catch on. If you ask most people, have you heard about this? Have you heard about Randy Glass? They haven't heard about it.
Earlier today,
Perhaps the story failed to spark the public imagination because the most dramatic revelation ended up on Dateline's cutting room floor.
I had been threatened by FBI agent Steve Brodowski that if I mentioned any of that, I would be charged with obstruction of justice.
2 months later, the Palm Beach Post ran this story.
During the course of the conversation, I asked him exactly what his intentions were. After dinner, as we walked outside, he pointed in the direction of the World Trade Center and said, "Those towers are coming down."
I'm not suggesting from this that Pakistan is the quote-unquote solution to 9/11, because it's not. Pakistan is one part in a very complicated story. But the question to me is, who else was involved with Al-Qaeda? Was Al-Qaeda used as a tool? Just as in the 1980s, the Mujahideen were basically used by the US government.
In August 2004, after the 9/11 Commission had disappointed so many of the families with its report, Paul Thompson's completed timeline was published as a book by HarperCollins. The recurring themes of Paul Thompson's timeline are clear: no accountability, few answers, and many missed leads. The sponsors of the attack yet to be confronted.
Is the fact there is some sort of a deal in place between the government of Pakistan and the United States.
The men named as the culprits allowed to escape.
But we haven't really captured anybody, one or two on the fringe.
And the government officials who ignored warnings before 9/11, still in their positions.
I don't remember the Al-Qaeda cells as being something that we were told we needed to do something about.
Still, despite years of investigation and advocacy by the families and others, the official story of what really happened on September 11th remains little changed.
What is democracy? It's government by the people. It's a simple equation, okay? The biggest part of democracy is the media. They have to hold everyone accountable.
It would be impossible as a citizen to be up and informed on every single topic because it took us thousands of hours of research in order to be informed enough to ask the right questions here. And that's where you need media, because you know what? Somebody has to be out there connecting the dots. And we don't have that.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Diane and Charlie. Please don't go away because
I think news reporting has drastically changed since 9/11.
Rebecca Abrams, an assignment editor with ABC News.
The reporting now, there is always use of caution in how we cover a story.
For those tuning to the internet rather than network news, online buzz about President Bush in the Florida classroom had started within weeks of the attacks. But most Americans remained unaware. For nearly 3 years, the footage gathered dust on newsroom shelves as the networks avoided the issue in their anniversary retrospectives.
ABC News is going to be with you all day long, bringing you the events of the day, starting with the memorial here.
They seemed to go out of their way to avoid exposing the president's lack of response.
The president thought for a second or two about getting up and walking out of the room, but the drill was coming to a close and he didn't want to alarm the children.
Instead, Bush pauses, thanks the children.
Thank you all so very much for showing me your reading skills.
And heads for the empty classroom next door.
This is Michael Moore.
Finally, into the void created by the news media glossing over the discomforting issues came filmmaker Michael Moore with his record-breaking film, Fahrenheit 9/11. Sharply critical of the administration, the film sparked controversy and fiery attacks on Moore himself, including during prime time at the Republican National Convention.
Please, my friends. He's certainly not a disingenuous filmmaker.
Why had it been left to McCain's disingenuous filmmaker to bring these questions to the American public?
At Fahrenheit 9/11, which is based a lot on our reports at BBC television on my book. ABC News has free access to everything we do at BBC television. We say, go ahead, run it. Run the story. You don't like the way Michael Moore does it? You think it's too polemical or biased? Fine. Run the hard news, buddy.
It's on AP, it's Bulletin Crash.
We are every day kicking and screaming in the newsroom, trying to get stories out. But we could do a story and it might not make air. You have someone from the corporation making the editorial decisions. These are not journalists.
Another reaction from the administration now, and again, not exactly...
With the stifling of dissent on the rise in America after 9/11, the tough questions were not asked, much less answered.
There was a time in South Africa that people would put flaming tires around people's necks if they dissented. And in some ways, the fear is that you'll be necklaced here. You'll have a flaming tire of lack of patriotism put around your neck. Now, it's that fear that keeps journalists from asking the toughest of the tough questions.
So all this information keeps popping out here and there, but what happens is that no one wants to take the ball and run with it because all the information's there. If we could put it together and get it into the Washington Post as a 10-day series, and people are saying, unbelievable.
The facts were dribbled out and over such an extended period of time that I think that effect was lost on the American public. The press should have been doing a better job of putting those conflicts, if you will, side by side in a cumulative report.
But that's not the job of reporting. That's the job of editorial pages and politicians and others to make those kinds of judgments, and the public itself and the 9/11 relatives themselves to make those kinds of assertions. All we can do in our reporting is report facts. And we have reported those facts, and we have held those facts up against public statements at the time, which is why they know that that's what took place from our reporting.
This is a scandal of tremendous proportions. It makes Watergate look small. There's a strange lack of interest of people both on the left and on the right. Nobody seems to want to uncover the truth and just follow leads wherever they may go, because I think that goes to a lot of really damaging places.
Maybe we shouldn't have questioned whether or not President Nixon had any involvement in Watergate. Maybe we should have just accepted that story. Maybe we should have accepted the story that President Clinton had no involvement, had never had sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. So just because it's the official story of record does not mean that we should not delve further and to see if really that is the actual story.
Yes, they lied. They all lied. Whether consciously or unconsciously, it happened. Now we need to look into why they lied and what were the results of those lies.
We can't have these wars, reorganize our way of life based on a false understanding of what 9/11 was. We have to go beyond the myth and get to the truth. We have to know. We have to.
9/11 was the biggest don't ask, don't tell. And if it wasn't for the families, we wouldn't have anything. And that's very frightening.
We had to take this tragedy and do the best we could with our lives and with our country to try and make the people that are supposed to protect us do the right thing.
What I really wanted to happen here is for my children to feel safe. I could have cared less who was in office. I wanted the truth, and I wanted what was wrong to be fixed.
What we're left with after our journey is no answers, no accountability. And I've wasted 4 years of my life trying my damnedest, along with the other family members, to make sure this never happens again.
Let me just say something real quickly about my son. Jeez. On the wall in his room, it said, "Knowledge is power." I am only doing this for one reason and one reason only, to carry on his legacy. I'm so pissed off at the American people. I'm so pissed off at this government because of this cover-up.
John Gerard Coughlin, Timothy J. Coughlin,
Anne Marie Kramer, Christopher Seaton Kramer,
and my big brother, Wade Brian Green. We miss you, we love you, and you are always in our hearts.
under 107 points. NASDAQ was down almost 17. Before this week's trading, the Dow lost more than 351 points. That's 3% of its overall value. NASDAQ was off almost 93. That's more than a 4% drop for the week. We'll take a break here.
We felt that the country was at risk from terrorists and from incompetence, and maybe worse. So we felt that it was our civic duty.
I want to start off on my discussion about the FAA and NORAD response on the day of 9/11 with a quote from Senator Mark Dayton. Last year, he read the 9/11 Commission report and he was quite outraged. And let me tell you what he has to say. He said that NORAD and the FAA have covered up, quote, catastrophic failures, unquote, that left the nation vulnerable during the 9/11 hijackings. Quote, for almost 3 years now, NORAD officials and FAA officials have been able to hide their critical failures that left this country defenseless during 2 of our worst hours in history. NORAD officials lied to the American people, they lied to Congress, and they lied to your 9/11 Commission to create a false impression of competence, communication, and protection of the American people. He calls NORAD and FAA failures, quote, the most gross incompetence and dereliction of responsibility and negligence that I've ever, under those extreme circumstances, witnessed in the public sector. Now, what exactly is he talking about? What are these failures that were so grave? Let me just start real briefly in mentioning what was happening before 9/11, what standard procedure was. NORAD, if you don't know, that's the military organization that defends the skies over the U.S. And the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, they had established standard procedures for air traffic controllers to contact NORAD whenever civilian planes strayed from their pre-arranged flight course or when they lost contact with air traffic control. When NORAD was contacted, they would typically send a fighter up to intercept whatever the problem was with the plane and figure out what was wrong. And then there would be a graduated response. First, they might tip their wings, they might look into the cockpit and try to figure out what the problem was. Now, NORAD claims that at the time of 9/11, the fighters on alert had up to 15 minutes to get airborne. And in fact, it just so happened that there were military exercises that were taking place that day, and they say that because of that exercise, the response time was more like 5 minutes. So within 5 minutes, they could have gotten the planes up into the air. Now, this was contrary to what some people say. This was actually an extremely common and standard procedure before 9/11. And it did not require White House approval. People would just make the decision on the spot in NORAD. For instance, in the year 2000, there were 425 unknowns. Pilots who didn't file flight plans, or they diverted from the flight plans, or they were using the wrong radio frequency or something of that manner. In many cases, the issues would get quickly resolved, but in that year, fighters had to take off and investigate these unknowns 129 times in the course of the year. So we see that what was supposed to happen on 9/11, which was that the fighters would get up very quickly, actually happened on a very regular basis, a couple times a week before 9/11. But what's strange, and what Mark Dayton is making reference to, is that there are all these conflicting accounts about what happened and how quickly the fighters responded. And I actually count 5 major accounts of what happened that day that are in serious conflict with each other. Originally, in the days after 9/11, right after 9/11, Richard Myers, the acting Joint Chief of Staff Chairman, a NORAD spokesman, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, they all said that there were no fighters launched on the morning of 9/11 until after the Pentagon was hit at 9:37. But then just days later, on September 18th, 2001, NORAD put forth a timeline. They released a timeline that was significantly different. They said that fighters had been ordered to launch 45 minutes earlier than their first account. And then in May 2003, NORAD officials, prominent officials, testified under oath before the 9/11 Commission, and they put forth yet a different timeline that had many different numbers about what happened and when it happened. And then in January 2004, there was a book put out by the military called Air War Over America that had, yet again, very different account of what happened and when it happened. And finally, the 5th timeline that we come to, the 5th account, is put forth by the 9/11 Commission in June and July of 2004. And this one is probably the most conflicted of all. It's almost a complete rewrite of what happens with the hijacked planes and the response from the fighters. So there's just all this confusion. And you know, I have very limited time here to talk about this. It's a very complicated issue. So what I decided to do was, rather than go in depth about or try to cover all 4 flights, I'm just going to focus on one of the flights, and we can use that as a case study to really see what was indicative of all the flights. So I decided to focus on Flight 77. And let me just give you some brief information about what happened there. So Flight 77, a problem began on that flight at 8:56 when the transponder signal was turned off. So there was no longer a radar signal except for the primary kind of backup radar signal. And at the same time, radio communication with the air traffic control stopped. So by this time, one of the planes has already crashed into the World Trade Center. Some of the other planes are missing. So certainly this would be evidence that a plane has been hijacked, at least to strongly suspect that. However, the 9/11 Commission says that the air traffic control, which was the Indiana-based Indianapolis Air Traffic Control Center, when they got this information, they no longer have the transponder signal, they no longer have contact, that they don't tell anybody about this. This is what the 9/11 Commission says. But there's a lot of problems with this. For instance, from other accounts, we know that within minutes of the plane disappearing, American Airlines headquarters was notified, according to newspaper reports, and even the testimony of some people from American Airlines. And then according to the New York Times, the National Military Command Center, the NMCC, located in the Pentagon, was also notified just within minutes. This is what you would expect, that notification would be going out. But in fact, what the 9/11 Commission says is they say, for some reason, the Indianapolis Flight Control Center assumed that Flight 77 had accidentally crashed into the ground. They're not even thinking about a hijacking. And so, in response to thinking about an accident, they contacted the West Virginia State Police and asked if there were reports of a downed aircraft. They contacted Air Force Search and Rescue Unit, asked them to look for downed aircraft, and they contacted the local FAA office. And that's all they contacted. They didn't contact NORAD to, we talk about the standard procedure of 129 times happening when you lose contact with the plane, just as a matter of course, you send a fighter up to see what happened. For some strange reason, the 9/11 Commission is saying that that didn't happen. In fact, 9/11 Commission claims that not only they didn't contact NORAD, they didn't contact FAA headquarters, they didn't contact FAA Command Center, which was responsible for the day-to-day operations of the whole air traffic system. They didn't even contact the neighboring flight control centers to see if any of them had spotted the missing plane. So then at 9:05, the plane reappeared in the airspace managed by Indianapolis, allowing them to realize the plane had turned around and was headed east towards Washington, D.C. And we even have the American Airlines headquarters claiming in testimony to the 9/11 Commission that they had been told the plane was turned around. But the 9/11 Commission says this isn't so. And then I find this quite incredible. 9/11 Commission claims it wasn't until 9:20 when Indianapolis communicated with the FAA Command Center and notified them that Flight 77 was missing. And then the information started to get out to other command centers, but still NORAD wasn't notified. Nobody told we're talking over half an hour later, the plane has been missing, still no one notifies NORAD, until finally 9:34, 3 minutes before the plane crashes, and then it was only mentioned inadvertently in passing when talked about something else. So in order for this to be true, the 9/11 Commission is making the claim essentially that the Indianapolis Flight Control Center and the local FAA center that they contacted were in complete lack of contact with the outside world during this time, that they were unaware, unlike the tens of millions of people who'd been watching CNN, that there was an ongoing crisis, that planes had crashed into the World Trade Center, 2 planes. They're saying that all the way until 9:20, there's been over half an hour now, this has been the breaking news, that nobody in this entire Indianapolis Flight Control Center or the FAA center had any idea that any of this had been happening. And we know that just isn't true. In fact, there was one news report saying that other centers such as theirs had been notified of the crisis long before the first plane even crashed into the World Trade Center. So what we see is an account coming from the 9/11 Commission that, in my opinion, is just frankly impossible.
1 minute.
And I could go into a lot of length, unfortunately I'm out of time, about the fighter response, but we see all kinds of similar anomalies that really don't stand up when you look at them logically. According to what the 9/11 Commission says, there was no plane that actually no fighter that actually came to Washington to defend Washington for this plane or any other plane until about 10 o'clock, which is really remarkable. I mean, this plane was missing at 8:56, and nothing was done to defend Washington. No plane arrived for over an hour.
Good morning. My name is Lori Van Auken. I am speaking today on behalf of 9/11 widows Monica Gabriel and Mindy Kleinberg, who are here with me today. On the morning of September 11th, my husband Kenneth was killed while at his office on the 105th floor of the North Tower at the World Trade Center. We extend our sincere thanks to you, Representative McKinney, as well as to all of those who are responsible for setting up this hearing and giving us this opportunity today. On the morning of September 11th, I received the following message from my husband, Kenneth.
Brenda, could you close the door so we can hear a little better?
Old messages. I love you. I'm in the World Trade Center. The building was hit by something. I don't know if I'm going to get out, but I love you very much. I hope I'll see you later. Bye. End of messages.
From his words, I knew that Ken survived the impact of the plane. So I tried to call him back, but there was no answer. I fell to my knees in a panic, still clutching the telephone. A moment later, when the phone rang, it startled me completely. I prayed that it was Ken, but it was my mother. She told me to turn the television on. I told her about Ken's message. I told her that I couldn't reach him. I told her that I was very scared. I watched the TV in utter horror as black smoke billowed out from the building through a gaping hole the size of an airplane. I knew that Kenny was in that building. I watched as the people ran from the World Trade Center, hoping for a glimpse of my husband. Then the second tower was hit. As I continued to watch the breaking news, they showed the president sitting in an elementary school classroom, juxtaposed with the footage of the black smoke coming from the World Trade Center, along with people jumping to their deaths from the burning buildings. I screamed at the television, "Get up, President Bush, get up and do something." But he remained seated in a classroom of small children. I watched as Andrew Card whispered something to the president, and yet, still my president remained seated in a classroom of small children when our country was so obviously under a terrorist attack. In between panic and hysteria, in between hoping that my husband would get out of the World Trade Center alive, and wondering how I would ever break this news to my children, I also wondered why the Secret Service was letting the president stay in the classroom full of children. Why didn't they whisk him away? It seemed as if every target in America was being attacked. So wasn't the president, the leader of the free world, in danger of being fatally attacked as well? Weren't the children who were in the classroom with the president in danger too? After 2 days and hundreds of phone calls to New York City hospitals and to the Red Cross, receiving no guidance and absolutely no answers, my husband's employer, Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, recounted on a news program that no one who was in the offices of Cantor Fitzgerald at the time of the attacks had survived. That meant that Ken was gone. My looming and painful question as to whether or not my husband had survived was now answered. We now knew that the time for hoping was over. Our lives were forever changed. My children would never again see their father, and I was now a widow. The grieving was just beginning. With what felt like a gaping hole in my heart, with 2 traumatized teens to now raise alone, I wondered if I would ever feel like eating or breathing again. For me, one horribly sad question had been answered, but many more questions would soon follow. The questions began to gnaw at me slowly at first. I wondered how on earth almost 2 hours could have passed with 4 domestic commercial airplanes flying around the skies of America without a response from our military. I began to Google search and read whatever articles and timelines I could get my hands on. Once I began my research into 9/11, I found it hard to leave the computer. Because I was unable to sleep and because I needed desperately to reconstruct and understand the events of 9/11, it began to appear to those close to me that I was shackled to the computer, and I have to admit, in a manner of speaking, I was. Having connected with a few other widows, it was not long before we were all researching the events, while we waited for an official inquiry into the attacks to be initiated. Then the news came, only intelligence agency failures would be examined. How could that be? Our husbands were killed at their desks when commercial airplanes flew into their office buildings. They had no means of escaping and had practically no chance of evacuating on 9/11. The buildings that were supposedly so magnificently designed had collapsed in minutes. Why would the investigation of our loved ones' murders be limited to only intelligence agencies? What about airline security, high-rise building security, and border security? What about the FAA, the Port Authority, the Secret Service, and NORAD, all of whom were partly to blame for the failures that allowed the 9/11 attacks to occur? Didn't those areas and entities need to be investigated too? Incredulous, but undeterred, we realized that it was necessary to take a thorough and independent look at what had gone wrong on 9/11. Our children were going to have to grow up in this changed world, and we needed to make sure that this could never happen again. We knew that with the 3,000 deaths on 9/11, there remained thousands of questions that needed to be answered. So we fought for the creation of the 9/11 Commission, and with all of America by our side, we finally won that battle. The commission was passed into law in the autumn of 2002, and by January 2003, the commission finally sat down to commence its very important work. The 9/11 Commission's report is 1 year old today. This report was supposed to provide the definitive account of what had transpired on September 11, 2001. We hoped that our thousands of unanswered questions would be addressed and answered. Yet incredibly, we have found that the Commission's definitive final report has actually yielded more questions than answers. In essence, the Commission could have produced a final product where the resulting conclusions and recommendations could be trusted. Instead, at the end of the day, what we got were some statements that truly insulted the intelligence of the American people, violated our loved ones' memories, and might end up hurting us one day soon. One such statement was that 9/11 was a failure of imagination. A failure of whose imagination? What exactly does that mean? When you have a CIA director with his hair on fire, a system blinking red, 52 FAA warnings, an August 6, 2001 PDB entitled Bin Laden Determined to Strike in the United States, leads on several 9/11 hijackers, including al-Hazmi, al-Madar, and Marwan al-Shehi, warnings from many foreign governments, a Phoenix memo, warning of Islamic extremists taking flying lessons, the arrest of would-be terrorist Zacarias Moussaoui, facts imparted to one agent, Agent Frasca at the RFU of the FBI. 9/11 was truly a failure, all right, but I would certainly not call it a failure of imagination. Once again, these warnings and threats were not received in a vacuum, nor were they so common an occurrence that they should have been ignored in the wholesale and brazen manner in which they were. To me, it seems rather clear that there were enough warnings making their way to the appropriate people that meant that the proverbial dots should have and could have all been connected. And thus, in light of all the incoming information in 2001, exactly whose failure was it to understand that our new enemy was terrorism, and exactly who failed us by not having the agencies do anything in a defensive posture to protect Americans from just this possibility? Another outrageous statement made at the time of the release of the 9/11 final report that got a fair amount of media coverage was the one, everyone's to blame, therefore no one's to blame. The problem with that assumption is that it creates a no-fault government. And a no-fault government does nothing to ensure that things will be different or better in the future. When you hold people accountable, it serves as a deterrent for those that would repeat that same behavior in the future. For the record, I would like to see that assumption restated to read, everyone's to blame, therefore everyone's to blame. In fact, the fact that there has been no accountability for the failures that led to the deaths of almost 3,000 people is truly unconscionable and irresponsible on the part of all of our nation's leaders. So what do we do now? The tools of democracy available to the citizens of America to address these issues are incredibly limited. We asked for an independent commission to investigate 9/11 because that was the only tool that we, as American citizens, had access to, and hoped that our leaders, the members of Congress, and the American public would ensure its validity and that its ensuing recommendations would make us all safer, all as safe as we could reasonably expect to be in the event of another attack. We spent 14 months collecting information and lobbying for the creation of the commission, and another 20-plus months monitoring the commission's work, forwarding any and all research, making sure to send along our questions for the witnesses who were questioned, attending the hearings, making phone calls and lobbying for the extensions of time and money, sending thousands of emails, all in the hope that in the end, Americans could feel confident that we had indeed the definitive story of 9/11. Sadly, as Americans, we have all been let down. On the morning of 9/11, I lost my husband and best friend of almost 16 years. My two children, Matt and Sarah, lost their beloved father on that terrible day. And from that horrible day of September 11, 2000 forward, it has been made clear that in not allowing for truth and justice to prevail, America may have forever lost her way. For those who might question the reasoning and importance for re-examining the Commission's report, the events that led up to and the day of September 11th, one only has to recall the enormous ramifications that the attacks of September 11th have had on our country. Our leaders have, almost overnight, reformed government agencies and instituted innumerable laws in the interest of national security and are living in a post-9/11 era. Some, like the controversial Patriot Act, were forced through Congress without the benefit of congressional debate to determine its necessity and effectively find the proper balance between national security and our civil liberties. More lethally, our foreign policy has shifted to one of preemption, and thus we are at war in both Afghanistan and Iraq, where so many of our good men and women serving in the armed forces have lost their lives or have come home forever maimed. It is important to look back because in order for our leaders to make wise decisions about the changes we are instituting, we must understand what it was exactly that went wrong, that allowed our nation to become so vulnerable to terrorism, and we should not feel it improper to re-examine the investigations and decisions already made, especially in light of the fact that right after the 9/11 attacks, our leaders went full speed ahead with so many changes, most without the benefit of much of the information that has only recently been made available. Again, with lives on both sides of the equation, we cannot afford to be wrong or caught off guard, either over there or here at home like we were on the morning of 9/11. Thus, only an honest reevaluation of how the 9/11 attacks could have happened will allow us to reverse the adverse consequences of overreaching laws and the existing loopholes in our security systems in order to allow us to be safer in the future. Thank you.
Air defense and communications systems. He could have stopped 9/11 in its tracks had he simply done his job that day. But he wasn't alone. Mike Canavan, the FAA hijack coordinator, decided to go on an extended coffee break that morning and was completely missing for hours during the most crucial moments of the attacks. Benedict Sliney, a former Wall Street lawyer, was placed in charge of the FAA. His first day on the job was September 11th. As a lawyer, he clearly understood the strength of plausible deniability as a defense strategy, as he and his colleagues all feigned inexperience and surprise as their official excuse for the so-called failures that day.
Threat. No specific threat involving really domestic operation or involving what happened, obviously, the city's airliner and so forth.
There were no warning signs that I'm aware of that would indicate this type of operation in the country.
Starting back in the Ford and Nixon administrations were two aspiring White House staff advisors named Dick and Don, who worked, among other things, on a highly classified top-secret program called Continuity of Government, or COG, which developed government contingency plans to protect and preserve the executive branch of government in the face of any imaginable threat or event. Literally, their job was to sit on these think tanks with a panel of military geniuses and dream up the worst possible doomsday scenarios imaginable, and then gather detailed intelligence on how the mechanisms within government would protect the president and vice president in the event of such scenarios. These scenarios included things like nuclear bombs exploding in the hearts of major U.S. cities, foreign land, air, and sea invasions, domestic terrorism, and airplane hijackings with every imaginable end scenario they could possibly think of. By the time Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld took over the White House in early 2001, they would both possess 3 decades worth of expert knowledge on the entire U.S. defense system, including a large range of defense planning scenarios, as well as the entire repertoire of military and radar defense systems. That type of intelligence would be extremely dangerous if placed in the wrong hands, and there is good reason to believe that it was placed in the wrong hands. Both Dick and Don were also members of another think tank called the Project for the New American Century, or PNAC, which consisted of neoconservatives and military-industrial complex bigwigs. Prior to 9/11, PNAC published a document called Rebuilding America's Defenses, which outlined a 100-year plan of massive military expansion and empire building worldwide. The authors wrote that the process of transformation is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor. In early 2001, this group of well-connected insiders were looking for an event. They understood that the best way to get people to go to war is to convince them that they are under attack and then rally them against a common enemy. The Cold War had ended, so the arms market was flat, and with no real threat or enemy, the military-industrial complex was at an all-time lull. Although the public reacted with shock and fear when 9/11 happened, the reaction in the financial world was much different. It was business as usual, and a lot of industry insiders were actually quite pleased. 15 years later, and trillions have now been made off the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Dick Cheney's Halliburton alone raked in $69 billion from the wars created by 9/11, while Donald Rumsfeld and his friends and business associates made their own fortunes in defense and counterterrorism investments. One of Donald Rumsfeld's business partners, Peter Jansen, ran a company called AMEC Construction, which was just nearing the completion of a $258 million refurbishment, including the installation of blast-resistant siding and windows in Wedge 1 of the Pentagon, which just happened to be the same wing that terrorists would attack on 9/11. One of the biggest questions people need to ask about the Pentagon is, how did that plane fly through miles of restricted airspace to strike the most protected building on Earth nearly an hour and a half after the first reported hijack? Well, it turns out that Dick and Don changed the shoot-down policy a few months before 9/11, and then according to Dick Cheney's own documents and timeline from 9/11, he had an active stand-down order in place on Flight 77, which prevented a shoot-down and thereby enabled the attack on the Pentagon, which otherwise could never have happened. Our defenses would have shot that plane clear out of the sky if the policy to do so hadn't been directly altered by Dick and Don just months before. The policy was changed back after 9/11, but the damage was done. Also curious is why terrorists would crash into a non-crucial wing of the Pentagon, which contained an office of the Army named Resource Services Washington, which lost 34 of its 45 employees. Most were civilian accountants, bookkeepers, and budget analysts. This was the very day after Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion had gone missing or stolen from the Pentagon budget. That's right, terrorists just so happened to attack a location in the Pentagon where analysts were working to help track down that missing $2.3 trillion, and the ongoing construction projects in that wing had moved those offices closer to the impact zones. The company that performed the remodeling, AMEC, was also given the contracts to rebuild Wedge 1 of the Pentagon after 9/11, as well as contracts to clean up Ground Zero after 9/11. Even though AMEC employees had been doing construction in that very same wing that morning, surprisingly, no AMEC employees were killed in the attack, which killed 125 Pentagon employees. AMEC was never investigated or even mentioned by the 9/11 Commission, despite raking in well over $500 million in government contracts directly resulting from 9/11. The national security and intelligence establishments also benefited greatly from 9/11, since the USA Patriot Act jump-started the massive expansion of warrantless surveillance, wiretapping, and mass data collection. Therefore, it would certainly have been in the best interest for the NSA, FBI, CIA, and national security establishments to go along with the official story and not call things into question publicly, even if they had inside information on an inside job and could expose it if they wanted. They'd be risking nearly everything to do so. The same goes for every top official in the chain of command within the military, NORAD, and the FAA, which all coincidentally failed to do their only job on 9/11. All the systems in government that should have been in place to stop something exactly like 9/11 not only failed to work on 9/11, but appear to have been intentionally disabled or used against us by the people in charge of protecting us that day. No one was investigated, fired, or otherwise held accountable for these failures. Some, in fact, received promotions and special honors. The head of NORAD on 9/11, Ralph Eberhart, helped sponsor a series of military exercises codenamed Northern Guardian, Northern Vigilance, and Vigilant Guardian, which served to obstruct Northeast air defenses on 9/11. Eberhart also appears to have lowered the Infocon or communications defense level just hours before the attacks, and gave orders that directly obstructed the interceptors, sending the last remaining fighter jets far out to sea to fight an imaginary Russian fleet. Eberhart was an expert on air defense and communications systems. He could have stopped 9/11 in its tracks had he simply done his job that day. But he wasn't alone. Mike Canavan, the FAA hijack coordinator, decided to go on an extended coffee break that morning and was completely missing for hours during the most crucial moments of the attacks. Benedict Sliney, a former Wall Street lawyer, was placed in charge of the FAA. His first day on the job was September 11th. As a lawyer, he clearly understood the strength of plausible deniability as a defense strategy, as he and his colleagues all feigned inexperience and surprise as their official excuse for the so-called failures that day.
Threat. No specific threat involving really domestic operation or involving what happened, obviously, the city's airliner and so forth.
There were no warning signs that I'm aware of that would indicate this type of operation in the country.
CIA covert operations always operate under a blanket of plausible deniability. Intelligence agents use it to cover their tracks at every step of the game. It's a key tactic used in the intelligence community, and it was also used as the official excuse by everyone in charge of protecting us that day.
I don't think anybody could have predicted that they would try to use an airplane as a missile, a hijacked airplane as a missile.
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
So was 9/11 a covert operation? Right before 9/11, the entire FBI counterterrorism task force was flown out to Monterey, California for a company retreat, so all of our best agents would be on the other side of the country from the events unfolding in New York and Washington. FBI Director Louis Freeh left the Bureau shortly before 9/11 to begin a new career in law. One client he would later represent in 2009 was none other than Prince Bandar bin Sultan, the Bush-connected Saudi ambassador who it is now known helped finance several of the 9/11 hijackers in California in early 2001. It appears that there was tampering and complicity within the top levels of the FBI, and former Director Freeh appears to be a central overseeing figure. According to whistleblowers, the Able Danger Terrorist Tracking Program had become suspicious of the activities of several of the men who would later be identified as the 9/11 hijackers and had raised multiple alarms within the DIA, CIA, and FBI, which were strangely being blocked or purposely ignored by higher-ups within the chain of command. One FBI agent who was actually the world's leading expert on Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda at the time quit his job in disgust and outrage after his reports on possible terrorists receiving flight school training in Florida kept being ignored. John O'Neill would later be killed in the 9/11 attacks themselves just 3 weeks after starting a job as head of security at the World Trade Center, a role he was still being trained for at the time. John O'Neill's history within the FBI, particularly his investigations into state-sponsored terrorism, are enough to make anyone suspect that his accidental death in the World Trade Center on 9/11 may have in fact been a murder and a cover-up for what he knew. O'Neill would certainly have had a lot to tell us about bin Laden and al-Qaeda, and whether or not they could have actually pulled this attack off alone, and he was an extremely credible witness. Unfortunately, O'Neill was unaware of everything that was going on inside the towers leading up to the events of 9/11. After the World Trade Center was bombed back in 1993, they needed to assess all the damage and hire contractors to repair the floors and trusses destroyed by the blast. It just so happens that the firm that performed this work, SPC Tridata Corp., was managed by none other than the comptroller of the Pentagon on 9/11, a guy named Dov Zakheim, another PNAC member and well-known intelligence community insider who also interestingly did top-secret work on a technology that could take remote control of hijacked commercial airlines by uploading commands to their flight management computers with an augmented series of GPS waypoints that the plane's autopilot could then be forced to follow, and once hacked, disable the manual override switch, forcing the plane along any route desired by the comptroller. That technology was active and in place on all 4 aircraft used on 9/11. Although such technology should have made 9/11 virtually impossible for the hijackers, it could have also been used internally to ensure that everything went according to a different plan. Anyways, in order to address the damage from the 93 bombing, SPC Tridata Corp was given access to all the engineering blueprints for the towers. Around the same time that this was going on, a very curious company named Securicom was given contracts to redesign and upgrade the electronic security systems in the World Trade Center. Securicom changed its name to Stratesec after it was sued by another company of the same name. Securicom Stratesec, very curiously, held its annual board meetings in suites owned by the Saudi Arabian embassy, and one of its board members happens to have been none other than Marvin Bush, the president's own brother. Stratesec also just happened to have security contracts with United Airlines and Dulles International Airport on 9/11, where Flight 77 into the Pentagon was hijacked out of. At Dulles, Stratesec managed airfield access and electronic badging, as well as the security video system that later provided unique and critical evidence implicating the alleged 9/11 hijackers. Why a security company which had contracts with nearly all the different 9/11 crime scenes would hold its annual meetings in offices owned by a country that is now purported to have financed 9/11 is anyone's guess. Stratesec's CEO, Wirt Dexter Walker III, from the Herbert Walker line, is a very curious character. No public images exist of the man anywhere on the internet, and his career history appears to consist of jumping from one CIA front company to the next. Aviation General, Glor Forgan, Kuwaiti American Corporation. Wirt and his wife made pre-9/11 stock purchases which were flagged by the SEC after 9/11 as suspected insider trading, but they apparently never followed through on their investigation. Nor did the 9/11 Commission think to investigate Stratesec. Wirt Walker's activities are similar to 2 other known CIA operatives, Ted Shackley and Robert Sensi. All 3 men had unusual business relationships with Kuwaiti royalty and were involved in aviation and security operations. Stratesec's corporate operating officer, Barry W. McDaniel, was a former material arms distributor for the Army Corps of Engineers. He also has Black Ops on his resume through his affiliation with Sears World Trade, the Vinyl Corporation, and BDM International with Frank Carlucci of the Carlyle Group, an investment firm heavily tied to the military-industrial complex. Frank Carlucci also worked closely with Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld back in the Ford and Nixon administrations and was an old-school State Department Black Ops guy. After 9/11, McDaniel would start a police state supply company with Dick Cheney's old business partner, Bruce Bradley. Stratesec also managed badging and video surveillance at the World Trade Center from 1993 all the way to 2001, almost a decade of unrestricted security access to those buildings. In May of 2001, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which technically owned the World Trade Center complex, lost a 10-year court battle with its insurance companies, leaving it to fund a $1 billion asbestos removal project with money it didn't have. 2 months later, real estate tycoon Larry Silverstein, for some reason, decided to purchase the aging liabilities and promptly insure them for billions of dollars, just in case of total destruction by terrorists. 9/11 happened just 6 weeks later, and Silverstein was awarded a $9.2 billion settlement, which more than compensated him for the loss of his buildings. At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 slams into Marsh & McLennan's secure computer room on the 93rd floor of the North Tower. One of Marsh's executives, L. Paul Bremer, happens to be chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism, an old-school neocon and former Kissinger aide who worked alongside Dick and Don back in the Ford administration. Bremer, for some reason, decides to skip work in the towers that day to visit an MSNBC television studio, where he is the first person ever to begin pointing the finger directly at Osama bin Laden and Iraq, calling for the
most severe military response we can come up with.
After 9/11, Bremer would become the Iraq occupation governor, literally Saddam Hussein's replacement in Iraq, and one of the prime architects of the Iraq War. Bremer also sat on the board of the Komatsu Dresser Mining Division back in the late 90s when it developed a thermite plasma charge which could, quote, demolish steel and concrete structures with high efficiency without secondary problems due to noise and dust. Dresser merged with Halliburton in 1998. Bremer also sat on the board of International Paint Company's management firm AkzoNobel, which developed a spray-on fireproofing insulation for skyscrapers called Interchar. In the years leading up to 9/11, several of the floors in the area of the impacts were renovated and remodeled, and many received complete fireproofing upgrades. Forensic evidence of thermite was found and confirmed by multiple scientists using uncontaminated World Trade Center dust samples, and extreme persistent heat levels were reported by the FDNY and World Trade Center cleanup crews. All strong evidence that high-temperature accelerants such as thermite were used to assist in the destruction of the towers. The government even suppressed original news videos of the New York Fire Department making multiple reports of large explosions and secondary devices inside the towers on 9/11, as well as videos of the cleanup operation where a red-hot smoldering pile of fused steel and concrete burned underground for 3 entire months, and firefighters reported flowing steel like you were in a foundry. Then in 2009, scientists found the smoking gun by analyzing samples of World Trade Center dust that had been preserved since 9/11 and found that the dust contained tiny flakes of unreacted thermitic material, as well as a large number of iron-rich microspheres or after-products of a thermite reaction. Multiple labs have now confirmed it. It was definitely there, it wasn't natural, and it didn't get there by accident. The debris pile also displayed evidence of high-order damage, which, under the National Fire Protection Act, required officials to test for the use of explosives or incendiaries. Surprisingly, this was never done, as the FBI, FEMA, and other federal agencies claimed control over the crime scene and began shipping all the debris to a landfill off of New Jersey, where it could be sorted and scrubbed clean before analysis and storage. Although normally the FBI would take great care to preserve a crime scene and collect as much evidence as possible with minimal disturbances, the exact opposite happened with 9/11. Everything was cleaned up and destroyed as fast as possible. The frantic search for survivors and bodies proved to be the perfect cover, even though they stopped finding people alive after only the first few hours. William Rodriguez, the last man out, only survived because he dove beneath a fire truck as the towers collapsed. Toxic dust clouds filled the Manhattan skyline and were picked up on satellite images from space. The damage seen on 9/11 was so massive, it's hardly fathomable that 2 airplanes could have caused that much devastation. The Twin Towers had 47 core box columns in the center of the floor plan, which carried nearly the entire structural load of the buildings. All the stairwells and elevator shafts were also located in and around these columns, which, once inside the elevator shafts, one would have complete total access to the entire core of the buildings. With all the unoccupied floors in the towers, it would have been a cinch to covertly rig the Twin Towers with explosives once inside those elevator shafts. Around the same time Stratesec took over security at the World Trade Center in 1994, Ace Elevator Company won contracts at the World Trade Center over the larger and more well-known Otis. 7 years later, just a few months before 9/11, Ace elevator workers began a full-scale elevator upgrade for both towers. The elevator shafts gave access to the main structural steel for the building and would have been a perfect opportunity to install demolition devices all over the entire core of the building, completely hidden from sight and unknown to workers and occupants within the towers. When the plane struck the towers, all the Ace elevator employees mysteriously vanished, instead of helping to operate the elevators and evacuate the buildings as they would typically do in emergencies. Like Stratesec, Ace Elevator also went bankrupt and dissolved shortly after 9/11. Turner Construction, a huge mafia-connected construction firm in New York, did a lot of work inside the towers in the years leading up to 9/11, including several complete fireproofing upgrades on the same floors that would be hit by the airplanes on 9/11. The fireproofing in these areas was applied double thick, so cordage could have easily been hidden beneath or even covered devices on key trusses. The final charges could have been placed and wired up the weekend before 9/11 during those unusual power downs and evacuations that were reported. The controlled demolition hypothesis is not outside the realm of possibilities once you've done the research, especially when one considers Building 7, the third World Trade Center building which mysteriously collapsed late in the day on 9/11. World Trade Center 7's tenants included the FBI, Secret Service, and the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, which investigates stock market and securities fraud. In 2001, the SEC in World Trade Center 7 was investigating Enron and WorldCom, the two largest security scandals of the time. Enron was a Madoff-style pyramid scheme, a fraudulent energy company which helped bankroll the Bush-Cheney run for the White House with over $2 million that it stole from its investors, while Bush and Cheney used office to deregulate the oil and gas industry in Enron's favor, starting as the governor in Texas and then moving to the White House. Luckily for their pals at Enron, everything required to prosecute those massive financial crimes was destroyed when World Trade Center 7 came crashing to the ground late in the day on 9/11. Now, the government and a few stubborn defenders still try to hold on to the theory that Building 7 was somehow this anomaly in steel-framed high-rise building construction, as it is the only skyscraper that has ever suffered total spontaneous collapse by fire in 100 years of skyscraper construction worldwide. It fell through the path of most resistance at the rate of gravity. Now, the government lies all the time. The physics of freefall, not so much. The top floors cannot fall through the entire structural resistance of a building as fast as they would free fall through air. Yet even NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, was forced to admit that Building 7 did in fact fall at free fall acceleration. Random fires and even serious facade damage caused by the North Tower collapse cannot cause a building to fall so symmetrically and suddenly straight into itself at the rate of gravity. Multiple physics and engineering papers have been written on this subject and passed peer review. There is obviously another answer for why World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed the way it did on 9/11, and why the government continues to ignore it and pretend it knows nothing about it. Donald Rumsfeld has been asked what he thought about Building 7 more than once, and his responses have been most unusual.
What is Building 7? I have no idea. I've never heard that.
Never heard of Building 7.
No, I haven't. What's Building 7?
I gotta go.
How could Rumsfeld not know about Building 7 when he and Dick Cheney were former board members of Salomon Smith Barney, which was by far the largest tenant inside of World Trade Center Building 7, with offices on all but 10 of the 47 floors, over 1.2 million square feet of office space. Donald Rumsfeld served as chairman of the SSB International Advisory Board since its first meeting in 1999, but had to resign in 2001 when he was confirmed as Bush's defense secretary. Cheney also resigned from the board upon becoming Bush's vice president around the same time. So Donald Rumsfeld obviously knows much more about Building 7 than he pretends to. There was one major reconstruction project that took place inside of World Trade Center Building 7 prior to 9/11 that we know of, which could have served as a time window for the planting of demolition devices. The construction of the Office of Emergency Management, built by Mayor Rudy Giuliani on the 23rd floor. Months of renovation work on multiple floors were required to build this full-scale FEMA safe room and control center, which had its own independent air and water supply, as well as blast-resistant siding and windows. Directly overlooking the entire World Trade Center complex, it was positioned to have a bird's-eye view of the scene. However, on 9/11, the OEM command center in Building 7 was never even used. Building 7 was evacuated at 9 a.m. that morning. Giuliani had insisted on setting up this bunker in Building 7 and went against all advice to place his command center there. Although the perfect vantage point to oversee an attack on New York City's #1 terrorist target, it was apparently a little too close to the action, and Giuliani was advised to abandon it, and he instead spent the day walking around the streets around Ground Zero with the fire and police commissioner and a flock of reporters in tow. Giuliani's first orders to the media and officials were to evacuate all of southern Manhattan south of Canal Street. Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, Giuliani's right-hand man on 9/11, would later be convicted of felony fraud and conspiracy charges and serve 4 years in prison for an unrelated case. Kerik's department was also the one that found that remarkably undamaged hijacker's passport on the sidewalk after the plane struck. Was that evidence manufactured and planted there? Or did it really survive a plane crash and a fireball? World Trade Center 7 was the first to be cleaned up and removed from Ground Zero, despite the excuse that they were trying to find bodies. Over 1 million gallons of water and a special fire-quenching liquid were sprayed on the rubble in the first week just to cool it down enough for excavators to go to work. Meanwhile, the government told all the workers that the air was safe to breathe, when it wasn't, And now 15 years later, most all the people who helped destroy that key 9/11 evidence will soon be expunged from the 9/11 record as well, as they all die of lung-related illnesses. No one would have talked. No one would have come forward. All the most elite financial institutions in the United States, the military, industrial, petroleum, banking, intelligence complex, all benefited massively from 9/11, even if they weren't directly involved, and most probably weren't. The masterminds of 9/11 understood that these powerful institutions would all benefit from the wars and panic created by 9/11 and would be very unlikely to throw away potential profits by calling any part of the official 9/11 story into question. Moreover, these institutions own and control the mainstream media and have been using their influence for the past 15 years to condition the American public against any alternative views of 9/11, filled the debate with conjecture, disinformation, and nonsense, and give everyone a horrible first introduction to the worst 9/11 conspiracies with the least credible evidence, while keeping the most crucial facts and information from ever reaching the public mind. For the most part, they have been largely successful at convincing a majority of people that our trillion-dollar defense system was overcome by just 19 Islam-inspired terrorists in their early 20s, armed with only cell phones and box cutters, working for a guy in a cave on kidney dialysis and a small but growing al-Qaeda network. And despite 15 out of 19 of the hijackers being from Saudi Arabia, and newly declassified evidence showing that the government knew high-ranking Saudi government officials helped fund the 9/11 hijackers, for some reason, Saudi Arabia is still our ally, and we instead attacked Iraq and Afghanistan. The underlying details of that Saudi alliance are only beginning to emerge. For instance, we now know that the hijackers had financial help from Prince Bandar, sometimes called Bandar Bush, because of his close friendship with George W. Bush. Bandar gave $130,000 to two of the hijackers in California. Other wealthy Saudis in Florida also provided support, according to those 28 newly declassified pages from the 9/11 Commission, which the government covered up for 15 years. Why the government would protect these wealthy Saudi 9/11 co-conspirators is anyone's guess, but it's probably because they do not want the public to realize that larger involvements actually existed behind those hijackers, and that those wealthy Saudi financiers and enablers connect back to certain high-ranking members of the Bush administration, their private investment firms, and intelligence networks, whose fingerprints appear to cover nearly every single aspect of the 9/11 crimes. From the financing of the hijackers, to the security at the airports where the planes were hijacked out of, to the interceptors and air defenses which failed to intercept those planes, to the security at the World Trade Centers and their primary tenants like Marsh and Solomon Smith Barney in Building 7, to the rebuilding in Wedge 1 of the Pentagon, and finally, back to the military-industrial complex and the national security state that has been expanding its sphere of power and influence in this country for the past several decades, and would have more than welcomed an event like 9/11 and the massive war funding and no-bid contracts that they all benefited from as a direct result. They stood to make trillions, while also greatly expanding government power and providing an endless excuse for war in countries with plentiful and highly coveted natural resources, like oil, lithium, and opium. So many powerful institutions benefited so greatly from 9/11 and its aftermath, and yet people wonder how an inside job could have been covered up so long. Well, please tell me who in power or the mainstream media would ever want to expose this. Please. Some people still can't get over the question of why they destroyed their own buildings. Sure, they'd take some losses, more so the taxpayers, donors, and volunteers who did most of the cleanup, but just consider the circumstances that existed at the World Trade Center leading up to that fateful day. The SEC was closing in on two of the largest securities scandals of the time, both Enron and WorldCom, who had all their files and evidence inside of Building 7, which would eventually lead to Bush and Cheney facing a massive scandal, ruining any chance of re-election and possibly leading to impeachment and federal indictment. The Port Authority was already facing the asbestos problem in the towers and would have been eager for an easy option out. The least expensive and easiest solution to all of these problems would be to find some way to demolish the buildings in some type of accident or grand disaster. The idea of terrorists flying planes into the towers wouldn't have been that far of a leap. In fact, Donald Rumsfeld's Rand Corporation buddy, Brian Michael Jenkins, thought of the idea and included it in his list of possible risk scenarios for the World Trade Center in a report that he wrote for Kroll Associates back in 1994, after the 93 bombing. Kroll, like Stratesec, played a key role in the World Trade Center security apparatus in the years leading up to 9/11. Kroll's director, Jerome Hauer, was also conveniently not in the towers that day and instead called into several television stations to give the media some expert advice on terrorism and what should be done in response. Hauer also downplayed the theory that explosives were used to bring down the buildings, saying that fire and structural failure caused the collapses. Hauer would later manage the government response to the anthrax attacks, which targeted U.S. senators who were pushing for an official investigation into 9/11. Those senators quietly backed off, and the Bush administration was successful at stalling the investigation into 9/11 for over a year, while evidence was still being destroyed. After 441 days, the Bush administration finally opened an official inquiry into 9/11, headed by a Bush insider named Philip Zelikow, who had previously helped write the preemptive Iraq war invasion strategy with Condoleezza Rice and was already completely on board with the Bush agenda in Iraq. Zelikow once published a paper on the creation of public myths, fitting for his work on the 9/11 Commission, which wrote its conclusions and summary first and then tailored its investigation and evidence to fit the official theory rather than following the facts and evidence to see where they might actually lead. The condensed summary given in this video barely scratches the surface of where that investigation should have gone and what it should have uncovered if it wasn't compromised from the very start. The individuals and organizations outlined in this short summary were uncovered using good old-fashioned crime scene-based detective work. These are not theories. These are core facts and evidence, which you will never hear discussed in the mainstream media or any of the 9/11 propaganda and disinformation films we've seen so much of in the past. As always, do your own research, draw your own conclusions. For more information and sources, visit 911insideout.com. Thank you for watching and helping to spread the truth.
Structural steel is fireproof to last between 1 and 2 hours, which it did, and then steel melts.
It began to melt the steel. That steel literally melted, and down they came.
Literally melted the steel. Steel in those buildings is designed to accept 800 degrees temperature, melts at 1500 degrees, and the jet fuel fire produced 2000 degrees.
As the steel began to soften and melt, the interior core columns began to give. It all pancaked.
Melted beams where it was molten steel.
Bright reddish orange color. It's red hot.
Like the fires of hell.
Heat literally melted them together.
Molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry.
Yeah. Molten metal dripped down the sides of the wall.
It's a special thing, and it's as perfect as a pearl. Just a cotton picking minute.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th, malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves.
Molten means flowing. I've never run across anyone who said that they had in fact seen molten metal, or by the way, if they had seen it, that they had performed some sort of analysis to determine what that metal was.
Let's go back to your basic premise that there was a pool of molten steel. I know of absolutely nobody, and there's no eyewitness who said so, nobody who's produced it. I was on the site, I was on the steel yards, so I don't know that that's so.
Project was on fire for months. We were down at the B1 level, and one of the firefighters said, I think you'd be interested in this, and they pulled off a big block of concrete, and there was like a little river of steel flowing.
Molten means flowing. I've never run across anyone who...
Nobody, there's no eyewitness who said so, nobody who's produced it.
I'm curious about the pool of molten steel that was found in the bottom of the towers.
I am too.
And
Please tell me about it. Have you seen it?
Well, not personally, but eyewitnesses there found huge pools of molten steel beneath the towers, and some scientists don't think that the collapse of the building could have melted all that steel. And physics professor analyzed some of the steel, and Stephen Jones, and he found evidence of thermate residue, which would explain how the buildings collapsed by means of pre-planted explosives. So, have you analyzed the steel for any of those residues?
First of all, let's go back to your basic premise that there was a pool of molten steel. I know of absolutely nobody, and no eyewitness who said so.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails, like you're in a foundry.
Yeah, like lava.
Like it was lava
from a volcano. The fires got very intense down there, and it actually melted beams where it was molten steel that was being dug out.
It's this fused element of steel, molten steel and concrete and all of these things all fused by the heat into one single element.
And almost like a chunk of lava from Kilauea or Iceland, where they're very sharp but breakable shards on the end here.
This 8-ton steel I-beam is 6 inches thick. It was selected to be preserved for future generations for the near-perfect horseshoe-like bend formed during the collapse.
I found it hard to believe that it actually bent because of the size of it and how there's no cracks in the iron. It bent without almost a single crack in it. It takes thousands of degrees to bend steel like this.
Typically, you'd have buckling and tearing on the tension side, but there's no buckling at all.
You saw steel, some of the thickest steel I've ever seen, bent like a pretzel. And you just couldn't imagine the force that took. Where the grapplers were pulling stuff out, big sections of iron that were literally on fire on the other end. They would hit the air and burst into flames, which was pretty spooky to see.
There was even a point where you would create an air pocket by moving steel, fueling the fire on the ground, would ignite cars and cars would just blow up.
But, you know, these underground fires were just like the fires of hell.
This is how it's been since day one. Oh, it's unbelievable. And this is 6 weeks later, almost 6 weeks later. And as we get closer to the center of this, it gets hotter and hotter. It's probably 1,500 degrees. We've had some small windows into what we thought was the core at some point, and it looked like an oven. You know, it was just roaring inside. It was just a bright reddish orange color. See that stuff he's pulling out? What was that, Chief? We're gonna hold off on the water. See the stuff he's pulling out? Yeah. It's red hot. If we hit it too much steam, you won't be able to see what he's doing. Great.
You see how this debris is still smoking? That's from the fires that are still burning. 8 weeks later, we still got fires burning. Every now and then, one of the pieces of equipment will dig in, they'll open up a small area, the oxygen will rush in, and you'll get this plume of brown, black smoke coming up. That's because that fire just got more oxygen. So, I mean, these things are burning. At one point, I think they were about 2,800 degrees.
Underground, it was still so hot that molten metal dripped down the sides of a wall from Building 6.
There were fires of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit below the ground.
And all of a sudden, he comes out of this little tunnel screaming, "Wait till you see what I found." And he pulls in ministers and officials, and there, this cross is fully extended, melted together with the intense heat. The two beams were never initially part of the same structure. Heat literally melted them together. And the piece of metal that's draped over was molten metal that had literally fallen over one of the arms.
Steel-toed boots is one of the biggest things.
Steel-toed boots?
Steel-toed boots. Out still on the rubble, it's still, I believe, 1,100 degrees. The guy's boots just melt within a few hours.
It was literally steaming. Your boots would melt in certain areas. That's how hot it was. The steel was coming out red in certain areas from the first couple of weeks at least.
Go back to your basic premise that there was a pool of molten steel. I know of absolutely nobody, no eyewitness who said so, nobody who's produced it. I was on the site, I was on the steel yards, so I don't know that that's so.
There's video of it.
Melted around 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. I think it's probably pretty difficult to get that kind of temperatures in a fire. So I don't know the basis. I can't address your question if I don't know the basis.
Well, NASA pictures, thermal images showed those sorts of temperatures in the basement.
Could you send them to me?
Okay.
My name is Mark, and I'm the individual who was questioning Dr. Gross, and he asked me to email to him those thermal images. When I approached him after his talk to get his email address for that purpose, he refused to provide it to me. I think this is important because it reveals the attitude of the NIST investigators, which is one of willful ignorance of what really happened on 9/11.
Yes, I am the king. Numero uno, baby.
Find something?
Yeah, I wound up in some government think tank's upload directory. Here's your scenarios, ladies.
These look like counterterrorism scenarios, war games developed for the Defense Department.
What's scenario 12D?
Airline terrorism? That doesn't make sense. Your father was murdered over a war game?
Download it.
Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales. When?
Tonight?
How are you going to stop them? Why didn't you tell the world this? Go to the press.
You think I'd still be drawing breath 30 minutes after I made that call? The press? Who's going to run this story?
We would.
This? This is birdcage liner. Wild-eyed crap right up there with Elvis as an alien and two-headed babies.
You obviously read it.
Don't be so damn naive. You think this is going to save the world? I'm doing what I can, John. I don't have all the specifics on Scenario 12D, but I think I know the flight they've chosen. You stay out of it. I don't want Overlord gunning for you, too.
Atlantic National announces your final warning call for flight 5 All passengers for Atlanta National Flight.
See anyone you recognize?
No, but that doesn't mean they're not around.
Okay. Let's board. Check the cabin for free hydrocarbons. Try to pinpoint that bomb.
This is your plan? I still think we should call in a bomb threat. Let the FBI deal with this.
Said yourself we don't know the full extent of this conspiracy. We can't trust any government official. Our only hope is to get on that plane.
They're boarding. Then that's 2 problems solved.
Find anything?
The luggage hole's clear if this thing can be trusted. What'd you do, make it with your erector set?
You're absolutely sure that this is the targeted flight?
This flight was chosen primarily for its visibility. It's scheduled to pass over Manhattan on its way to Boston.
You said they intend to bring us down in the middle of New York City? What if there is no bomb?
Well, how are they going to bring it down?
The same way a dead man can drive a car.
What do you mean, no bomb?
Langley, I need you to hack into the aircraft's onboard navigation system. We need to know where we're headed.
Okay, go into headsets. I'll clone the airphone's carrier. Make them think we're sending a ground air fax.
That's one twisted star 69.
I'll just get ready to ride the wave, hippie boy.
Just get me on that plane and I'll get you autopilot access.
How are you going to do that?
Airline telemetry systems use processors similar to those found in CB radios.
I'm in. We got ourselves a convoy.
What's your progress?
I've hacked into the flight control system output.
With a little bit of help.
It's what the brains of the plane is telling the little black box.
Course, heading, attitude, hold, yaw, axis, stabilization. What the heck's that?
Is that what it looks like?
I think it is what it looks like.
What does what look like?
Modem protocols. Remote access. Somebody on the ground's flying your plane.
Bogey, sir.
Keep your course. We need to know our flight plan.
I'm mapping the data now.
Byers, your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. I'm going to crash the plane into the World Trade Center.
I'll tell the flight crew.
Langley, can you override the flight control system?
I'm working on it.
What is this? My name is Bert Byers. I work for the government. I believe this plane has been commandeered.
Sir, passengers are not allowed in the cockpit. I need you to return to your seat now.
You don't have control of this plane, and I don't know if we can get it back. Turn off your autopilot. There may be a chance that we can override it.
Sir, I'll be happy to contact your superiors in the government to confirm. Sir, damn it!
He's right.
Damn it!
frozen again. They've encrypted the manual override commands.
Well, decrypt them.
I don't have enough power. My CPUs are pegged.
Langley, what's happening?
I'll try decrypting in background mode.
How long will that take?
In my counts per sec, I estimate 7 to 10 days.
Oh. Needless to say,
our asses are fried. Where you going?
To unfry us.
All right, try cutting electrical power. They've thought of that. They've thought of everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing some technical difficulties up here. At this time, we'd like you all to return to your seats.
Kiss your asses goodbye.
Langley, we're getting close.
I know. Damn it!
New York Center, this is Atlantic National Flight 265 Heavy. We are declaring an emergency. We have 110 souls on board, 16,000 pounds of fuel, and no dangerous goods or cargo to report.
Come on, Hickey. The fronts have failed, haven't they? There's still hope. Hope my next turnout's as nice as my last one.
NGO.
You've got manual override.
If we can't get to the FBI, we'll go public. With your testimony, we can break this conspiracy wide open, bring Overlord down. The whole operation. Dad, what is it?
God, I see myself in you. The same youthful enthusiasm, idealism. I was so angry at you for so long because I didn't want you to waste your life tilting at windmills. But I see now that you've got something I never had. You're a brave man, John.
You're not going to testify. You're going to let them cover this up.
They almost killed me twice. They won't fail a third time. My silence will keep me alive. And you. I know you and your friends are fighting for the American dream. Just don't expect to win.
We want to turn now to a guest who is joining us in the studio. It's Paul Bremer. Want to make sure I'm getting your name right because I'm just meeting you just at this moment. You're a terrorism expert,
Counterterrorism, I hope.
and can talk to us a little bit about who could. I mean, there are a limited number of groups who could be responsible for something of this magnitude.
Yes, this is a very well planned, very well coordinated attack, which suggests it's very well organized centrally. And there are only 3 or 4 candidates in the world, really, who could have conducted this attack.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Bremer.
Indeed, he certainly does. Bin Laden was involved in the first attack on the World Trade Center, which had as its intention doing exactly what happened here, which was to collapse both towers. He certainly has to be a prime suspect, but there are others in the Middle East, and there are at least 2 states, Iran and Iraq, which should at least remain on the list of potential suspects.
What kind of coordination would, I mean, how could something like this be put together?
Well, you'd have to have, first of all, you've got to find some people who are willing to die, which is not that easy. And then, of course, they have to find ways around what we thought was pretty good security at our airports. We haven't had a hijacking in a long time, let alone 4. So there had to have been some very good coordination there. There has to have been coordination in the whole planning of the attack. The people, if they were not Americans, had to get visas to get into the United States. They needed false identities probably to buy airplane tickets. They needed cars to get to the airport. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that had to happen here.
Go ahead.
Well, with as many resources as our government and our allies, governments around the world devote to studying terrorism and knowing what's going on and what they're planning, you have to wonder how something of this magnitude, how this could take place without any warning or any hint that it was coming.
First of all, the intelligence against terrorists is the hardest intelligence there is to gather. Basically, you have to have a spy in the terrorist group who's willing to talk to you for whatever reason. It's the hardest intelligence there is. The National Commission on Terrorism, which I chaired last year, made as our key recommendation a much more vigorous effort to try to get terrorist spies as informing on their colleagues to us. Every time there's a major terrorist attack, it is automatically, of course, an intelligence failure. That's by definition. But I'm sympathetic to the problem about how you get good intelligence on these people. It's not easy. There is an intelligence failure here. There's a massive security failure where we have 4 airplanes being hijacked in the same morning, 2 from Dulles Airport, it appears. So there's a lot of lessons that are going to have to be learned. But first, we've got to find out who did it.
Mr. Bremer, I want to speak to that for a second. When the Oklahoma City incident occurred, the immediate response from a lot of people was that it came from some Arab terrorist group. Is there any reason why we ought to be cautious about that kind of an assumption on this particular incident, on these incidents?
Well, of course. What you have to work with at this stage, since we don't have any hard intelligence apparently, and we don't have any forensic evidence, is motivations and capabilities. And so when I list 4 potential groups, I'm working mostly from motivations and proven capabilities in the past. Doesn't mean that you can exclude that some other kind of group could have come out of nowhere and done this, but at least as a working hypothesis in the first chaotic hours here after this attack, you have to start somewhere, and you have to start with what you know about the past and which groups have motives.
One of the things that the president said today from Florida early on was that the United States will respond to this, and he left it at that. Is it to be assumed that the first thing that we have to figure out is to identify precisely who it is we're going to respond against?
Of course. Basically, we have sort of a 4-stage operation here. First, we've got to hope and help that we can save as many people as possible, stabilize the situation in the Pentagon and in New York. Secondly, we need to get to work on trying to identify the perpetrators. And then thirdly, we come to the question about retaliation. And fourthly, which goes along all along at the same time, is what are the lessons we learned? What did we learn about the intelligence failure? What did we learn about the security failure? And how do we move forward in the future on those areas?
I don't recall anything like this. Pearl Harbor happened a month before I was born, and I hear my parents talk about that as a seminal event in their lives all the time. I am not aware of anything like this in the United States before. Americans are now, I think it's fair to say, really scared. Should we be?
This is a day that will change our lives, isn't it?
It is a day that will change our lives. It's a day when the war that the terrorists declared on the United States, and after all, they did declare war on us, has been brought home to the United States in a much more dramatic way than we've seen before. So it will change our lives. I do think it's important, and I'm sure the president and his colleagues, when they start talking about this, it's important to hit some balance. The American way of life is not threatened by these people unless we threaten it ourselves. If we start throwing away the democratic freedoms and the civil liberties that are at the heart of our society, that's what they're after, and that's what we can't allow to have happen. And we've got to go about our business. People have got to move around. I was diverted on a plane this morning. I was trying to get to New York and wound up in Baltimore, and I in a way was sort of at least relieved to see business as usual going on among people. We have to go on with our lives. It's not to say we don't take it seriously. We take it very seriously, but it's not something where we can all jump in a foxhole somewhere and hope the world doesn't come and bother us. We have to find a balanced response, one that makes it absolutely clear, as the president said this morning, that we're not going to tolerate this act of war. This will have consequences for the people who did it. I hope, very severe consequences. I hope the most severe military response we can come up with. But we also have to remember that we've got a way of life to protect, and that this doesn't threaten. This is not an existential threat to the United States.
All right. Paul Bremer, thank you.
We appreciate it, Mr. Bremer. Thank you very much.
We should make it clear that there has been no claim of responsibility at this point for any of these events.
Not yet. Susan Kidd upstairs in our newsroom with.
How did those towers come down? Well, before we were told what to think by the experts, let's listen to what some eyewitnesses said.
Actually, devices that were planted in the building. There was another explosion that took. Huge explosion that we all heard. An explosion, and another explosion.
All that evidence of explosions was quickly ignored or dismissed. The next morning, the experts had already figured out how those towers fell. In just under an hour, a raging fire from burning aviation gasoline softened or perhaps melted the steel. And we were told that melted steel story for months. The intense fire caused the tower to collapse. It melted the structural steel. What the firemen might not have realized is the gushing jet fuel was melting the steel. Steel melts, and 24,000 gallons of aviation fluid melted the steel.
As the steel began to soften and melt, the interior core columns began to give.
Indeed, there was plenty of evidence of melted steel, including this, and this, molten spheres of iron, steel like Swiss cheese, and of course, this. But over time, this melted steel story changed. Even today, the media report and many scientists believe that the steel melted. This is not true. And NIST said that the molten steel was irrelevant to the investigation of the collapse, since it does not provide conclusive information on the condition of the steel when the towers were standing. John Gross of NIST, who was at the yard observing plenty of evidence, denied its very existence.
First of all, let's go back to your basic premise that there was a pool of molten steel. I know of absolutely nobody, no eyewitness who said so.
Except these firemen.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails.
And this eyewitness.
The fires got very intense down there and actually melted beams where it was molten steel that was being dug out.
And this architect.
This fused element of steel, molten steel and concrete and all of these things all fused by the heat into one single element.
Molten iron and explosions is easily explained by incendiaries and explosives, but not by fires. So that evidence had to be ignored and denied. If their melted steel story wouldn't work, then how did they explain how those towers came down? Professor Bazant and others published several scientific papers with rigorous equations proving how the upper top block of floors crushed the lower, larger section down to the ground, and then the upper block crushed itself back up. It neglected to explain how the upper block fell through the inner core columns or why those core columns fell last. In addition, the theory ignores Newton's third law, but other experts disagreed, and instead we were told that it was a pancake collapse, which contradicted the Bazant pile driver theory.
Then you had this sequential failure that took place where it all pancaked one after the other.
The result is what's called a progressive collapse, as each floor pancakes down onto the one below.
But the pancake collapse also couldn't explain how the core columns fell. And despite all the animations, entire floors collapsing are not what we observed. But NIST said, NIST findings do not support the pancake theory of collapse, which is premised on a progressive failure on the floor systems in the WTC towers. NIST also said their study does not actually include the structural behavior of the tower after conditions for collapse initiation were reached. We were unable to provide a full explanation of the total collapse. So here we are many years later with no official theory given for the total collapse of the Twin Towers. Since they can't explain the entire collapse, can they at least tell us how the collapse started? After detailed study, the experts said that the floor truss connection to the columns failed first. Many structural engineers believe that the weak points were the angle clips that held the floor joists between the columns on the perimeter wall and the core structure.
At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Professor Eduardo Causel has been carrying out research into the disaster. This computer simulation done at MIT shows how heating the trusses would cause them to fail.
What the simulation shows is that the most likely the weak point of the floor were the connections to the supports.
FEMA and the American Society of Civil Engineers agreed, and PBS concurred.
When the steel became weak, the trusses would have collapsed.
All the experts agreed the truss connections failed first, except the NIST experts, who later concluded that the truss connections held firm and did not break away from the columns. Then the experts said that the perimeter columns definitely bowed outward.
And without the trusses to keep them rigidly in place, the columns would have bent outward.
And the FEMA study showed animations of this outward bowing in their study. There was no doubt that the columns bowed outward. That is, until the NIST experts said that the columns definitely bowed in. And then, just before the tower's fall, the experts told us that the columns broke outward. However, the NIST experts concluded that the columns broke inward. While the experts disagreed about how the tower started to fall, they assured us once the structure was weakened, total collapse would be inevitable. The NIST report does not actually involve the structural behavior of the tower after conditions for collapse initiation were reached and collapse became inevitable. But is collapse inevitable? It's not on this structure, and this structure, or this structure. Jonathan Barnett was surprised to find unique steel that had intergranular melting.
It was a surprise to me because it was so eroded and deformed.
The New York Times said it was perhaps the deepest mystery uncovered in the investigation. But later we were told that it really wasn't a mystery at all.
I don't find it very mysterious at all. That if I have steel in this sort of a high temperature atmosphere that's rich in oxygen and sulfur, this would be the kind of result I would expect.
But the question was not what would happen to steel if it was attacked by sulfur in a high temperature atmosphere. We know that. No clear explanation for the source of the sulfur has been identified. So the real question is, where did the sulfur come from? The government never answered that question, but others did. Dr. Greening said, "It is concluded that sulfur emission was relatively small compared to those involving diesel fuel and CaSO4 in gypsum wallboard." The BBC media experts agreed.
The sulfur came from masses of gypsum wallboard that was pulverized and burnt in the fires.
Except that no experiment with diesel fuel and wallboard can replicate this intergranular melting. And after this experiment was posted, Dr. Greening admitted, "I'm prepared to admit that my initial proposal of how the steel was sulfided during the 9/11 events needs to be modified. Certainly it looks like diesel fuel, gypsum, concrete, and aluminum alone are not going to do it." Yet even after this experiment and admission by Dr. Greening, the debunking experts still claim that this occurred because the sulfur released from burned drywall corroded in the steel as it stewed in the pile for weeks. What about Building 7 that looked exactly like a controlled demolition? NIST struggled with this for years, saying, "But truthfully, I really don't know. We've had trouble getting a handle on Building number 7. Eventually, we were told that it was the world's first office fire that
caused an extraordinary event.
Earlier, we were told by the experts at Popular Mechanics that the diesel tanks were the problem. Our current working hypothesis is that this pressurized line was supplying fuel to the fire for a long period of time. The History Channel agreed.
The fires were fed by a line supplying diesel fuel to the floor where the fire was most intense.
Even though NIST said
the collapse was also not due to the fuel oil fires, diesel fuel oil, substantial amounts of diesel fuel that were in the building.
NIST said that normal office fires caused a beam to expand, pushing it off its support.
In World Trade Center 7, near a specific column involved in the collapse, column 79.
Controlled demolition was dismissed.
We did not find any evidence that explosives were used in the collapse of Building 7.
Since they didn't hear the sound from 9 pounds of conventional RDX to blast out column 79.
This size blast would have produced an incredibly loud sound that was not recorded on videos of the collapse nor reported by witnesses.
Even though he heard explosions while inside,
Big explosion.
And they heard it. But because NIST never heard anything, they didn't bother to look for explosive residue as recommended, or consider that instead of conventional RDX that makes lots of noise, maybe some high-tech quieter explosives could have been used, like patented thermitic devices that can be employed to demolish a concrete structure at high efficiency while preventing a secondary problem due to noise, flying dust, and chips and the like, or can focus energy by means of a torch-like ejection of hot reaction products and is extremely ignitable, or could be useful for cutting materials including metals, masonry, reinforced concrete, rock, and the like, or consider the wonders of modern explosives as described in the Nanoscale Chemistry Yields Better Explosives article by Lawrence Livermore Labs, or the fact that active nanothermite was found in the dust and carbon nanotubes, a byproduct of nanothermite, has been found in the first responders' lungs. Or maybe they should have explained what we see happening in this window, which looks more like this than an ordinary fire. At first they told us that Building 7 fell approximately 40% longer than the computed freefall time and was consistent with physical principles. And you had a sequence of structural failure that had to take place. Everything was not instantaneous. But when challenged, NIST finally admitted a freefall descent over approximately 8 stories at gravitational acceleration. Since freefall is impossible with a sequence of failures, NIST quietly removed all references to their model being consistent with physical principles in their final report, meaning the official explanation relies on miracles. So although NIST had trouble getting a handle on building number 7, after many years and a few miracles, they said the obvious stares you in the face. As more independent scientists pointed out that iron microspheres in molten steel could easily be explained by thermitic material, the National Geographic experts tried to explain that thermitic material could not have been used because it won't even cut or melt a steel column.
Despite 175 pounds of thermite packed around the steel column, it remained undamaged.
Except experiment with basic thermate in crude holders proved it could. Like National Geographic, the BBC got a real expert, once again to prove to its viewers that thermite cannot melt steel beams.
So I found them a real buffin, a thermite expert from the University of California.
Just be prepared to put a safe distance between you and the reaction.
Woo! Oh my God!
Unfortunately for them, it's clear that 3 kilos of thermite has barely affected the steel beam at all.
Unfortunately for the BBC, it's clear less than 2 kilos appear to have damaged this beam. And even though the debunking experts said thermite is simply not practical for carrying out a controlled demolition, and there is no documentation of it ever having been used for this purpose. But in 1935, it was used to take down a 3 million pound tower taller than World Trade Center 7, with 1,500 pounds of thermite on the outside of the steel columns. Why couldn't thermite also work if it was placed on the inside of steel box columns? In 2011, an entire new theory was developed to help explain all the eyewitness evidence of explosions that NIST never heard. I believe it's overwhelmingly probable that the theories regarding the cause of the collapse at WTC-1 and WTC-2 are wrong. The disintegrated aircraft probably came to a stop near the center of the buildings, even though the jets were totally shredded in order to knock all the insulation off, according to the NIST fire theory. And we know parts blasted through the tower and fell on the streets below. This new theory says that the aircraft hulls, rather than the buildings, absorb most of the heat from the burning aviation fuel, even though NIST and most others said the aviation fuel burned off in the first few minutes. And the core of his theory is that the molten aluminum then found its way downwards within the buildings through staircases and gaps in the floor. Fortunately, the firemen that rushed up while thousands ran down those staircases somehow managed to avoid the molten aluminum. And after an hour or so, the flowing aluminum underwent a chemical reaction with water from the sprinklers in the floor below. I regard it as extremely likely that it was these explosions that made the skyscrapers collapse. Except the NIST experts said There was no evidence of any blast or explosions in the region below the impact and fire floors. But other establishment experts appear to be having some difficulty with this latest theory. In Professor Blazant's opinion, all factors relating to the collapse have been accounted for, and he thinks the official explanation suffices. Besides, he said, I've explained it in 6 papers in leading journals. And Thomas Eager of MIT said, I do not see any merit to this new, more complex explanation. He pointed out that Occam's razor said that the simplest explanation is usually the best. So using Occam's razor, maybe the simplest explanation for all those sounds of explosions are explosives. Can an expert propose 2 completely contradictory theories to explain what happened to those towers? Let's find out. Jonathan Kay wrote a book called Among the Truthers and was interviewed on National Public Radio.
And for those who don't trust NIST and don't trust the 9/11 Commission, there's a report. It's called What Did and Did Not Cause Collapse of WTC Twin Towers in New York. These are the reports they need to read.
Perhaps just give me a couple of sentences highlighted from that report that you are referring to. What is the explanation for the collapse in that fashion?
Sure. Well, the collapse of WTC 1 and 2 was a floor-by-floor collapse, which initiated global collapse. And this is not especially complicated principle, but as I said, the details of the reports that I cited.
I think it was called like a pancake effect or something.
Well, the pancake effect refers to the floor-by-floor effect. So one floor will collapse, and the impact of the other floor will cause a chain reaction.
So Kay proposes 2 opposing theories that are both wrong.
In 3 years of interviewing and debating conspiracy theorists, I don't think I have ever won an argument.
I think we understand why. So let's review what the experts told us. There were explosions. There were no explosions. The fires melted the steel. The fires didn't melt the steel. The truss connection broke. The truss connection didn't break. The columns bowed out. The columns bowed in. Building 7 didn't free fall. Building 7 free fell. The sulfur came from the gypsum. Sulfur didn't come from the gypsum. Collapse was inevitable, although it's not inevitable. The experts can't melt steel with thermite, but a novice can. In all the theories we've been told by the media and institutional experts, their melted steel theory is wrong because those fires are too cold to melt that steel. Their crush down, crush up pile driver theory is wrong because it defies Newton's third law and doesn't match observation. The pancake theory is wrong because it defies momentum laws and cannot explain the fall of the core and does not match observation. And their aluminum sprinkler theory is wrong because there is no evidence to support it. And after years of study and millions of dollars, our government doesn't have any theory at all for the collapse, simply saying it was inevitable. And none of their theories can be demonstrated experimentally or explain the molten steel, the iron microspheres, the eutectic formations, free fall, uniform acceleration with no jolts, nanothermite, and much more. So what theory do you believe? Most people would rather believe the corporate media and mainstream experts, even if their theories are wrong and don't make sense. But if you have the courage to look at all the evidence and to independently think using basic laws of physics, you will clearly see the elephant the experts are desperately trying to hide. They want us to never forget 9/11, but also want us to never remember the uncomfortable evidence. Because the experts told us,
the investigation team has studied every possible scenario,
except the controlled demolition scenario that best addresses all the evidence, and was clear that very first day before the experts had the chance to hide that elephant.
This was clearly the way the structure is collapsing. This was the result of something that was planned. It's not accidental that the first tower just happened to collapse and then the second tower just happened to collapse in exactly the same way. How they accomplished this, we don't know.
So how did those towers come down? They were intentionally blown up. The obvious stares you in the face. There are many unanswered questions about the destruction of the 3 skyscrapers on 9/11. One has to do with the intense heat, and another, the uniform downward acceleration. There's plenty of evidence of temperatures high enough to melt steel, including molten spheres of iron, melted steel full of holes in the FEMA report, melted beams seen by NIST, melted handguns in the museum, fused elements of steel and concrete, and many eyewitness accounts.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails.
So the question is, what heat melted that steel? Office fires and jet fuel can't melt steel beams. But rather than addressing the evidence, most ignore or dismiss it.
Jet fuel melting steel beams, they don't have to melt them, guys. They don't have to melt anything. They don't have to liquefy steel, but you can bend steel with your bare hands if it gets over like 1800 degrees. That's not very hot in the realm of, fire, especially when fueled by kerosene from jet fuel. I mean, it can compromise the integrity of any structure. Trust me.
He's wrong. The steel did melt. So the question remains, where did the heat come from? And any steel compromise would be up where the fires were, sagging down, but not suddenly exploding outward in a shower of dust. Others have posted experiments proving the obvious, that if you heat steel red hot, it gets very weak.
So I am taking time out of my busy day to try to put to rest one of the more moronic things I have seen on the internet lately, and that's saying something. Through my Facebook feed, I saw yet again that old tired argument and that question. Jet fuel only burns at 1500 degrees, and since steel melts at 2700 degrees, 9/11 was a conspiracy. I am so sick and tired of this argument. I put this in the envelope. Now watch this. I'm going to take my pinky finger, half-inch solid steel. Check it out. It's a freaking noodle. Your argument is invalid. Get over it. Find a job.
Most people, and certainly thousands of architects and engineers, already knew this. So what can we learn from his experiment if we apply it to the towers on 9/11? Well, if all the steel in the tower lobby was red hot, and there was a horizontal force like a strong wind, the towers should have tipped over. But where was the heat? It was way up on the upper floors. The lower floors remained stone cold and very strong as the people evacuated. And how did the towers fall? The upper floors accelerated down into the larger, cold, and stronger structure below. And the only force, we are told, that caused this remarkable motion was downward from gravity alone. But what happened when the blacksmith applied a downward force?
It's very hot, but not melted. Obviously, it is not melted.
The steel rod didn't accelerate down like the top of the towers. And he's right. Obviously, it's not melted. But that's what the saying, jet fuel can't melt steel beams, is all about. Those fires couldn't have melted that steel. I'm not a blacksmith, but I can heat steel just as hot. Let's conduct a more realistic experiment by heating a rod about where the heat really was in the towers, and see if the top accelerates down by gravity alone. Obviously, the top doesn't accelerate down by gravity alone, even if I hammer it down. People don't understand the jet fuel meme and think suddenly they alone have solved the problem of the tower's fall.
But if you hold this up as a reason for conspiracy, you are an idiot.
I might be, but these guys who were there are not. Research and understand the issues, and then try to find any realistic experiment using steel and concrete that demonstrates the destruction of those towers by fire and gravity alone. But you won't, because it's impossible, which is why nobody, no university, no engineers, NIST, FEMA, no one, has been able to provide any real experiment that demonstrates the motions observed, and why none of the official investigations were ever able to address these simple, unanswered questions. And while he may not care,
if it was conspiracy, I do not care.
Some of us do care about all those that were murdered when the towers were intentionally blown up. The Twin Towers had a perimeter of steel panels hoisted up and bolted into place. Each panel had 3 box columns about 14 inches square, cross-connected by spandrel plates. After the plane hit, the fires were burning out and cooling down.
The flames on the south tower, which appear to be getting lesser and lesser, is where the smoke is getting progressively lighter and lighter, indicating that the fire officials are getting closer to putting this fire out.
But then, about 7 minutes before its final destruction, almost an hour after the plane hit, molten metal was seen coming out of the northeast corner near the 80th floor. The red-yellow metal poured from the tower along with a shower of sparks, and looked like steel in a foundry. And there were many eyewitnesses that described molten steel.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails.
Later, we learned of very small spheres of iron found all through the dust. That iron must have been molten, allowing surface tension to pull it into those spheres. NASA took photos indicating very high temperatures days after the event, and Firewise professors were perplexed by melting of steel beams. And so we have direct video evidence, eyewitness accounts, forensic evidence, photographic evidence, intangible evidence, all corroborating temperatures high enough to melt steel. The media told us the intense fire, more than the impact, caused the towers to collapse. It melted the structural steel. But there's a problem. Office and open-air jet fuel fires cannot melt steel. The National Institute of Standards and Technology said that the maximum air temperatures was about 1,800 degrees or 1,000 degrees colder than what's needed to melt steel. So what can melt steel and explain all the evidence? Independent scientists began to piece that evidence together, and they suggested some type of thermitic material must have been used as part of the tower's demolition. Thermite is a mix of iron oxide and aluminum, and thermate is a mix of thermite, barium nitrate, and sulfur. But NIST ignored much of the evidence of molten iron or steel. They provided their own theory for that yellow metal pouring from the tower. NIST understood that molten aluminum is silver, not red-yellow. So NIST developed a theory to explain the color issue, stating, the molten metal was very likely mixed with large amount of hot, partially burned solid organic materials, such as furniture, carpet, partitions, and computers, which can display an orange glow much like the logs burning in a fireplace. But there's a problem. Office materials like furniture, carpet, partitions, and computers are less dense and won't mix. They'll float on molten aluminum, like this coin on liquid mercury, and then burn off at those temperatures. And steel at those temperatures won't melt and would sink, and therefore won't mix with the molten aluminum. NIST never conducted any experiments to confirm their theory, but others did. Dr. Stephen Jones proved the NIST molten aluminum and furniture mix theory wrong. Then, an independent peer-reviewed report was published which found explosive red-gray chips all through the dust and positively identified as nanothermite or superthermite. Unlike conventional thermite, this stuff is a very high-tech explosive and confirmed what the independent scientists had been saying all along. But NIST refused to test for explosives or its residue and ignored standards such as NFPA 921 guidelines. The corporate media attacked all the evidence of thermitic material found. Let's watch.
If thermite melts through this steel column, the theory of a thermite-controlled demolition may have some validity. While the truthers insist that more explosive super thermite could have been used in the tower demolitions, testing conventional thermite can illuminate this physical process and answer a simple question. Can thermite of any type burn through steel beams? Despite 175 pounds of thermite packed around the steel column, it remained undamaged.
Mythbusters says, the events of 9/11 will not be allowed to be debated and discussed. and they barely managed to melt through the roof of a car with a half a ton of thermite. And the debunking websites say the thermite would have also needed to cut sideways. Not an easy feat for thermite. You see, it's a powder which burns chaotically. Maybe with some device, but no working device has been proven to me to work to cut a vertical column. So we are led to believe that thermitic material cannot melt steel, cut steel horizontally or vertically, and would take massive amounts to do any real damage. So who's right in this great thermite debate? NIST and the media, or the independent researchers and scientists who stand nothing to gain? It's time we conduct our own experiments to answer these questions. Can thermitic material melt steel? Can it cut horizontally or vertically? And does it take massive quantities to do any real damage? Many wide-flanged beams were also used in the construction of the towers, connected in a variety of ways. Could thermite cut or weaken such a connection? Using the same beam from my eutectic steel video and another 12-inch beam, I proceeded to make a double-angle welded connection, which I set up on some 8-inch concrete slabs. I could not obtain nanothermite, so I made small quantities of old-fashioned thermate, which is not considered an explosive, with ingredients that are legal and readily available. Thermate is difficult to ignite, and ordinary fuse is not hot enough. But a magnesium strip, which burns white hot, will ignite the thermate giving off heat and white smoke. NIST mentions bright white flames. Almost immediately, a bright spot appeared at the top of the window on the 80th floor. An unusual flame is visible within this fire. The upper photograph of a very bright white flame stands out. And let's listen to an eyewitness who was there.
I was on the 81st floor. Tell me what you saw and heard. It just, I had 40 people in there, just an explosion. There's a light flash out my window, my whole doorway to the entrance of my office blew open.
Could these white flashes be some sort of igniter for the thermitic material? In addition to giving off heat and white smoke, thermite produces lots of small spheres of iron. These iron spheres are a natural byproduct of thermate and not from any steel. Just like those iron spheres found all through the dust. I'm an engineer who designs and builds things, and I'm certainly no explosive expert. My first problem was to find a container that could hold the thermate long enough to melt the steel while not melting itself. I didn't think that steel would work as a container, so I had to improvise using some normal roof tile that I cut in half. I then had to devise a way to hold it against the connection. I used strong magnets and a spring tooth from a hay rake to press 5 pounds of thermite on each side of the double angle connection. I lit the thermate. And it did absolutely nothing to the steel connection. Maybe thermate cannot melt steel, and maybe National Geographic was right. But the steel did not melt, meaning that perhaps a container could be made out of steel after all. Using an ordinary steel box tube, I had a slot milled along one edge. Welding the bottom and using clamps on the top to hold the powdered thermate in, I bolted it to a steel beam vertically. I called this device my thermitic box cutter. With only 1.5 pounds of thermate, or less than 1/100th of what the National Geographic experts used for their experiment. Not only was I able to melt steel, but it also sliced a vertical cut. So I made a slightly larger thermitic box cutter and used 2 3/8 bolts drilled and tapped on one side of the connection. It only took a slight twist to break it completely off. I noticed as the thermate burned, it tended to lose its cutting power, perhaps because it could expand into the area where the box cutter previously burned. So I built a piston-driven box cutter using a compressed car hatch piston. I added sheets of tungsten to minimize the burnout and allow the piston to slide better. I then bolted my contraption to the flange of the column and ignited the white-hot magnesium. It appears that not only can thermate melt steel, but it can also cut vertical columns. So why bother to use incendiaries like thermite and not high explosives? I think it's all about keeping things quiet before the main event. Using thermite may take longer to weaken such large columns in the towers, which may be why we see the molten steel several minutes before its final destruction. Here is less than 1 3/4 pounds of thermite, or 1/100th of what National Geographic used, quietly burning. And here is less than 4 pounds of thermite focused on the web of a wide flange. Which can also be set up on a vertical column. The web was reduced in thickness with gaping holes, thinned to almost razor sharpness, with a Swiss cheese appearance. NIST rarely mentioned explosions except to say that they didn't exist. Instead, they used the politically correct terms pressure pulses and dust puffs. Repeated pressure pulses. The sources for the pressure pulses and/or dust puffs are unknown. The series of pressure pulses. Perhaps we are seeing a pressure pulse in this video. Rather than using a mechanical piston to maintain volume, I segmented my box cutter with steel plates, hoping to get a more uniform burn, but got some unexpected results. Can thermite make pressure pulses and/or dust puffs? I guess it can. But why waste all that thermite and energy cutting the columns? Why not attack the weakest areas instead? Can thermite cut bolts? I guess it can. But what if just the head of the bolt is exposed rather than the nut and the threads? Can thermite be configured to cut just the bolt head? I guess it can. And without any evidence on the other side. I don't think that something like my piston-driven box cutter was bolted to the office walls, or trash bags full of thermite used. It's more likely that any pre-weakening thermitic material were hidden inside the perimeter box columns. I had a replica of a segment of the WTC box columns made up. And like the Trade Center iron workers, I bolted the segments together. And made 2 sets of my 2 bolt blasters, placing them in the access hole. Let's listen to another eyewitness.
Like, it sounded like gunfire, you know, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden, 3 big explosions.
Is it even possible that thermite could do this? I guess it is. I made a 4-sided box cutter split in 2 pieces so they could be inserted inside the column. I held it up on the burnt out bolt blasters and thought I could hold it down with magnets. Let's see what happens. I think my box cutter blew about 30 feet up, consuming valuable energy and trimming my tree in the process. Nevertheless, the inside of the column was cut about 3/4 of the way through. Were thermitic devices or maybe explosive nanothermite sprayed inside those box columns? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure why this handhole is so large. Or why the side of this box column looks like it's blown outward. Or why 3 columns have a more intense glow, followed by 6 columns that don't, followed by another 3 that do. But I have an idea. But I do know that it's impossible for jet fuel or an office fire to melt steel or iron, which means the official story is wrong. Yet despite all the overwhelming evidence of explosions in molten steel, some people will still believe that this is aluminum and believe Building 7 fell naturally from an office fire. But those people will believe anything. Meanwhile, the government lies while the media hides the truth about 9/11.
Can thermite of any type burn through steel beams?
I guess it can. Isn't it time we use physical science rather than political science to investigate 9/11? World Trade Center 7 was a 47-story steel skyscraper that housed numerous government agencies, including the Securities and Exchange Commission and the CIA. It had some office fires, particularly on the SEC floors,
where many key Enron and WorldCom files were lost. No other steel skyscraper has ever collapsed due to fire, yet remarkably, late on September 11th, it fell straight down at near free fall acceleration for almost 100 feet, even though no airplane ever hit it. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, was tasked with solving this most amazing collapse. One unique piece of steel was found by Professor Jonathan Barnett, a fire protection engineer. He found a 1-inch thick steel column from World Trade Center 7 reduced to a ½ inch thickness with gaping holes, curled like a paper scroll, thinned to almost razor sharpness with a Swiss cheese appearance. And Professors Biederman and Sisson of Worcester Polytech confirmed the presence of eutectic formations on the steel. The Swiss cheese appearance shocked all of the fire-wise professors, who expected to see distortion and bending, but not holes. And the New York Times called these findings perhaps the deepest mystery uncovered in the investigation. FEMA conducted a preliminary building performance study in 2002. In an Appendix C of their report, they mentioned the mysterious eutectic mixture that attacked this steel. The severe corrosion and subsequent erosion of the samples are a very unusual event. No clear explanation for the source of the sulfur has been identified. So what is a eutectic mixture? It's an alloy or mixture whose melting point is lower than that of any other alloy or mixture of the same ingredients. As the sulfur content of iron oxide increases, the melting point decreases. So the problem is, what is the source of the sulfur that causes steel to look like Swiss cheese? There are two primary theories. The mainstream explanation is that the source of the sulfur was from normal building materials found in the rubble. In 2006, Frank Greening prepared a report outlining potential sources of sulfur. Dr. Greening identified the following major potential sources of sulfur: gypsum wallboard, diesel fuel oil, and molten aluminum reactions with gypsum. Mainstream media, such as movies, have said the sulfur came from masses of gypsum wallboard that was pulverized and burned in the fires. But independent scientists have developed their own studies that suggest other sources for the sulfur in the eutectic mixture. Specifically, various incendiaries, including thermate, was a contributing cause of the intergranular melting. The main chemical reaction in thermate is the same as thermite, but it also contains sulfur. Sulfur generates a eutectic system when molten thermate interacts with iron or steel, lowering the melting point of iron. But scientists on both sides wanted NIST to address this critical evidence in their final World Trade Center 7 report. Professor Jones said NIST should do an easy experiment in the presence of gypsum and then test whether sulfur has entered the steel. And Dr. Greening wisely wrote at the end of his report, by way of verifying these conclusions, it is suggested that NIST fire tests should be repeated using more realistic environments that include shredded aluminum alloy 2024, crushed concrete and gypsum, water, rusted steel, aviation fuel, plastics, etc. And FEMA said a detailed study into the mechanism of this phenomenon is needed to determine what risk, if any, is presented to existing steel structures exposed to severe and long-burning fires. And Ryan Mackey wrote, at the time of writing, NIST has not yet issued its report on WTC 7. It may and should address this issue in the final report. And even NIST said that their report would address all major recommendations contained in the FEMA report. Unfortunately, NIST did not address this issue in their WTC 7 final report, nor conduct any experiments as suggested by Dr. Greening to verify the gypsum board hypothesis. So how can we tell who is not correct? We need to conduct an experiment, the arbitrator of opposing hypothesis. I used a W12 by 50 wide flange beam, which has thinner flanges than the original steel used in WTC 7. Using my oxyacetylene torch, I cut 2 holes in the flange so I could lift the completed assembly. I then placed gypsum board on the top and bottom flanges and subdivided the space in the web with multiple thicknesses of gypsum board. Gypsum board was crushed, and on one side dry chunks of gypsum was placed, while on the other side gypsum that was soaked in a bucket of rainwater was used. Some concrete was crushed. And on the other side of the wide flange, a mixture of gypsum board, crushed concrete, and aluminum scraps, some from an airplane, steel scraps, and plastic was mixed in. About a gallon of diesel fuel was also added to the mix. A drywall lid with holes covered the side. And the entire setup was wrapped with wire lath and fence to help keep all the material contained and close to the wide flange. Plenty of burned material was collected, and the piece moved in, set in place on some old bank and financial statements, ready for the next day's experiment. Around 8 the next morning, in memory of those Enron files, I lit the bank statements to start the experiment. A rather robust fire soon enveloped. As the fire grew, additional fuel had to be constantly added. More and more piles of brush was added to build a good base for the larger logs that would be added later in the day. All morning long and part of the afternoon, the fire was fed with more and more fuel, including brush, trimmings, and some furniture and door panels were also added. After all the piles of brush were finally consumed, entire loader buckets of larger logs were added. The inferno burned all throughout the day, reaching temperatures that could easily melt aluminum cans and aluminum gutters. The fire blazed throughout the night, bringing the temperatures high enough to make the wide flange beam glow red. The fire burned for over 24 hours, and the coals lasted for another full day. By midweek, the fire was cool enough to remove the test piece. The ashes were raked off, and the test piece lifted out for observation. The wire lath and fencing was clipped off, and the gypsum removed. For the most part, all the aluminum scrap was gone, with the exception of a few small blobs. The steel beam did not have any holes whatsoever. In fact, it was still quite solid and sound. The aluminum, concrete, drywall, diesel fuel, and building materials did not cause any intergranular melting. So, if the concrete, drywall, aluminum, and diesel fuel did not cause the intergranular melting and sulfidation, then some uncommon substance that is not normally found in buildings must have caused it. And that uncommon substance must have been inside the structure before their destruction. Most people cannot accept the implications of the science behind 9/11 and think I must be wrong. So if you think I'm wrong, prove me wrong by experiment. But remember, there may be a reason why diesel storage tanks don't look like Swiss cheese, and why drywall is placed directly on steel stud framing and structural steel for fire insulation, and a reason why those FireWise professors were so perplexed. And even though the FireWise professors, FEMA, Mr. Mackey, and Dr. Greening all suggested that NIST should test and investigate to find the source of the sulfur, there is a reason why NIST ignored all their advice and never conducted any experiments or found that source of sulfur to solve this deepest of mysteries. Perhaps NIST knew the most logical cause of the sulfidation of the steel is from some type of thermitic reaction because it matches all other evidence, such as the molten steel or iron flowing out the side of the tower well before its collapse, the iron spheroids found in the dust, which is a direct byproduct of a thermitic reaction, the NASA thermal images of the rubble piles indicating very high temperatures days after the event that can be caused by ongoing thermitic chemical reactions, and the high-tech explosive nanothermite found all through the dust. And of course the fact that the remarkable collapse supposedly from a new phenomenon called thermal expansion due to an office fire looks exactly like a controlled demolition. The murder of thousands on 9/11 wasn't considered a crime, and therefore never investigated as a crime, which may be why so much forensic evidence is ignored, such as the iron microspheres and the explosive nanothermite found in the dust, and that mysterious eutectic steel. Don't they deserve some justice?
The day after this happened, we were told that investigators have identified all the hijackers, even though 4 of the hijack suspects were alive. 15 were from here, 2 from here, 1 here, and 1 here. So we attacked here, looking for this guy, even though the FBI had no hard evidence connecting bin Laden to 9/11. We were told that the most important thing is for us to find Osama bin Laden, and to fight the Taliban, who were blocking construction of the Trans-Afghanistan pipeline planned years before 9/11 to move product from the Caspian Basin, an area declared by Congress to be a zone of vital American interest. And some could not think of a time when we have had a region emerge as suddenly to become strategically as significant as the Caspian. Meanwhile, Congress passed this act, which most never read, creating this agency that is not constrained by this document, doing this to Americans. But once our troops got here, our president said,
So I don't know where he is, nor do, I just don't spend that much time on him, Kelly, to be honest with you.
All this condemnation took place over a year before any official investigation began, contrary to what's done for even a petty crime. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the crime, the loss of evidence was borderline criminal, and the destruction and removal of the evidence must stop immediately, because we were literally treating the steel removed like garbage and not like critical fire scene evidence, resulting in an investigation that was a half-baked farce. By May of 2002, the cleanup officially ended, and FEMA issued a preliminary report concluding the sequence of events leading to the collapse of each tower could not be definitively determined. Months later, the National Institute of Standards and Technology began their study, but instead of a gumshoe inquiry that left no stone unturned, the investigations were treated more like a research project in which they waited for the information to flow in. Years later, NIST said that their analysis does not actually include the structural behavior of the towers after conditions for collapse initiation were reached, and they were unable to provide a full explanation of the total collapse. In other words, they stopped their study here and never addressed this or this. So in the final analysis, 9/11 was not considered a crime. Most physical evidence was disposed of before the investigation even began, and they did not evaluate key evidence. And no agency could explain how the Twin Towers actually collapsed. But what if 9/11 was actually investigated as a crime rather than an act of war? How would we go about solving it, and would we arrive at the same conclusions? Sherlock Holmes said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." So before one tries to answer why it was done, or how it was done, or who did it, one first needs to know what it is. We need to understand what happened and what did not happen. We need to eliminate the impossible. So let's take a look and see what makes the most sense. The official conspiracy theory with 19 hijackers, or something else using the laws of physics applied to the evidence. A few minutes before this happened, we noticed this. NIST speculated that it was some type of aluminum mix, but provided no experimental confirmation of their theory. But others proved NIST wrong. In addition, iron microspheres were found all through the dust, confirming temperatures high enough to melt steel. NIST never explained these, but iron microspheres are a natural byproduct of a thermitic reaction. The media experts showed us that thermitic material could not melt steel.
Despite 175 pounds of thermite packed around the steel column, it remained undamaged.
But we showed that it could. And that thermite creates iron microspheres just like those found all through the dust. Yet we're supposed to believe that office fires, which burn 1,000 degrees colder than what's needed to melt steel, somehow did this and made these. But thermite, which burns over 1,500 degrees hotter than needed to melt steel and creates these natural byproducts, for some reason cannot do this. Regardless of what they would like you to believe, the melting of steel or iron by those office or jet fuel fires is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. NIST never addressed the motion of this, but many other independent scientists, engineers, and physicists did. And while our media told us that this is what happened, they never explained what happened to the core. But in order to bend, crush, or move something below, any falling object must experience a jolt or momentary deceleration in order to apply a force that is larger than its own static weight. This jolt has been clearly measured with a natural gravitational collapse. As the falling floors contact the stationary structure below, the downward acceleration reverses momentarily, imposing a jolt or force larger than its static weight, destroying the structure below. But surprisingly, when the fall of the tower was measured, there was no jolt at all. In other words, the instant after the falling floors should have impacted the lower undamaged floors, the upper floors actually sped up. meaning that the force from the falling floors was less when accelerating down than when they were at rest. Some other force must have weakened the stronger lower structure first, allowing the roof to continually accelerate down. A downward accelerating object crushing a lower structure that once supported it statically, but experiencing no jolts acting by gravity alone, is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. Just after this happened, the wind blew the dust, exposing some inner core columns some call the spire. Office fires cannot cut steel, yet white smoke trailed from cut segments of falling steel, and the top of the spire was not bent from any impact above. The spire stood as a freestanding structure with columns swaying but resisting like a flagpole. And rather than tipping over like a tree, suddenly this structure dropped straight down, even though there was no load above. A freestanding structure collapsing straight down through its path of most resistance by gravity alone is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. A month after this, Professor Bazant and others published a paper that explained how the towers fell, even though NIST could not explain it after years of study. Their paper described how the upper smaller blocks of floor crushed down the larger undamaged structure below down to the ground, and then the upper block crushed itself up. Not only was no upper block observed impacting the lower sections, but why the spire was not crushed as the upper block fell remained unexplained. And Newton's third law tells us that interactions between colliding objects are always equal and opposite, meaning that any upper smaller block of floors would have also destroyed itself when impacting a larger structure below, well before it could have crushed all the way down to the ground. And no experiment has ever demonstrated this remarkable crush down, crush up concept endorsed by NIST. The theory of a smaller top block crushing down a stronger, larger, lower structure of similar material is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. Some unique steel that was razor sharp and looked like Swiss cheese was found at ground zero. Firewise professors found eutectic formations, a phenomenon never before observed in building fires.
It was a surprise to me because it was so eroded and deformed, and so we took it for analysis in the lab.
When we did the analysis, we actually identified it as a liquid containing iron, sulfur, and oxygen,
which is the same materials found in thermate and causes similar eutectic formations. And even though the New York Times described this as perhaps the deepest mystery uncovered in the investigation, NIST never solved where the sulfur came from. Yet the media experts claimed they were able to unravel the mystery.
The claims of the mysterious melted steel from Tower 7 has been unraveled.
And they also said they found the source of the sulfur.
The sulfur came from masses of gypsum wallboard that was pulverized and burnt in the fires.
Even though gypsum is routinely used as fireproofing around steel, NIST and the media experts never conducted any experiments to back up their claim. But when gypsum and building material was packed around a steel beam and burned at similar temperatures for long durations, nothing of the sort happened. Yet an experiment with thermate did make the steel razor sharp and look like Swiss cheese. Since eutectic formations have not been replicated experimentally, the official story is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. This building was never hit by an airplane, or even mentioned in the official investigation. It looked exactly like a controlled demolition. Yet NIST said it was a progressive collapse caused by normal office fires, but it fell for over 100 feet at total free fall, meaning the underlying supports had to have been removed first, allowing it to fall freely. Since a progressive collapse will not allow free fall, the official story is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. The USGS and independent physicists analyzed plenty of dust, collected by some from inside buildings near ground zero. In addition to small iron spheres, they found active nanothermite, a military explosive that can be sprayed or painted on, invented only a few years before and not commercially available. Being an engineered material with a special matrix, it cannot form naturally because that would defy the law of entropy. And it's not just primer paint, as it does not have the properties of paint, react like paint, or even look like paint. The formation of nanothermite naturally is impossible, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. NIST never looked at the actual collapse mechanism and just assumed that collapse was inevitable. But real-world experiences demonstrate that collapse is certainly not inevitable, and therefore the official story can be eliminated. Could 9/11 have been planned as a new Pearl Harbor, necessary to galvanize popular support for preemptive wars, using our military to secure trillions in oil and mineral wealth? Were explosives allowed in the towers by the security company that the president's brother was on the board of? Could cutter charges have been placed in the core when the elevator upgrades were made? Could nanothermite have been sprayed by unsuspecting workers when upgrades in the towers were made? Could computer-controlled explosives have brought down the towers at almost free fall in an attempt to hide the action behind a curtain of falling debris? Was this a shock and awe event intended to scare Americans into giving up their liberties, controlled dissent, while making billions for the security and military-industrial complex? Could it have been used to remove obsolete towers and avoid costly asbestos removal, allowing modern structures to be built in their place? Was it used to hide financial issues, destroy key SEC files, address the Iraq petrodollar problem, or murder those investigating over $2 trillion lost in the Pentagon? Are people talking, but we're not listening? Meanwhile, the authorities and media attack those searching for truth while ignoring the science and evidence, including hundreds of eyewitnesses.
Actually, devices that were planted in the building. There was another explosion that took. I'm in the building, start clearing out.
Explosion. Second explosion.
Had that big explosion, heavy-duty explosion. Some of the people out there said secondary explosions. And an explosion blew, and it knocked everybody over. Huge explosion that we all heard. Big explosion. An explosion. Explosion. And another explosion. Explosion. A lot. We heard a big explosion. Big explosion. Explosions. Of the explosion. Just explosion.
This was the result of something that was planned. It's not accidental that the first tower just happened to collapse and then the second tower just happened to collapse in exactly the same way. How they accomplished this, we don't know.
Were those in the towers exploded into thousands of pieces just collateral damage for a much larger operation? It's not impossible. But this, and this are impossible with the official story. Yet every single one are a direct result of incendiaries, explosives, and controlled demolition. People think that the investigation was all about truth and justice, but a lawyer for the 9/11 Commission explained what it's really all about.
When 3,000 people were murdered that day.
Because it's always about protection of the institution in the end.
Wow.
But a few of us still think that truth, freedom, and justice for those murdered is what it should be all about.
If you only watch the golf club, could you tell if she hit the ball? Can you tell if it's a hit or a strike? The action is too fast for us to see, even in slow motion. But if you tracked and carefully measured the speed, there would be an impact or jolt that would show a momentary deceleration the very instant the ball was hit. It doesn't matter if the motion is horizontal or falling like this hammer. Whatever hits a stationary solid object must experience some jolt the instant it hits. It also doesn't matter what angle it hits the object, or if the object is crushed into smaller pieces. The speed of the object doing the hitting must momentarily decelerate in accordance with the laws of momentum. Conservation of momentum is a fundamental law of physics. So what do the fundamental laws of physics have to do with the events of 9/11? Everything. Most people don't realize that the Twin Towers did not experience any jolts as they fell. Careful measurements, such as this one by David Chandler, clearly indicates that the velocity of the roof of the towers uniformly sped up. How can this be? How can the roof of the towers uniformly accelerate with no jolts if it hit or crushed the undamaged structure below? The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST or NIST, was tasked with investigating the event. They conducted some experiments, but NIST did not use them because the results did not support a fire-induced gravity collapse. Instead, they resorted to a computer model to prove their desired result, but will not release their model data for verification. They stopped their study the moment collapse began, simply stating global collapse ensued. In other words, they just assumed that collapse was inevitable. But in science, one needs to be very careful when making such bold assumptions. Instead, NIST refers to the work of Professor Bazant and others with their mathematical collapse analysis. To explain the energy needed, their hypothesis relies on the notion that the upper block of floors physically crushed the lower floors into dust. They claim the upper, smaller block of the towers crushed the larger, lower block down to the ground, and then the upper block finally crushed itself. In addition, they said that the crush down and crush up cannot occur simultaneously. They say we simply cannot see this falling block behind all the dust. But independent physicists and engineers have refuted the official hypothesis with their own research papers. They point out that there is no deceleration or jolt, and any structure that is dropped in a larger structure would destroy itself before it could destroy all the lower structure. Therefore, the towers could not have collapsed due to gravity alone. Newton's third law of motion says that for every action, there is an opposite but equal reaction. So any force imparted by a falling block striking a lower structure must also impart the same force on the upper block. What the independent scientists are really saying is that an additional force, such as explosive, must have removed the supporting structure, allowing the roof to constantly speed up so as not to experience any jolts, and providing the energy needed to destroy the structure below. Obviously, both hypotheses cannot be correct. So how can we tell who is not correct? By conducting some experiments, the arbitrator of opposing hypotheses. Richard Feynman was a brilliant physicist and a member on the panel that investigated the Challenger disaster.
A sworn skull and bones involved and stuff that I might have left out. I didn't talk about Police Chief Jesse Curry, who later came out questioning the lone gunman theory. Didn't talk about, he went after the JFK. He wrote the whole book on the JFK assassination too. Sorry. And but Pina resigned from the LAPD in '67 to work for the aid.
Put on the next bit for you guys. I wanted to have this part. Oh crap! Why does it do this? Oh, why does it do that? Yeah, this is a good one. We'll do it to there.
But someone would have talked, say the self-styled skeptics that believe the government's official conspiracy theory of 9/11. After all, every major conspiracy has its whistleblowers, doesn't it? But there's a problem with this logically fallacious non-argument. Someone did talk. In fact, numerous people have come out to blow the whistle on the events of September 11th, 2001, and the cover-up that surrounds those events. These are the stories of the 9/11 whistleblowers. You're tuned in to the Corbett Report. In 2001, Kevin Ryan was the site manager at Environmental Health Laboratories, EHL, in South Bend, Indiana. At the time, EHL was a subsidiary of Underwriters Laboratories, UL, a global safety consulting and certification corporation that tests a range of consumer and industrial products for compliance with government safety standards. Among many other things, UL provides fire resistance ratings for structural steel components to ensure compliance with New York City building codes. Just weeks after the events of September 11, 2001, UL's then CEO, Loring Knobloch, visited Ryan's EHL lab in South Bend. During his speech there, Knobloch assured the lab's workers that UL had certified the steel in the World Trade Center buildings, and that we should all be proud that the buildings had stood for so long under such intense conditions. Knowing UL's role in producing a fire resistance directory and providing ratings for steel components, Ryan thought little of the statement at the time. But Ryan's curiosity about UL's role in the certification of the World Trade Center steel was piqued when, in 2003, he began to question the lies that the Bush administration had used to justify the invasion of Iraq, and, eventually, to question the official story of September 11th itself. Recalling Knobloch's comments about UL's role in certifying the Trade Center steel shortly after 9/11, Ryan began to take a professional interest in the official investigation into the Twin Towers' destruction. An investigation in which UL itself was to play a part. As Ryan began to learn more about the issues involved with the destruction of the towers and the ongoing investigation into that destruction, his concerns only grew. Why had the actual steel evidence of the tower's destruction been illegally removed and disposed of before a proper investigation could take place? Why did not one or two, but 3 modern steel frame buildings completely collapse due to fire on 9/11, given that such an event had never taken place before? Why did the towers fail at all when John Skilling, the structural engineer responsible for designing the towers, claimed in 1993, just 5 years before his death, that his own analysis of jet plane crashes and ensuing fires in the towers had concluded that the building structure would still be there? And why had Knobloch himself bragged about UL's role in testing the Trade Center steel, a test that would have rated the floor components for 2 hours of fire resistance and the building columns for 3 hours, when the North Tower failed in 102 minutes, and the South Tower came down in just 56 minutes? These concerns prompted Ryan, in October 2003, to write directly to Loring Knobloch, outlining his thoughts and asking what Knobloch was doing to protect our reputation. But if Ryan was expecting Knobloch to put his mind at ease about these issues, he was sorely disappointed. Instead, Knobloch, who included Tom Chapin, then the head of UL's Fire Resistance Division, in the email chain, wrote a response that only raised more questions than it answered.
Knobloch copied Tom Chapin on his response to me because it was Tom's job as the leader of the Fire Resistance Division to really address these kinds of things. And interestingly, Tom Chapin had written an editorial letter to the editors of the New York Times in 2002, where he basically admitted again that UL's testing had been behind the fire resistance of the World Trade Center towers. And so I've written about that a little bit, but he was very clear that the World Trade Center stood for as long as it did because of UL's testing. And the problem, of course, with that is that the South Tower lasted for only 56 minutes after it was hit. And the testing that was required by New York City code was 3 hours of fire resistance for the columns and 2 hours for the floor assemblies. So 56 minutes and those ratings do not add up. That's just not something that should go unquestioned. So Loring Knobloch wrote back to me after my questions in it must have been October 2003 when I wrote to him. And he wrote back to me a month later. He said all these things about how your company had tested the steel components used to build the World Trade Center towers. What he meant is we had tested samples of those and provided ratings for fire resistance to the New York City code. Again, 3 hours for columns and 2 hours for floor assemblies. And that information established the confidence that the buildings would stand in those kinds of fire, those fire durations. And the test that was used was ASTM E119, which is a standard test, the standard test used for this purpose. And UL is the leader in doing that testing. So it wasn't a surprise. And not only that, but NIST, the NIST government agency NIST had made clear in some of their progress reports that UL had consulted with the construction companies for the World Trade Center towers, and throughout the building of the buildings that UL had provided that information. So it's really not a surprise at all. And Tom Chapin replied further to me that the NIST agency was doing an investigation and asked me basically to kind of have patience, and I did for maybe the next year.
In 2002, NIST began its 3-year, $16 million study of the Twin Towers' failure. Tom Chapin had assured Ryan that UL was cooperating with this investigation and that his concerns would be allayed once the final report was released. But by 2004, it was already clear that there were serious problems with that report and its preliminary findings, including findings from tests conducted by UL on mock-ups of the WTC floor assemblies that contradicted NIST's own conclusions about the building's destruction.
Well, it's very important to understand that with the official accounts for the World Trade Center, there were a number of explanations given in the early years. And for the towers, the one that was settled upon and that lasted for 3 years was the pancake theory. And the pancake theory was this concept where the floor assemblies had heated up and sagged, and the steel had softened or weakened, and then they started to collapse upon each other in a pancake fashion. And then the columns basically then just folded inward. So that was the official account. Really, it was given by the FEMA investigators, Corley and Thornton and others, who coincidentally had also given us the official count for the Oklahoma City bombing. But in this video from the television program Nova, it was captured for everyone's benefit in little videos, animations. And so the pancake theory was the official account. And UL tested the floor assemblies basically for the possibility of this in August 2004. So this was, again, 9 months or 10 months after I had asked my original questions. And they did so by using different assemblies with varying amounts of fireproofing. One of the assemblies had basically no fireproofing on it at all. And they ran it through this furnace in this ASTM E119 test and concluded in the end that there would be no collapse, that the floors would not collapse, even at temperatures and times greater than what we're seeing at the World Trade Center. And they made that clear, NIST made this clear, that the pancake theory was not supported. So that left us all at that time with no explanation in 2004, 3 years later, having invaded Iraq, having done so much to invest in the official account that the World Trade Center had been destroyed by these planes. And that was a difficult situation for NIST and for everyone.
Realizing that UL was not pressing NIST on the discrepancies in its findings, Kevin Ryan took matters into his own hands and, on November 11, 2004, wrote directly to Frank Gale, the director of NIST's Twin Towers investigation. That email began, "As I'm sure you know, the company I work for certified the steel components used in the construction of the WTC buildings. In requesting information from both our CEO and fire protection business manager last year, I learned that they did not agree on the essential aspects of the story, except for one thing, that the samples we certified met all requirements. They suggested we all be patient and understand that UL was working with your team and that tests would continue through this year. I'm aware of UL's attempts to help, including performing tests on models of the floor assemblies, but the results of these tests appear to indicate that the building should have easily withstood the thermal stress caused by pools of burning jet fuel." After pointing out the problems raised by NIST's own investigation, including the tests that disproved claims that the steel in the floor area simply melted, Ryan got to the heart of the matter. This story just does not add up. If steel from those buildings did soften or melt, I'm sure we can all agree that this was certainly not due to jet fuel fires of any kind, let alone the briefly burning fires in those towers. That fact should be of great concern to all Americans. Alternatively, the contention that this steel did fail at temperatures around 250 degrees Celsius suggests that the majority of deaths on 9/11 were due to a safety-related failure. That suggestion should be of great concern to my company. There is no question that the events of 9/11 are the emotional driving force behind the war on terror. And the issue of the WTC collapse is at the crux of the story of 9/11. My feeling is that your metallurgical tests are the crux of the crux of the crux. Either you can make sense of what really happened to those buildings and communicate this quickly, or we all face the same destruction and despair that come from global decisions based on disinformation and chatter. Predictably, if unfortunately, Gail never responded to the email. However, Ryan made the important decision to share the email and his concerns with the broader public.
Frank did not respond. No. Actually, that letter was sent to him and then also copied to a couple of people who were trying to find more information, trying to find the truth about what happened on 9/11. And those two included David Griffin, who had just recently written a book, and Catherine Austin Fitz, the director of 911truth.org. Dr. Griffin asked me almost immediately if he could share it publicly. And of course, with some hesitation, but knowing the importance and believing what I wrote, I told him it was okay. And overnight, there must have been tens of thousands of people reading this letter on the web, and people calling our offices in South Bend at UL constantly, and calling me at home constantly. So I think a lot of people were feeling the same. They were thinking the same thing, that clearly there was something wrong here, and the story was not explaining what we needed to know. So Dr. Gale did not respond. He's never responded. Maybe one day I will talk to him personally and find out what he thinks. But, these things are clear in terms of job. It's not really just a career decision, although it is. It's a career decision. It's more of that. More than that, it's a decision about, what kind of world we want to live in. And at a time where that kind of decision is really important, because, the book 1984 was supposed to be a fiction, and it's evolving into reality.
Ryan did not engage in these actions naively. He knew that allowing his concerns to go public would focus public attention on himself and on UL, and that such actions would have ramifications for his employment. But if he was bracing for those ramifications, he didn't have long to wait. His email to Frank Gale was sent on Thursday, November 11th, 2004. It was published on the web the following day. Immediately, Ryan's phone was ringing off the hook, and UL was being contacted for comment. That weekend, the company reached out to him to let him know the consequences of his actions.
The human resources folks called me that weekend and asked if I would contact the people on the web who had published it and asked that it be taken down. And I refused to do that and told them that I didn't think that was the right thing to do. And I think it was at that very point then they started making the plans to terminate me. So I had actually taken the next Monday off of work, and it was convenient, but it allowed me to kind of get my thoughts together. And then on Tuesday when I came in, which I believe was the 16th, the leaders from the Northbrook, Chicago office were there, and they had told me they would be. Please make sure you're there. They brought a letter on UL letterhead and made it clear that they felt that I had practiced poor judgment in writing this letter and sending it to their client NIST. It had harmed their relationship with NIST, and thereby I was terminated. So so that was a tough spot for my family and I. But my wife has been supportive. She kind of knows the idealistic nature of her husband, I think, and she knew why it was important. And we've done fine. We've gotten by and gotten other jobs, and that's, I believe, people should recognize that that it's not the end of the world to lose your job. Sometimes it's a new beginning that is useful.
Not for courting controversy, but merely for pointing out the glaring truth, Ryan was fired from his job. Like so many other whistleblowers in so many other stories, Ryan paid a price for doing what his conscience demanded. Also, like many other brave men and women who have been thrust into the position of blowing the whistle, Ryan has found a way to thrive despite the setbacks. Rather than keeping quiet and moving on with his life, Ryan has doubled down on his efforts, founding several action groups, editing the Journal of 9/11 Studies, writing articles and books on the subject of 9/11, volunteering on the board of directors of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, delivering lectures on the destruction of the World Trade Center, and continuing to raise public awareness of the problems with the official story of the founding event of the War on Terror. In the end, despite the high price he paid career-wise, Ryan feels that his decision to blow the whistle and call out the self-contradictions of the NIST investigation was worth it. After all, it is only when those who know the truth are unafraid to step up and speak it, regardless of the personal consequences, that we will ever hope to achieve true justice.
What I've been able to benefit from is understanding a lot more about society, history, politics, being better at communicating myself. And I've met a lot of great people. We've worked together to raise awareness and try to bring justice for 9/11. I've met and presented with 9/11 victims' family members. I've met 9/11 Commission leaders and other people who were very central to this story. I have so many great researchers, so many great people. So overall, it was definitely worth it for me. It's a personal decision, of course, and it has to be motivated by trying to do some good. If it's not motivated by trying to do some good, then you're doing the wrong thing.
Of the many scenes from September 11th, 2001 that have been etched into the public consciousness, few are as iconic as the images of the survivors and first responders escaping Ground Zero completely covered in dust from the destruction of the Twin Towers. And of the many, many lies told by government officials in the days following the attacks, few have been as blatant or as clearly documented as the lies about the safety of that dust propounded by the EPA and its administrator at the time, Christine Todd Whitman.
You know asbestos was in there, is in those buildings, lead is in those buildings. There are the VOCs. However, the concentrations are such that they don't pose a health hazard. Well, if there's any good news out of all this, it's that everything we've tested for, which includes asbestos, lead, and VOCs, have been below any level of concern for the general public health. Obviously, for those who are down here, these are very important. Statements that EPA officials made after 9/11 were based on the judgment of experienced environmental and health professionals at EPA, OSHA, and the CDC, who had analyzed the test data that 13 different organizations and agencies were collecting in Lower Manhattan. I do not recall any EPA scientist or experts responsible for reviewing this data ever advising me that the test data from Lower Manhattan showed that the air or water proposed long-term health risks for the general public.
As we now know, these statements were all lies. As early as September 18th, the very same day that Whitman was assuring New Yorkers that the air was safe to breathe, the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, had already detected sulfur dioxide levels in the air so high that, according to one industrial hygienist, they exceeded the EPA's standard for a classification of hazardous. And even in those early days, first responders were already reporting a range of health problems, including coughing, wheezing, eye irritation, and headaches. Even so, Whitman and the EPA persisted in perpetuating the lies about the dust, assuring New Yorkers that respirators were not needed outside of the restricted area around Ground Zero. And, as we examined in 9/11 suspects Christine Todd Whitman, it was later confirmed that the White House had been editing the EPA's press releases on the air quality in Manhattan and removing warnings about the air safety all along.
In the wake of 9/11, there were serious concerns about whether the air around Ground Zero was filled with toxins, unsafe for workers and residents. But by September 18th, many New Yorkers were back in their apartments and on the job, partly because of this press release that day from the Environmental Protection Agency, reassuring New Yorkers that their air is safe to breathe. Was that press release misleading?
It was surely not telling all of the truth.
In an exclusive interview, Inspector General Nikki Tinsley, the EPA's top watchdog, tells NBC News the agency simply did not have sufficient data to justify such a reassurance. In fact, a new report by Tinsley's office says at the time, more than 25% of dust samples collected before September 18th showed unsafe levels of asbestos, and the EPA had no test results at all on PCBs, dioxins, or particulates in the air that can cause respiratory problems.
The EPA did not give the people of New York complete information.
So what happened? Tinsley's report charges in the crucial days after 9/11, the White House changed EPA press releases to add reassuring statements and delete cautionary ones. September 13th, the EPA draft release, never released to the public, says EPA testing terrorized sites for environmental hazards. The White House changes that to EPA reassures public about environmental hazards. September 16th, the EPA draft says recent samples of dust on Water Street show higher levels of asbestos. The White House version, new samples confirm ambient air quality meets OSHA standards and is not a cause for public concern. And the White House leaves out entirely this warning that air samples raise concerns for cleanup workers and office workers near Water Street.
What many do not know, because their story has been largely ignored and marginalized, is that there were officials within the EPA who were desperately trying to blow the whistle on the agency's lies. Officials like Kate Jenkins. Dr. Kate Jenkins had joined the EPA in December 1979, serving as an environmental scientist with EPA's Office of Solid Waste and Emergency Response. Her work included detecting hazardous waste and developing regulations for their control, a role that took on special importance in the wake of the toxic dust clouds covering Manhattan on 9/11. Unlike many of the other 9/11 whistleblowers, however, the events of September 11, 2001 did not represent the first time Dr. Jenkins had to blow the whistle on her own agency. Jenkins dealt with many hazardous waste products in her job, but she specialized in dioxin, aka Agent Orange, a contaminant of wood preservatives that was used in the Vietnam War as a defoliant. Monsanto Chemical Corporation was the largest producer of Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, and it was a series of Monsanto-sponsored studies in the early 1980s that led the EPA to conclude that human evidence supporting an association between dioxin and cancer is considered inadequate. In February 1990, Jenkins wrote a memo to the EPA Science Advisory Board alleging that the Monsanto-sponsored studies were fraudulent, and that the studies, if performed correctly, would have shown the carcinogenic effects of dioxin. The memo caught the attention of the press and, under the glare of a media spotlight, the EPA launched a criminal investigation of Monsanto. That investigation was opened on August 20th and closed less than 2 years later, but, as EPA whistleblower William Sanger notes, the investigation itself and the basis for closing the investigation were fraudulent. No attempt was even made to determine the scientific validity of the studies in question, and the EPA declined to pursue the matter because of statute of limitations technicalities. The EPA did, however, find time to mount a campaign of retribution against Jenkins for having the audacity to blow the whistle on the agency and its listing practices for hazardous chemicals. Her workload was reduced, and higher-ups at the EPA immediately began talking about shunting her off into a purely administrative position where she would not be involved with anything that puts her in direct contact with the regulated community or the public. Her supervisor even wrote a letter to Monsanto apologizing for Jenkins' memo questioning their studies. Jenkins filed a complaint with the Department of Labor, and, in a series of cases that were appealed all the way up to the Secretary of Labor himself, it was found that she had been unfairly retaliated against for her whistleblowing, and the EPA was ordered to reinstate her in her previous position. But as nightmarish as that years-long, potentially career-ending ordeal in whistleblowing was for Dr. Jenkins, it was nothing compared to the ordeal she would have to face after the day that changed everything.
I thought it was the third plane though. No, the third plane. The whole top came off. The whole top came off. And then the smoke, all of a sudden I see the smoke follow. I was standing next to the lieutenant, and all of a sudden I couldn't see him. We were under the truck. The top came off. It's American Death Incident. And the fire door on 76 was locked. Get your water. Well, I don't have any. You're fucking piece. I'll get some water. Go under the fire truck. Right there. So the closest fire truck has water right there. You have no water? You got water? If you can find any of those spots, I can get you water. There's a truck right there.
Beginning shortly after the attack, and continuing for years afterward, Dr. Jenkins attempted to bring the EPA's faulty and fraudulent air quality testing practices to the attention of anyone who would listen. According to the Administrative Review Board of the U.S. Department of Labor, beginning in 2001, Jenkins made numerous disclosures and complaints alleging that the EPA engaged in improper laboratory testing, falsified a regulation governing exposure safety standards, and knowingly covered up the toxic properties of the dust emanating from the September 11, 2001 World Trade Center disaster. The improper testing and cover-up, Jenkins claimed, contributed to excessive and harmful toxic dust exposure of WTC first responders and others, sufficient to later cause respiratory and other serious and debilitating disease. Jenkins disseminated these disclosures and complaints to her supervisors and others at EPA, to the EPA Inspector General's office, members of Congress, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as well as to state officials, state elected representatives, law firms representing WTC first responders, citizens, and the media. Her disclosures were posted on websites and repeatedly quoted in the press and television broadcasts and by members of Congress. One of these early memos, dated January 11, 2002, was written on EPA letterhead and addressed to affected parties and responsible officials. It examines the case of Libby, Montana, a designated Superfund site where the federal government is paying to help residents clean the interiors of homes and residential soils that have been contaminated with asbestos from an adjacent vermiculite mining operation. Jenkins compared the level of contaminated dust particles found inside apartments in Lower Manhattan after 9/11 to dust samples taken in Libby, finding that the New York samples contained 22 times higher concentrations of asbestos than the Montana samples. As Jenkins noted, the logical question thus arises: why is EPA leaving people to their own devices in the cleanup of New York City while intervening to clean homes at taxpayer expense in Libby? Worse, a team of independent scientists hired by tenant groups and New York political leaders found much higher samples of asbestos in the dust than what the EPA was reporting. As Dr. Jenkins told the St. Louis Post-Dispatch at the time, for every asbestos fiber EPA detected, the new methods used by the outside experts found 9. This is too important a difference to be ignored if you really care about the health of the public.
New York City directly lied about the test results for asbestos in air. When they finally released them, they doctored the results. They changed high hazardous levels to 0 when they finally released them.
After years of internal memos, press interviews, and other tireless efforts to blow the whistle on the severe health issues that would develop as a result of the EPA's deliberate cover-up, the mainstream media was finally forced to begin covering the issue in 2006, after many of the Ground Zero cleanup workers and the residents of Manhattan were beginning to succumb to the effects of the deadly dust. In 2006, after a federal judge ruled that Whitman's post-9/11 lies were conscience-shocking and that she would not be granted immunity for her actions, the media finally began to cover the story. The New York Times, CBS, and other outlets all ran stories on the scandal, and they all quoted from Jenkins' memos and featured interviews with Jenkins herself. After the 5th anniversary came and went on September 11, 2006, however, the media's attention turned elsewhere, and the story drifted out of the attention of the public once again. But Dr. Jenkins' attempt to obtain justice for the victims of this horrendous crime did not end there. In 2007, she penned a remarkable 134-page letter addressed to then-Senator Hillary Clinton, as well as Congressman Gerald Nadler and Carolyn Maloney, calling for a Senate investigation of the falsification of pH corrosivity data for World Trade Center dust. The thoroughly documented letter, containing over 300 footnotes and citations, included a detailed analysis of the falsification of WTC pH data by groups like U.S. Geological Survey, and the remarkable story of how, in May 1980, EPA's hazardous waste program falsified pH levels, changed the numbers, that the UN World Health Organization, International Labor Organization, determined would invariably result in corrosive permanent tissue damage, chemical burns. In a much shorter, though no less explosive, letter to the Federal Bureau of Investigation written at the same time, Jenkins also called for the FBI to open a criminal investigation into the EPA's cover-up. This was followed up with an additional letter to the FBI in 2008, where Jenkins went even further, alleging fraud in pH testing of WTC dust and providing documentation that the EPA lab had diluted WTC dust almost 600 times with water before testing it for corrosivity. Remarkably, despite her very public and very serious charges against the federal agency, and despite her past experience blowing the whistle on the EPA and subsequent years-long court battle to retain her position, Jenkins told Occupational Hazards magazine in 2002 that she did not fear losing her job over her comments. All EPA management has to do is say stop, and they haven't, she said, adding that as an EPA official, speaking out about lapses in the agency's WTC effort does not require courage, just plenty of hard work. Despite this belief, Dr. Jenkins was indeed fired from the EPA on December 30th, 2010. The firing followed a series of inane workplace incidents that resulted in suspensions and other retaliatory measures against Jenkins. The chain of events included Jenkins sending an email under the title, Op-Ed, Should EPA institute a workplace fragrance ban as part of its endocrine disruptor initiative, after an encounter with a heavily perfumed IT tech triggered an asthma attack in Jenkins, and her supervisor recommending that she be suspended as the email, which was only sent to other EPA staff, could have misled recipients as to whether it was an official EPA communication. Eventually, the supervisor claimed that the series of incidents culminated with Jenkins threatening him in a workplace incident that was witnessed by no one. As the Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility, who supported Jenkins in her ordeal with the agency, summarized, Dr. Kate Jenkins, a senior chemist with more than 3 decades of agency tenure, publicly charged that due to falsified EPA standards, first responders waded into dust so corrosive that it caused chemical burns deep within their respiratory systems. After raising the issue to the EPA Inspector General, Congress, and the FBI, Dr. Jenkins was isolated, harassed, and ultimately removed from her position on December 30th, 2010 by EPA, based upon an unwitnessed and contested claim that the soft-spoken petite childhood polio survivor threatened her 6-foot male supervisor. Continuing through a series of appeals, legal wrangling, and bureaucratic red tape, Jenkins succeeded in having her employment reinstated in 2012.
A government whistleblower who was fired after exposing the dangers of asbestos and dust on workers at Ground Zero in the days after 9/11 has been reinstated to her job following a federal court decision. Kate Jenkins, a chemist who worked for the Environmental Protection Agency, was the first EPA official to warn that dust in the air around the World Trade Center could pose a serious health risk. But the head of the EPA at the time claimed there was no reason for concern. Jenkins accused the EPA of intentionally hiding the dangers of air pollution at Ground Zero. She was fired in 2010. A federal court has now ruled Jenkins must be reinstated and given back pay.
Incredibly, even this was not the end of Jenkins' ordeal. Instead of returning her to her daily work duties in 2012 as ordered, the EPA instead kept Jenkins on paid administrative leave and then refiled the same charges against her in 2013. Less than a year after being ordered to give her her job back, the agency was instead trying to take it away again, saying that Jenkins had failed to prove that the EPA was retaliating for her whistleblowing. The agency's move was especially galling, given that Jenkins had yet to be given a chance to prove her case. Part of the reason that the EPA had been ordered to restore Jenkins to her job was because the agency had been found to have destroyed records pertaining to her case and otherwise obstructed discovery. In fact, her case that the EPA had retaliated against her for her whistleblowing was still before the Department of Labor. The entire legal ordeal proceeded for years, finally coming to an end in 2018, a full 8 years after the agency's first attempt to fire her, when the Department of Labor confirmed a 2015 decision that the EPA had retaliated against Jenkins for her report to Congress and the FBI, and to the public through the media, about her allegations of violation of environmental laws and regulations by the EPA in connection with the rescue and cleanup operations at the World Trade Center, in violation of the whistleblower provisions of the Clean Air Act, the Solid Waste Disposal Act, the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, the Toxic Substances Control Act, and the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. After nearly 2 decades of research and whistleblowing and almost 10 years of legal nightmare, Jenkins was finally vindicated. She had been unjustly fired for attempting to call attention to the agency's wrongdoing, and she was restored to her position. But although this victory is to be celebrated, it comes as slim comfort for those seeking justice for the victims of 9/11, not just those killed in the buildings that day, and not just the victims of the wars that have been waged in the name of September 11th, but the victims of the toxic dust that Kate Jenkins and others had been warning about since the events unfolded. And meanwhile, those who pushed the deadly lies about the air quality have moved on with their lives, continuing their careers and only occasionally being confronted by the independent media that is still attempting to shed light on the story.
Hey, Ms. Whitman, I appreciate your talking there. You guys mentioned voting and the power of shaming voters. I feel like there's probably a lot of folks who feel like you might need to be shamed since it's been 17 years since 9/11 and nearly 10,000 people are now sick with 9/11 related illnesses. And I know you apologized about it for 2 years ago and you were cleared in the courts, but all evidence points to your time in the Bush administration clearly led to people being sick.
Take a picture for me.
Led to people being, getting to cancer and other 9/11 related illnesses.
I said everything that I said was based on the best available science at the time. Science has progressed now, and I think we've found things that we didn't know then. But I never said anything that wasn't predicated on what the scientists told me that morning. Every morning, I had a conference call with the scientists of what is safe to say, what can I say, what shouldn't I say? And they kept repeating that they were seeing nothing in their studies that showed that there was a long-term health consequence from the air in Manhattan in general, in lower Manhattan in general.
They may not be the lies we think of when we think of the lies of 9/11. Lies which led to the illegal invasion of Afghanistan and contributed to the illegal invasion of Iraq. But the EPA's lies about the World Trade Center dust, too, have proven deadly. And, like a Cassandra cursed with the ability to foresee a grim future that she could not prevent, Kate Jenkins spent decades of her life warning of the consequences of those lies. And for her service, she faced years of persecution, Worst of all, her warnings were dismissed until they could no longer be denied. And there are still those who claim that 9/11 does not have its whistleblowers.
To say because a draft press release changes that somehow that's nefarious manipulation it's mind-boggling that you leap to that conclusion.
So now they're walking back toward the World Trade Center. And as we keep letting you hear the personal stories, the survivor stories of exactly what happened inside the World Trade Center when that first plane went in, and of course the collapses since then, we're going to bring more of those to you now. Barry Jennings, you were on the 8th floor. You work for the City Housing Department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Well, me and Mr. Hesh, the Corporation Counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hesh. I said, "This is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here." I took a fire extinguisher and I bust the window out. That's when this gentleman here heard my cries for help. This gentleman right here, and he kept saying, "Stand by. Somebody's coming to get you." They couldn't get to us for an hour because they couldn't find us.
You thought that was it?
I thought we're dead. I thought that was it. I started praying to Allah. I said, "That's it. We're gone."
In 2001, Barry Jennings was the Deputy Director of Emergency Services for the New York City Housing Authority. After the first plane hit the North Tower at 8:46 a.m. on the morning of 9/11, Jennings was called to the city's Office of Emergency Management in World Trade Center Building 7, along with Corporation Counsel Michael Hess, to help coordinate the emergency response. Entering Building 7 together before the strike on the South Tower at 9:03 a.m., Jennings and Hess were surprised to discover that the office had been abandoned. Receiving a phone call from his superior, Jennings was warned to leave the building immediately. Descending via the stairwell, Jennings and Hess reached the 6th floor before an explosion blew them back up to the 8th floor, trapping them inside the building. After hours of chaos and confusion, including the collapse of the Twin Towers and repeated attempts to draw the attention of first responders, the pair were finally rescued by firefighters. Hours later, World Trade Center Building 7, also known as the Salomon Brothers Building, collapsed at free-fall acceleration directly into the path of most resistance. After 7 years of investigation, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, determined that the building had not come down due to explosives or controlled demolition, as many alleged, or due to structural damage from the collapse of the Twin Towers, an explosion in the building's fuel oil systems, or any of the other suggestions that had been put forward and retracted by NIST over the course of its investigation. Instead, NIST spokesman Shyam Sundar insisted that the building had collapsed due to ordinary office fires.
The collapse of World Trade Center 7 on 9/11 was a rare event. Our study has identified thermal expansion as a new phenomenon that can cause the collapse of a structure. For the first time, we have shown that fire can induce a progressive collapse.
Jennings' remarkable story was captured by Jeff Rosen, reporting on the ground for WABC TV, just moments after he and Hess had been rescued from the building. But it wasn't until several years later that Dylan Avery and Jason Burmis, the creators of Loose Change, the first viral internet documentary, discovered the clip of that interview from the day of 9/11 and realized that Jennings' testimony was one of the few eyewitness accounts of one of the deepest mysteries of that day, the destruction of WTC-7.
So while we were doing research for obviously our next cut of the film, Loose Change Final Cut, Loose Change Second Edition gave us a real opportunity to go around and do an investigation. And we had so much archived footage sent to us because this was long before the days of the internet where you get something high quality on the spot. And Dylan found footage of Barry Jennings that had been unedited that we had not seen that really suggested that he was absolutely in Building 7. And we also correlated that with him being with Michael Hess. And Michael Hess was the right-hand man of Giuliani. He was the city corporation counsel. Here's a still shot of him behind me. And then you can see him here sitting next to Giuliani. So pretty much as close as it gets. And, you know, we made this connection. And actually, I had reached out to Hess via email. I heard nothing back. And to, you know, the proper parties, nothing back. But Dylan tracked down Barry Jennings in his city office. And Barry did respond. And Barry said, come on down. So me and Dylan went down with a camera. And once we got in there and started talking to him, I remember like the first thing that I saw, you know, he was obviously, I'd say not the highest up guy, but very, you know, he had his own office. He was well respected. He had the key to the city. You know, we had talked about the key to the city after this event. And he even told us how he had seen Loose Change Second Edition. Basically, what I can remember, he was pretty sympathetic to our cause. He talked to us about Fahrenheit 9/11. And from there, we tried to find a spot to get him. And I remember he drove us out there. We were in the back, one of his suits hanging up. I remember we even talked about his family, you know, being out in Long Island. Very friendly guy. And we got him on the pier. And listen, the interview is what it is. We've released it in full. We didn't edit anything. We didn't coerce the guy. And I think what he says is about as telling as it gets.
As telling as it gets. Indeed, Barry Jennings' story is telling. As the only documented eyewitness testimony of the events taking place inside World Trade Center 7 during the hours of the attack, the accounts of Barry Jennings and Michael Hess are essential to coming to an understanding of the destruction of that building. And, most telling of all, it contradicts the official, government-approved story of Building 7's destruction in many important ways.
As I told you guys before, it's very funny. I was on my way to work, and traffic was excellent. I received a call that a small Cessna had hit the World Trade Center, and I was asked to go and man the Office of Emergency Management at the World Trade Center 7 on the 23rd floor. As I arrived there were police all in the lobby. They showed me the way to the elevator. We got up to the 23rd floor. Me and Mr. Hess, who I didn't know was Mr. Hess at the time, we got to the 23rd floor. We couldn't get in. We had to go back down. Then security and police took us to the freight elevators where they took us back up, and we did get in. Upon arriving into the OEM EOC, we noticed that everybody was gone. I saw coffee that was on a desk. Still, the smoke was still coming off the coffee. I saw half-eaten sandwiches, and only me, Mr. Hess, was up there. After I called several individuals, one individual told me that to leave and leave right away. Mr. Hess came running back in and said, "We're the only ones up here. We got to get out of here." He found the stairwell. So we subsequently went to the stairwell and we're going down the stairs. When we reached the 8th or the 6th floor, the landing that we were standing on gave way. There was an explosion and the landing gave way. And I was left there hanging. I had to climb back up, and now I had to walk back up to the 8th floor. After getting to the 8th floor, everything was dark. It was dark and it was very, very hot. Very hot. I asked Mr. Hess to test the phones as I took a fire extinguisher and broke out the windows. Once I broke out the windows, I could see outside below me. I saw police cars on fire, buses on fire. I looked one way, the building was there. I looked the other way, it was gone. I was trapped in there for several hours. I was trapped in there when both buildings came down. The firefighters came. They came to the window, and because I was going to come out on the fire hose. I didn't want to stay there any longer. It was too hot. I was going to come out on the fire hose. They came to the window. They started yelling, "Do not do that. It won't hold you." And then they ran away. See, I didn't know what was going on. That's when the first tower fell. When they started running, the first tower was coming down. I had no way of knowing that. Then I saw them come back. Now I saw them come back with more concern on their faces. And then they ran away again. The second tower fell. So as they turned and ran the second time, the guy said, "Don't worry, we'll be back for you." And they did come back. This time they came back with 10 firefighters. And they kept asking, "Where are you? We don't know where you are." I said, "I'm on the north side of the building," because when I was on the stairs, I saw north side. Excuse me. All this time, I'm hearing all type of explosions. All this time, I'm hearing explosions. And I'm thinking that maybe it's the buses around me that were on fire, the cars on fire. I don't see no, but I'm still hearing these explosions. When they finally got to us, and they took us down to what they called the lobby, because I asked them, I said, when we got down there, I said, "Where are we?" He said, "This was the lobby." And I said, "You got to be kidding me." It was total ruins. Total ruins. Now keep in mind, when I came in there, the lobby had nice escalators. It was a huge lobby. And for me to see what I saw, it was unbelievable. And the firefighter that took us down kept saying, "Do not look down." And I kept saying, "Why?" He said, "Do not look down." And we were stepping over people. And you can feel when you're stepping over people. They took us out through a hole that I don't know who made this hole in this wall. That's how they got us out. They took us out through a hole, through the wall, to safety. As they were taking me out, one firefighter had fallen. I believe he was having a heart attack. But before that, this big giant police officer came to me. And he says, "You have to run." I said, "I can't run. My knees are swollen." He said, "You're going to have to get on your knees and crawl in." He said, "Because we have reports of more explosions." And that's when I started crawling. And I saw this guy fall behind me. And his comrades came to his aid. They dragged him to safety. I was looking for an ambulance for my knees. And at that time, they told me, "We got to walk 20 blocks to refuge." Before I got there, Eyewitness News grabbed me and started interviewing me. And that's basically it.
To those unfamiliar with the official story of WTC-7, this might seem like just another account of the terror, confusion, and heroism that the victims of that day faced during their harrowing ordeal. But this is not the case. Jennings' story is in fact full of details that directly contradict NIST's pronouncements on the destruction of the building. Most notably, Jennings' vivid description of the explosions that were taking place in the building during his ordeal is in direct contradiction to NIST's assertion in its FAQ on WTC-7 that, although NIST investigated the possibility of explosions contributing to the building's demolition, NIST concluded that blast events inside the building did not occur and found no evidence supporting the existence of a blast event. In fact, not only is there ample evidence available to anyone interested that there were explosions going on in the building shortly before it went down,
we heard this sound that sounded like a clap of thunder. You want to call your mother or something?
But Jennings' personal account confirms that there were numerous explosions taking place inside WTC-7 in the morning, hours before the building was destroyed. The BBC, in its Conspiracy Files program on The Third Tower, tries to muddy the waters by implying that the explosions that Jennings testified to were in fact the dust and debris from the Twin Towers demolitions impacting Building 7.
At that time, I received a phone call from one of my higher-ups. And he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm at, the Emergency Command Center." A long pause. And then he came back and said, "Get out of there now."
At 9:59, the 1,300-foot South Tower collapses.
Oh my God! I wanted to get out of that building in a hurry. So I started, instead of taking one step at a time, I'm jumping landings. When I reached down to the 6th floor, It was this eerie sound. The whole building went dark, and the staircase that I was standing on just gave way.
At 10:28, the North Tower collapses in just 11 seconds.
With their editing and narrative intrusions, the BBC makes it seem that the explosions that Jennings and Hess experienced were just remnants of the Twin Towers hitting WTC-7. But in his interview with Dylan Avery and Jason Burmis, Jennings was completely adamant that he could still see both towers standing after the explosions happened.
What happened was, when we made it back to the 8th floor, as I told you earlier,
yes,
both buildings were still standing, because I looked one way, looked the other way, now there's nothing there. When I got to the 6th floor, before all this happened, when I got to the 6th floor, there was an explosion. That's what forced us back to the 8th floor.
Okay.
Both buildings were still standing. Keep in mind, I told you the fire department came and ran. They came twice. Why? Because building Tower 1 fell, then Tower 2 fell. And then when they came back with all concern now, like, to get me the hell out of there. And they did. And we got out of there. I got in the building way before, a little before 9, a little after 9. I didn't get out of there until like 1.
It's important to note that Jennings' story does not present a different view of the official story of 9/11. It undermines that story entirely. Multiple explosions taking place in the lower floors of Building 7 before the Twin Towers' destruction shows that NIST was wrong to dismiss the possibility of explosive demolition of WTC-7. Given that the explosions that trapped Jennings and Hess was not falling debris from the Twin Towers, and was not a fuel oil tank explosion, a point stressed by Jennings and confirmed by NIST, then the most likely possibility, pre-planted explosives that were timed to go off during the attacks, remains not only uncontested, but unconsidered by NIST or any other investigative agency. Indeed, the 9/11 Commission, which called Jennings in to question him about his story in one closed-door meeting that was never followed up, did not even mention the stunning, symmetrical, free-fall demolition of World Trade Center Building 7 in its final report on the attacks. The BBC, as we have seen, attempted to bring Jennings' story in line with the official story by purposely misleading its viewers about the timeline that Jennings himself insisted on. And NIST, infamously, took 7 years to finally offer an account of Building 7's collapse, an account so absurd as to be self-refuting.
Here's a video taken on 9/11 that shows WTC-7 collapsing. Note the kink in the east penthouse and the progression of the screening wall and the west penthouse collapsing from east to west. Here's our structural model showing the building collapsing, which matches quite well with the video of the event.
Most remarkable of all, and conveniently left out of the account of every so-called debunker of Jennings' testimony, is what Jennings himself felt about the destruction of Building 7.
Well, I'm just confused about one thing, and one thing only. Why World Trade Center 7 went down in the first place. I'm very confused about that. I know what I heard. I heard explosions. The explanation I got was it was the fuel oil tank. I'm an old boiler guy. If it was a fuel oil tank, it would have been one side of the building. When I got to that lobby, the lobby was totally destroyed. It looked like King Kong had came through it and stepped on it. And it was so destroyed, I didn't know where I was. And it was so destroyed, they had to take me out through a hole in the wall, a makeshift hole that I believe the fire department made to get me out.
Given Barry Jennings' personal experience, what did he make of the BBC's attempts to alter the timeline of his story? How did he react to the official government viewpoint that no explosions took place in the building that day? What did he think of NIST's refusal to even examine the evidence of controlled demolition of WTC-7, or their own computer-generated model of how thermal expansion and regular office fires brought down a 47-story steel-framed office tower? Sadly, we will never know. When Dylan Avery and Jason Burmis released a small clip of their interview, Jennings' job was threatened, and he asked that the interview not be included in Loose Change Final Cut. The full interview was not released until after the BBC released their Third Tower documentary, in which Jennings claimed to be unhappy with how his testimony was portrayed by Avery and Burmis. No further interview or follow-up with Jennings about his comments or about the way the BBC portrayed his story was possible. In September 2008, just as NIST was presenting its final report concluding that WTC-7 had spontaneously collapsed from ordinary office fires, it was reported that Barry Jennings had passed away in hospital the month before. No further details of his death were offered. Dylan Avery, seeking to bring closure to Barry Jennings' life, answer questions about his death, and honor the bravery of a 9/11 survivor who spoke the truth even when it was unpopular, hired a private investigator to determine the circumstances of Jennings' death. In a remarkable and bizarre turn of events, however, after pursuing the case, the investigator referred the matter to the police, refunded his fee, and told Avery never to contact him again. To this day, no time or cause of death of Barry Jennings has ever been publicly announced or confirmed. Despite the sad and confused ending of this tale, there is still hope. Hope that the courage Jennings had in standing up and telling the truth, even though it was not what the government, NIST, or the promoters of the official 9/11 story wanted to hear, will not be wasted. Hope that, ultimately, the historical record and the truth itself will out.
I think the strongest lesson to be learned about Barry Jennings is that the historical record is the historical record, no matter how hard you try to spin it. For instance, now with these Dark Overlord documents leaking, there's litigation talking about the transformers being blown up in the bottom of the building. Okay, now if that had happened, we would have had a visual event much like what happened with the Con Edison transformer blowing, less than 6 months ago. It did not happen. And yet, on paper and litigation and in official documents, it does again and again. Well, it's a cover-up. The man stepped over bodies. We know that happened. He and Hess both talked about internal explosions. That building housed the CIA, the Secret Service, the SEC. I go on. It's unbelievable. And I really hope with this latest litigation, we finally get to the truth, no matter what. And I would hope that Barry would want the truth, no matter what he may have said in that BBC documentary, because I spent time with the man. I was in his back seat, and he sure as hell wanted the truth then.
And so now, all these years later, those who are still seeking the truth are left in the same position as Barry Jennings himself was when he first talked to Dylan Avery and Jason Burmis, looking at his own experience inside WTC-7 on 9/11, and the government's official explanation of those experiences, and realizing that the two do not add up. Jennings and the other 9/11 whistleblowers are those special few who can stand up and say that the Emperor is not wearing any clothes.
Well, I'm just confused about one thing, and one thing only. Why World Trade Center 7 went down in the first place.
In the days after September 11th, 2001, while the toxic dust was still settling on Lower Manhattan, details began to emerge about the terrorists who had allegedly hijacked the fateful 9/11 flights. Names and pictures were released to the public and broadcast around the world. Ziad Jarrah, Hani Hanjour, Marwan al-Shehi, Mohammed Atta. Even before the official story had begun to coalesce, the foreign faces and unfamiliar names flashing across the screens seared themselves into the consciousness of a traumatized public and left little doubt This attack was the work of Muslim terrorists. But at the same time, information began to come out that created problems for this narrative. Reports of these devout Muslim fundamentalists drinking alcohol and partying in strip clubs. Revelations that 2 of the suspects had been allowed into the US after being identified as al-Qaeda agents. Confirmation that these same agents lived with an FBI asset while in the US. And even the testimony of a senior military intelligence official that a counter-terror program had been specifically warned not to investigate Mohammed Atta in the lead-up to 9/11.
According to Congressman Kurt Weldon, it was a secret Pentagon intelligence unit, codenamed Able Danger, that knew a year before 9/11 that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta was in the United States and connected to al-Qaeda.
And as you can see, they identified Mohammed Atta's cell.
In the summer of 2000, he says, the Pentagon Special Ops Command had identified 2 terrorist cells inside the U.S. and knew of the connection between Atta and 3 other men who became hijackers. When the agents recommended telling the FBI, Weldon says, Clinton administration lawyers said no, because Atta was in the country legally and could not be targeted by military intelligence.
And their recommendation to bring the FBI in to take that cell out, which was ignored, and they were told you can't do that.
So a year before 9/11, they had their picture, they had the picture of Mohammed Atta, and they knew roughly where he was?
Yes.
But of the many bizarre pieces of the alleged 9/11 hijacker puzzle, none gets closer to the heart of the mystery than the seemingly innocuous revelation that 14 of the alleged hijackers' visas to enter the United States had been issued at the same office, the U.S. consulate in Jeddah. That so many of the visas were issued from a single office may seem like a minor footnote at first glance, but it is not. In fact, the Jeddah consulate is not just another U.S. consular office. It has a history of issuing visas to terrorists at the request of the CIA. Just ask Michael Springman. J. Michael Springman was a graduate of the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service who joined the Commerce Department's International Trade Administration, serving as an economic commercial officer in Stuttgart from 1977 to 1980, and as a commercial attaché in New Delhi from 1980 to 1982. In 1987, having passed the Foreign Service exam and gone through an orientation program, Springman was assigned to the Jeddah consulate in Saudi Arabia. Whatever he was expecting to find awaiting him in his new office, it's safe to say that it didn't take long for Springman to find that the reality was going to be very different. As he writes in his expose of his time at the Jeddah consulate, Visas for al-Qaeda, CIA handouts that rocked the world, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was a mysterious and exotic place, but it was nowhere near as exotic and mysterious as the American Consulate General on Palestine Road.
Well, when I got to Saudi Arabia, I began hearing all kinds of strange things about the problems my predecessor had made for me. I had heard this, in fact, from Walter Cutler, the American ambassador, just before I left. He spent 45 minutes telling me about all the problems that my predecessor, Greta Holtz, had created. And I thought, well, gee, she's going to make my career for me. And I get to Jeddah, and I'm being requested, it's your decision, of course, Mike, but we have this problem here with this visa, and we have an especially good contact, and we'd like to have the person get a visa to come to the United States. Can you do it? I'd interview them, and I'd give them the visa. And after a while, these people began to be really strange characters that had no ties either to Saudi Arabia or to their own country, and I would refuse them. And I would get a rocket from the Consul General, Jay Freres, who's dead now, about why didn't you issue the visa? This guy is a good contact. And I said, well, he couldn't prove he had any ties either to Saudi Arabia or to his own country that was strong enough to make him return from the United States to Saudi Arabia or to his own country. And there's no set list of contacts and connections, but it's things like having a job, having businesses, having property, having family, something that would prevent you from staying in the United States and disappearing into the woodwork. And it got to the point where it was either issue the visa, you're not going to work for the State Department anymore. And as time went by, I found out that of some 20 Americans, there were only 3, including myself, that I knew for a certainty to work for the Department of State. The rest worked for the CIA or the National Security Agency.
Eventually reassigned as a political economic officer in Stuttgart and, finally, as an economic analyst for the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, it took years for Springman to fully comprehend the story that he had found himself in the middle of during his time at the Jeddah consulate. A key piece of that puzzle was provided when Springman returned to the US and talked to journalist Joseph Trento, who informed him that the Jeddah office was being used by the CIA to ship in Osama bin Laden's associates for training in the US.
So I came across Joe Trento, the journalist, in the middle of all this, and he said, well, what you were doing in Saudi Arabia was issuing visas to the Mujahideen who were being recruited for Afghanistan to fight the Soviets. And then the penny dropped and my eyes were opened. And I said, yeah, that explains why they got so ferocious when I said no to these visas and why they stonewalled me when I tried to find out what was going on. I would talk informally to people. I talked formally to the Bureau of Consular Affairs when I was in Washington on the advice of the Council for Consular Affairs in Riyadh. And then I talked to the Congressional Committee on Foreign Affairs in the House of Representatives. I talked to the Government Accountability Office, which is a watchdog for Congress on the executive branch, and got nowhere. People just didn't want to talk to me. And I said, well, this is really strange. And it bears out exactly what Trento had said, that they had an intelligence operation going on. And according to Joe, the reason they didn't tell people in Jeddah about this was they wanted plausible deniability. They wanted to be at arm's length from what people were saying and saying, well, oh, gee, we didn't know anything about that. He made a mistake. He didn't get with the program. He didn't know what was going on. He was violating the law. Put him in jail, fine him, whatever.
Although the idea seems outlandish from a post-9/11 perspective, at the time it was not particularly surprising. The CIA had worked with Osama bin Laden and other so-called Mujahideen, including many Saudis who had been drawn to Afghanistan to fight America's archenemy, the Soviets, during the Soviet-Afghan War. There were glowing articles framing bin Laden as an anti-Soviet warrior who was on the road to peace in mainstream publications well into the 1990s. And in the weeks after 9/11, it was even reported in the pages of Newsweek that in the late 1980s, precisely at the time that Springman was stationed at the Jeddah consulate, the veterans of the Mujahideen's holy war against the Soviets began arriving in the United States, many with passports arranged by the CIA. One infamous example of an intelligence agency helping a known terrorist to enter the United States in this period came in the case of Omar Abdel Rahman, better known as the Blind Sheikh. In December 1990, it was revealed that the Blind Sheikh had slipped into the United States, despite being on a State Department terrorist watch list. At the time, the State Department insisted they made a mistake by issuing him a tourist visa from the United States Embassy in Khartoum. But 3 years later, the truth finally came out. As the New York Times reported in 1993 after a State Department Inspector General investigation, Central Intelligence Agency officers reviewed all 7 applications made by Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman to enter the United States between 1986 and 1990, and only once turned him down because of his connections to terrorism. In this context, the revelation that Springman was being directed by the CIA to let Mujahideen into the US for training was not unthinkable or outlandish conspiracy conjecture. On the contrary, it was practically expected. As Springman himself admits, if he had simply been informed at the time that the CIA was helping to facilitate such an operation in support of their foreign policy goals against the Soviet Union, he probably would have went along with it.
And, it goes back to Trento saying, well, they wanted somebody, some schlub is his word, to be there and take the heat if something went wrong. And at the time, I would have been dumb enough that if they'd explained it to me, yes, we're recruiting the Mujahideen, I would have said, well, yeah, okay, this is important foreign policy goal. I hate those godless communist bastards. So, yeah, I'll go along with this. But they never did. And it saved a lot of effort on my part and saved a lot of embarrassment on their part because I've been writing and talking about this for the last 25 years.
Springman's attitude is reflective of much of the American public's perception of Muslim terrorists in the late 1980s. As tools of U.S. foreign policy, Convenient pawns to be wielded on the global chessboard against America's enemies, they were not regarded as enemies themselves, but embraced as freedom fighters and anti-communist warriors.
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role. On the Afghan border near the Khyber Pass, he urged the soldiers of God to redouble their efforts.
We know of their deep belief in God, and we are confident that their struggle will succeed. You know, that land over there is yours. You'll go back to it one day because your fight will prevail and you'll have your homes and your mosques back again because your cause is right and God is on your side.
The goal of the United States remains a genuinely independent Afghanistan, free from external interference. An Afghanistan whose people choose the type of government they wish. An Afghanistan to which the 4 million refugees from Soviet aggression may return in safety and, yes, in honor. On behalf of the American people, I salute Chairman Khalis, his delegation, and the people of Afghanistan themselves. You are a nation of heroes. God bless you.
But that was before the day that changed everything.
So you have no idea right now?
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh my God. Another plane has just hit. It hit another building.
Yeah, I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
The whole side has collapsed?
The whole building has collapsed.
The whole building has collapsed?
The building has collapsed.
And there, as you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsed.
There is nothing left of United Airlines Flight 93. The plane made a nosedive right into the ground, and all that's left is a crater 8 feet deep and 15 feet wide.
We have a graphic. We'll go over it flight by flight. The first is from American Airlines Flight 11, Wael al-Shiri, a.k.a. Walid al-Shiri, Mohammed Atta, Abdul Alamari, Satam Sugami. Let's go next to United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, Marwan al-Shehi, Fayez Ahmad, Mohald al-Sheri, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Ahmed.
After the FBI released their list of suspected 9/11 hijackers, it didn't take long for questions to emerge about these men, their background, and their travels. What paper trail and travel documents had been left in their wake? How did they obtain their visas to enter the US? Where did they obtain them? When? Which consular officers were in charge of issuing the visas, and were there any irregularities in the process? It took years for these questions to be answered, but when they were, the results were scarcely believable. Not only had 14 of the alleged hijackers' visas been obtained from the same Jeddah consulate that the CIA had used to funnel terrorists to the US during Springman's tenure, but 12 of those visas were issued by a single consular officer, Shayna Steiger. A Columbia University graduate with no apparent Foreign Service background, Steiger was appointed as a consular officer in 1999 and arrived in Jeddah for her first Foreign Service assignment on July 1st, 2000. From that point on, she proceeded to issue the visas to more than half of the alleged hijackers, many of them based on incomplete applications and fraudulent documents. Saeed al-Ghamdi received 2 visas, one in September 2000 and the other in June 2001. His second application was incomplete, lied about his earlier visa, and was linked to a different passport with fraudulent features. Both visa requests were approved by Shayna Steiger. Hani Hanjour received a visa from Steiger in September 2000, just 2 weeks after she rejected his first application. In subsequent investigations, she gave conflicting accounts of why she denied Hanjour's visa the first time and why she issued it the second time. Despite numerous errors on their applications which normally would have gotten them rejected, on October 24, 2000, Steiger issued visas to both Walid and Wael al-Shari. And, later that week, despite an incomplete application and suspicious indicators in his passport, Steiger issued a visa to Ahmed al-Nami. From the time of her arrival at Jeddah until just weeks before the attacks, the pattern continued. Men with incomplete, error-ridden applications and fraudulent or suspicious documents had their visas rubber-stamped by Steiger, and, in September, their names and faces ended up on the FBI's hijacked suspect list. In researching his book, Springman tracked down and confronted Steiger about her time at Jeddah and her role in issuing these visas.
So in the course of doing more research, I ran across John Gold, who was a 9/11 researcher and an activist. And he came up with Shayna Steiger's name. She was my successor several times removed, who was in Jeddah and who had issued visas to 11 of the 15 Saudis who got the visas in Saudi Arabia to go fly airplanes into American buildings. I said, wait a minute, what is this? And she went on, she was hired out of Columbia University with no real background in foreign affairs that I could see, at a very high GS or foreign service level of about an FSO4, which is maybe a GS 13, I guess, in the civil service. And she went on for a full 20 years with the State Department and retired, if she in fact worked for state. And after a bit, I came across, or actually a journalist came across me and said, look, I found Shayna Steiger out in Iowa. Do you want to talk to her about your experience and her experience and compare them? So I did. I called her up, found her phone number, and she was living with her mother. And we had a bit of a fight to get her to talk to me. And I said, well, look, either talk to me or I'll write an article about it. So she finally broke down and would talk, but only in general terms, saying, well, yes, I did the right thing. I did what I was told. They did an investigation. They cleared me. And I said, well, what was the story? This is of the visas. My understanding was they were recruiting terrorists for the Mujahideen to come to the U.S. for training in U.S. military facilities, generally on the East Coast. And they even had 52 recruiting offices in the United States, including one in Washington, D.C. But I could never find any background on exactly where they were located. And she said, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I just did what I was told. And it was kind of like talking to my cats sometimes, that they were there and they knew you were talking to them, but they didn't give you any real good answers. So the book went out. It's never been challenged by the government, but it's gotten me interviews, such as with you and with a lot of September 11th people.
Like so many of the 9/11 whistleblowers, Springman paid a heavy price for his desire to tell the truth. His refusal to bow to the CIA and issue visas to unqualified applicants during his time at Jeddah, his refusal to stop asking questions about the operation he had been involved in after he was transferred elsewhere, and his refusal to stop speaking about the visas for al-Qaeda long after he left the State Department have had drastic repercussions on his career and his personal life.
Once I was out of state, I found I couldn't get a job anywhere. I mean, I spoke several languages to a greater or lesser extent. I had experience working on 3 continents. I knew how to manage offices. I couldn't get a job. And I got the impression after a bit that I was being blacklisted. So I hired one of these resume checking services out in California and asked them to ask around. So they called up Dave Mount and pretended to be someone hiring me and wanted to know how I was as an employee in Jeddah and what he thought of me and could he think of anything that special that I had done. And he said, well, I can't think of anything really right off the bat. And he came to these weasel-worded responses to their questions, which gave the impression that, no, you shouldn't hire this guy. But he didn't, of course, come out and say that. But it was, by implication, very, very clear that Mike Springman is not to be touched. So then I went to law school and worked at getting a job after law school. I started asking around when I was in law school. I interned in various organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union. I talked to various national security organizations and found out that I couldn't get a job again to save my soul. Well, I tried writing. I tried everything I could think of. And while collecting unemployment, I was told to issue them reports on how many people I talked to during the week. And I would send page after page after page in of companies I applied to that I felt would fit my talents and abilities, and got nowhere. So I figured, the government is still in there pitching, trying to keep me out of any kind of gainful employment, because that's how you get rid of people permanently. They don't have any money. They can take your house. You have no money to do anything except put food on the table if you can. So it was a very nasty few years.
And for all of this sacrifice, we are still no closer to learning the truth about the Jeddah consulate and the CIA operations there than we were 2 decades ago. That 14 of the 19 alleged hijackers received their visas from the same office, 12 from the same consular officer, is just the start of a deep and largely unexplored rabbit hole that brings not just the travel patterns or the intelligence connections, but the very identity of those suspects into question. Biographical details and pictures of 2 separate Ziad Jarrahs have been released to the public, and in fact multiple photographs of a number of the alleged hijackers appear to be pictures of entirely different people. A Walid al-Shari appeared alive and well in Morocco after 9/11 to protest the use of his name and photograph in stories about the supposed hijackers, and he was joined by an Abdul Rahman al-Omari in Jeddah, who the FBI were forced to apologize to for falsely naming as a suspect. Newsweek reported that 5 of the alleged hijackers received training at secure US military installations in the 1990s. Amidst the confusion, FBI Director Robert Mueller was forced to admit that the Bureau was not certain as to the identity of several of the men on their suspect list. These issues remain untouched and largely forgotten by a public that, through a process of suggestion and association, have come to believe largely without question that the 19 faces in the iconic hijacker lineup are the perpetrators of 9/11. It is only through the story of people like Mike Springman that we can begin removing those layers of lies and obfuscations from the story of 9/11 and come to a better understanding of the truth. And in the end, that idea, that we can get closer to the truth, that wrongs can be righted and lies exposed, is the idea that motivates whistleblowers like Mike Springman. Whistleblowers who have come forward at great personal expense to shine light on these long-buried and inconvenient truths.
I think, I have to look at what I did and look at myself. And, as the story goes, look at your face in the mirror every morning. But I've been reading some emails sent to me by a good lawyer, contact, lobbyist, and attorney on Stoicism. And they're having things from Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and other folks. And one of the things that I saw was their comment that memento mori, that you expect to die. And you don't fear death, you don't look forward to death, but at the end of the day, you think, well, what have I done this day, the last day that might be the rest of my life? I may not wake up tomorrow morning. Have I balanced the accounts? Have I done something of substance? Have I tried to rectify a wrong? Have I tried to do something good to balance out the evil in the world? So that's one of the reasons why I keep doing this. I figure if I've got nothing else to do for the rest of my life, I've got to square the balance. And regrettably, I've got to say, educate the ignorant if I can.
When people talk of the bravery exhibited by ordinary men and women during the traumatic hours of the 9/11 attacks, they are talking about people like William Rodriguez. Indeed, of the many stories of selflessness and courage to have emerged from that fateful day, it would be difficult to find one more heroic than that of William Rodriguez, dubbed the last man out because, as a janitor holding a master key to the building, He risked his life till the very moment of the tower's destruction, helping those trapped inside the towers to escape.
William Rodriguez was working as a janitor at the World Trade Center when the towers were attacked. Using a master key, he ran to open as many doors as he could before exiting and becoming buried alive.
So they started looking under the rubble, and once I got pulled from under the rubble, hours after, I was in shock. Why? Because I couldn't find any of those buildings.
Rodriguez had one of only 5 master keys to unlock the doors in the middle stairwell and lead firefighters up floor by floor.
I went and picked up the man on the wheelchair and I started going down. The building started to oscillate so hard.
He saved several lives that day. Then suddenly Rodriguez heard a terrible rumbling like the sound of an earthquake.
I saw it was a total disaster. And all I hear is run, run, run.
Like so many others, Rodriguez ran from the cloud of debris and dove under a fire truck.
We went up by the stairs with the Port Authority police to start rescuing people. A lot of people were coming out, but there was a lot of people that stayed there. We brought a lot of people on wheelchairs and a lot of people on gurneys, all people that couldn't make it because there was no elevator service. The elevator went out.
The World Trade Center towers were built as a Class A building. That means that in the case of a fire, every third floor in both towers is closed to prevent a backdraft. It is the reason that Rodriguez's master key was so crucial to getting people out.
It was hard. The amount of heat that was generated because of the fire was coming down. The smoke, it was an acrid smoke because you could feel it on your throat.
He saw firefighters carrying 100 pounds worth of equipment on their backs, waiting for a freight elevator that would never come. That elevator was demolished, so Rodriguez led them up another way, using a back pathway that only he knew. After the Sky Lobby collapsed, he finally listened to police who told him to get out. He was not prepared for what he was about to see.
When I look around, I find all the bodies of the people that jumped out of the building. And they came out of the building, I say, I saved myself. And a piece of debris came in and killed them.
As one of the heroes of that day, a man whose story encapsulates all the tragedy and drama of 9/11, William Rodriguez is no stranger to the glare of the media spotlight. Not only has he been interviewed for dozens of news programs and reports on the events of September 11, 2001, and been featured as a spokesman for the survivors at multiple events and on many reports, he has also been awarded for his courage that day and even invited to a White House dinner where he was honored by President Bush for his bravery. But carefully curated from most mainstream reports on Rodriguez's remarkable story is an equally remarkable fact. This 9/11 hero is in fact a 9/11 whistleblower, someone who has contradicted the official story of the September 11th attacks from day one. According to Rodriguez, the first explosion that he felt that day was not the impact of the plane nearly 100 stories above him, but an explosion below him from one of the sub-basement levels.
That morning, I was supposed to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning every day. I called my supervisor because I was not going to work. I was going to take a sick day. Made it there at 8:30 in the morning. Go straight to the lobby, down to the basement. The building has 6 sub-levels of basement, B1, B2, all the way down to B6. Basement 6, basement 5, all the way up to basement 1 were all Port Authority areas. Some of them have parking for tenants, some of them have storage. B1 office, B1 level is where they have the support office for my company, the cleaning company, American Building Maintenance. So I was talking to the supervisor, and at 8:46 we hear boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards in the air, upwards. And it came out from below us, from the mechanical room that was right below us. And it was so loud and so powerful that all the walls cracked, the false ceiling fell on top of us, the sprinkler system got activated, and everybody started screaming so loud because they didn't know what was going on. And the first thing I'm going to say is that a generator just blew up on the B2 level, the level below me. and everybody's screaming. And when I'm going to verbalize it, 6 to 7 seconds after, we hear, bah! The impact all the way on the top of the building of the plane. 2 different events separated by almost 7 seconds, separated by time. And now, I work in the building for 20 years. I know the difference of a sound coming from the top and one from the bottom. So when everybody started, what the heck is going on? A person comes running into the office saying, explosion, explosion. His hands extended, all the skin pulled from under his armpits, on both arms, hanging. And we thought it was clothing. It was part of his clothes. Until he gets closer, he was coming like this, like a zombie. Explosion, explosion. And when I looked at him, I realized it was his skin, like when you take off a glove and you let it hang. And when I get to see his face, all this part was hanging of his face. And everybody started screaming in horror. And I say, don't move. The guy was a black guy named Felipe David. Worked for a company called Aramark.
Rodriguez's story provides startling and credible eyewitness testimony that undermines the official myth that there were no explosives in the Twin Towers that morning. Rodriguez is insistent on a number of points. That there was a loud and distinct noise at 8:46 a.m., that it came from beneath them in the sub-basement level and blew them upwards, and that it notably preceded the sound of the plane impact above them. This has led Rodriguez to conclude that there was an explosion in the sub-basement before the plane impacted the North Tower, something which the 9/11 Commission and other official government investigations into the attacks denies. And, importantly, Rodriguez has been telling this same story, including the same detail about Felipe David, since the day of 9/11 itself.
William Rodriguez is a maintenance worker at the Trade Center, I believe. In any case, he's on the phone with us now. Mr. Rodriguez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Tell me where you were when, well, which of the 2 buildings were you in?
I work on the building 1, the one that got hit the first time.
Tell me what happened.
I was on the basement, which is a support floor for the maintenance company, and we hear like a big rumble. Not like an impact, like a rumble, like something like moving furniture on a massive way. And all of a sudden we hear another rumble, and a guy comes running into our office, and all his skin was off his body. All his skin, we went crazy. We started screaming. We told him to get out. We took everybody out of the office outside to the loading dock area. And then I went back in. And when I went back in, I saw people, I heard people that were stuck on an elevator, on a freight elevator, because all the elevators went down. And water was going in, and they were probably getting drowned. And we hit a couple of pipes and opened the elevator, and we got the people out.
If it were only William Rodriguez who heard, saw, and experienced explosions inside the Twin Towers that morning, then such testimony would be easy enough to rationalize away. Maybe Rodriguez had become confused in the chaos of that morning. Maybe he had interpreted the sound and explosion incorrectly. Maybe he was lying to gain attention. But William Rodriguez is not the only person who heard, saw, and experienced explosions inside the Twin Towers that morning. In fact, hundreds of people, including office workers, police, firefighters, and others, have reported explosions all throughout the morning, from before the moment of plane impact all the way up to the explosive demolition of the towers themselves.
What was it like? What was it like?
Horrible.
Like how? You don't want to know.
The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
Was that a secondary explosion?
Yes, it was.
That was the
Yeah, definitely a secondary explosion. Because we was inside waiting to go upstairs, and on the way upstairs, the whole fucking thing blew. And we just collapsed on everybody inside the lobby.
Similar to the first tower coming down, secondary.
I don't know about the first one, but I know the second was terrible. Then there was a third one too after that one.
Third explosion after that.
That's right. Everybody was inside the building waiting to go upstairs, and they just let loose. Everything just let loose inside the building.
So what you told me is that there was a plane or whatever hit the building, and then a secondary explosion.
It was like 3 explosions after that. We came in after the fire. We came when the fire was going on already. We was in the staging area inside the building, waiting to go upstairs. And then exploded. The whole lobby collapsed on the lobby inside.
And you were working there?
Yes, I was right there. I was down in the basement, came down, all of a sudden the elevator blew up, smoke. I dragged the guy out, his skin was hanging off, and I dragged him out, and I helped him out to the ambulance.
Arthur Del Bianco is one of the lucky few able to tell a tale of survival from a hospital bed.
All of a sudden, it was like bang, 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 like bullet shots. And then all of a sudden, 3 tremendous explosions, and everything started coming down.
I think a bomb went off in the lobby first, then a plane hit the building, but then another plane hit the other building. But when I was coming through the doors on the other side of the Trade Center, either they blew the lobby up or something, because it blew the glass out of the doors and knocked us all down, and I got smoke and everything on me.
We made it outside. We made it about a block.
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was if they had detonated.
Detonated.
They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
These stories, collected haphazardly by reporters at the scene that day, paint a very different picture of 9/11 than that portrayed by NIST and the 9/11 Commission. Rather than a progressive collapse due to fire and burning jet fuel, these stories suggest that what was happening inside the Twin Towers that morning was in fact a series of explosive events. Explosive events that were powerful enough to cause internal collapses within the building well below the point of the plane impacts and fires, and even, according to multiple witnesses, events that preceded the impact of the plane. But is there more systematic and rigorously collected evidence of these explosions? Is there a repository of such testimony that would confirm what Rodriguez and many others have affirmed since the day of 9/11 itself? Namely, that there were explosions taking place inside the buildings that morning. In fact, there is such a repository. In the wake of 9/11, New York Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen ordered the collection of oral testimony from firefighters, paramedics, and emergency medical technicians who responded to the attacks that morning. That collection, amounting to more than 12,000 pages of testimony from 503 people, was then promptly sealed. It took a lawsuit and 4 years of court battle for the collection to be finally released to the public. One of the researchers who spent time poring over that testimony was Graham McQueen, a retired associate professor at McMaster University and the former director of that university's Peace Studies Center. What he found in that repository of oral history, and presented in a scholarly article for the Journal of 9/11 Studies, was an unmistakable pattern. Time after time, these first responders reported experiencing explosions in the Twin Towers. Explosions that cannot be accounted for in NIST's official explanation of the tower's destruction.
There is other eyewitness explosion evidence that corroborates Rodriguez, at least in a general way, meaning that there were people talking about explosions in the basement. There were lots of people talking about tremendous explosions and fire in some of the elevators, blowing the doors off elevators. And some of this testimony can be found on the internet. I found some of it in the FDNY oral histories. Firefighters talking about the doors being blown off elevators. And so there was some kind of very destructive event. Also, the windows in the lobby, which were very strong windows, were blown out by the time most of the firefighters got there. And as one of them said, it looked like a plane hit the lobby. There were other explosions that went off over the next hour or so before the buildings started to come down. And when they came down, there were patterns of explosion from around the point of plane impact all the way down. Apparently, we were supposed to believe that the building was coming down because of structural failure. But again, these were timed very well. to go off in a particular way. And this is one of the reasons we know that these were explosions and that this was a controlled demolition. There were patterns, and they were explosions that were extremely strong, taking out these massive buildings and pulverizing them in less than 20 seconds. This was not structural failure.
Rodriguez's story was not some fanciful invention that he spun during the most dramatic and horrific hours of his life. It is a story that fits into a pattern of explosive testimony related by many other witnesses that day. It is also a story that is deeply uncomfortable for those in the government and the media who were eager to celebrate the acts of bravery New Yorkers committed that day, but who will never report the explosive truth about the events at the World Trade Center that demolished the official government conspiracy theory of 9/11. It is remarkable that Rodriguez, immediately recognized and celebrated for his heroism on that day, would continue to insist on his story even as the official story, the one that insisted there were no explosives used that day, began to take shape. But he did. For years, Rodriguez used his speaking opportunities on mainstream media and at memorials and commemoration events to inform the public about explosions in the Twin Towers that morning. Unsurprisingly, despite the attention and accolades he received for his remarkable story in the early days of 9/11, he soon found himself becoming persona non grata in the mainstream media because he refused to go along with the official lies about what happened that morning.
It says Safety Fire Department of New York.
A rescue jacket he wore over his torn shirt, a lantern from the rubble.
It doesn't work, but another memory from 9/11.
And a piece of marble from high up on the 44th floor. This saved for a decade.
I put it in my pocket because it was just such a shocking realization.
As well as memories that he relives every single day.
I was put from the rubble and I started looking for other people, and I only found pieces of human beings.
William Rodriguez, a janitor in the Twin Towers for almost 20 years and 9/11 survivor, who saved hundreds of lives on September 11th by unlocking door after door for firefighters and dragging out at least a dozen people with his own bare hands. Known as the last man out before the World Trade Center collapsed, his unlikely story had the media glued to him like bees to honey.
Ordinary people doing extraordinary things like William Rodriguez.
Becoming a voice for the victims, Rodriguez was honored as an American hero, only to be left homeless in the aftermath of the tragedy.
Funny thing, I will give the 800 number on camera, and when I call the 800 number, they deny me the help.
And shunned by the mainstream media soon after.
Censorship. I believe that censorship started from the very beginning because when I was telling my story, they told me, oh, cut this out, cut this out.
No longer a sweetheart of American broadcasts, William now talks mostly to foreign outlets. The reason? His version of 9/11 differed from the official scenario.
It was the first hijacked plane that hit the...
It was the first hijacked plane. No, hello. That was an explosion before 9/11, before the plane hit the tower.
Even more remarkably, Rodriguez went beyond simply telling the truth about what he witnessed that day. Little known even to those who are familiar with his story is that Rodriguez has used his notoriety and media opportunities to advocate for 9/11 survivors who are suffering from the health effects incurred in the aftermath of the tower's destruction. He has even taken the fight for 9/11 truth to the political arena, forcing the government's hand in convening a public commission to investigate the attacks, something that the Bush administration fought tooth and nail to prevent.
The 9/11 Commission is a book of 576 pages and 576 pages of lies, because the 9/11 Commission exists because I went with 3 other people to Congress to ask that we wanted a formal investigation of the events of 9/11. And you may remember that the president said, we don't need an investigation, we know who did it. That was the wrong thing to say to the families. We had the right and we wanted to know. So we pressed for an investigation. They didn't want it. So we used a technique that they have used against a lot of the people with the excuse of the war. We put widows. We put wives. We put fathers that love their loved ones on every television show and every news network to ask for an investigation. And they couldn't handle the emotional toll that will create on the American public. So we got the investigation. I testify behind closed doors. They didn't want me to do the testimony in an open hearing. Everything else, everybody else, open hearings. You saw the hearings. Mine was behind closed doors. I agree because I did not know what was the process. And I thought up to that point that they were going to do the right thing. We created the Family Steering Committee, and we gave the commission 168 questions to answer. We only have 22 of those questions answered. We wanted to have a family member to be part of the commission, and they say, we don't want to allow that because they will have access to national security papers and a lot of flim flam and balonies. We never got it. So we have to press for questions to be answered. We never got those answers. Up to that point, we thought that they were going to do the right thing. The final report shows up. What a surprise. My whole testimony was omitted. It doesn't appear. 27 people that I gave them to interrogate, they didn't call, not even one of them.
That the 9/11 Commission's work was subverted and undermined by conflicts of interest and deliberate cover-up is perhaps to be expected. But the efforts of people like William Rodriguez have been instrumental in advocating for those left quite literally in the dust of 9/11. Those whose stories are too problematic for the official 9/11 narrative to be given any credence or attention. As Gray McQueen points out, the story told by William Rodriguez and the other witnesses to explosions in the Twin Towers that day is not a peripheral issue or a minor footnote in the story of 9/11. On the contrary, it is of central importance. Either Rodriguez and the other witnesses to explosions independent of the planes and fires are wrong, or they are right. And if they are right, we are forced to the conclusion that the official story of 9/11 is not just mistaken, but that it is a deliberate fraud that has been perpetrated on the American public and the broader public around the world for nearly 2 decades.
Well, that would obviously indicate that somehow this building was wired for explosions and that there had been a plan made in advance of the plane attacks to destroy this building. And that means the official story about, Mohammed Atta and the other 18 hijackers flying planes is an incorrect story. That it indicates that there was, to use the classic word, an inside job. Somehow insiders, deep insiders, got in the building and readied it for annihilation on that day. And it also indicates that the story we've been told is false, and really knowingly false, because of course Rodriguez and many other eyewitnesses to explosions were ignored or silenced or lied about by the official investigating agencies, which means that the whole 9/11 story is a fraud.
Ultimately, the story of Rodriguez is important, not just for what it tells us about the official 9/11 narrative, or even for what it tells us about the way that power operates in society. It is important because it shows us what ordinary men and women are capable of in extreme situations. It reminds us that, in times of distress, we are still capable of coming together to help those around us. And it provides us with an example of someone who will not stop telling his truth, even when it becomes unpopular.
Our wounds are still open. We're still hurting. We're still going through the process of the traumatic shock syndrome, PTSD. You call me a hero. I call myself a survivor. For me, the heroes died on 9/11, in my opinion, because they died helping others. I just had the only tool available for me at that time to do great things. So I'm a survivor. I have that survivor's guilt. Why did I survive and my friends didn't? And now 16 years after, it hits me stronger. because I see the families, I see new families that came out from people that I saved, and I always wonder, what would have happened if those people that I lost, those 200 friends, will be alive today, and it hits you hard. So 16 years after, we're still dealing with the backlash of what happened on that day. 9/11 changed me. They changed the world. We all know that, but it changed me in more ways than I expected.
Of all the 9/11 whistleblowers, perhaps the most noteworthy are the 9/11 commissioners themselves. The 9/11 Commission, formerly the National Commission on Terrorist Attacks upon the United States, was set up by President George W. Bush, who dragged his heels a full 441 days before finally establishing a body to investigate the events of September 11, 2001, and to prepare a full and complete account of the circumstances surrounding them. But that remarkable gap between the events and the impaneling of the commission was not due to mere laziness. Bush actively resisted any investigation for as long as he could, taking the extraordinary and unprecedented step of personally asking Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle to limit Congress's investigation into those events. It was only when the political pressure to form a commission of inquiry became too great for Bush to resist that he authorized the commission and nominated a chairman, Henry Kissinger.
Today, I'm pleased to announce my choice for Commission Chairman, Dr. Henry Kissinger.
Kissinger, do you have any concerns about, once the Commission begins its work, if fingers point to valuable allies, say Saudi Arabia, for example, the implications, policy implications this could have to the United States, particularly at this delicate time?
I have been given every assurance by the President that we should go where the facts lead us.
Kissinger's reputation as a cover-up artist and tool of the political establishment was such that even the New York Times speculated that Bush's nomination of him showed that the president wanted to contain the investigation into 9/11, not enable it. 9/11 victims' family members, similarly concerned that Kissinger was being appointed to run a cover-up commission, challenged him to his face to release the client list of his political consulting business.
Several family members approached Kissinger and requested a meeting at his office in New York. Prior to the meeting, Kristen Breitweiser conducted a thorough investigation of Kissinger's potential conflicts of interest.
Probably much to the chagrin of some of the people in the room, Lori asked some very pointed questions. Would you have any Saudi American clients that you would like to tell us about? And he was very uncomfortable, kind of twisting and turning on the couch. And then she asked whether he had any clients by the name of Bin Laden. And he just about fell off his couch.
Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger stepped down from the position Friday.
We thought the meeting went well.
The next morning, Kissinger resigned his post as head of the 9/11 Commission, and former New Jersey Governor Thomas Kean and former Indiana Congressman Lee Hamilton were appointed chairman and vice chairman, respectively, to take his place. Remarkably, the suggestions of political cover-up did not end there, nor were they confined to a marginalized, lunatic fringe of conspiracy theorists derided by the establishment media. The remarkable and almost completely unreported fact is that 6 out of the 10 commissioners, Kean and Hamilton, as well as Bob Kerrey, Tim Romer, John Lehman, and Max Cleland, have all expressed concern that the commission was misled, stymied, hampered by conflicts of interest, and, ultimately, forced to participate in a politically motivated cover-up. In their book, Without Precedent, The Inside Story of the 9/11 Commission, and in press conferences and interviews at the time the report was released, Kean and Hamilton famously remarked that the commission had been set up to fail.
Even Lee Hamilton, the co-chair of the 9/11 Commission itself,
admits to us that the process he headed up was seriously flawed.
So there are all kinds of reasons. We thought we were set up to fail. We got started late. We had a very short time frame. Indeed, we had to get it extended. We did not have enough money. They were afraid we were going to hang somebody.
But it was very difficult, and Lee and I write in our book that we think the commission in many ways was set up to fail.
As it turns out, the majority of the commissioners felt that the commission had been lied to, deliberately obstructed, undermined by the White House, or set up with staff that had conflicts of interest in the investigation. One of these concerned commissioners, Max Cleland, resigned because the commission had been deliberately compromised by the President of the United States. Commissioner John Lehman, meanwhile, admitted on NBC Nightly News that the commission had to go through Karl Rove and other senior White House members to access key documents in their investigation, and that we purposely put together a staff that had, in a way, conflicts of interest, stressing, lest there be any doubt, that all of the staff had, to a certain extent, some conflict of interest. Commission members even considered bringing criminal charges against Pentagon officials who had deliberately lied to them about the military's complete lack of response on that day. But perhaps the most cryptic of all the dissenting commissioners was Bob Kerrey. In 2009, he remarked that 9/11 was a 30-year-old conspiracy, but no mainstream reporter has ever followed up with him to clarify this statement.
Do you support a criminal investigation into 9/11? Because I know yours was an exposition. It was not a criminal investigation.
I don't think so, but I don't know. I mean, I do support a permanent commission to examine not just that, but lots of other things in this area. So.
But if it's a permanent cover-up, then it's. I mean, if it's an act of war and it's hiding things, which everyone on your commission knew that the Pentagon was changing their stories, lying to you, and it's a cover-up of an act of war, and under Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution, it's treason. So unless we get to the very bottom of it, then we're still talking treasonous exposition.
This is a longer conversation. I'm not sure you ever get to the bottom of it.
We have to, or we can't save our countries.
I don't think. Well, if that's the condition upon which we're going to be saving our country, because the problem is it's a 30-year-old conspiracy.
No, I'm talking about 9/11.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you are. You mean this?
Yeah. Anyway, I got it.
Okay, be well.
Okay, thanks.
It is utterly remarkable that the 9/11 Commission and its final report are still held up as the final word on the events of September 11, 2001, when a majority of its own commissioners admit that the commission was a cover-up and did not get to the bottom of the story. Even more remarkable is that this fact has never even been mentioned, let alone examined, in any mainstream media report. And despite the fact that the majority of Americans believe the government is concealing what it knows about the events of September 11th from the public, to this day, anyone who raises questions about the commission or its findings is treated as a conspiratorial loony by those same media personalities that refuse to report on the 9/11 Commission's own whistleblowers. It should be apparent by this point that the old argument that someone would have talked is not just fallacious, but factually incorrect. There have, in fact, been numerous whistleblowers with documentable evidence of the frauds and fictions that have been constructed around the official 9/11 narrative. Their disclosures put the "but someone would have talked" doubters in an uncomfortable predicament. Either they are lazy, boldly pronouncing on issues they have not themselves bothered to investigate, or they are lying. What is especially galling when the so-called skeptics use the "someone would have talked" fallacy is that the whistleblowers have in fact done everything possible to publicize their stories, holding press conferences, filing formal appeals, joining whistleblower organizations, and making themselves available for interviews. For their heroic efforts, these brave men and women have been fired from their jobs, shunned by former colleagues, smeared by the mainstream media, and ignored by the public. Someone would have talked. Indeed, numerous someones have talked. Some of them have even screamed. But when their cries are ignored, the stories of the 9/11 whistleblowers sound like the proverbial trees falling in the forest with no one around to hear them. Unless and until we give these valiant men and women a voice, then we will never hope to learn the truth about 9/11. Since the day of 9/11, we've been told what happened.
Freedom itself is under attack.
We've been told who to blame.
The Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
Osama bin Laden. Terrorists in the terrorist network. Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
We've been told what to think.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
But if you haven't seen 9/11 Trillions or 9/11 War Games, you don't know anything about 9/11.
Some might ask, how in the world could the Secretary of Defense attack the Pentagon in front of its people?
We had 4 war games going on September 11th.
$8.5 trillion.
The most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind.
We've never seen so much real world stuff happen during an exercise.
It is, I was going to say terrifying.
9/11 Trillions and 9/11 War Games. Watch the documentaries for free online, or, for the first time, own them on DVD today. Go to corbettreport.com/shop for details.
In a homicide investigation, we thought you were supposed to interview the eyewitnesses.
Hi, my name is Daniel Hopsicker. Welcome to Muhammad Atta and the Venice Flying Circus. I'm standing in front of the Venice, Florida airport. There is a massive conspiracy going on right now in Florida to cover up what happened on these runways before September 11th. We're being lied to about the nature of the conspiracy that took down the World Trade Center. Lied to by the FBI, lied to by our president, lied to even by our media. For example, PBS's Frontline documentary on September 11th began with this line: 19 hijackers moved through Europe and America unnoticed. In a pig's eye, they did. In the lobby of the Central Intelligence Agency's headquarters in McLean, Virginia, there is this inscription: "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free." This is a story about legends. Your legend is your cover story in intelligence parlance, the lie that holds together long enough to let you slip away. The legends of Rudy Deckers as flight school owner and Muhammad Atta as fanatic Islamic fundamentalist have been fraying at the edges since the collapse of the World Trade Center. But what you'll see tonight will leave you asking the same question we are. Who are these guys? Tonight you'll hear the voices of some important eyewitnesses to the September 11th attack. Eyewitnesses not to the World Trade Center disaster, but to the prelude to the tragedy, to the conspiracy in progress in Florida, which 2 years ago resulted in a massive influx of Arab pilot trainees.
Many times I went to lunch with these folks, and some of them could hardly speak English. Some of them are from Liberia or Libya, and I guess various countries in the Middle East.
But you've been a pilot in this area for 15 years.
Yeah.
Has that always been the case?
No, this is a recent influx of these type of trainees.
You'll also discover that Atta and his buddies acted a lot like characters right out of Miami Vice.
They were loud, making comments at the hand on the table, this kind of thing. We're talking $200,000. We have to answer to the family. I thought it was mafia.
And you learn that the man largely responsible for this massive influx, flight school owner Rudy Deckers, is not who he pretends to be.
And what I heard was just that he had a backer in Naples that was backing him financially. That the money that he had, that he, in a sense, flaunted, was not even his money. He was just the front man for the man that had the money.
To learn the truth, you have to journey to an unlikely and until recently little-known center of intrigue, a freebooting port of call for an international cast of Learjet-setting rogues, spies, villains, and terrorists. Set beside a community of golf-playing retirees looking to get in on the early bird special. Welcome to Venice, Florida, a tiny retirement community on Florida's Gulf Coast. Like most towns, Venice has a few things to boast about. It bills itself as the shark tooth capital of the world, for example. And it has the second oldest population per capita in the entire United States. But it's really just a pleasantly ordinary little place. Except that Arab terrorists by the dozens came here to learn to fly. Mohammed Atta piloted the plane that hit the first tower. He learned to fly here. Marwan al-Shehi flew into the second tower less than half an hour later. He learned to fly here too. So did Siad al-Jarrah at the controls of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. That's 3 out of 4. And so did the most wanted terrorist still alive from the Hamburg Cadre, Ramzi bin Shalbib. What drew them here? Why would healthy young men gravitate to a retirement community anywhere? Where what bathing beauties there are recall in an earlier, gentler time. It makes you wonder, because it ain't Hamburg. How exactly did Venice, Florida become the biggest September 11th crime scene that wasn't reduced to rubble? Were they sent here? Was it an assignment? Who was Mohammed Atta anyway? Islamic fundamentalist, terrorist ringleader, the Pied Piper of terrorist pilots? How about Arab spy or double agent? The Pelican Alley is owned and run by Renee Adorna and her husband Tom. When reporters showed up the day after September 11th, she immediately knew why they were there.
Right after the incident happened, we had newspapers come down, and somebody said, oh, there's a reporter out there. And right away, I knew what it was about because I remembered the table. Tommy knew, Jeff knew, we said right away. And then he didn't even really, he showed one picture and we knew immediately. There was 3 and they all looked of the, I guess, Egyptian, like kind of dark skin, dark hair, lots of jewelry. Lots of jewelry. They're dressed like in Florida type shirts, the silk with the pattern and that kind of thing. And I could have swore there was a cross. The one guy had the big cross, the big gaudy gold cross thing. I thought, but I'm not sure now. But I know it was just he had the big watch on.
When you saw pictures afterwards, did you recognize all 3?
No, just one. I only recognized one of them. The Attar, I guess is his name.
The ringleader?
Yeah.
The guy with the 1,000-yard stare.
Right. He barely spoke a word to me, but when I'd come over, I'd be like, geez, what's his problem? Because he had that really mean look on his face all the time, like he was very unhappy. So,
I keep hearing
that. So, he never really spoke. And then the other guy was a heavier set guy who did all the talking, with me anyway. Was very outgoing, was very, pleasant, actually. So.
And who was Atta arguing with?
The big guy.
The heavy set guy.
Mm-hmm. And actually, the big guy was actually yelling at the other guy.
Atta and his young sidekick weren't arguing over the proper interpretation of the Quran.
They were loud, making comments at the hand on the table, this kind of thing. We're talking $200,000. We have to answer to the family. I thought it was mafia. Like when I'd walk by, I just, and I tried to stay away from the table pretty much, and then went and told the owner and the manager, you'd better watch this table. They're getting a little out of hand.
They came in into the office and said there was 3 gentlemen out here getting very loud and having arguments amongst each other, and she was afraid that it might get too out of control, so she came and got me, and I came out here. They were sitting right here. The way they were sitting was the one guy was on one side, the other guy was here, and then the big guy, he wasn't even in the booth. He was sitting on a chair on the outside here. He was a pretty big guy. Mm-hmm. And he was doing most of the talking and just kept talking and saying stuff to them and kept hearing about money and things about money. And the other guy that I guess was the main guy, he wasn't saying a word. He just sat there with a look on his face the whole time.
The FBI come see you?
No. 2 papers, 2 newspapers. That was it.
But nobody,
No.
no cops, no Venice police?
No. And they were right down the street at the house. The house was right down the block that they had rented. So they never came over here to see us.
Did the FBI come talk to you afterwards?
Did what?
Did the FBI come talk to you afterwards?
No, actually, only newspaper people.
Strange.
Yeah, I did, because we thought, you know, geez, they might want some information or something, but maybe they already had everything that
they needed.
Yeah.
The FBI never finished its investigation into the September 11th disaster. Their work was halted by President Bush in an effort, he said, to free more manpower for the anthrax investigation. Well, the anthrax is behind us now. 3,000 dead people command us to find the truth about how it is they came to die on September 11th in the year 2001. And it's the search for that truth that's brought us here, where on these runways, barely 18 months ago, Mohammed Atta joined the Venice Flying Circus. Glimpse into the private lives of cold-blooded killers left us wanting to know much more. The obvious question, of course, is what kind of fanatic Islamic fundamentalists wear silk shirts and heavy gold watches? More importantly, who or what is the family? The FBI had managed to pop in at Atta and Marwan's rented home in Venice, a block from the Pelican Alley. It's owned by this man, Steve Kona, a Venice fireman.
What they did was they come to the rental house itself. I guess the FBI showed up there about a day or two afterwards. I just maintained the grass over there in the summer, and they actually dealt with the rental agency for the, for the rent each month. Right. But yeah, I would see him occasionally when I was over there mowing.
Mohammed Atta apparently disdained contact with almost everyone.
Actually, he kept kind of secluded. His cousin, which I can't think of how.
Chubby guy.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple times when I was over there mowing. He was friendly.
Everyone
but
says that.
Yeah, and he was. Mohammed Atta, no, I never spoke with him. 6 months he was there.
The terrorist landlord is clear about the time period during which they rented the home. The same July through December time period of the year before the attack.
They rented just for that 6 months, where the same amount of time that they were here for the pilot's training. And then they left. I didn't, of course, I didn't have any dealings with them, so I didn't know where they went after that. But that, my understanding, I thought they were going back to their country. I thought they were here just for the training, then they were leaving.
We've just heard eyewitnesses that they were in this Venice restaurant just a month or so before September 11th. The timeline doesn't match, because when the FBI explains where the terrorists were in this country during the last 9 months of their conspiracy, the word Venice does not pass their lips. Was there something in Venice we weren't supposed to find? Brenda Cover works in the deli of this supermarket a mile from the airport. She says the terrorist pilots were in Venice just 1 week before the attack.
September 11th, I was on the phone with my mother-in-law the same time the buildings got hit. They showed pictures of 3 different guys. Alta was one of them on TV. And immediately I recognized the faces. And I told my husband then, oh my God, those are the 3 guys. They were just in the store a week ago. The week before that, they were in the store. They got subs.
Who were they meeting? Why were they here? The official story is that Mohammed Atta's terrorist cadre's appearance in Venice was nothing more than mere happenstance. Is that true? Again, we heard mention of Atta's dark presence.
I didn't like the way they stared at you. I mean, it would have been different if they would have talked to you like you were a normal person and just, hi, how are you today? But he just stood back and just glared at you with his dark eyes, like you were the bad person. Like he wanted to do you harm or something. And it just really gave you a frightening, eerie feeling. Like I wouldn't want to be caught in the parking lot at night with him.
We asked Brenda when she first noticed the flood of Arab pilots coming through Venice.
About a year ago.
Was it just happenstance that so many young Arab men began arriving in Venice for pilot training all at about the same time? Because if it wasn't, then something else was going on in Venice, Florida. Something which the FBI may be doing its best to ignore. Venice is worlds away from Miami Vice. Atta and his Arab cadre seem to fit right in on Florida's East Coast, the center of Casablanca-type intrigue, with trendy eateries packed with tall European models. It's a rapper sort of place where even Osama bin Laden could find an aircraft broker who would sell him a U.S. jet trainer. This is the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, famous as a safe harbor for pirates of the air. This company, for example, used to work out of the infamous Mena, Arkansas airport, known as a haven for aviation intrigue during the 1980s. Just blocks from this airport, Muhammad Atta rented a car for what would be the last month of his life. Incredibly, he used it to return to Venice. As we've seen in the FBI's official chronology, the word Venice does not appear in the story of Muhammad Atta's final days. But in the rental cars that Muhammad Atta and Marwan rented right behind me here, they went to Venice twice.
He rented 2 cars over 3 different contracts, a total of about 5 weeks. He picked up that car at closing time, and that one was going to be for 2 weeks. He told me it was going to be for 2 weeks, and told me he had to go over the west coast of Florida, and wanted to know if that would be a problem.
In this nondescript building in Pompano Beach, Florida, we got confirmation that Atta had been in Venice during 2 of the last 3 weeks of his life.
While he was over in Venice during those 2 weeks, he called me from Venice. I saw it on the caller ID, and I thought, oh, wonderful, I got a car broke down over on the west coast of Florida. And he called me because the service engine soon light was on.
During his questioning by the FBI, Warwick learned new details of the attack.
Well, Marwan almost missed the building. So FBI told me that he was flying Marwan was flying 100 miles an hour faster than Atta, and that's why he flew into the building deeper, and that's why that building came down first, is because there was so much fuel deeper into the building. But their also explanation is Atta was very cool, calm, collected, just zeroed right in on it, just bingo. And Marwan, on the other hand, 10 years younger, was just scared to death. And flying, he flew erratic, and like I say, at the last minute, he almost even missed the building.
Numerous items in Warwick's account are at odds with the official story. Atta had supposedly never been to America before. Before the previous summer, which is hardly enough time to learn to speak without an accent.
How was their English?
Both of them very good.
Yeah.
Very. I really thought that they had been in the country for a long time.
Where and when did Muhammad Atta learn to speak like he'd been here a long time? Everywhere we turned, we heard anomalous evidence.
Muhammad dressed to the nines. I mean, you know, nice pants, shirt, just business-like, real business appearing, but nice clothes.
The biggest mass murderer of the new century posed, ironically, as the perfect consumer.
He carried a briefcase, and he had all the credentials he needed. I mean, we asked for, in order to rent a car to anybody, they got to have credit card, driver's license, and proof of insurance, and he had that. Everything matched. He had Allstate insurance. Address on the insurance card matched his driver's license. And he was a perfect customer.
Warwick remains puzzled by certain inconsistencies in the terrorist actions. More anomalous evidence.
If they were on a suicide mission, they knew they were going to be gone in a couple days. Number one, why would you go to the trouble to return the car to us 2 days before? If you got to catch a flight, like say out of Fort Lauderdale Airport to go up north, why don't you just leave the car at the airport? The heck with me. We already had a signed credit card slip. We could have put it on that credit card slip and saved yourself the aggravation. And what would you care? They bothered returning the car here. And on the last contract, we already had a signed credit card slip for Muhammad. And Marwan said, no, don't put it on his credit card. Here, put it on mine. Well, in order for us to take somebody else's credit card on a contract, you got to be on the contract. So that means he had to give us his driver's license, and he had to sign everything. No problem. He gave us his driver's license, got on the credit card, tore up Muhammad's credit card slip, charged it on Marwan. I mean, what all does this make if you're going to be dead in a couple of days? What difference does all this make?
Warwick, too, noticed a high tide of suspicious characters.
I have given them a lot of names because this last year I've had a lot of people that after this 9/11, I go, whoa, what about that? Remember that customer? And what about that customer? 3 young guys that just prior to September rented a car from me for 3 months. And to me, they fit the description of anything that Muhammad was up to. I mean, why would they spend $900 a month to rent a car from me? What would they be up to? Why were they here?
As with almost everything else about September 11th, Bradley Warwick's story has a twist. We asked him how Muhammad Atta had found his tiny agency
How did they find you? Their credit, you know.
Oh, it's out of the phone book.
Yeah. But in the Bell South Yellow Pages, there is, alas, no listing for Warwick's. More anomalous evidence. Neither is his company listed at the Florida Division of Corporations. But we did discover several IRS liens he has outstanding. Maybe that's why we weren't too surprised when he told us he's worked with the FBI before.
I've been involved with other FBI situations in the past.
For the last 6 weeks of his life, terrorist ringleader Mohammed Atta left the jazzier precincts of the Miami area to journey across the state to a retirement community with the second oldest population in the entire U.S., Venice. Did Mohammed Atta have a secret preference for blue-haired widows over tall European models? If he did, it'd be a big surprise. Atta frequented this Sarasota strip joint, conveniently located next to a nearby dog track. A young man with money to burn, Mohammed Atta enjoyed very un-Islamic lap dances here, and also at places like the Pink Pony Strip Club in Daytona Beach and the Olympic Garden, a grind joint on the seedier end of the strip in Las Vegas. Stuffing $20 bills into the panties of topless dancers must be frowned on, don't you think, by fundamentalist Saudi mullahs? But it wasn't all seedy strip clubs. When not ogling infidel flesh, Atta had a taste for the finer things as well, like hanging out at Harry's Bar in New York, for example, where he preferred a table near the piano. We can see someone, an Arab spy, for example, having a preference for a table near the piano at Harry's Bar. But an Islamic fundamentalist? 3 nights before the attack, Mohammed Atta, Marwan Shehi, and Siad Al-Jarrah drank at this Fort Lauderdale bar. It gained immediate notoriety. Federal agents flashed pictures of the terrorist pilots who just a day earlier had demolished the World Trade Center to the manager, Tony Amos, and Patricia Idrisi, the bartender. We were able to recognize both gentlemen, Amos said. Atta drank Stolichnaya vodka for 3 straight hours, the bartender remembered. Marwan al-Shehi was drinking rum. They were very rude, she said. They didn't want to pay the bill. When asked if they could afford the $48 bar tab, Atta pulled out a thick roll. Mohammed said he worked for American Airlines and he could pay the bill, she told reporters. The guy Mohammed was drunk, Amos said. A week later, Amos changed his story. Mohammed Atta drank nothing stronger than cranberry juice that evening at Chuckham's Raw Bar. Night manager Tony Amos now said he was sitting quietly by himself. Take a look at this picture. Do you think the restaurant manager changed his story because he mistook Atta for someone else? We wanted to ask him, but when we stopped by, neither he nor bartender Idrisi were there any longer. The current bartender, before she realized she'd said too much, indicated their leaving was somehow 9/11 related. Life in Venice must have been hell for someone with Atta's jet-set tastes. Atta must have chafed. No wonder everyone ragged on his bad attitude. But was Venice his choice? Why did Mohammed Atta and so many other 9/11 principals come here? His 3 trips to Venice in the last 6 weeks of his life must have been business. Who was he meeting? Local law enforcement officials indicated to us that they too would like to know that answer. And that's when our search led us to begin looking into this man, flight school owner Rudy Deckers, responsible 2 years ago for an influx of literally hundreds of Arab pilot trainees.
This then is the central dramatic question to our story, to the tragedy of September 11th. Did Arab men just wander up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida as easily as if they'd been listening to Tom Petty albums all their lives? Or were they assisted by a global network? If they were, Rudy Deckers would be the place to look. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Deckers was everywhere on television, portraying himself as just an innocent businessman, victimized by the perpetrators of one of history's greatest crimes. Is he? The first thing we heard about Rudy Deckers came from a female researcher who called to tell us he sounded phony to her in his television appearances, that there was something odd about him. Was it female intuition? He sounded sincere enough to us.
This morning at 7 o'clock, I heard what happened, and the first thing I questioned myself was if I would have known. I would kill him by my own bare hands. If I have a Muslim coming in right now, I think that I'm going to be a human being and tell him, get the hell out of my property here. The day that all this occurred, we felt very, very sad, like all the other Americans.
Deckers isn't American, he's Dutch. And his response to pass the buck on to unnamed underlings sounds a little rehearsed.
How was it that you first came in contact with these men?
I have heard yesterday from my own police, because I don't have contact with every student that walks in, that these 2 individuals came in July in 2000 checked our facility, said that they were flying in another facility in Tampa. They were not happy at that facility. They came back after a couple of days and decided that they wanted to fly with us.
That seems a simple, straightforward chronology. But compare it with the words of the chief flight instructor at Jones Aviation in nearby Sarasota, Florida, who tells another story altogether.
It was on or about June of, would have been 2000. They came up from Huffman Aviation. It's not our policy normally to enroll students from other schools. It has to pretty much be an exception. And in their case, I did make an exception for the reasons they gave me.
Deckers said terrorist ringleader Atta was already an experienced pilot when he arrived at Huffman Aviation.
So were they learning to fly from square one, essentially?
No, Mr. Atta had a private pilot license already, and I see if I pronounce right, he had only a few hours. They did a private pilot license with us, single-engine commercial and multi-engine commercial.
But we soon heard this statement totally contradicted. More anomalous evidence.
Atta was already a pilot. He already had a private pilot's license. Isn't that right?
Not when he came here. No, he was close to getting a private license. He had 3/4 of the course complete.
The same course that Marwan was taking.
Yeah.
But but there was no discernible difference in training skills and skills events between the two?
Between the two, Atta was the better pilot of the two. But both of them, I mean, looking at them both as two students learning together, where they were in the curriculum when they came here, they should have been a lot further along.
The FBI, we learned, had known about terrorists training at Rudy Decker's flight school for some time, which probably accounts for their swift response.
The FBI visited you just a few hours ago and confiscated some records. Can you tell us about that?
It was yesterday, 2:30 a.m. They called my managers here in Venice and wanted to see 2 files. I came in at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were still there. I talked briefly with them. They were ready to go. I told them that we have more customers, clients from the Middle East, and I thought it was a good idea to give them all my files. So I gave them a couple of 100 files from the last years.
The contents of the files of Rudy Decker's flight school might answer some persistent questions about the terrorist conspiracy's operations in Florida, and even reveal what kind of help they may have received in this country and from whom. But these questions haven't been answered because the FBI hasn't talked about what's in them. One Venice law enforcement official told us the FBI, loaded 2 Ryder trucks right outside the police station, then drove the trucks right onto a C-130 military cargo plane at Sarasota Airport, which flew out with Jeb Bush aboard. Since the FBI is not talking, maybe somebody should ask Jeb Bush. Then the cat got out of the bag just a little bit, as it sometimes does in the immediate aftermath of a major event.
Let me ask you this. One of these men is widely considered to be responsible for a bus bombing in Israel. How was it that they could gain admittance to your school?
Well, they didn't came through our paperwork like they're calling from Europe, and we know 2 months ahead that they are showing up. As I said, they came from another flight school out of Florida. Probably that flight school did all the INS paperwork with them in their country.
Authorities immediately denied that the Mohammed Atta who masterminded the demolition of the World Trade Center was the same Mohammed Atta who had 15 years earlier blown up an Israeli bus. So there apparently were 2 separate Arab terrorists with the exact same name. But then we discovered a story from September 15th's Washington Post stating Mohammed Atta had been to International Officers School at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama, and that others of the terrorists had attended the Aerospace Medical School at Brooks Air Force Base in Texas and the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California. 3 of the terrorists had even listed their address on their driver's license as the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida, the story went on, where they participated in military exchange programs for foreign officers at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. Foreign nationals who became terrorist pilots were training at U.S. military facilities. They would most likely have had connections to Arab governments considered friendly to the United States. And that's a big story. But when the Post story ran, authorities denied it too. So now apparently there are 3 separate Mohammed Attas. Imagine that. Rudy Deckers was quick to disclaim any responsibility. He was just an innocent businessman, he told reporters.
And I know it's difficult because you in some sense, feel a little bit of responsibility, don't you?
No, we don't feel responsible for what happened at all. Not nothing.
The terrorists were only in Venice for a short time before moving on to Florida's East Coast, Decker said.
I have learned yesterday that after November 2000, that they left this facility and went to a flight school in Pompano Beach, where they had additional training for jets.
In later interviews, his story remained much the same.
Atta and Al-Shihi walked into the front door, and we have no obligation whatsoever to do any background checks or passports or ID.
So who was to blame for the terrorist presence in our midst? Exactly 6 months later, Rudy Deckers, oddly enough, helped provide the answer.
Exactly 6 months after the September 11th terrorist attacks, the man who trained two of the terrorists to fly got some unexpected paperwork in the mail.
Yesterday, Rudy Decker of Huffman Aviation in Venice received the visa application approvals for hijackers Mohammed Atta and Marwan Al-Shehi.
Because of some strangely suspicious timing, Rudy got to use the V word right on television. Vindicated.
I don't expect on a Monday morning when I come in and open my mail to get two permits from Atta and Al-Shihi. I thought they were already past me. We applied for the right paperwork, and therefore I'm happy I can do that now.
So you feel vindicated?
Yes.
And suddenly the finger of blame was beginning to point towards the lowly INS.
Decker says he was not surprised to receive the paperwork on Atta and Al-Shehi 7 months after he sent it in. He said that's actually a short time. He says the process can sometimes take up to 2 years. The INS, meanwhile, is embarrassed by this whole situation, and in a release statement says that, quote, the current system for collection and tracking information on students is outdated, inaccurate, and obsolete.
Thank God for hard-hitting American journalism. Deckers got major public relations mileage out of the INS snafu. We suppose only a cynic would wonder if someone had planned it this way.
The flight schools didn't do anything wrong. The government needs to look at itself and look at procedures, what they can change, so this would not happen anymore.
But when the Dutch national whose flight school was the terrorist American beachhead was invited to testify before Congress about his views on preventing a recurrence of September 11th, it struck some observers as being a little much. Rudy and CNN seemed to have quite a meeting of the minds. Rudy was now even advising Congress, just as he had earlier offered help and advice to the FBI. The story helped to focus public anger over the terrorist attack.
Venice residents like Ralph Hargis know that the arrival of the applications couldn't have stopped September 11th, but they believe a more diligent INS should have.
Someone's dragging their feet somewhere.
They let them into this country. We paid the price.
Still, some people in Venice had other ideas about where the real blame lay.
When people in town found out that these people had been in our midst right here, I mean, 3 of them.
They wanted to go burn down the airport.
The INS debacle left even mainstream reporters skeptical, if not downright embarrassed.
Well, maybe I missed this while I was shaking my head, but explain again, because I read it. I'm not sure I understand what the INS is saying here. At some point, fairly recently, somehow these pages got stuck in an envelope and sent down to Florida. Now, did anybody look at them?
Apparently not. You'd think those names, Atta, Al-Shehi, which were in the news probably more than anybody's, would stand out.
More hard-hitting American journalism. Before anyone pins any medals on Rudy Deckers, we think they should take a look at what people who know him have got to say. For starters, he has a pretty tarnished local history. Coy Jacobs owns an aviation business right next to Rudy Deckers at the Venice airport.
He was operating a flight school, an unsuccessful flight school in Naples. He had some run-ins with the FAA. I think he had lost his license or had been reprimanded.
Also, it turns out he's something of a deadbeat. Bob Mudge writes for the local Venice Gondolier.
I don't think I knew anything at all about Rudy, even his taking over of Huffman, until April or maybe early May of last year, when he missed a rent payment. Or actually, I found out he was behind on several months' rent. The only, at that time, fixed base operator at the Venice Municipal Airport was, I think at that time, 3 months behind in his rent and had gotten a demand letter and was being threatened with eviction.
There was even something strangely puzzling about the circumstances under which Deckers had purchased Huffman Aviation.
They did no due diligence, to the best of my knowledge. It's a cardinal no-no. I mean, you just don't come in and buy a business like that. They blew into town They were here a day or two, met with Stan Huffman. He named a number. They said yes, wrote him a check. Stan left. They're here. And then they notified the city of Venice what they did after the fact. And it was a shock to everybody at the airport. In fact, the city council and the city attorney, and I think even for that matter, the manager of the airport wasn't even aware of the fact. And that's a criteria. You can't transfer properties at this airport and most federally funded airports without the governing authority's approval.
The city of Venice wasn't the only government agency eager to bend the rules for Rudy Deckers.
Rudy is not a U.S. national citizen. He's not national. I don't believe he's a U.S. citizen. And historically, the FAA is pretty picky about who they allow to even own November registered or U.S. registered airplanes. Non-U.S. citizen cannot register an airplane in the United States, can't own it in the United States.
And yet, as we will soon learn, Deckers own not just U.S. registered airplanes, but a U.S. chartered airline as well.
He was involved in the startup of Flair, I think it was called, which was Florida Airline, simply. And I know he had a lot of problems with that. I think it was briefly in service, but Flair's period of service was pretty brief. There's a level beyond which we don't really go into for a lot of reasons. We don't have the staff. Stories get beyond our scope. I've heard a lot of things about why that airline went into trouble and that there were a lot of financial problems. And I've heard problems with people not getting paid. I had some discussions with Deckers about that at some point, and he was blaming it on, I forget who.
And that's when we began to learn about Rudy Deckers' shadowy financing.
And what I heard was just that he had a backer in Naples that was backing him financially. That the money that he had, that he, in a sense, flaunted, was not even his money. He was just the front man for the man that had the money.
The only way I could explain it, and one way it was explained to me, was that Rudy Deckers was running an unsuccessful business in Naples. He was not making any money. He had he didn't have the best of reputation.
Somehow, Rudy Deckers' financial profile changed overnight.
Just about a year earlier, he asked me for a ride from Venice to Naples, which is an airplane ride, which is maybe a 20-minute ride. Didn't have the money to buy gas. I mean, I said, yeah, I'll take you down there with one of my pilots if you buy the gas. He didn't have the money to buy gas for an airplane to go down and back. And then he shows up a year later and plops $1.7 million or $1.8 million or $2 million on the table as if it was paper money.
Tom Hammersley was the chief flight instructor at Florida Flight Training, the other Dutch-owned flight school at the Venice airport. They trained the terrorist pilot at the controls of the plane which crashed in western Pennsylvania.
I know that he wanted to buy out everybody on the block, so to speak, and have a monopoly on the airport. That was one of his goals. And I really didn't see it as anything else but a Dutch man with a French complex called a Napoleon complex.
So 2 Dutch nationals had purchased flight schools at the Venice airport in the year before the terrorists began to arrive. Local observers thought that was one Dutch boy too many for coincidence.
It's kind of odd because the only other flight school in town is owned by Arnie Kuthoff, and he's Dutch. I mean, the odds of that are pretty slim. And
each of those flight schools was purchased in the same year, a year before the terrorists showed up.
About the same time period, yeah.
I've heard a lot of rumors that I haven't been able to substantiate about connections between them and other businesses here and entities and agencies outside the area. It certainly is something you'd have to say is an interesting coincidence.
The notion that it is just coincidence that dozens of Arab student pilots learned to fly at 2 separate Dutch-owned flight schools at this tiny airport is called the magic Dutch boy theory. Just like the magic bullet theory in the Kennedy assassination, where a magic bullet was the only way the FBI could concoct a scenario which let them apply a lone nut gunman tag to Lee Harvey Oswald. The FBI's explanation of the conspiracy leading to the September 11th disaster only flies through similarly twisted logic. Consider both pilots who guided planes into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center trained at Dutch national Rudy Deckers Huffman Aviation, which he had purchased the year before the terrorists began to arrive. The terrorist duo practicing touch and goes on Florida's Gulf Coast were soon joined by a third student terrorist pilot, Siad El Jarrah, the Lebanese national, at the controls of the plane which crashed in western Pennsylvania, making it a terrorist trifecta out at the Venice airport. He trained at the Florida Flight Training Center, newly purchased by yet another Dutch national. Two Dutch boys buying adjacent flight schools, which shortly thereafter get overrun by terrorists as one damn Dutch boy too many, one Southern lawman told us. It's untidy. Making this even more suspicious is the fact that both Deckers and Krutoff insist they only met in Venice. Turns out they're lying.
I was also the chief flight instructor down at Florida Flight Training Center, which is on the Venice airport. It's at the opposite end. And I knew Rudy Deckers. My former employer, Arne Krutoff and Rudy Deckers, are both Dutch. They go back a long time.
We wanted to ask Arne Krutoff about this, but when he visited his flight school, he tried to threaten us. It didn't work.
You're lucky to sit where you're sitting, because right now, if you sat in Rudy's office, or you wouldn't be.
One common link between the two men is a German national named Pascal Schreier, who recruited students for both men in Are you ready for this? Hamburg, Germany.
I know Pascal Schreier. I mean, I worked with him as part of Florida Flight Training Center. He's a German boy and did a lot of recruiting students over in Europe, sending them over to Arne.
The two Venice Dutch boys run supposedly competing flight schools, but strangely, Pascal Schreier has been in business with both of them. According to the French newspaper Le Monde, Swiss police questioned Osama bin Laden's older brother, Yeslam, a key figure in the family's business empire, because one of his companies, Avcon Air Charter, just happened, as they say, to have offered flight training to clients at the Venice flight schools attended by some of the hijackers.
I asked them specifically what their goals were, and they said they wanted to learn to fly so that they could go fly for Saudia. For people coming from that part of the country, Saudia would be the premier airline of the Middle East.
Why haven't we read about this in America's so-called free press? Why are we still accepting at face value the word of a man of such clearly dubious character? Deckers, for example, was recently forced to settle a lawsuit for sexual harassment filed by an 18-year-old girl. A former employee, it turns out she was also the Huffman employee who filed the terrorist error-filled INS paperwork. Remember, to get the visas that came back 6 months to the day after the attack? Perhaps she can be forgiven her mistakes, given that she was at that same time being distracted by the pawings of a middle-aged Dutch creep.
You're aware of the numerous allegations of sexual harassment, for example.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, that's rumors around the airport. Airport's smaller community. It's like a small microcosm of society. Most airports are. Yeah, people, women leave, and down there, I've heard that there's been problems down there.
So a man who gets his kicks by sticking broom handles up the backs of the dresses of 18-year-old girls who work for him was invited to testify before the Congress of the United States of America on preventing future terrorist attacks. Apparently, no one thought to question him about what role he may have played or how he may have facilitated the events of September 11th. Why not? As we've just seen, it's not because he has such a sterling character. What then? Why is Rudy Deckers being protected, and by whom? To understand what follows, it helps to recall first just a little U.S. history. Back in the bad old days of the Cold War, the largest airline in the entire world belonged to just one client, the CIA. The agency operated its airline under literally hundreds of names, constantly shuffled. When CIA Director Helms ordered an inventory of the planes one time, he was told no accounting could ever be anything like totally accurate because of the complexity of the scheme. But in the public revulsion over the excesses of the CIA after Watergate, the agency was forced to divest itself of its air carriers, supposedly. But something like it still goes on today. Take a look at Florida Air. At the same time that Rudy Deckers was getting humiliating coverage as a deadbeat in the local newspaper, he was also launching a commuter airline. There aren't many people behind on their rent who have the luxury to think about new airlines now, are there? Deckers had a partner in Washington State. His name was Richard Bulkey. He owned Harbor Air, called the Navy's airline because it serviced the big Whidbey Naval Air Station in Oak Harbor, Washington. Deckers entered a venture with a partner who was also at the same time participating in the massive mob-led looting of pension funds in Portland, Oregon. Altogether, over $350 million was missing. And they not only got away with it, but they even pretty much kept it out of the papers, except the local press, which just claimed to be sort of puzzled by it all. Deckers' partner, Richard Bulkey, was pretty fortunate, too.
He gave him $26 million to build this high-rise condominium project that only cost $12 million. Where do you go to apply for that kind of work? Portland reporter Eric Mason was intrigued by the Bulkey-Deckers connection too. When he went to interview Bulkey, Bulkey told him he was someone else.
It's interesting, the first, conversation that I had with him, he denied being Richard Bulkey. Recognized him from the description I had gotten. I said, Mr. Bulkey, can I get an interview with you? And he said, Mr. Bulkey isn't here. And then when I saw him again, I said, Mr. Bulkey, I think you really need to speak to me. I've got some important questions for you. He finally said, okay, come on upstairs.
Mason was interested in Bulkey for pretty much the same reasons we were.
The financing that had gone between Mr. Bulkey and Florida Air, which was a sister operation to the flight training center, which trained Mohammed Atta.
Remember what we said at the start of the show? That this was a story about legends? That your legend is your cover story, the lie that holds together long enough to let you slip away. Well, oddly enough, Richard Bulkey's condo project in Portland, Oregon, it's called Legends. Rudy Deckers might be involved in a lot of aviation-related businesses that don't make any business sense, but so is his partner, Richard Bulkey.
Richard Bulkey's former employees always wondered what the aviation business was really doing. From the beginning, they felt as though the finances flowed from the real estate holdings and the retirement home into this aviation company, and that there was really no way this aviation company was really making money. So the question about what this aviation company was really all about, that still remains to be seen.
When things don't make business sense, sometimes it's because they do make sense, just in some other way.
Player started out of here, which was a Decker Hilliard thing, which again just never made sense. That airline startup thing was the chances of that working were, we joked about it. In fact, it was such a joke around here at the airport. It was a thing where, I joked around. I said, oh yeah, they're going to start an airline. I said, I'm working on a shuttle launch facility right next door here.
We are looking, remember, for evidence of the global networks, which authorities said must have been aiding the terrorists while they were in this country.
He had received financing from Capital Consultants. And Capital Consultants, the folks that are the head of the financial officers of Capital Consultants, have now been indicted on a number of charges, including fraud. Some have labeled it a Ponzi scheme. I think the prosecutors in this case have made the case, at least to a grand jury, to go forward with indictments, that there was fraud going on. And you have to ask yourself, in this huge financial holdings company, where did all this money go? You have to ask yourself, how much money can you lose and not have anything to show for it?
Another grateful recipient of millions of dollars of the pension fund money was Alvin Malnick, whom Reader's Digest once called Meyer Lansky's heir as head of organized crime. And as global networks go, they don't get much bigger than that. But it's not Malnick's gangster ties that make your jaw drop. It's his connection with the Saudi royal family. A Jewish gangster, Alvin Malnick's son, is married to the daughter of Prince Turki, a leading prince of the Saudi Arabia kingdom's founding family, who lived in this swank Miami condo project, the Cricket Club, at Malnick's invitation. The Saudi prince not only blessed the marriage, but regularly worked with the U.S. organized crime associates. One knowledgeable observer told us he would frequently send his private 747 to Florida to pick up Malnick and his associates so they could conduct business on the plane away from prying eyes. Malnick also owns what law enforcement sources call the biggest mob hangout south of New Jersey, the Forge, which attracts what one investigator called men with big cigars and women with tiny resumes. In front of the Senate Banking Committee hearings about the terrorist money trail and the aftermath of the September 11th disaster, Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff said, frankly, we can't differentiate between terrorism and organized crime and drug dealing. Rudy Deckers, it seems, has partners who are in business with the mob. And the mob is a global network, and the mob traffics in heroin, which gives them something pretty big in common with Osama bin Laden's organization, believed to derive much of its funding from the heroin and opium trade in Afghanistan. But there's yet another global network which often works together with the mob. which has its fingerprints all over Rudy Decker's story. Take Rudy Decker's Airlines Florida Air, for example. Just like the CIA's airline back in the 60s and 70s operated under hundreds of names, Decker's airline does too. Florida Air really isn't Florida Air, for example. It's Sunrise Airlines of Las Vegas, doing business as Florida Air. But then Sunrise Airlines of Las Vegas isn't really Sunrise Airlines either. It's Express Air of Phoenix, doing business as Sunrise Airlines. Somebody real high in the U.S. government must have loved these guys, because they were getting more than $3 million a year from the U.S. government itself in something called the Essential Air Service Program in the Department of Transportation to run flights in rural Arizona. But it gets better. The plane they flew the service in was donated to them for just $1 a year by the city of Low, Arizona, which obligingly purchased it for them after the city fathers approved a $2 million bond issue. But it gets better yet. After being the recipient of all that government money, Rudy Decker's company didn't even operate the flights. It went bankrupt instead. Deadbeat Rudy Decker's was starting an airline. And how's this for an ironic twist? Who should line up to provide him with his very first celebrity endorsement? But Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris. We all remember her. At this point, we wondered, is it just us? Did anyone else see what we were seeing? Well, yes, there is a lot of uneasiness about Rudy Decker's in Venice, Florida, especially among people who know him.
I think in a lot of ways he's very ambitious. To what extent he would go to succeed, I don't know his character well enough to comment on it.
It's common knowledge around the airport that in fact, the phrase you hear a lot of times is you can't believe what he says. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of credibility.
I've certainly had a number of occasions when Mr. Decker has told me something that turned out not to be true.
They did have somebody in foreign agent in Hamburg. It was common knowledge that they went after European markets, and they went after, they had foreign agents. They called them agents. I mean, after the fact, of course, it looks extremely suspicious. I mean, what are the chances that all the people, or the huge bulk of the terrorists would train in 1 or 2 flight schools in one town?
Exactly. What are the chances? This is a question which the FBI seems desperate to avoid. Take a look at this wanted poster they put out. 2 weeks after the attack, they'd confiscated everything in sight at both Venice Dutch boys' flight schools. So why is the word Venice so conspicuous by its absence in their report? What are they covering up? From his vantage point as the owner of the aviation facility right next door, Coy Jacobs says suspicions about Rudy Decker's have been widespread around the Venice airport since he moved in the year before Mohammed Atta came to town. Since September 11th, the suspicion has only grown more intense.
When people operate suspiciously at airports around here, people start acting suspicious. I mean, law enforcement hovers around most airports in the southeast United States to some extent. They hover around airports around here, obviously, and they were told to stay away from that operation.
Who was told?
The Sarasota County drug interdiction people were told that they had a green light to operate and that they were to stay away from it. They were some type of a alluded to the fact that they may have some type of government protection.
Government protection of Rudy Decker's? That would explain the softball coverage by CNN. The question was, which part of the government?
It's a published known fact that some people fairly high up in the CIA have started developments around here. I think by developments, I'm talking investments after they retired. I would say that it's not the Bush's vacation here.
Rudy Decker's doesn't impress locals as any sort of budding James Bond, but the money man behind Rudy, he's another story.
It seemed like he wasn't maybe quite as astute as I would have thought somebody in the intelligence community would be. I mean, you think of these guys looking like James Bond, or, wearing flower shirts and carrying Walther PPKSs. Wally certainly could be. I mean, Wally was unassuming, nice guy, had a cell phone, rang all the time, had an affinity for Learjets.
Do CIA agents have an affinity for Learjets? Was there evidence of a large covert presence in Venice, Florida? Rudy Decker's business partner in Washington State provided the critical clue.
Richard Bulkey started in the business of creating freestanding retirement homes. And he, at one point, had the largest company, the largest holding of these freestanding retirement homes in the country. One of the retirement homes that belongs to the company that Richard Bulkey once held was just a stone's throw from the airport where Muhammad Atta was trained. And you have to ask yourself, there's a lot of coincidences here. Are they just coincidences, or is there something more to it?
In an ironic twist worthy of the spy fiction of Jean le Carré, it turns out that its elderly population, the very thing that made Venice seem an unlikely terrorist destination resort, was what drew Atta and his cadre here in the first place. American intelligence has had a significant presence here for a long time in, of all things, the nursing care industry. This stately colonial building, just a block from the Venice airport, was built to house the national headquarters of a huge nursing care company, started by a man whose name is synonymous with American covert operations during the past several decades, Jackson Stevens. Jackson Stevens' name surfaced in the BCCI scandal, in the Mina drug scandal, in the Promise software scandal, in the Vince Foster scandal. This stately mansion, which still houses Jackson Stevens' law firm, is the house that Jack built. And right across the street is Richard Bulkey's Altera assisted living facility. And just around the corner is Huffman Aviation. Our biggest discovery was that the parcels of land surrounding the Venice airport tell their own story of covert associations. It's the story of America's secret history. Here, Jackson Stevens' law firm, Boone, Boone & Boone, it still exerts control over the civic destiny of this tiny town. And the founder of the firm was former Florida Governor Lawton Child's college roommate, a detail whose importance will shortly become clear when we look just down the street, where right beside the Venice airport sits the long-time winter home of Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. The circus was brought to Florida, we learned, by its longtime owner, John Ringling North. John Ringling North, back in World War II, was an agent of the precursor of the CIA, the OSS. And not just any agent either. He's credited with securing the release from Italian prisons of key mafia figures who repaid his kindness by assisting in the Allied invasion of Italy in 1944, more than 50 years later. Sitting right beside the Ringling Circus grounds, right next door to Jackson Stevens' law firm, and right beside the Venice airport, is a parcel of land housing the Italian-American Social Club. They couldn't put this in a movie. No one would believe it. Friday night is pasta night, we're told. We wonder what they do there other nights. As it happens, a traveling circus, which was often touring behind the Iron Curtain during the Cold War, provided excellent cover for intelligence activity. Ringling's winter home beside the Venice airport also housed the famous Clown College, where for many years the CIA sent recruits as part of their training. Why does a CIA agent go to Clown College? The answer's simple: to learn sleight of hand. And now we've come almost full circle. Because remember Stevens' law firm's founder's college roommate, Democrat Lawton Childs? Well, oddly enough, it was he who gave Rudy Decker's only celebrity endorser, Republican Katherine Harris, her start in politics when he named her to the board of the Ringling Circus Foundation in nearby Sarasota. They couldn't put this in a movie. No one would believe it. It turns out that Venice, including neighboring Charlotte County, have been hotbeds of covert intrigue for as long as anyone can recall. At least 23 helicopters have been made to disappear from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Department for reasons unknown and sent to exotic and faraway destinations, like Chile.
Charlotte County always had kind of a shadow. There's a fellow that rebuilds helicopters, and he's always been in quasi problems with the FAA with these helicopter parts.
Jamie Hill.
Yeah.
Who the sheriff, the Charlotte County Sheriff, is investigating for as being involved in the disappearance of 23 of Charlotte County Sheriff's helicopters.
Lose 23 helicopters.
Well, you wouldn't think Charlotte County would need 23.
No, that's, of course not.
Why is this of any interest to us and our story? Because despite what we've been told by the FBI, Charlotte County was the first home in this country of Muhammad Atta. These emails are from Muhammad Atta, discovered by Charlotte County law enforcement and shown here for the first time. They reveal that Atta was sending email correspondence to people who appear to have been working for U.S. defense contractors, like Virtual Prototype, whose website says the firm helped prototype avionics for the F-15 jet fighter, the F-22 Raptor, the B-2 bomber, and the Apache Longbow. We discovered that Rudy Deckers provides regular maintenance to an airline based at Charlie County Airport, Carib Air, owned by Dietrich Reinhardt, a notorious Iran-Contra operative. Reinhardt also has the distinction of being business partners with the man suspected of making all those helicopters disappear. Deckers does work for a notorious CIA proprietary air carrier with a particularly blemished past, including blemishes like having its aircraft seized at the infamous Mena, Arkansas airport, and being accused by government prosecutors of having used its planes to ship drugs worth billions of dollars into this country. Finally, yet another Iran-Contra operative, Frank Moss, is a conspicuous presence here too. He owns this vintage DC-3. It's painted to look like an airborne ark, which has been sitting at the airport since its seizure 2 years ago. As it happens, our old friend Barry Seal's pals have their fingerprints all over operations in and around Venice, Florida.
We knew that Rudy had a lot of money behind him. We knew he had a lot of money backing him.
I think common sense should prevail. And I think if you're a thinking person and you have common sense, I think that you examine the person making a statement and see if there's any reason for any falsehoods to erupt. And I think that it's pretty suspicious to me.
So much dust in the air, so to speak, that people couldn't really focus on what was perhaps, the true way the Trojan horse got into this country.
In a world where the truth is something more than an inconvenient annoyance, there might be signs at the edge of this town reading "Welcome to Venice, home of the Trojan horse." We don't live in that kind of world. Maybe we never will. We've just presented an hour's worth of anomalous evidence pointing to the existence of a conspiracy to keep the American people in the dark about the true nature of the tragedy that darkened all our doorsteps last September. We could easily show you several hours worth of anomalous evidence more. But this is the point of the show where we let down our journalistic guard, where I'll tell you what I think. I think that there's only one thing worse than having to watch human beings jump out of 100-story windows in 2s and 3s holding hands. And that's having to watch it and then having your government lie to you about who did it and why. I think that the brutal reality of American life as we enter the 21st century is the same as that which faced the citizens of Rome almost 2,000 years ago, when they looked on with despair at the swaggering and corrupt Praetorian Guard that had made a mockery of their once proud republic, and asked out loud the question that echoes down to us across the centuries: who will guard the guards?
When the global economy crashed in 2008, costing tens of millions of people their savings, their jobs, and their homes, the bankers who caused the crisis did not get arrested, they did not go to jail, and they did not have to pay any money out of their own filthy rich pockets. Instead, they got bailed out, and everyone else had to pay for it. This corrupt network of elite financial criminals has infested itself into the top levels of the US government, military, business, and intelligence sectors. These people are the reason why the price of everything you buy has skyrocketed since just 10 or 15 years ago. The reason why empty homes now outnumber the homeless in America, and the reason why the national debt doubled. In another non-coincidence, it was also about that long ago that another event happened which divided history forever into an unforgettable before and after period. As it turns out, Many of the same people involved in the economic inside job that crashed our economy and led to those banker bailouts were also involved in another inside job. In this video, we are going to blow the 9/11 conspiracy wide open. I began this investigation after seeing the documentary 9/11 Press for Truth and hearing about the 4 widows who lost their husbands on 9/11 and had to put immense political pressure on Congress and the Bush administration to actually start an official inquiry into the 9/11 attacks. This eventually, over a year later, led to the formation of the 9/11 Commission, which the Bush administration did everything in its power to stall and avoid. The 9/11 Commission concluded its investigation prematurely and left over 70% of the victims' family members' questions about the attacks completely unanswered. I made this video for them and anyone else who lost loved ones that day, so that the truth behind their murders could be known and the perpetrators brought to justice. The information you are about to see is both shocking and disturbing, but it is essential to the reclamation of our democratic republic from the hands of tyrants. If we don't address this information now, it's only going to get worse and worse. This is what a real 9/11 investigation might have uncovered if they had just bothered to look in the right places. In September 1991, shortly after the end of the Cold War, a cabal of elite bankers and intelligence spooks led by George H.W. Bush financed a $240 billion covert operations war chest through the purchase of 10-year securities that, as it happened, were scheduled to come due on September 12, 2001. Project Hammer was undoubtedly used for a wide variety of illicit intelligence operations, but mainly it was used to finance a covert economic operation against the collapsing Soviet Union, whereby unknown Western investors bought up much of the Soviet industry with a focus on oil and gas, crashing the Russian economy, looting its central bank, orchestrating what became known as the Great Ruble Scam, and a wide variety of other clandestine, state-assisted operations designed to thoroughly prevent Russia from ever contesting the U.S. as a world superpower, while in the process lining the pockets of these economic hitmen who swooped in to devour the collapsing Russian economy after the fall of the Soviet Union. A spectacular investment for all, at least until money laundering investigations began tracing all the money, or when the 10-year deadline came up and the securities became due and began the routine process of authenticity and ownership checks. Evidence shows that several federal and private investigations had already stumbled upon the Hammer Fund and were compiling evidence on it up until the 9/11 attacks. These included the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI, which was moved to the outer E-ring of the recently renovated section of the Pentagon that was targeted and destroyed on 9/11. According to E.P. Heidner, the ONI had been investigating crimes associated with the plundering of Russia. 39 out of the 40 people who worked in those offices were killed on 9/11, including the entire chain of command. The Pentagon's financial accounting offices in that same wing were also an obvious target, as were the passengers on board Flight 77, many of whom coincidentally held top-secret clearances and were connected with Pentagon black operations. Agents of the Office of Naval Intelligence had also been investigating financial transactions which were linked to securities being managed by those securities dealers in the World Trade Center that were also targeted. 31% of the 125 fatalities in the Pentagon were from the Naval Command Center that housed the Office of Naval Intelligence. 41% of the fatalities in the Twin Towers came from 2 companies that managed U.S. government securities, Cantor Fitzgerald and Eurobrokers. There were 3 major security brokers in the World Trade Center: Cantor Fitzgerald, Eurobrokers, and Garbin Intercapital. At 8:46 on the morning of September 11th, Flight 11 flew directly into Marshall McLennan's secure computer room in the North Tower, right below the floor on which Cantor Fitzgerald was situated. Cantor Fitzgerald was the largest security dealer in the U.S. Shortly after that, a massive explosion went off just under the FBI offices in the North Tower on the 23rd floor. Fires were reported on the 22nd floor at 8:47. There were also explosions and subsequent fires reported at Garbin Intercapital on the 25th floor and in the basement of Tower 1 as well. Shortly thereafter, at 9:03, Flight 175 hit the South Tower right below the floors on which Eurobrokers was situated. In all 3 cases, the explosive, fiery destruction consumed the offices and the several floors above, destroying files and trapping victims inside. In the midst of all this, Building 6 was destroyed by an explosion that took place before either tower fell. This secondary explosion took out a portion of the building which just happened to include the El Dorado Task Force's offices. The El Dorado Task Force was an interagency money laundering watchdog group responsible for coordinating all major money laundering investigations in the U.S. In the immediate aftermath of September 11th, these groups would be redirected to investigate terrorist financing. Building 6 was located directly between the North Tower and World Trade Center Building 7. While large portions of World Trade Center 6 were gutted by explosions and later by falling debris from the North Tower, the building itself did not suffer a global symmetric collapse at near freefall acceleration as did buildings 1, 2, and 7. FEMA photographer and 9/11 whistleblower Kurt Sonnenfeld took some interesting pictures of the U.S. Customs Vault in the basement of World Trade Center 6, which was found completely empty and left with the door wide open. All of its contents appear to have been looted during the attacks. There is also evidence that gold was being looted from the vaults beneath World Trade Center 4. There were several early reports of a 10-wheel truck packed with stolen bullion caught fleeing World Trade Center 5 when the vehicle had become stuck on a collapsed ceiling brace, forcing the driver to flee the scene. Many researchers have stumbled across one or two of these anomalies from time to time: the empty vaults, the secondary explosions, the fireproofing upgrades on the exact floors coinciding with failure and impact in the towers, the suspicious power downs and evacuation drills, the World Trade Center tenants and security firms like AIG, Marsh & McLennan, and Kroll, and their close ties with the intelligence community, etc., etc. These anomalies are not unrelated, but nevertheless became lost inside the chaos of that September morn, the aftermath, and subsequent cover-ups. Okay, so what does all this mean? Overall, a critical mass of brokers from the major government security brokerages in the Twin Towers had to be eliminated to create chaos in the government securities market. A situation needed to be created wherein $240 billion of covert securities could be electronically cleared without anyone asking questions, which happened when the Federal Reserve declared an emergency and invoked its emergency powers that very afternoon. On September 14th, the Securities and Exchange Commission declared a national emergency and for the first time in U.S. history invoked its emergency powers under the Securities Exchange Act Section 12K and eased regulatory restrictions for clearing and settling security trades for the next 15 days. These changes would have allowed the estimated $240 billion in covert government securities to be cleared upon maturity without the standard regulatory controls around identification of ownership. The towers needed to be demolished to create a big enough mess that the illicit activities taking place behind the scenes that morning could be hidden in the confusion of that day. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about who did it and how. 9/11 whistleblower Richard Andrew Grove was a software salesperson for a company called Silverstream. Silverstream's technology was on the cutting edge of internet solutions, offering software to web-enable the critical business functions of Fortune 500 companies, basically integrating and making available on the web the disparate legacy applications and mainframes while simultaneously streamlining workflow and traditional paper processes, with an end result being a lower cost of operation and more efficient transactions. Silverstream had built internet transactional and trading platforms for Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, Bankers Trust, Alex Brown, and Morgan Stanley, to name a few. Leading up to 9/11, Silverstream was designing specialized accounting software for a major client, Marsh & McLennan. Marsh is the world's largest insurance brokerage and was located right below Cantor Fitzgerald in the North Tower. Approximately 295 Marsh employees were murdered that morning, along with other innocent victims and employees who either knew too much or too little about their chosen work environment. But most importantly, Silverstream provided a specific type of connectivity that was used to link AIG and Marsh & McLennan, the first two commercial companies on the planet to employ this type of transaction. What then were Marsh and AIG doing, and why did they need to leverage technologies that no other commercial entity on the face of the earth needed to use to conduct business? The recovered hard drives from the World Trade Center, combined with Richard Grove's testimony, give us some intriguing clues. Grove discovered that Silverstream was overbilling Marsh to the tune of $7 million extra for fictitious and unneeded hardware. He also became aware of an exploitable flaw in the accounting software that had been sold to a variety of Marsh's clients and partners. When he brought this up to his superiors at Silverstream and others at Marsh, he was told to keep quiet and not to worry about it. But other friends of his at Marsh were also getting concerned and began documenting what was going on and raising concerns within the company. At last, they were finally granted a hearing with one of Marsh's high-ranking executives and were told to bring all their evidence to a hearing scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on September 11th, 2001, on the 93rd floor. The high-ranking member of Marsh, who Grove did not name, would participate via teleconference from the safety of his home, while Marsh employees and potential whistleblowers, Gary Lasko, Catherine Lee, Ken Rice, Richard Brewhart, and John Olzhofer, would die in the meeting room in the North Tower with all their evidence when American Airlines Flight 11 would impact that very section of the building. Richard Grove fortunately got stuck in traffic that morning and didn't make it. Computer hard drives recovered from the World Trade Center show a spike in suspicious transfers that took place within the World Trade Center as the 9/11 attacks were unfolding. Richard Grove is convinced that these suspicious money transfers were performed electronically using Silverstream software, and that the overbilling of Marsh was hush money for the operations. It would certainly have helped clear up that $240 billion in securities and make it look like any of those companies might have done it. The recovered hard drives and financial transactions from 9/11 all show clear evidence that something was going on that morning. Marsh's CEO at the time was Jeffrey Greenberg, the son of Maurice Greenberg with AIG. Most insurance companies were hurting badly in late 2001 after $40 billion in insurance settlements had been paid out for the devastation caused by the 9/11 attacks. Yet one insurance company did not suffer quite the same losses as the other companies did. American International Group, or AIG as it turns out, is much more than an insurance company. With its long ties to the intelligence community, AIG was founded by OSS operative Cornelius V. Starr, 2 R's, the uncle of Clinton's friend Kenneth Starr. AIG currently operates a complex network of shell companies and other entities which operate internationally and have been used for clandestine intelligence gathering and other covert activities for decades. The company that ran security in the World Trade Center, Kroll Associates, was owned by AIG. The CEO of AIG on 9/11 was a guy named Maurice Greenberg, who was actually nominated for the position of Director of Central Intelligence after he authored a report for the Council on Foreign Relations, of which he's a high-ranking member, where he advocated that FBI and Drug Enforcement Agency agents operating abroad should not be allowed to act independently of either the ambassador or the CIA, lest pursuit of evidence or individuals for prosecution cause major foreign policy problems or complicate ongoing intelligence and diplomatic activities. Of course, this type of policy is essentially a continuation of things like Executive Order 12333 and the CIA-assisted Contra cocaine trafficking that went on as an immediate result. These backdoor agreements open the floodgates for government drug money laundering and narco-trafficking. Former LAPD narcotics detective turned whistleblower Michael Rupert has written a series of excellent articles documenting AIG's involvement in drug money laundering, undoubtedly revealing yet another motive for the invasion of Afghanistan, a country which currently produces over 90% of the world's heroin supply. Drugs are arguably the most profitable commodity on the entire international market, and drug money was undoubtedly a motive behind the invasion of Afghanistan and consequently the 9/11 attacks. While companies like AIG launder the drug money for big banks, the actual drug production and trafficking can be traced back to the same Iran-Contra affiliates like Richard Armitage and Frank Carlucci. Unfortunately, that rabbit hole is a bit too deep and off-topic to get into here. I will mention that DynCorp was heavily involved, as well as Stewart Air Force Base in upstate New York, where the 2 flights out of Boston crossed paths simultaneously and shut off their transponders before making their way to the Twin Towers. Many researchers believe that the MENA operation was moved to Stewart Air Force Base after Barry Seal got whacked. Richard Armitage was the Deputy Secretary of State on 9/11, and according to whistleblower Michael Springman, he was the man responsible for granting visas to 15 out of 19 of the 9/11 hijackers, allowing them to enter the U.S. and pursue flight training. Frank Carlucci is the chairman of the Carlyle Group and was in Washington, D.C. on 9/11, having just met with George H.W. Bush and the brother of Osama bin Laden on Carlyle Group business. Frank Carlucci was also the chairman of BDM International, a company that served as a front for State Department black operations. Frank Carlucci's employees at BDM International left to take charge of Stratasec, the World Trade Center and airport security firm. Corporate Operating Officer Barry W. McDaniel, an ex-military expert in logistics and materials distribution, and CEO Wirt Dexter Walker III, who was a distant Bush cousin from the Herbert Walker line, with an extensive history of managing CIA front companies. Marvin Bush, the president's brother, was also a board member at Stratesec, although Stratesec maintained contracts for security upgrades which were set to expire on September 11, 2001. They were not the company officially charged with World Trade Center security. This role was assigned to a risk management firm called Kroll Associates. The World Trade Center security system itself was designed by a guy named Brian Michael Jenkins, who also happened to be a Rand Corporation advisor. Kroll's chairman, Jerome Hauer, was a longtime personal friend of ex-FBI counterterrorism expert John O'Neill and was responsible for O'Neill's appointment as head of security for the World Trade Center just a few days prior to the 9/11 attacks. O'Neill was the world's leading expert on Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda and was a potential 9/11 whistleblower with hard evidence of White House complicity in the protection and shielding of the 9/11 hijackers from all means of federal investigation. Al-Qaeda hijacking suspects were flagged by the Able Danger terrorist tracking program, which was also shut down by the White House. Able Danger whistleblower Anthony Schaefer claims the U.S. government destroyed over 6 terabytes of data related to Able Danger, which he also claims identified 9/11 ringleader Mohammed Atta as early as February of 2000. Those atop the chain of command in the White House, military, and intelligence establishment deliberately ignored all the warning signs of an impending attack, a clever strategy of plausible deniability which also served to portray those in charge as incompetent rather than complicit. In every major head throughout the chain of command on 9/11, from NORAD to the military, we see a repeated theme of complicity through negligence or incompetence. After 9/11, failure and incompetence was rewarded and whistleblowers were silenced. Combined with the fact that 6 corporations control 90% of the media and CIA operations like Mockingbird admit to taking over and subverting our US media, we can understand how such a big lie could have been kept from the American public for so long. But if you stop and take the time to do your research, you'll find all the evidence is there, hidden beneath a mountain of disinfo and lies.
It's been 10 years since 9/11 happened, and we are left with hundreds, if not thousands, of unanswered questions about the 9/11 attacks. A transparently fraudulent 9/11 Commission report, which purposely failed to even mention the collapse of World Trade Center 7, and a host of ridiculous so-called debunking websites, forums, and other literature, which have done absolutely nothing over the past 10 years to debunk anything other than cleverly selected strawman arguments, and have failed to stem the constant flow of new 9/11 information, which researchers have been uncovering and bringing out to the public. Instead, they continue to label truth seekers, including family members of people who died on 9/11, as conspiracy theorists, and devise clever propaganda designed to prevent the general public from looking any further into the evidence or the actual claims of the so-called conspiracy theorists. In this video, we will take a deeper look into the so-called investigations, which have provided us with the official story, and why they deserve a more thorough examination.
The Bush administration initially stalled the 9/11 investigation for over 400 days.
A week after 9/11, letters containing anthrax spores were mailed to several news media offices and 2 senators who were perhaps a bit too vocal about opening an official investigation into 9/11. The anthrax used in the attacks was identified as an Ames strain, which means it had to have come from the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. A member of that institute, Jerome Hauer, managed the National Institute of Health response to the anthrax attacks. Coincidentally, Hauer also warned the White House to start taking Cipro, an antibiotic which is effective against anthrax, a week before the attacks. Jerome Hauer also happened to be a managing director at Kroll Associates, which ran security at the World Trade Center up until the weekend before 9/11, when that role was personally handed off by Hauer to FBI agent John O'Neill, who would later die in the attacks, drawing strong suspicion that he was set up due to his knowledge of al-Qaeda and the 9/11 hijackers, whom he was blocked from investigating while he was working at the FBI. In January 2002, President Bush personally asked Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle to limit the congressional investigation into the events of September 11th. The Bush administration only formed the 9/11 Commission after being prodded by the victims' families, who lobbied Congress for over a year to open the investigations. When the Bush administration finally did open a 9/11 investigation, it was described by some members as set up to fail.
The president has said only a minority of the commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the commission with the White House.
If you're one of those 4 that gets to see these documents, would that change your opinion?
No, they don't want any more eyeballs to see their documents than they can possibly get away with. It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting.
They even attempted to appoint Henry Kissinger, a known cover-up mastermind, as head commissioner. He resigned after victims' family members asked him sensitive questions about his connections to the bin Laden family and the Carlyle Group. Philip Zelikow wrote the conclusions for the report before the investigation ever began, and even then, any areas which did not support the official story were neither mentioned nor investigated by the 9/11 Commission. 6 out of 10 members of that commission have discussed on record how the government lied about the official story, and 70% of the questions posed by the victims' families were never answered or officially investigated. It's important to look at what happened to the evidence from 9/11. The day of 9/11, most of the FBI was in Monterey, California on an agency retreat.
Let's go to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what can you tell us?
Well, this from the FBI. The State Department has been evacuated. There was a meeting going on in the Operations Center. Other top officials were in the Situation Room at the White House. Colin Powell is in Bogota, Colombia, on a 2-day trip. But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they had been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down, and now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket, and there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort and was so effective under Jim Kallstrom in New York City during the World Trade Center bombing and the TWA explosion, which, of course, turned out not to be terror.
Andrea, is the State
This was essential for keeping the more experienced and honest members of the agency as far away from the crime scene as possible, while other agency insiders could be assigned to the investigations before their counterparts returned. Federal authorities such as FEMA and the CIA took immediate control over the crime scene and began whisking away evidence that very same night. Turner Construction, one of the primary contractors at Ground Zero, occupied the 38th floor of the North Tower and was involved in performing the fireproofing upgrades inside the towers. It has been noted that these upgrades were completed in the 3 years before 9/11 on floors that match up almost identically to the floors of impact and failure on 9/11. Once the cleanup was fully coordinated, the operations were consolidated under the control of 2 primary contractors, AMEC Construction Management and Bovis Lend-Lease. These are the 2 companies that were originally assigned to the areas of Ground Zero that included the North Tower, AMEC, and the South Tower, Bovis. A truly surprising fact is that at the time of the attacks on 9/11, AMEC had just completed a $258 million refurbishment of Wedge 1 of the Pentagon, which is exactly where American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that building. Arguments over the size of the hole of the Pentagon and whether it was a plane or a missile are, in my opinion, a convenient distraction from the much bigger picture of why that section of the building was targeted and by whom. On September 10, 2001, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion in unadjusted funds were missing from the Pentagon budget. The very next day, the offices whose responsibility it was for tracking that money down were destroyed when American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that very section of the building. The only off-site backup for the Pentagon's black budget financial records was a secure federal office building in the World Trade Center complex. Strangely, it too was destroyed on 9/11. World Trade Center 7 was the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia, and housed offices involved in several large-scale federal investigations into massive stock market and accounting fraud. Not surprisingly, World Trade Center 7 was the first to be cleaned up and the evidence destroyed at Ground Zero.
So if 9/11 was really an inside job, then let's take a look at some of the people inside the buildings that were targeted and destroyed on 9/11.
In the impact zone of the North Tower was a company called Marsh & McLennan, which at the time was the world's largest insurance brokerage company. One of Marsh's executives was a guy named L. Paul Bremer, who was also the chairman of the Congressional National Commission on Terrorism from 1999 to 2000, and the U.S. ambassador at large for counterterrorism from 1986 to 1989. Instead of going to work on the day of 9/11 and dying inside the towers with hundreds of his employees, Bremer decided to go on MSNBC and tell the world that Osama bin Laden was behind the attacks and possibly Iraq and Iran. And then he demanded
The most severe military response we can come up with.
L. Paul Bremer was called away from Marsh in 2003 to become the Iraq occupation governor, a role he has been widely criticized for. So Bremer not only worked inside the buildings, but had offices directly in the impact zone of the South Tower where Flight 175 would hit. He missed work on 9/11 to give us the official story on national television and went on to be the Iraq occupation governor. You really can't get more connected to 9/11 than that. Oh wait, you can, sorry. I forgot to mention that Bremer was also the former manager for Kissinger Associates. He was a member of the board for Akzo Nobel, the parent of International Paint Company, which produced a fireproofing application for skyscrapers called Interchar. Bremer was also on the International Advisory Board for the Japanese mining and machinery company Komatsu, which at the time had been involved in a joint venture agreement with Dresser Industries, the oil services intelligence front where Prescott Bush Sr. and George H.W. Bush got their start with Neil Mallon. Anyway, the Komatsu Dresser mining division operated from 1988 to 1997, and in July 1996, it patented a nanothermite demolition device that could, quote, demolish a concrete structure at high efficiency while preventing a secondary problem due to noise, flying chips and dust, and the like. As many of you know, residues of thermite, a highly energetic chemical mixture, have been confirmed in samples of World Trade Center dust, and the use of thermite at the World Trade Center was also revealed by environmental data. See the description for more links and sources. Scientific Applications International Corporation, a defense contractor with expertise in thermite-related technologies, played a large part in the NIST World Trade Center investigation. A few other names and companies inside the Twin Towers also worthy of further investigation include Craig Stapleton, who is married to Bush's cousin Dorothy Walker Bush. Stapleton was the president of Marsh Real Estate Advisors from 1982 to 2001. He was a member of the board of directors for Sendant, that was charged with massive accounting fraud in 1998, and went on to join Winston Partners, a privately owned investment firm founded in 1993 and led by George W. Bush's brother Marvin. Other very powerful and well-connected people worked in senior management at Marsh. These included Stephen Friedman, a senior principal at Marsh Capital and former partner at Goldman Sachs, who later became George W. Bush's top economic advisor. Friedman was also a member of the Brookings Institution, the Bilderberg Group, the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and the board at In-Q-Tel, the investment firm founded by the CIA in 1998. In-Q-Tel invests in state-of-the-art technologies related to defense and intelligence work, including nano and chemical technologies, according to its website. In another interesting coincidence, Friedman belonged through Cornell University to a secret society called Quill and Dagger, the membership of which includes Paul Wolfowitz, Sandy Berger, and Stephen Hadley. Wolfowitz, the neocon deputy secretary of defense in the Bush administration, was the author in 1992 of the Wolfowitz Doctrine of preemptive warfare. He also made comments about a surprise-like Pearl Harbor months before 9/11 and met with Pakistani ISI General Mahmoud Ahmed in the week before 9/11. Berger, the national security advisor to President Clinton, was later caught stealing documents from the 9/11 Commission investigation. Berger was also the boss of White House counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke, and together with Hadley, who was Condoleezza Rice's deputy, was responsible for delaying or obstructing Clarke's plans to stop al-Qaeda in January of 2001. Jeffrey Greenberg resigned from Marsh & McLennan after being accused of serious financial crimes. The first plane of 9/11 flew directly into his company's secure computer room in the North Tower. Jeffrey Greenberg is a member of the Brookings Institution and the Trilateral Commission. Jeffrey Greenberg rose quickly through management at Marsh, having come there directly from AIG in 1995, and then becoming CEO just 4 years later. At Brookings, Greenberg hobnobbed with Lee Hamilton, co-chair of the 9/11 Commission. There's also Jim Pierce, another Bush cousin, who was managing director of Aon Corporation, who, according to the NIST report, modified unknown sections of Floor 83 in the South Tower in 1997. Jim Pierce had arranged a meeting on the 105th floor of the South Tower for that morning. Pierce survived that day, despite the fact that 12 people came to the meeting in the South Tower and 11 of them died. The location of the meeting had been changed the night before to the Millennium Hotel. where Pierce watched the South Tower as it was hit by the aircraft. Apparently, the meeting attendees were not all notified of the change in location. Another interesting character is Joseph Kasputis of Baseline Financial Service, which occupied the impact zone of the South Tower on floors 77 and 78, where United Airlines 175 impacted. Kasputis has a history of being well connected to the highest levels of government, as well as to the defense and intelligence industries. Kasputis worked from 1972 to 1977 for the U.S. Department of Commerce and Defense. He was also the deputy director of Nixon's White House task force that dealt with the Arab oil embargo of 1973, and was instrumental in the creation of the Department of Energy. Kasputis went on to run a large corporation called Primark that had offices in both towers on 9/11. One of the subsidiaries of Primark, the Analytical Sciences Corporation, TASC, worked with so-called black or top-secret programs. TASC also worked closely with the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Kasputis was also a member of the Logistics Management Institute, LMI, whose members included Paul Kaminsky of In-Q-Tel and General Dynamics, Charles D. Bona of Halliburton, Skull and Bones member Joseph Samuel Nye, and Michael Daniels of Scientific Applications International Corporation. LMI's self-proclaimed role is advancing the science of government. Kasputis' connections to the DOE from 1977 through at least 1997 are interesting, considering that the DOE was developing thermite ignition devices as early as 1983. Joseph Kasputis went on to become the CEO of Baseline Financial Services, which was directly in the impact zone on the 78th floor of the South Tower. According to NIST, Kasputis' Baseline Financial modified the southeast corner of floor 78 in 1999, exactly where the aircraft hit on 9/11. Floors 77 and 78 were upgraded for fireproofing in June and April of 1998, respectively. Another company of interest on floor 91, just above the impact zone for the South Tower, was Washington Group International. This company was known primarily as a construction and mining firm, and it had just acquired Raytheon Engineers in July of 2000. In 1996, Washington took over Morrison Knudsen, an engineering and construction firm that had a history of working on large-scale projects around the world, including in China, Iran, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia. The Army Corps of Engineers hired Morrison Knudsen to demolish over 200 buildings in 1995. One of the DOE facilities for which Washington was responsible well before 9/11 was the Savannah River site near Aiken, South Carolina. In February of 1997, Lawrence Livermore National Labs and the Savannah River site signed an agreement of cooperation to share technology. Savannah went on to add developing sol gel technology for fuels and other applications to its portfolio. Sol gel technology is utilized by Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories for making nanothermites. In another coincidence, Savannah River Technology staff participated in the search and rescue operations at Ground Zero by providing unique tools. Just before 9/11, Washington was going through a tough time financially and sought Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Securities and Exchange Commission documents show that Washington made court-ordered pre-petition payments as part of these proceedings to a number of companies, including Komatsu. Washington also made payments to Greenhorn and Omara, whose employee, Teresa McAllister, was a lead author of the FEMA and NIST reports on the World Trade Center disaster, and to Sumitomo Bank, which was closely allied with Komatsu. Building 7 was a 47-story federal office building in the World Trade Center site, which collapsed at 5:20 p.m. on the afternoon of 9/11. This building was home to the CIA, in fact, the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia. It also housed offices for the Secret Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission. One of the most interesting tenants, however, was then Mayor Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management and its Emergency Command Center on the 23rd floor. This floor received $15 million worth of renovations, including independent and secure air and water supplies, and bullet and bomb-resistant windows designed to withstand 200-mile-per-hour winds. Mayor Giuliani was a former U.S. prosecutor for the South District of New York from 1983 to 1989, who was in charge of investigating the terrorist financing Bank of Credit and Commerce International. After he left his job as a prosecutor to start a political career, he worked for a law firm called White & Case that actually represented BCCI. So he went from prosecuting the BCCI to working for a law firm which defended the BCCI. This was likely his foot in the door of this underground corporate criminal network. Giuliani would later help to destroy all the crime scene evidence from Ground Zero. Giuliani's sidekick on 9/11 was Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who appeared to be coaching some of Rudy's actions that day, keeping him away from the media and even answering questions for him about explosives in the buildings. In fact, Bernard Kerik gave us the first official government pronouncement that no explosives were involved in the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings. Kerik's department was also the same one that found that pristine, completely undamaged hijacker's passport, which survived a plane impact, and Fireball, which destroyed 2 titanium black boxes and 3 towers. Yeah, Kerik would later receive a nomination from President Bush to become Director of Homeland Security, which he declined for personal and political reasons, and instead took a job training the Iraqi police force in Iraq alongside L. Paul Bremer. Both men are credited for turning Iraq into the unwinnable quagmire it is today. In February of 2010, Kerik was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison for conspiracy and fraud charges, unrelated to the crimes of 9/11, unfortunately, but it still goes to show you what kind of person he is. Definitely the kind of person you'd want inside the New York City police force during a staged event like 9/11. And lastly, we have the Pentagon. It's certainly peculiar, to say the least, that al-Qaeda terrorists hell-bent on destroying the USA would not crash their plane into the north wing of the Pentagon, where all the most important offices were, like Donald Rumsfeld, John Ashcroft, etc., and that they would instead choose to target the one section of the Pentagon that had most recently been refurbished to withstand missile impacts. It's also interesting to note that the company which completed the $258 million refurbishment to Wedge 1 of the Pentagon was also hired as a contractor to clean up Ground Zero in New York City. Wedge 1 also coincidentally housed the Pentagon's Budget Analyst Office, where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that was reported missing by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in a press conference the day before 9/11. The Pentagon's comptroller in charge of that money at the time was an interesting fellow named Dov Zakheim, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and a contributor to the neocon think tank Project for the New American Century. Zakheim helped write the PNAC document Rebuilding America's Defenses, in which he is credited for the line which states, "Further, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor." Several members of the Bush administration, including President Bush himself, would later refer to 9/11 as a new Pearl Harbor. If anything, the individuals and organizations outlined in this video are at least as suspicious as the 19 hijackers themselves.
This investigation and the facts presented and outlined in this video are by no means comprehensive or complete. We need to continue the investigation into these people, these companies, and their close proximity to the events of 9/11, and not find ourselves continuously lost inside speculative, circumstantial evidence and arguments. It's time to demand justice and accountability for the victims who were killed on 9/11 and the illegal wars and occupations that were created as a result of these attacks. And whether you believe everything in this video or not, it should at least make you consider opening a new investigation into 9/11 that looks deeper into these individuals and their suspicious connections.
Our culture convicts people every day to charges of conspiracy in our legal systems. But for some reason, those of the upper echelons of the power seem to get a pass. Throughout the ages, it has always been understood that those in power seek more control. Whether it's religious expansion, imperial expansion, colonial expansion, military expansion, it's about taking over land and valuables, declaring control, indoctrinating the people into your system of beliefs. Good men judge the world by the way they live it themselves. Evil men greatly depend on good men to believe this, because they manipulate, take advantage of, oppress, and loot off the honest. September 11th is the catalyst that changed America forever. Were there any state sponsors involved with the attacks of September 11th? The official version of 9/11 maintains no foreign governments or domestic authorities were complicit with the attacks or involved in the cover-up of September 11th. This investigation will explore the overwhelming evidence that foreign governments' intelligence agencies played a substantial role in some way in the attacks. Our story starts with Dr. David Graham, a dentist in Shreveport, Louisiana, who met a Pakistani man who housed two future 9/11 hijackers who turned out to be Saudi intelligence agents. The question is, who was in the shadows of September 11th?
He claims he met 3 of the 9/11 hijackers in Shreveport a year before the attacks. This morning, local dentist David Graham is dead after the family says he was poisoned more than 2 years ago. At the time, Graham was trying to publish a manuscript about meeting 3 Middle Easterners in Shreveport. He feared they were plotting to bomb Barksdale. Graham wrote that he warned the FBI. Then after 9/11, he saw their pictures among the hijackers.
Dr. David Graham had alerted Representative Congressman Jim McCrary, who in turn gave the information over to a member of the Joint Select Committee on Intelligence, Saxby Chambliss. Graham was detailing the fact that he contacted the FBI about 3 men, who would later become 9/11 hijackers, that Graham had observed planning terrorism 10 months prior to 9/11.
Muslim Arab type fellows, and what you're about to hear is very disturbing, and I hope it gets to the Intelligence Committee. It's going to be the Senate's going to be, I believe, hearing all the reports of some ways that we can improve the handling of 9/11-01. Should it happen again, something of that nature.
Representative Chambliss wrote back to Graham that he had given the information to Chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Porter Goss. In the fall of 2000, Dr. Graham inadvertently met the future 9/11 hijackers in Shreveport, Louisiana.
I'm sitting in front of Nawaf al-Hazmi, and the picture I saw after 9/11 in USA Today is the same look he gave me and stared at me like this for about 10 minutes. I mean, his eyes were piercing right through me, no smile, no crack of anything. You might want to focus in on this picture. Now, he was clean shaven when I saw him. This fella right here, Nawaf al-Hazmi. This appeared October 5th, 2001 in USA Today. And trust me, that is the guy I was looking at in 3521 Eastwood Drive in Mohammed Jamal Khan's apartment. It was definitely the same man.
Graham made a video will to detail his story and provide his evidence, for he speculated that he was not going to be taken seriously by Porter Goss for his whistleblowing. He feared for his life after clandestinely recording himself and a Pakistani man, Jamal Khan, who Graham claimed hosted 3 of the 9/11 hijackers.
Before Graham was poisoned, he was supposed to testify at a deportation hearing against a Pakistani man, Jamad Khan, who hosted the men Graham believed to be the hijackers.
Khan was from an area of Pakistan in the north, known to be very sympathetic to bin Laden, and also where many believe bin Laden was hiding. Graham provided all the evidence for his story in the video.
And I got a map, and I saw where Karachi was down on the coast. When I talked to Jamal the next day, I said, Jamal, I said, is your family, is your father, is this place down on the coastline? I love the big boats. I like to go out on those big boats. He said, oh, no. My father's place is up by the China Wall. And he said it's up by the China Wall over by Russia. So this little yellow spot I've outlined here, there's some little cities up there I'd like to mention that are possibly significant to to where maybe bin Laden could be hiding. And that's what Agent Spoon, after 9/11, indicated to me.
Graham initially feared a truck bombing on Barksdale Air Force Base due to the suspicious red flags he was observing with men he remotely associated with. Graham reported to both a Shreveport FBI agent and a U.S. Secret Service agent the information almost a year before 9/11. Within the Graham report, a book David wrote detailing his story so that the public would know this scandal. He details and provides the dated and certified documents that the FBI had names of two 9/11 ringleaders, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar.
But in terms of 9/11, in terms of them going after somebody in the Bible Belt who, was a conservative, Christian, megachurch, evangelical, I mean, that's really desperate that they have to kill somebody like that. But he was on the verge of publishing a book, and his book was going to talk about this 4-year ordeal that he had when he met Nawaf al-Hazmi and had an association with somebody who knew Khalid al-Mihdhar. And al-Mihdhar and al-Hazmi, we know now, according to the 9/11 Commission report and others, were two of the lead hijackers. It wasn't just about Mohammed Atta. It was about these two guys. We know now that they were most likely agents of Saudi intelligence.
Graham's 9/11 report was never published. Graham's story is not detailed at all in the 9/11 Commission report. Why did Porter Goss ignore Graham while sitting on the Intelligence Committee? Two of the three hijackers Graham met were living openly and even applied for driver's licenses using their actual identities in San Diego, while both of their identities were on terror watch lists for having attended a major al-Qaeda meeting just prior. They were listed as al-Qaeda operatives.
A closer look now at criticism of the U.S. intelligence community. In the current issue of Newsweek magazine, writer Michael Isikoff reports that the CIA was actively tracking two of the suspected September 11th hijackers and even trailed those men pictured here to an al-Qaeda summit in Malaysia.
The CIA knew who they were. They knew that they were suspected al-Qaeda operatives, and they failed to alert the INS, the State Department, the Customs Service, agencies that could have kept them out of the country. And perhaps more importantly, they failed to alert the FBI, which could have tracked them while they were in the country. What's stunning is that from that moment on, they lived entirely out in the open. They opened up bank accounts, they got a California driver's license, they opened up credit cards, and they intersected with at least 5 other of the hijackers on September 11th. This is probably the biggest intelligence failure surrounding the events of September 11th of all.
In September of 2000, they moved in with an FBI informant, Abdul Sadr Sheikh. Abdul Sadr was working closely with the FBI on terror cases.
CBS's Jim Stewart has new information tonight about a tense standoff between the widely criticized FBI and Congress over a witness.
A congressional committee investigating the September the 11th hijackings met behind closed doors today to hash out what appears to be an increasingly ugly confrontation with the FBI. At issue is the testimony of an FBI informant who apparently played landlord to 2 of the 9/11 hijackers and never informed his case agent of the renters until after the attacks. The 2 hijackers, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar, were the only members of the group to enter the U.S. through the West Coast. For several months, they lived in this San Diego residence where their landlord was this man, identified as Abdul Sadr Sheikh, a prominent San Diego Muslim leader.
But just before heading to California, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar were being actively tracked by the CIA.
NBC News in depth tonight. Could the September 11th attacks on America have been prevented? We're now just 2 days away from the release of the final report of the commission investigating those attacks. The report will not say the attacks could have been prevented by either the Clinton or Bush administrations, in part because the commission wants to avoid partisan fighting over its report in this election year.
That day, it seemed sudden and without warning. But 3 years and 2 investigations later, it's clear there was a tragic trail of missed opportunities to stop some of the hijackers, disrupt the plot, and perhaps save 3,000 lives. The Malaysia meeting. January 2000, top al-Qaeda operatives converge on Kuala Lumpur for a planning meeting that includes these two hijackers. The first time a hijacker comes on the radar of American intelligence.
The intelligence agencies also had electronic intercepts. The NSA monitors 2 million communications every hour, telephone calls, faxes, emails, including, we now know, critical clues about the hijackers, like their meeting in Malaysia.
It was actionable information. And what's clear to me as a former intelligence officer is that somebody in Washington dropped the ball. Whether it was FBI or CIA is to be determined.
It's one of these critical nodes where we could have disrupted the 9/11 plot well before it ever got off the ground.
The calls. Once in the U.S., that hijacker gets up to a dozen calls from this known al-Qaeda switchboard in Yemen. The NSA is listening, but doesn't figure out that the calls are to someone inside the U.S. The search. In late August, the CIA finally tells the FBI 2 hijackers may be in the country, but the FBI can't find them, even though they're listed in the San Diego phone book. The watch list. The 2 hijackers are finally watch listed, but never put on the FAA's no-fly list. Up a back stairwell to the 4th floor of the Capitol, behind closed doors, Congressional Intelligence Committees meeting in a special soundproof room today began sifting through the debris of 9/11. Sources say some 200 interviews and 100,000 pages of documents reviewed so far reveal even more dropped balls by both the CIA and FBI than is now publicly known. The most critical dropped ball, investigators say, is that the CIA identified 2 of the hijackers as terrorists a year and a half before the attacks, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hamzi, knew they were headed to this country and did almost nothing until it was too late. Sources tell NBC News the FBI has developed a series of charts for congressional investigators to show that had there been follow-up, al-Hamzi and al-Midhar would have led them directly to 5 other hijackers, and by connecting the dots to everyone else, including ringleader Mohammed Atta.
And it was largely due to the fact that these 2 men, al-Hazmi and al-Midhar, were living with the FBI's informant, Abdussatter Sheikh. Sheikh was identified in wire reports as a retired professor of English at San Diego State. He was also listed as Vice President of International Projects at the American Commonwealth University. The problem is, Sheikh never taught at San Diego State. He never taught English at all. He possessed a phony PhD from a bogus diploma mill with U.S. military and intelligence connections out of Florida. American Commonwealth University doesn't exist. And it's merely a mail drop, which was previously named William Lyon University. And William Lyon University was founded by the retired Air Force General William Lyon. And Lyon was chairman of the GOP's Team California Victory 2004. And he was a member of the Orange County's new majority big wheel Republican network that helped get Arnold Schwarzenegger elected. What is Abdussatter Sheikh, a man housing the future 9/11 hijackers, doing with false identities provided to him by U.S. government officials, connected to top-level GOP officials in California? Many wonder why this was. Omar al-Boyami is said to be a Saudi intelligence officer of the GID, the General Intelligence Directorate. The GID is the Saudi Arabian equivalent to the CIA. He was the man who picked up the 2 hijackers, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, from LAX. What is a Saudi Arabian intelligence agent working at the Saudi Arabian embassy in Los Angeles doing, picking up 2 future 9/11 hijackers and then sending them to an FBI informant?
Now, if we could go back to Senator Bob Graham, he brought out a book right around the time that he was retiring called Intelligence Matters. He still was trying to do a good job talking about the protection of these 9/11 hijackers in the U.S. And the certain Saudis connected to the Saudi embassy in L.A. who, and specifically a guy named Bayoumi and another guy. These two Saudis were closely connected to the Saudi embassy in LA. So when Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid Almidar come to this country, they go to LA, they happen to meet these guys, and even Graham says it's not a coincidence. They happen to meet these guys. These guys are protective. They say, come live in San Diego. You'll like it better. And we only know about this, I think, from a leak. I think like somebody happened to leak it to us because the FBI was extremely embarrassed that this came out. It looks like extreme incompetence. Well, that's what they argue it is, but really it's obviously something more. It's obviously part of this pattern of federal protection that the 9/11 hijackers were given. His book is so good on the first couple of steps of showing federal protection of the 9/11 hijackers. How does this jibe with Able Danger? Because this is a whole other topic. Able Danger is this military intelligence operation that almost stopped Al-Qaeda in early winter 2000, and yet they were stopped by Pentagon top brass, higher ups, high above, supervising this military intelligence operation. Able Danger protected these 9/11 hijackers, claimed that you can't spy on U.S. citizens. It's like, wait a minute, these guys weren't U.S. citizens, they were Saudi citizens. Since when are Saudi citizens U.S. citizens? Since when are Saudi agents of intelligence given these rights?
Was the commission that investigated the 9/11 attacks told that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta had been identified and as al-Qaeda operative more than a year before terrorists struck?
Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer is a Bronze Star recipient who told congressional staff members from the 9/11 Commission that a secret military unit working with the international intelligence apparatus and the Defense Intelligence Agency had identified 2 of the 3 cells involved in the 9/11 attacks, as well as alleged ringleader Mohammed Atta, over a year before the attacks.
Schaefer says the commission never got the whole story.
I'm told confidently by the person who did move the material over that the 9/11 Commission received 2 briefcase-size containers of documents. I can tell you for a fact that would not be 1/20th of the information that Able Danger consisted of during the time we spent.
The 9/11 Commission was told information on Able Danger, but for some reason, completely left it out of their report.
They never got the story on Able Danger. I can tell you right now emphatically, the 9/11 Commission doesn't have a clue. Now, they may say, well, we asked the Defense Department for this information. Well, that's just passing the buck.
So what did Able Danger do with the information?
Schaefer says his unit linked Atta to al-Qaeda leaders, but would not provide any specifics.
It was over a year before the attacks, and the top-level classified spy program made the decision to bring the FBI in to take out the cells they were monitoring.
As to what he did with the information he had,
we attempted to, first off, use it operationally. The lawyer said you can't do that. Therefore, at that point in time, we made the determination as a team that we should move this information to the FBI.
But he says beginning in September 2000, 3 meetings he set up with the FBI were each canceled by military lawyers.
Able Danger was not monitoring random suspects, but specifically the cells involved in the future 9/11 attacks. Able Danger specifically could have arrested and entirely prevented the attacks themselves.
And I'm quoting how I remember saying it. We found, as part of the data run, we found 2 of the 3 cells which conducted the 9/11 attacks to include Atta.
When Able Danger was called to the Senate investigations, the Pentagon attempted to prevent the sharing of the information and asked for secret closed-door hearings without the media present.
Pentagon reportedly does not want the public to hear next week's Senate testimony about the former secret intelligence unit known as Able Danger. 2 congressional sources have told Fox News that the military's pressuring senators to move the hearings behind closed doors. But we're told the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Arlen Specter, wants to keep the hearings open. People who claim they used to work with the Able Danger unit say that unit identified as threats 4 of the September 11th hijackers a full year before the attacks.
I assigned the same core team of analysts that worked the JCAG project. And along with Dr. Arlene Pricer as the analytical lead, 4 of us conducted data mining analysis on the Al-Qaeda terrorist network coordinating with SOCOM and other organizations throughout that time. In the months that followed, we were able to collect an immense amount of data for analysis that allowed us to map al-Qaeda as a worldwide threat with a surprisingly significant presence within the United States.
Weldon, a Republican congressman, was the individual who called for the investigation, which he believed was the most important story in our nation related to 9/11, which was the fact that this specific group tried to stop the attacks, but were not allowed to. This was potentially the biggest scandal in our nation's history since Iran-Contra, and very few news outlets seemed to cover this detail. Able Danger collected over 2.5 terabytes of information on the al-Qaeda operations, including the majority of the few cells operating inside the United States, participating in the planning of 9/11. So what happened to the information? It was deleted.
What knowledge, if any, do you have about the allegation of a destruction of documents?
The allegation that destruction of documents is correct. I'm the one who deleted all the documentation that we had gathered at the IDC.
And what, you deleted the data?
Yes, sir.
What kind of information was deleted?
Everything that we had.
Well, what was
pulled.
what was the essential substance of it?
We had done internet polls related to a preliminary analysis of Able Danger. And what I mean by that is we were trying to get a worldwide perspective of exactly where this organization function and operate just as a start. And that was in terms of al-Qaeda.
The majority of the members involved in the military program were ordered to stay silent or face consequences.
For the life of me, I don't understand why, as I understand it, I stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I understand the witnesses we assumed we were going to get to hear from the Defense Department have been pulled. They may be or may not be in the room, but have been instructed that they cannot testify.
They were gagged. Only one member spoke at the Senate investigation. The charts and documents that they had in their unit were conveniently destroyed, and no one person would ever be allowed to verify their claims. And the individual who deleted the information was also asked if he too could verify that what he deleted confirmed that the unit had identified Mohammed Atta, specifically as a terrorist in the United States planning an attack for al-Qaeda.
Are you in a position to evaluate the credibility of Captain Philpott, Colonel Schaefer, Mr. Westphal, Ms. Preisler, Mr. J.D. Smith, as to their credibility when they say they saw Mohammed Atta on a chart?
Yes, sir. I believe them implicitly from the time that I'd worked with all of them, and everyone you had mentioned was part, and I had contact with during this time.
So how were the members who went public dealt with by their superiors?
A Pennsylvania congressman says there's a smear campaign going on inside the Pentagon, and he wants the defense chief to get to the bottom of it. Republican Congressman Kurt Weldon says Pentagon officials are trying to ruin one of their own who's gone public about a top-secret military intel unit. This is the unit called Able Danger that claims to have ID'd the top 9/11 hijacker a full year before the attacks. Catherine Herridge in the Fox Report live from our Washington newsroom. Catherine.
Yeah, Republican Congressman Kurt Weldon is calling for a new probe into what he describes as a witch hunt by defense officials against a member of Able Danger, the secret military intelligence team that claims to have identified lead hijacker Mohammed Atta 1 year before the attacks. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, who was the first member of Able Danger to go public, has now been told in writing by the Defense Intelligence Agency that he can't speak to members of Congress or their staff without prior approval. And now a security clearance, which allowed him to deal with classified information, has been pulled. The congressman says Schaefer has been gagged, punished for speaking up.
It's obvious to me this is a clear attempt to silence this guy, but now even more than to silence him, to ruin him as a person and a military officer. I've talked to all the Able Danger players, and they all agree this is a witch hunt against Tony. It's wrong, it's un-American, it's unacceptable.
In a recent letter to Secretary Rumsfeld, the congressman writes, "You know as well as I that inside the Beltway, there is a time-honored tradition of smearing the accuser rather than answering the charge. That method is now apparently being employed in your department, and while it may be a familiar way of doing business in Washington, it is no less disappointing." The congressman wants the Defense Department's internal watchdog, the Inspector General, to investigate whether Schaefer has been targeted for speaking out. And Weldon says the head of the House Armed Services Committee is backing the request. According to several published reports, the Defense Intelligence Agency has had no comment on the congressman's allegations.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to offer my comments surrounding the use of security clearance system as a method of intimidation and retaliation, and in my case, DI removal of my security clearance based on my protected disclosures of information to the 9/11 Commission and to Congress regarding Operation Able Danger. Many of us take seriously our oath of office to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We demonstrate our commitment by decades of service to this country, trying to conduct operations to ensure our citizens are protected. There are officers within the bureaucracy who abandon their oath of office and instead become focused on a strategy of self-preservation, of obstruction of accountability. A culture now exists in which leaders with this abhorrent set of values are in charge of large portions of the intelligence community.
The staffer on the 9/11 Commission for Jamie Gorelick was Dieter Snell. Dieter Snell was the one who interviewed Scott Philpott in July of '04. It was Dieter Snell, an Annapolis graduate, and a man who will take over the command of one of our destroyers in January. His credibility has never been challenged by anyone in the Pentagon. It was Scott Philpott who was debriefed by Dieter Snell, who buried the story and did not allow the 9/11 commissioners to receive the facts of Able Danger. In fact, in talking to Scott Philpott, he gave me a direct quote from Dieter Snell. Now remember that Congress, in a bipartisan vote, established the commission to get the facts about 9/11. And the facts obviously involved Al-Qaeda and obviously involved Muhammad Atta. In July of '04, a Navy officer, Annapolis grad, voluntarily goes in to debrief the 9/11 Commission staff, and he mentions that he will swear on his entire life career that he identified Muhammad Atta in January of 2000, and that his team had a chart with Muhammad Atta's name on it and face on it, but also that he saw that chart over and over again. It wasn't a one-time glance. And he also told Dieter Snell that they tried to transfer that information to the FBI. This was Dieter Snell's response, quote, "What do you want us to do with this information? We go to print in 10 days, end quote.
And one other interesting note, Tom, we've also learned at NBC that there was a President Bush in the White House during the morning of these events. His father, former President Bush, was actually at the White House the morning of the attack.
The bin Laden family are in the Carlyle Group and were meeting on the morning of 9/11 discussing the coming year's financial ventures. Bush Sr., another chairman at Carlyle, was meeting with bin Laden's father and brother, where both of them were to be intimately affected by the day's outcome on completely opposite sides of the spectrum. Carlyle is a defense contracting firm, so they both conveniently would be profiting from the war resulting in the attacks that they were witnessing take place on television. While the Americans couldn't fly, the bin Ladens were flown out of the country.
One more story. Yesterday, in the first couple of hours of this, when all U.S. air carriers were ordered to land at the nearest airport, this was taken very seriously. One of our photographers noticed a military jet trailing closely a civilian airliner in the vicinity of Washington, D.C. He was in Arlington at the time. By the time he swung his camera up, it was out of frame, so we have only 2 or 3 seconds of video of it. But this was taken very seriously yesterday.
To ensure safe passage back to Saudi Arabia, the bin Ladens were flown out of the country with military escorts for protection without answering any questions by investigators. Protected on their aerial evasion from U.S. authorities by U.S. military, while all planes were grounded in the United States, to which even high-ranking U.S. officials could not travel, the bin Ladens were allowed to fly.
How did Osama bin Laden's family flee America? Let's go to CNN's Brian Todd. Brian?
Wolf, in those frightful days after 9/11, U.S. intelligence dealt with a fog of information, and these newly released documents seem to add to the confusion. More than a week after the attacks, a couple of days after more than 100 Saudi nationals, including members of Osama bin Laden's family, are flown out of the U.S. on chartered flights, An FBI document mentions one of the flights. Quote, the plane was chartered either by the Saudi Arabian royal family or Osama bin Laden. The plane in question left on September 19th. The FBI document was written on September 21st. Was the FBI still not sure if bin Laden was involved in arranging a flight carrying his family members even after it had left?
You may recall that the bin Laden family, some of them were here in the Orlando area, and now more on how they got out of the country. Bob.
That's right, Claire. We've already taken a look at some parts of this report, and on pages 329 and 330, they deal directly with the issue of whether the members of the bin Laden family were given preferential treatment to flee Orlando and other cities without the proper scrutiny. Let's show you some video that was taken exclusively by News Channel 2 8 days after 9/11. That man there is Osama bin Laden's younger brother, Khalil, who had been here vacationing with other family members there on an estate that they owned in West Orange County. Now,
but I feel, frankly, abandoned. If I question anything about the official story, I'm called a conspiracy theorist. When the first news reporter from my local area in upstate New York came to tell me she was going to allow me to tell a beautiful story of my daughter, all I asked that day was, why could I not fly home from Toronto? But Osama bin Laden's family and some Saudi nationals whose names I still don't know were flown out of the country in our airspace. I was grounded. They were not.
According to the former chief consular officer in Saudi Arabia who blew the whistle on the joint CIA-Al-Qaeda visa fraud scandal that took place while he was there, J. Michael Springman worked for the United States government for 20 years with the Foreign Service and Consulate. He claimed that the CIA was overriding visa decisions made in Saudi Arabia and protecting Al-Qaeda operatives in getting them to the United States to be trained and have returned for covert programs in the Middle East.
I began with the federal government in 1969, taking a job in the Bureau of International Commerce at the U.S. Department of Commerce. While I was there, I had been working my way through the International Trade Administration, doing some trade show promotions, and got myself assigned to Stuttgart as a commercial officer in the State Department's State Commerce Exchange Program. Went on to India as the first Foreign Commercial Service officer, and then got into the real State Department, and as a reward got sent to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where I was chief of the United Visa section. I had discovered what I thought was visa fraud, and it wasn't until I was out of the Foreign Service, who ran into Joe Trento, the journalist, plus a couple of other people. One worked for the government, one worked for a local university. They told me that what I was questioning was not visa fraud, but a program to recruit terrorists for the Afghan war. And when I protested this to people in Jeddah, to the consulate, to the embassy, and to the Bureau of Consular Affairs in Washington, I was met with total indifference, despite the fact that the punishment for visa fraud is something like 10 years in jail and a fine of $250,000.
15 of the hijackers were in the United States on visas obtained from a program in Saudi Arabia. Only 3 of them were interviewed by a consular official. The Visas Express program started in June 2001 and allowed visas to be given automatically without interviews or background checks. The program was initiated only in Saudi Arabia, which is a nation known to have a large population of animosity towards the United States, which is sympathetic to the nation's own native, Osama bin Laden. This visa program was only introduced in Saudi Arabia, while no other such privilege was or has ever been extended to any of the allies or Western European friends of the United States. Michael Springman blew the whistle and stated that State Department officials were issuing visas to terrorists, which he knew were terrorists, but he was being gagged.
The 19 hijackers were able to get into the United States despite information on their travel documents that should have raised some big red flags. Could it happen again? Here's NBC Justice Department correspondent Pete Williams.
It's a myth, the report says, that all the 19 hijackers entered the U.S. legally. Some clearly did, like hijacker leader Mohammed Atta, whose actual visa is shown publicly for the first time. But 3 of the hijackers on board the plane that crashed into the Pentagon had on their visa applications what the report calls indicators of Islamic extremism linked to al-Qaeda. The 3 were Khalid al-Midar, Salem al-Hazmi, whose state-issued ID cards are shown here, and al-Hazmi's brother Nawaf. Of the actual hijacker passports, only this burned fragment of Ziad Jarrah's is shown, recovered from the wreckage of Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania. But the report says when 2 other hijackers applied for their visas, their documents contained another warning sign: phony travel stamps intended to cover up their travel to Afghanistan to attend terror training camps.
Even though there'd been the bombings in 95, 96, 98, 2000, all involving Saudis, no one asked for a national intelligence estimate if Saudi Arabia is a new terrorist state.
In April of 2000, Nayaz Khan, a British citizen originally from Pakistan, was recruited by al-Qaeda.
It was over a year before 9/11. A Pakistani British man told the FBI an incredible tale that he'd been trained by followers of Osama bin Laden to hijack airplanes, and he confessed he was now in America to carry out an attack.
After gambling away money sent to him for flight training and afraid al-Qaeda would come after him for betrayal, he turned himself into the FBI. He detailed the plot to fly a hijacked plane into the World Trade Center, in which he was a part. This was April of 2000. A member of the attacks turned himself in and confessed to the attacks. He also disclosed that other agents were inside the United States.
Khan tells NBC News that for the next few weeks, he was trained by al-Qaeda to hijack passenger planes and sent to the U.S. But when he told the FBI, headquarters was skeptical and ordered him released.
I told him before the 9/11, about more than a year, we hijacking in America Airlines.
Khan says he was sent to Lahore, Pakistan, and along with perhaps 30 others, taught hijacking basics. Did you think about all the other people you would have killed?
No.
You didn't care?
Not that time. If I die, it doesn't matter. Because this life anyway, it's no good.
After about a week, Khan says he was given money to fly from Pakistan to Doha, Qatar, London, Zurich, back to London, then to New York, observing flight operations. Upon landing at JFK Airport, Khan says he was supposed to go to this taxi stand, find a man in a white prayer cap, and use a code. Khan claims he got cold feet. Instead of meeting his contact, he slipped away, gambled away all his money, and in fear turned himself in and confessed.
I've been to Pakistan. I know about this hijacking, something going on.
For 3 weeks, the FBI in Newark interrogated Khan, created composite drawings of his terrorist trainer and a fellow student. NBC News has learned Khan passed not 1, but 2 polygraphs. A former FBI official says Newark agents believed him, but word came from headquarters, quote, return him to London and forget about it.
Another man, Randy Glass, claimed he knew of the coming attacks. Glass was an undercover operative trusted by the U.S. working for the FBI as an informant.
Dateline obtained dozens of tapes of a government informant talking with people about arming terrorists, including this New Jersey man named Dia Moishan.
I'll take you to the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
The talk is deadly serious.
I'll kill him. I'll kill you.
And there's no attempt to conceal who might ultimately receive the weapons.
He is very connected to the Taliban. You know who supplies him with money? Who? Yeah. Osama bin Laden.
The conversations were recorded by Randy Glass, a con man in trouble with the law who offered to go undercover and pose as a weapons dealer.
The cover story was that I had people that were stealing these military weapons.
From the U.S. military.
Correct, from the U.S. military.
The investigation, which ran from 1998 to June 2001, was orchestrated by agents from the Florida offices of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the FBI. Randy Glass's undercover work eventually led to a dinner meeting in New York with a mysterious man from Pakistan named R.G. Abbas, who Glass says made no attempt to hide his feelings for Americans.
He told me that Americans were the enemy, and he looked around the restaurant and he said, we would have no problem with blowing up this entire restaurant.
We would have no problem blowing up this entire restaurant.
Because it's full of Americans.
And Glass says Abbas's people wanted to buy all sorts of weapons, even components for a nuclear weapon.
They inquired if it was available.
And you said?
Yes.
And they responded?
They were interested.
Today, in a phone conversation with Dateline, Abbas denied trying to buy weapons. But Dick Stoltz, one of the federal agents who worked on the case, said the people he was dealing with meant business. You had to realize that the people being talked about as customers for these weapons were the most wanted terrorists in the world.
That's correct.
Bin Laden.
Correct.
Did you think they were serious?
Oh, absolutely.
Glass recorded his meetings, and on July 22, 1999, he wiretapped a meeting at the Tribeca Grill with an arms buyer, Raja Ghulam Abbas.
During the course of the conversation, I asked him exactly what his intentions were. After dinner, as we walked outside, he pointed in the direction of the World Trade Center and said, those towers are coming down.
Randy Glass became so concerned about what he was learning during his work as an informant that he wrote a letter to Senator Bob Graham.
Francis X. Taylor told Randy Glass, we know all about planes being flown into the World Trade Center. Randy Glass hadn't mentioned planes. He had mentioned a threat that he knew about from these Pakistani spies who were trying to buy arms on the international market. So Randy Glass really starts freaking out. He starts faxing Senator Bob Graham and other people this information. And you can see this in my book. Here, let me grab a copy here. This is something I put in the book on the inside back cover in orange is a facsimile of the actual fax that Randy Glass was trying to fax at that time. And it's a pretty amazing document. You know, he said something like, I know I'm way in over my head here, but this thread that I know about, the thing that the State Department said about planes being used, you know, even the agents I'm working with are really concerned, and please have somebody call me.
On file and dated July 16, 2001, 2 months before 9/11, Glass writes to Graham, please tell me what is going on. I've told you repeatedly about my terrorist case, the sophisticated weapon system, nuclear components, the targets of blowing up the World Trade Center, and who knows what else. These people hate Americans. This information I've gotten from the State Department about the airplanes being used.
I had been threatened by FBI agent Steve Burdowski that if I mentioned any of that, I would be charged with obstruction of justice.
Abbas turned out to be a Pakistani ISI agent. Yet again, another intelligence asset connected to Al-Qaeda. Senator Bob Graham stated he was surprised to see foreign governments involved in the attacks.
But also I was surprised at the evidence that there were foreign governments involved in facilitating the activities of at least some of the terrorists in the United States. I am stunned that we have not done a better job of pursuing that to determine if other terrorists received similar support, and even more important, if the infrastructure of a foreign government assisting terrorists still exists for the current generation of terrorists who are here planning the next plots. To me, that is a extremely significant issue, and most of that information is classified, I think overly classified. I believe the American people should know the extent of the challenge that we face in terms of foreign government involvement, and that would motivate the government to take action.
Are you suggesting that you are convinced that there was a state sponsor behind 9/11?
I think there is very compelling evidence that at least some of the terrorists were assisted, not just in financing, although that was part of it, by a sovereign foreign government, and that we have been derelict in our duty to track that down, make the further case, or find evidence that would indicate that that is not true, and we can look for other reasons why the terrorists were able to function so effectively in the United States.
And do you think that will ever become public? Which countries are talking
It'll become
about?
public at some point when it's turned over to the archives, but that's 20 or 30 years from now. We need to have this information now because it's relevant to the threat that the people of the United States are facing today.
But the 9/11 Commission maintained that no foreign governments were involved in the attacks. What is the Pakistani connection, and why doesn't the public know more about it? Why does Bob Graham act so surprised when he was warned by both Dr. David Graham and Randy Glass about Pakistan's operational involvement in 9/11? Now remember, Porter Goss was also warned by Dr. David Graham. Is it just a coincidence that these were the only two men that were warned and also happened to be conveniently sitting aboard the congressional inquiry that investigated 9/11 that gave the public the official story? They sat in command of the congressional inquiry with Nancy Pelosi.
It took us 9 months to do all of our work, have our hearings, interview our witnesses, write the report, and it took 6 months for the administration to agree to some level of declassification. The report is overclassified. That is a disservice to the American people.
There are just pages of blank here that the committee's left out.
A number of September 11th families are angry at the U.S. government, and information withheld from the report on Congress's investigation of the attacks is just the starting point.
The cover-up. William Doyle lost his oldest son, 25-year-old Joseph, a trader for Cantor Fitzgerald.
Nothing.
Doyle says all these empty pages are about the role of Saudi Arabia. The White House, which took 7 months to screen the document for sensitive material, deleted the information, he says, because the government wants to keep Saudi Arabia's support for the terrorists secret.
There's so many oil dealings and what have you, and I honestly believe that they do not want that to come out in the wash.
After reading the report, Doyle says that the INS is to blame too, that the hijackers never should have been allowed to stay in the country. He tempers his anger, reflecting by a shrine for his son. 2 years after the fact, the report doesn't seem to offer closure. Instead, a new opening and a very raw wound.
The much-anticipated report was more than 800 pages long. But since it was released this past summer, most of the attention has focused on 28 of those pages. One chapter that is almost completely redacted, ordered classified by the White House, and blacked out to the public.
And because they're classified, I can't tell you what's in those pages. I can tell you that the chapter deals with information that our committees found in FBI and CIA files that was very disturbing. It had to do with sources of foreign support for the hijackers, or alleged sources of foreign support for the hijackers.
Now, I know it is believed and has been reported that many of those 27 or 28 redacted pages deal with the Saudi relationship to the hijackers, but
that's what the press has said. I haven't said that.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
By then, the Bush administration knew that despite years of Saudi reassurance, 15 of the 19 hijackers had been Saudi nationals. So in the terrible aftermath of September 11, surely it was now time to track down those who provided money and support for 9/11 wherever they might be. Right? Wrong again, according to former CIA insider Robert Baer.
When George W. Bush says, terrorists, those who harbor them, those who give support to them, are our enemies. That's obviously not true, because everybody that financed September 11th is currently in Saudi Arabia and free. I mean, it was sort of like if bin Laden had said, well, you know, it's just a coincidence my guys happened to run into your towers. Are we just going to leave him alone?
Not all the money that financed the attacks came from Saudi Arabia, although the majority of it did. Not surprisingly, another source of the funding came from Pakistan. It was reported in the Times of India that a $100,000 wire transfer took place between Omar Sheikh, an ISI agent, and Muhammad Atta, ringleader of the 9/11 attacks. Omar Sheikh was ordered through the ISI to transfer the funds by the ISI chief, General Mahmoud Ahmed. Was this detected by the United States? Well, Senior Vice President of Anti-Money Laundering at Corporate Risk International, Dennis Ormel, was responsible for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing services. Dennis retired from the FBI following 28 years of service as a special agent. Yes, right out on the front end, they wired over $100,000 in to Mr. Atta a year ago, and we are aware of that. And we tracked that back to accounts in the United Arab Emirates. Deputy Director of the FBI, John Pistole, stated that the FBI conducted a detailed financial investigation analysis of the 19 hijackers and their support network following the September 11th attacks. A continuing investigation, in coordination with the Pent Bomb team, has traced the origin of the funding of 9/11 back to the financial accounts in Pakistan.
Suspected hijacker Mohammed Atta received wire transfers via Pakistan and then distributed the cash via money orders bought here in Florida. A senior law enforcement source tells CNN the man sending the money to Atta is believed to be Ahmed Umar Saeed Sheikh.
He reportedly is controlling certain aspects of the financial transactions of the Al-Qaeda network.
Once a standout student at the London School of Economics, the British-born son of Pakistani parents speaks 5 languages.
Ahmad Omar Saeed Sheikh, the ISI agent who wired the money to Mohammed Atta, had many aliases, but he became widely known for being accused of kidnapping and beheading Wall Street journalist Daniel Pearl. The chief of the ISI who ordered the wire transfer to Mohammed Atta, General Mahmoud Ahmed, was actually visiting Washington the week of 9/11, arriving exactly 1 week before September 11th. The general met with Pentagon, White House, National Security Council, and CIA officials.
Are you aware of the reports at the time that ISI chief was in Washington on September 11th and on September 10th, $100,000 was wired from Pakistan to these groups here in this area? And why he was here? Was meeting with you or anybody in the administration?
I have not seen that report, and he was certainly not meeting with me. Yes.
As for Omar Saeed Sheikh, he was found to be Pakistani ISI, the CIA's counterpart in Pakistan.
Investing officer A.K. Jain says, under questioning, Omar Sheikh admitted he was supported by the Pakistan government's intelligence service, the ISI.
He had told me that.
He admitted to you?
Oh, yes.
And after his release, it was very clear that he was provided protection and safe haven in Pakistan with the direct support, with the knowledge, and obviously with the connivance of the Pakistani intelligence.
On the very morning of 9/11, General Mahmoud Ahmed, one of the financiers of the attacks, was at a breakfast meeting on Capitol Hill, hosted by, guess who? Senator Bob Graham and Representative Porter Goss, the chairman of the Senate and House Intelligence Committees. Now remember, Senator Bob Graham and Representative Porter Goss, who were warned by Dr. David Graham and FBI informant Randy Glass about the very clear Saudi and Pakistani involvement, and these two men are hosting a meeting with one of the financiers of the attack, Pakistani ISI chief, on the morning of the attacks, watching them take place together. And it was these two men that would later head the congressional inquiry with Nancy Pelosi that gave the public the official story of 9/11, and conveniently left the information out about these foreign governments. 2 days after the attacks on the Twin Towers in the Pentagon on September 13th, Joseph Biden, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee at the time, and current vice president, also met with the ISI chief. When asked about the ISI funding of 9/11 and the Taliban, he stated that it was classified.
How did you know the ISI was helping the Taliban, sir? How did you know they're helping them? Is it a Pakistani ISI, General Mohammed Ahmed? It has since come to light that he ordered Saeed Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Mohammed Atta. Why was he allowed to go back to Pakistan, and why wasn't he questioned, and why were you meeting with him?
I met with him to deliver a message that if he didn't
stopped supporting the Taliban, we would take him out.
What is the importance of covering up Pakistan's role? Perhaps one should look back at 1979. The Pakistani ISI is the CIA's counterpart in Pakistan and was the CIA cutout which created, communicated, and financed the Mujahideen during the U.S. covert war with the Soviets in Afghanistan. Dan Rather of CBS News, bin Laden was in a military hospital in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, one day before the 9/11 attacks on September 10th.
CBS News has been told that the night before the September 11th terrorist attack, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. He was getting medical treatment with the support of the very military that days later pledged its backing for the U.S. war on terror in Afghanistan. Pakistan intelligence sources tell CBS News that bin Laden was spirited into this military hospital in Rawalpindi for kidney dialysis treatment. On that night, says this medical worker who wanted her identity protected, they moved out all the regular staff in the urology department and sent in a secret team to replace them. She says it was treatment for a very special person. The special team was obviously up to no good. The military had him surrounded, says this hospital employee who also wanted his identity masked. And I saw the mysterious patient helped out of a car. Since that time, he says, I have seen many pictures of the man. He is the man we know as Osama bin Laden. I also heard two army officers talking to each other. They were saying that Osama bin Laden had to be watched carefully and looked after.
Interestingly, ironically, whatever you want to call it, the World Trade Center just hired 2 weeks ago the head of the FBI's National Security Division for Counterterrorism in New York to augment and take over their security.
It is our greatest resource. We talk about all of the high-tech things that the FBI has, all the tools in our arsenal, and the greatest tool that we have is our employees, the men and women that come in and day out and work long, hard hours to accomplish their missions and their tasks, and to do it under the rule of law, to do it every single day, to protect people's constitutional rights, their civil rights, but at the same time protect them from all of the bad things that are out there.
On August 22, 2001, FBI agent John O'Neill resigned from the Bureau, citing repeated obstruction of his investigations into al-Qaeda. Former FBI Deputy Director John O'Neill wanted to investigate the terrorists who were planning to blow up the trade towers on 9/11, but he was prevented from doing so by President George Bush. Bush signed Presidential Directive W199I, making it a crime to investigate or hinder the operations of one Abdullah bin Laden in any way.
Bush had put limits on investigation by our intelligence agencies on investigating the money behind the terrorists before September 11th, because Saudi Arabia is the source of almost all the funding. And you could not touch the guys that were giving the money to make al-Qaeda operate. Now, a lot of this, we believe, was determined in the meeting in Paris in 1996. The Khobar Towers were attacked within Saudi Arabia. 19 American military people were killed while they were sleeping. That was al-Qaeda. He's rather than go after these guys and capture them, basically went to them and said, how much does it cost for you to go play in Afghanistan instead, or in Uzbekistan? And by the way, it's not just paying them protection money to get lost. They actually wanted al-Qaeda to spread the word of Wahhabism and sell to Central Asian republics the kind of vicious, small-minded, feudal state that they have in Saudi Arabia. Of course, Al-Qaeda's vision was that it's not feudal enough and it's not terrible enough. I even have the documents from the FBI, secret documents that were dropped off by FBI agents.
This document is marked secret and WF, which means it walked its way out of the Washington Bureau of the FBI. It indicates that before the attack of September 11th, agents had wanted to question two members of a very powerful family for their connections to a suspected terrorist organization, Omar and Abdullah bin Laden. But the agents weren't allowed to. Now, what makes this family so special that they're protected from investigation?
This followed previous orders to abandon an investigation of bin Laden relatives in 1996 by Bill Clinton and difficulties in investigating Saudi royalty. President Clinton was already hindering investigations by protecting Saudi interests during the 1990s. His approach to terror was weak. However, where Clinton said go slow, Bush policymakers said no go. The difference is between closing one eye and closing them both. No one would be allowed to pursue certain Saudis and Pakistanis, many of which were involved in the September 11th attacks. In Washington, politicians jumped to the claim that anyone harboring or supporting terrorists should be pursued. But when it comes to some powerful individuals in these two countries, a blind eye is turned. The issue rarely raised by reporters. Disgusted and angry at both the Bush and Clinton administrations, FBI agent John O'Neill ended his career by resigning office. John O'Neill was given a new career as Deputy of Security at the World Trade Center in New York City for the private security team of the leaseholder of the building, Larry Silverstein.
Did you recruit John O'Neill into Kroll? No. Who did?
He didn't work for Kroll.
Who did he work for?
He worked for the FBI and then went to work for Larry Silverstein.
But I thought Kroll had the contract to do security at the World Trade Center, and I thought John O'Neill's first day at the job was on 9/11.
And I joked with him. I said, well, that'll be an easy job. They're not going to bomb that place again. And he said, well, actually, he immediately came back and he said, no, actually, they've always wanted to finish that job. I think they're going to try again.
Silverstein had its own security company? How did this work?
No, Silverstein had his own people that worked on security. He had a whole security staff there.
Okay.
On the night of September 10th, John O'Neill did what he loved doing, and he did it from his favorite table at Elaine's.
We left about 2:30. John gave me a big bear hug and said, I'll see you tomorrow. And John went home, and that was the last I saw him.
Little did John O'Neill know that his first day on the job would also be the last day of his life on Earth. This seemed very convenient for Osama bin Laden because the one individual who stands tall among those intelligence and law enforcement officers who were aggressively pursuing the criminal network that would carry out 9/11 was counterterrorism top man John O'Neill. Ever since the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993, O'Neill's pursuit of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda had been hindered, as the biography of his book detailed. After further terrorist attacks at the Khobar Towers barracks in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, and the USS Cole in Aden Harbor, O'Neill's biggest problem was not Al-Qaeda. It was resistance from top officials inside the United States government. John O'Neill was the chief investigator of the USS Cole bombing. On October 12, 2000, the USS Cole was reportedly blown up by two men who approached the warship in a small boat. It was recently reported that the suspects involved in the USS Cole bombing have escaped Yemeni prisons by tunneling their way out.
During the trial where a Yemeni court convicted him of murdering 17 American sailors, Jamal al-Badawi showed no remorse, only defiance. Sentenced to death for his role in the bombing of the USS Cole, al-Badawi's sentence was later reduced to 15 years in prison. Now, barely 15 months into that sentence at a prison outside Yemen's capital, Sana'a, he and 22 other prisoners, including at least 13 convicted al-Qaeda terrorists, have escaped through a 150-yard tunnel dug under the prison wall. Today, Interpol issued a global security alert calling al-Badawi and the other escapees a clear and present danger to all countries.
In his pursuit of al-Qaeda, O'Neill, according to people who worked closely with him, began to have serious concerns over complicity by those inside the Clinton and Bush administrations. There was the mysterious theft in the summer of 2000 of his briefcase at a Tampa hotel during a retirement seminar where the only participants were 150 other FBI agents.
O'Neill attended a conference of other agents in Florida.
We were meeting in Bal Harbor at the Marriott. John came in. He is just, I don't remember seeing John as distraught as he was this night. What has happened, he told me, he left his briefcase in this room of 150 FBI agents and got a phone call. Couldn't hear on his cell phone, so he just walked outside to take his call. Walked back in, his briefcase was gone. He was completely freaked.
O'Neill's bag contained classified documents.
In the briefcase were a few classified emails and a classified document called the Annual Field Office Report, a summary of the New York FBI's Office Counterterrorist and Counterintelligence Operations, including one very sensitive investigation being conducted by another New York counterintelligence FBI special agent, Michael Dick. After the incident, whoever stole O'Neill's briefcase had found out what O'Neill knew about both Al-Qaeda and their Israeli shadows. John O'Neill's FBI colleague, Mike Dick, aggressively investigated the Israeli ring before and after 9/11. Like O'Neill, he soon found himself removed from his duties on the orders of the then head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division, Michael Chertoff. Dick was very suspicious when Israeli movers quickly moved Zim American Israeli Shipping Company out of its 10,000 square foot office on the 17th floor of the North Tower. The partially Israeli state-owned firm fortified a $50,000 security deposit when it terminated its lease and vacated the building 1 week prior to 9/11. Could there have been communications of the coming attacks with the Israeli spy ring? These are questions which the 9/11 Commission never sought answers to. Evidence that other Israelis had been forewarned several hours before the attacks surfaced on an Israeli instant messaging service known as Odago. At least 2 Israeli-based employees of Odago received warnings of an imminent attack in New York City, more than 2 hours before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Odago had its U.S. headquarters 2 blocks from the World Trade Center. The Odago employees, however, did not pass the warning on to the authorities in New York City.
Tonight's report, we learned that the concern about phone security extends to another company founded in Israel that provides the technology that the U.S. government uses for electronic eavesdropping.
The company is Comverse Infosys, a subsidiary of an Israeli-run private telecommunications firm with offices throughout the U.S. It provides wiretapping equipment for law enforcement. Here's how wiretapping works in the U.S. Every time you make a call, it passes through the nation's elaborate network of switchers and routers run by the phone companies. Custom computers and software made by companies like Comverse are tied into that network to intercept, record, and store the wiretapped calls, and at the same time transmit them to investigators. The manufacturers have continuing access to the computers so they can service them and keep them free of glitches. But the complaint about this system is that the wiretap computer programs made by Converse have in effect a back door through which wiretaps themselves can be intercepted by unauthorized parties. It is the FBI's office in Quantico, Virginia that has jurisdiction over awarding contracts and buying intercept equipment. And for years, they've thrown much of the business to Converse. A handful of former U.S. law enforcement officials involved in awarding Converse government contracts over the years now work for the company. Numerous sources say some of those individuals were asked to leave government service under what knowledgeable sources call troublesome circumstances that remain under administrative review within the Justice Department. And what troubles investigators most, particularly in New York in the counterterrorism investigation of the World Trade Center attack, is that on a number of cases, suspects that they had sought to wiretap and surveil immediately changed their telecommunications processes. They started acting much differently as soon as those supposedly secret wiretaps went into place. Brett?
Carl, is there any reason to suspect in this instance that the Israeli government is involved?
There are growing instincts and an awful lot of law enforcement officials in a variety of agencies who suspect that and have begun compiling evidence and a highly classified investigation into precisely that possibility.
James Bamford, the famous investigative reporter who declassified Operation Northwoods, the top-secret military plan to attack the United States with false flag terror to influence a war with Cuba in the early 1960s, recently released a new book detailing that Israel's booming high-tech industry is a branch of the Mossad. After 9/11, many Israelis were rounded up in a spy ring that was discovered.
Some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis, again, very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information. Numerous classified documents obtained by Fox News indicate that even prior to September 11th, as many as 140 other Israelis had been detained or arrested in a secretive and sprawling investigation into suspected espionage by Israelis in the United States. Investigators from numerous government agencies are part of a working group that's been compiling evidence since the mid-90s. These documents detail hundreds of incidents in cities and towns across the country that investigators say, quote, may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity.
The art students were also shadowing the very same Arab cells that would later carry out the 9/11 attacks.
Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. Why would Israelis spy in and on the U.S.? A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally.
On March 22nd and 27th in 2002, DEA agents arrested 5 Israelis in the Oak Hills apartment complex in Irving, Texas. A $10,000 bond for Michael Gall was placed by Ophir Bayer, an employee of the Israeli telecommunications firm Amdocs, a firm with operational access to the telephones being used by FBI agents John O'Neill, Michael Dick, and the DEA agents involved in tracking the Saudi mafia drug shipments being used to support various terror cells in the United States and abroad.
We learn about an Israeli-based private communications company for whom a half dozen of those 60 detained suspects worked.
Fox News has learned that some American terrorism investigators fear certain suspects in the September 11th attacks may have managed to stay ahead of them by knowing who and when investigators are calling on the telephone. How? By obtaining and analyzing data that's generated every time someone in the U.S. makes a phone call.
One sitting in city, please.
Here's how the system works. Most directory assistance calls and virtually all call records and billing in the U.S. are done for the phone companies by Amdocs Limited, an Israeli-based private telecommunications company. Amdocs has contracts with the 25 biggest phone companies in America and more worldwide. It is virtually impossible to make a call on normal phones without generating an Amdocs record of it. In 1999, the super-secret National Security Agency, headquartered in Northern Maryland, issued what's called a top-secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information report, TSSCI, warning that records of calls in the United States were getting into foreign hands, in Israel in particular. Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to the Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report.
I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that.
Special Agent Dick, who worked closely with O'Neill, had discovered a troubling ring of Israeli movers operating in New York and New Jersey, many of whom had past connections to Israeli intelligence and military demolition units.
The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and/or explosive ordnance units.
Dominic Suter, was the head of urban moving systems. This appears to be the base of operations for 2 white vans with the same rear license plates that were seen parked in the Doric Apartments near Patterson Plank Road and at Liberty State Park at the same time the first plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Few Americans know the story of the Israelis caught filming the World Trade Center before the first plane struck. CIA agent Robert Baer stated that it was confirmed that the Israelis were filming the World Trade Center before the first plane struck.
Someone mentioned in there that you had said something real quickly about someone should write a book about the white van. What did you mean by that?
Well, there's an incident where there was a white van in New Jersey across from the World Trade Center, and 5 Israelis, probably Mossad, were giving the high five after the World Trade Center was hit. The investigation was taken away at the Justice Department from terrorism and put in national security, completely sealed off. If you could look at it benignly, it was the Israelis stumbled across this, didn't believe it, or worse. I just don't know, but the parameters of people knew about this of 9/11 in advance are there, and they need to be investigated.
Is it possible that these Mossad assets were in place in New Jersey in order to film the first hit? And there's actually a lot of reports that they were there set up before the first plane hit.
They were set up before the first plane
So
hit.
you can confirm that? That's true.
Yeah, they were set up there before.
Carl, what about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected. None of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Brett.
After the collisions, the Israelis were seen dancing, and police were called to the scene for suspicions of involvement in the attacks. The Israelis were seen jumping and cheering, taking pictures of themselves in front of the burning towers.
My binoculars, and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van parked. And I see 3 guys on top of the van. And I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked. I thought it was very strange.
Amazingly enough, we have found the moving company where the 5 Israelis worked.
Was this building being used as a front for some kind of Israeli intelligence operation that possibly was doing surveillance on the Arab American community? Were there men celebrating or slapping 5s or whatever?
Some of the guys were kind of happy that, they were smiling. It wasn't like something, out of terror. And I think some of the people saw them up on the roof from that building over there and reported them to the police.
We had received an all points bulletin, and I just happened to see the van, hollered over to my lieutenant, I think that could be the van. We checked it out, and it was. We were all on edge, obviously, so I really wasn't looking to make friends with these people, and neither were the officers that I were with. Once we started talking to them, they were pretty much like, hey, we're not against you, we're with you.
The Israelis were, for a moment, in the gossip spotlight in Israel and were invited on an Israeli talk show.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
The 5 Israelis were detained for 10 weeks and finally deported on immigration violations after the FBI cleared them of any involvement in 9/11.
The details of the Israelis who worked for the moving company were not well reported to the rest of the country, and little known is the stories of the vans which were stopped with explosives found in them, as well as vans which were reportedly blown up. Reports of vans packed with explosives were confirmed at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001.
Alluded to a report that there had been a van loaded with some explosives stopped
near the George Washington Bridge, which
About earlier, we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing. A report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives.
2 or 3 men arrested on the New Jersey Parkway. Deborah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That is the information that I am getting from 2 sources, that there was a van either on the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, and that it was near the George Washington Bridge. There were 2 or 3 men who were in the van. The van was pulled over. It is not clear why the van was pulled over, but when it was, law enforcers found tons of explosives inside of the van.
Now, WCBS TV News in New York is reporting 2 people arrested by the FBI in a truck with explosives under the George Washington Bridge. The GW Bridge spans the Hudson River connecting New York City and New Jersey.
Do you know anything about those extra explosions we heard?
No, I do not.
Were they car bombs?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Are you being told that we're going to have to move out of this area as well?
I was not told anything relative to that.
What about the sewers? Are they looking for bombs in sewers?
All non-essential personnel. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, obviously.
Mayor Rudy Giuliani now speaking again.
I'm hopeful that we'll be able to rescue some more people. I have no idea how many others, but at least there's some hope that we'll be able to get some people out. We have been able to get 2 people out who have been identified as Port Authority police officers.
And word late tonight that 2 suspects are in FBI custody after a truckload of explosives was discovered around the George Washington Bridge. That bridge links New York to New Jersey over the Hudson River. Whether the discovery of those explosives has anything to do with other events of the day is unclear, but the FBI has 2 suspects in hand, said the truck load of explosives, enough explosives were in the truck to do great damage to the George Washington Bridge. But they arrested the 2 suspects and they're questioning them as we speak.
It was this evidence that caused the agency to speculate that a van packed with explosives was parked in the garage, which was also detonated to help weaken the structure.
About a block and a half away from the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they described as a suspicious device, and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it.
Joining me is Jack Kelly. Now, he is a foreign correspondent, war correspondent, and just came back from Israel. He has some information about these attacks. Jack, what can you tell us happened first in New York?
Apparently what appears to happen was that at the same time 2 planes hit the building, that the FBI most likely thinks that there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the buildings, which also exploded at the same time and brought both of them down.
Now, that's the first time we're hearing that. So 2 planes and explosives that were in the building. Is that correct?
That is the working theory at this point.
I've heard reports of secondary explosions after the aircraft impacted, whether in fact there wasn't something else at the base of the towers that in fact were the coup de grace to bring them to the ground.
In the police radio recordings released to the public, reports of vans were confirmed.
Good evening. The tapes offer a chilling record of terror and heroism.
There were many calls like these.
City Police 385.
We have a white van. Three guys in there. They look like counter civilians and going around the building. There's a minivan heading towards the Howard Tunnel. I see the guy by North Airport mixing some drugs, and he has no street uniform. He has what? He's dressed like an Arab.
One officer reports a van actually exploding and his needing assistance.
We have both suspects under K. We have the suspects who drove in the van exploded. We have both of them under K. Let's get some help over here.
Now, I'm sending you here, shoot that. I just want to make sure you and your guys are all right over there, K. That's all. What's the location, right, K? Put them up. You know, we have both aircraft driven that exploded. Is that correct?
Hillary,
No, I gotta go.
They're pulling him away. Let me tell you what's happening. They're pulling him away.
They're taking away Lieutenant Sam Esposito.
Quickly.
The officer
Ladies.
papers block away, came running out of the office when he saw what was happening, and has told us a very compelling story. We were trying to get him on tape. He really should not have been out of the hospital, but said he actually needed a cup of coffee, and that's why he walked out. But his story was that he ran in. He went into the daycare center, which really hasn't been mentioned very much, on the second floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings. And the good news, he said, was there was nobody in that center, but he made his way up. He pulled people out with him as they resisted, and then there was an explosion. He said car exploding outside, knocked him unconscious, and he was rescued himself by a firefighter.
We're obviously having a bit of trouble right now maintaining our location because we just heard one more explosion. That's about the fourth one we've heard. The police are telling us they're either car bombs.
Another radio communication confirms that a van was pulled over for having a mural on the side of it, depicting a plane flying into the World Trade Center. A remote-controlled one.
One of those remote-controlled planes filled with explosives. And find the message of the plane. He advised us real hot zone, Central. Give an update on the plane. Central, I got a message on that plane. It's a big truck with a mural painted of an airplane diving into New York City and exploding. I don't know what's in the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. All right, Central, I'll send the issue in the bomb squad there for Westgate. The phone? With a mural painted, airplane diving into New York, blowing up. 2 men got out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those people under.
Reference to the mural van was also made in the February 2006 Norman Mineta report. The report was titled, Saving City Lifelines, Lessons Learned from the 9/11 Attacks. The report stated, there were continuing moments of alarm. A panel truck with a painting of a plane flying into the World Trade Center was stopped near the temporary command post. It proved to be rented to a group of ethnic Middle Eastern people who did not speak English. Fearing that it might be a truck bomb, the New York City Police Department immediately evacuated the area, called out the bomb squad, and detained the occupants until a thorough search was made. This might just be the oddest story of 9/11 that is credibly reported. Why are there so many reports of explosives or explosive devices found on 9/11, as well as sub-level explosions, among many other?
Kim White was stuck on the 74th floor of Tower 1.
The doors were locked.
Why?
I have no clue. We sat around for about 5, almost 10 minutes trying to find a door or get somebody with a key.
On 9/11, I had the only master key that opened the doors that rescue people. This is the master key. They call it the key of hope. And basically, I was a janitor. Like I said, on that day, there was an explosion on the basement. And this is prior to the building got hit by the plane. And then the plane hit, and then there was a series of explosions afterwards. And a person comes running into the office saying, explosion, explosion, explosion.
The ladies that are with me were in the World Trade Center in the first building and escaped through the lobby where they report they believe there was a bomb in the lobby.
Our office was on the B1 level. As I was talking to a supervisor at 8:46, and all of a sudden we hear, boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards. And it came from the basement between the B2 level and the B3 level. And when I went to verbalize, we hear, boom! The impact of the plane on the top.
And as we were coming out, we passed the lobby. There was no lobby. So I believe the bomb hit the lobby first. And a couple of seconds.
Right away, a guy from the Port Authority told him the damage was somewhere above the 78th floor. But all you had to do was look around. It was obvious. Something had happened right there in the lobby.
You just saw that all the windows were blown out. The lobby looked like the plane hit the lobby.
And a fireball emerged from the elevator lobby and was coming toward me.
On an elevator, the glass just flamed, exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
I asked him what happened.
what was amazing about his story was that he was in the lobby of World Trade Center 1 when the first plane hit. And when the debris started coming down, he went back to go into the building to protect himself and was in the revolving doors going back in off West Street when he looked up and a fireball came flying out, I guess from the elevator shafts. That's what he seemed to believe, and blew out all the windows and threw him back onto the street.
6th floor, and I was reviewing some work, and it was about 10 to 9, and the building shook. And I felt there was an earthquake, and it didn't bother me because I felt the building could sustain an earthquake. They were built for that. And then there was a huge explosion. The ceiling fell.
He went through the front door of the ground floor, and the lady who was about 3 seconds in front of him was hit by a terrific fireball, and she was horrifically injured. So we went to her assistance. I think he got some sort of tablecloth to put over her. As he was doing that, another explosion happened.
I was in the B4 level. I was assigned to the B3 level, but I had to do something in the B4 sheet metal shop. So I went in the sheet metal shop, do what I had to do, and on my way, I heard a bomb. So I says, probably the transformer again blew up. So I stepped back, finished what I had to finish, and I started towards the door again. And there come a big blast with a big ball of fire. And that's when I got hit. It hit me right back down on the ground, and I realized that my ankle was shattered.
We then were, talking about the day's work and what needed to be done. When we heard a massive explosion that was in the World Trade Center at about 8:46 a.m. in the morning. The explosion came from, I believe, at first we believed that it came from the mechanical room. And then we heard a series of other explosions that sounded up on the above levels of the building, to where we then realized that there was something wrong and there was a major problem.
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang.
We ran down the steps to the lobby. There was no lobby. Everything was torn up, and even the turnstile was burnt and was sticking up, and they just told us to run.
My boss ran out of the office. He said one thing, run. Everybody just ran. And we ran down the stairs. They told us to come back up the stairs. And we were like, come back up the stairs, are you crazy? So we continued down the stairs. We came outside in the lobby. There was no lobby. The lobby was totally gone.
Did you see other people?
People, there was a woman there with her face blown off.
I just thought something, because I know that the loading dock is on B1. That's 3 floors above me. I just assumed that a car or something exploded on B1, or something got delivered and something big and heavy fell over. You just knew it was something big, because, I can't even imagine living in San Francisco or earthquakes, but when the floor is moving underneath you and everything is just happening and smoke, and as I ran into the parking lots, everybody's screaming. I actually helped somebody get to a staircase that had a broken leg. There was a lot of smoke down there. There was a lot of people screaming. People came with us running up the ramps. We wanted to get help for the people that couldn't move down there. I know people that got killed in the basement. I know people that got broken legs in the basement. People that got reconstructive surgery because the walls hit them in the face. And I know we
have someone in the area who's seen some of this happen. George Shea is on the telephone. George, tell me what your vantage point is and what do you know about this place?
I'm on West Street, right out of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and I was driving in, and I heard an enormous explosion. Then I heard another enormous explosion.
If that, I don't doubt that. The planes were there. The plane hit the building. But before, and one of the experiences that I said, even when I was pulled from the rubble on 9/11, is that there was an initial explosion on the sub-level number 2, B2. There were 6 sub-levels in the building prior the plane hitting the building. And I believe that was an explosion set up by explosive to actually weaken the foundation.
And nothing will ever change your mind that you think.
I was there. I saved people. I actually have the people available for the 9/11 commission. That was the commission that was created to investigate this. They were never called, not even once. They're still available 5 years after. And the government came out with an official story that went against our experience on that day.
So the building's on fire, and I'm noticing there's no police yet. There's no fire trucks, and it's been a couple minutes.
and I'm sure that they seem like really long minutes. So as I'm in traffic and the traffic is kind of creeping up and people are driving away and people are getting out of their cars, I got to a point where I can't go forward anymore, so I had to make a left turn. Some people were turning around, but I was concerned because at that point it wasn't a terrorist attack. It's a tragic accident. My friends are up there, people I work with, so I was just going with the flow, I guess, at that point. And I was between World Trade Center 7 and World Trade Center 6 on Vesey Street. And when the South Tower event happened, it happened from my blind side because I was on the north side of the South Tower. So what you see from my side is a big orange explosion and fire and debris raining down, and I've got the top down. And at the same time that it's registering that that's not an accident from that, I see flashes going off in World Trade Center 6, which was, as you come to learn later, the U.S. Customs House and the Department of Labor, and that there's a big crater that goes through that all the way down into the subway. So anyway, that's Building 6.
Jamie Gangel, I just want to say that some of the descriptions coming from eyewitnesses in lower Manhattan of these explosions occurring are chilling. One man talked about getting off a PATH train, that's a subway train.
Just get out of the tunnel and the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
These twin sisters, visiting from Alabama and Georgia, met in New York to share their 40th birthday. They were having coffee in the World Trade Center when the first plane struck.
And all of a sudden it sounded like, I don't know where the subway is, but it sounded like a subway collision, a bomb. And it was just pounding, boom, boom, boom. And I literally thought the subway had exploded. And
Did you see what happened? What happened?
well, I was in the PATH train and there was a huge explosion sound. Everyone came out.
Tell us what you saw when you exited the subway station due to a lack of smoke. Eileen.
It was very smoky, and then we exited on Church Street out of the PATH train station.
At the time, I was actually in the subway heading towards the World Trade Center right around Franklin Street. And after the first explosion, the subway station started to fill with smoke. The subway cars started to fill with smoke, and the subways actually stopped.
If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
Peter?
Yes, Dan.
Reports that devices were found did make it to the airwaves on 9/11, and some original footage confirmed what many investigations uncovered, that some firemen began to pack up and leave just before the towers collapsed because of suspicious devices being found.
Anything else you know that you'd like to add?
Just as I was coming out of the building, I heard somebody sort of ushering people away, and they were saying, you guys got to get out of here, it's a bomb.
Many thanks, Lindsey Grimm, who saw this occurring at the...
It was a bomb. Bomb in another building. That was a bomb.
There was a secondary explosion, probably a device either planted before.
NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat, moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. The chief, Albert Turry, told me that he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place. And then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building.
Bomb in the building, start clearing out. Sorry, you said the bomb? What'd you say? Bomb in the building, start clearing out. Got it.
First one and then the other, some say after secondary explosions.
And there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists.
His comrade was firefighter was trapped about 500 feet in under some debris down West Street, and he turned around and said he saw a police officer walking with him carrying a 9mm pistol, and he asked him what he was doing, and he said that that there were people in the area that were planting bombs after the planes had flown into the tower. That the bombs apparently, and this is just going on one firefighter told me, police believe that there were bombers that were in the area after the planes hit the towers, planting bombs, and that may have been what caused the further devastation. Are you still with me?
Yes, we're listening to you, Joe. It's just unbelievable what you're telling us.
Federal agencies that were down there do believe that there was some sort of explosive device somewhere else besides the planes hitting.
In fact, Rudy Giuliani received this warning, which is why they started to pack up and leave the area, moving their command post.
And several of them that I talked to 10 minutes, 12 minutes before they died. I was at the command post that the fire department had and left them to go to the command post that we were establishing.
Did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
I went down to the scene and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse.
Coming over our radio, get out of the area, the second tower is coming down.
They tell you the second tower is coming down?
Yes, it's about to collapse.
Mayor Rudolph Giuliani walked right past me here on Church Street and Duane Street, again about 4 blocks from that area, moving his entourage out of that region, and then just moments later was when the collapse happened.
So people should remain calm, they should remain where they are, except if they are in southern Manhattan. If you're below Canal Street, you should walk out of southern Manhattan and walk north.
Then there was all the eyewitness testimony talking about the secondary explosions.
I mean, you had it on 9/11. There were numerous secondary explosions taking place in that building. There were continuous explosions.
When we got down to 6th floor, there was like another shake or another explosion. Everyone started panicking, but
there was another big explosion in the other tower. Flames coming out in this billowing grey smoke. People still not panicking. People not quite understanding what was going on. Then somebody said that they saw an airliner go into one of those towers. Then, an hour later than that, we had that big explosion from much, much lower. I don't know what on earth caused that.
We heard another explosion, and I'm assuming that's the one that came from the lower level, since there were 2. And I said,
right, because it was like 18 minutes apart.
Well, this is the first explosion, and there was a second explosion in the same building. There were 2 explosions.
Okay.
But then there were other doors that were locked, so we were brought into another floor when there was another explosion, and they finally let us continue to go down.
At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandelier shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
3 large explosions were described right before and during the time the towers came down.
Work hours. At that time, maybe 45 minutes into the taping that we were doing, which was maybe a half hour after, it was an explosion. It was way up where the fire was.
Heard a big explosion before the building fell?
I saw it as it was happening, and it sounded as if you had 100 of those little black cat firecrackers and you lit them all off at once. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like the finale of the 4th of July over the East River.
I was about 5 blocks away when I heard explosions, 3 thuds, and turned around to see the building we just got out of, antenna tip over and fall in on itself.
Trying to get some of the people out, then there's those secondary explosions and then the subsequent collapses.
All of a sudden, it was like bang, 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 like bullet shots. And then all of a sudden, 3 tremendous explosions. And everything started coming down.
One eyewitness was standing among a crowd of people on Church Street 2.5 blocks from the South Tower when he saw a number of brief light sources being emitted from inside the building between floors 10 and 15. He saw about 6 of these flashes accompanied by a crackling sound before the tower collapsed.
I got an eyewitness who said there was an explosion on floor 7 to 8. 7, 8. We just had another explosion on Warren Street because of the secondary explosion. We've got
Second tower. Just a little bit. You can see right at the bottom of the TV station, TV screen, billowing smoke from a bomb or explosion.
Firefighter Louis Caccioli told People Weekly, "I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get into position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there were bombs set in the building."
Nobody knew what to do. There was no clear thinking. People were just reacting to kind of save themselves and the people around them.
You're in the same location when the building comes down.
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, instead of popping out.
It was like if they had detonated.
Yeah,
detonated. They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
Started running. Floor by floor, instead of popping out.
It was like if they had detonated.
Yeah,
They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
As if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it folded down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
Like it sounded like gunfire, you know, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden 3 big explosions.
I don't think anybody was thinking the buildings might fall. We'd been told that these buildings were tested for 707 and all of that. I mean, good grief, of course we didn't think it was going to fall. The fire trucks and the cops were right under there. As that thing started to collapse,
it was when it began to come down, as you've heard Commissioner Safer indicate, the bomb squad was in, fire personnel, ambulance personnel had entered. 15 minutes after they made their entry, we heard a boom. I don't know if that was the infrastructure that was going or another explosion, and we looked up, and it, you know, I can't even describe it. It's not even like a movie. It was so surreal.
Sample on a police car turned out dangerous. Another sample a couple of blocks away, not dangerous. But most interesting, in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the 2 towers were pulverized. Large portions.
Desk. You don't find a chair. You don't find a telephone, a computer. The biggest piece of a telephone I found was half of the keypad, and it was about this big. The building collapsed to dust.
What do you think this is?
I have no idea.
What your guess is? Pulverized cement?
Concrete. Yeah.
The concrete.
It's just, and you look, and you see, and there's no concrete. There's very little concrete. All you see is aluminum and steel. What happened to the concrete? The concrete was pulverized, and I was down here Tuesday, and it was like you were on a foreign planet. All of Lower Manhattan, not just this site, from river to river, there was dust powder 2-3 inches thick. The concrete was just pulverized.
What you're seeing are high shots. Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself. Describe that. Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building. It's amazing. Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the 3rd time today, it's It's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
Perhaps the most commonly heard conspiracy theory about 9/11 is the claim that bombs may have been in the buildings that helped to bring down the towers, as well as the planes which struck them. As wild as this conspiracy theory may sound, one building, World Trade Center Building Number 7, also known as the Solomon Brothers Building, hundreds of yards away from the Twin Towers, collapsed at 5:20 in the evening on 9/11 and received very little coverage. This building was a 47-story steel-reinforced concrete structure, which collapsed into its own footprint in 6.5 seconds, 7 hours after the Twin Towers collapsed. It became the third building in history to fall due to fires, next to the first two, which were the towers. However, it was never struck by a plane. It also was not significantly damaged by the falling towers, according to the FEMA and NIST reports. Dr. Stephen Jones is a professor of physics and has this to say about the tower.
I was amazed. It follows, and I'd looked now at dozens of demolitions just to see what they look like, what is the nature, is experiments on how you bring a building down symmetrically, straight down and rapidly. You knock out the core first, the core goes down, the sidewalls lean in a little bit, and the building comes down rapidly because you've knocked out the support. Well, that's exactly how Building 7 came down. The dramatic collapse of World Trade Center 7 is something everyone ought to see. I suspect that few have actually looked at it, something that needs to be explored very carefully, but the characteristics are there. So you look at the building, you see it dip in the middle first, and the sides bow in a little bit, and then you see it come down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just like that. And right down onto its footprint. You see, that's the goal of controlled demolition. You don't want the building to tip over, which is much easier to do with explosives, actually. Just knock out the supports and let her tip. The trusses in the building made it very asymmetrical. There were 24 central columns, steel columns. For those to fail in such a way that that building would collapse in the center first and then come straight down, instead of toppling over, for instance? No.
After years of questioning and activism by the family members of victims of September 11th, thousands of government contractors, engineers, architects, and other credentialed experts have joined together and examined the collapse of the Twin Towers and have looked into Building 7. A group now calling themselves Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth combines all of these professionals and has received virtually no coverage by the mainstream media. Although media has been invited to their events, as well as over 50 different disclosure attempts set up by the family members, marches by the so-called 9/11 truthers, and press conferences, the media remains silent. A media blackout has been in effect for years, and the small reporting done on the movement has been disproportionate, misrepresentative, or condescending. Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth was started by Richard Gage, a 25-year professional architect of high-rise, steel-reinforced skyscrapers.
In order for the perimeter to fall perfectly and symmetrically, which it pretty much does at Building 7, all of those columns have to be removed within a tenth of a second of each other. Fire cannot do that.
Another structural engineer of the over 3,500 credentialed expert members that have joined his group says he can imagine 1 or 2 columns failing.
It is possible that you could have a local failure as a result of a connection failing. But the likelihood of that failure dragging the entire building in such a fashion that all the columns would fail at the same time is an impossibility.
The entire roofline cascades down neatly into its own footprint. At the same time, jets of debris can be seen shooting out of the walls and going up NIST can simply declare NIST has seen no evidence that the collapse of World Trade Center 7 was caused by bombs, missiles, or controlled demolition.
In the FEMA report, I think they were fairly honest. And it's interesting as you read what they said about Building 7. So, I'm reading with great interest. At the end, they say, well, our best hypothesis, now, this is the fire and damage hypothesis. That's the only hypothesis they looked at, seriously. Okay, so our best hypothesis, they said, has only a low probability of occurrence. And I'm saying, that's right. That's exactly right. Why don't you quantify that? But they didn't quantify it. But they did admit, it has only a low probability of occurrence, and that's to their credit. The 9/11 Commission didn't even mention Building 7 collapse,
The first column to collapse is column number 80, which was untouched by any structural damage. This is evident in the fall of the East Penthouse, supported by column number 80. This precedes global collapse. But what happens next, several seconds later, is not so easily explained. Looking at photos of the building after its collapse, it is clear that the entire cage of interior columns failed. The structure piled into its own footprint. Shot at about 9 p.m. on September 11th. The U.S. Post Office is on the left. World Trade Center 7 stopped at the sidewalk along the post office. Building 7 was hundreds of yards away from the towers, across the street, while buildings 3 through 6 were in the immediate area under the falling debris. They received massive amounts of direct impact from the falling towers and maintained their integrity, and did not pancake. Objects do not increase momentum or inertia when they strike a force opposing them, but lose momentum and follow the path of least resistance, as is stated by the law of inertia. Building 7 housed the Office of Emergency Management, which was the office designed by Jerome Howard to deal with New York during a terrorist attack.
From hurricanes and heat waves to bioterrorism, New York City is gearing up for the worst.
We've got PD, fire, EMS.
The emergency exercise was staged with local, state, and federal officials on hand.
To help identify the source of the outbreak.
A hypothetical outbreak caused by a deadly biological agent had been released by unknown terrorists somewhere in New York City.
Tell them to expect notification from us. We may ask them to close the school.
It wasn't the first time New York City ran an exercise reacting to a potential crisis, but it was the first to be run out of the city's new $13 million high-tech emergency operations center.
The city is better prepared than it ever has been in its history.
The new facility is located in downtown Manhattan, across the street from the World Trade Center's Twin Towers. The command center on the 23rd floor is bulletproof and bomb resistant, with its own air supply and generators. It's linked to city airports, the Coast Guard, and the Pentagon. Computers will soon have detailed blueprints of every major building in New York City, as well as evacuation routes. Hurricanes and heat waves would be handled here, as well as terrorist attacks.
Particularly when it comes to biological terrorism, no city is where we're at.
Shortly after the bombing of the World Trade Center, New York City scrapped its existing emergency plans and began writing new ones. A couple of years later, following the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City, Congress passed a law calling for 120 of the nation's largest cities to be prepared for terrorist attacks.
I think New York City is very ready, very prepared.
Though New York officials say their facility is not impenetrable, they're confident it could handle even the worst crisis imaginable.
Also in that building, the New York offices of the U.S. Secret Service.
And has confirmed reports that the CIA had an undercover office in 7 World Trade Center, one of the buildings destroyed along with the Twin Towers September the 11th. A U.S. official tells CNN the office was involved in counterterrorism and counterintelligence. The official says no CIA employees were killed in the collapse.
Number 7 World Trade Center was also the New York office of the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA ordered the building surrounded by FBI agents shortly after it collapsed.
It housed the offices of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the joint FBI-CIA counterterrorism group that ironically tracked bin Laden. It was a spook house filled with intelligence officials. The building was over-designed to withstand serious structural damage, for it was used by the city for emergency response purposes in a terror attack. The tower was standing for about 7 hours until it came down. And when it did come down, it happened in 6.5 seconds. Now remember, buildings 3 through 6 were in the immediate area and received massive trauma. The Oklahoma City bombing showed the Murrah building was barely standing with a few core columns after it had exploded. Building 7 did not appear to have any significant damage by comparison. The Wells Fargo Center in downtown Denver is 52 stories high, while the Quest building is 53 stories, and Denver's tallest skyscraper, the Republic Plaza, 56 stories. World Trade Center Building 7 was a 47-story steel reinforced building. Next to the towers, it seemed quite small. However, it is taller than most buildings in most cities in the United States. It is roughly the size of the Quest building in the Denver skyline. News agencies quickly reported that the building fell due to fires. However, there was just one problem. CNN and the BBC reported the collapse of the building around 30 minutes before it actually happened.
The complex is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing, and you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I, but building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense.
As the building collapse is discussed for almost 20 minutes, the feed of Jane Stanley is cut seconds before the building actually does collapse.
Many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were completely flabbergasted by it and just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it's felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley in Manhattan. Perhaps we can rejoin her and follow that up later.
And next thing you know, there's firemen grabbing all their equipment, and there was a whole bustle and shuffle of firemen going on. He goes over, he talks to the fireman. He comes back with his hand covered over the radio, and he's like, you know, just sit tight, calm down, calm down, you know, it's all right. He finally has this face that is like he was heartbroken. He's like, just run for your life.
Kevin McPadden is a paramedic who worked in rescue and recovery on 9/11. Here is what he has to say about the building collapse of World Trade Center 7.
He went over and he talked to one of the, through all the commotion, he goes over and he asked one of the Red Cross, or one of the firefighters, what was going on. I guess, I don't know if he got an answer or not. He came back over with his hand over the radio, and it sounded like a countdown. And at the last few seconds, he took his hand off, and you heard 3, 2, 1, and he was just saying, just run for your life, just run for your life. And then it was like another 2, 3 seconds, you heard explosions, like boom, It's like a distinct sound. It's not like when the compression, like boom, 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 like floors that were dropping and collapsing. This was a boom, and like you felt a rumble in the ground, like almost like you wanted to grab onto something. That, to me, I knew that was an explosion. There was no doubt in my mind.
Only a few recordings caught the clear audio of Building 7 when it went down.
Yeah, here's one of the guys who can tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something? You gotta get back. I know that. You gotta get back. All right? Don't worry about me. You need to make calls right now. The 4-1 should have taken a couple of companies that they were leaving back who were stuck on the tunnel. They were
Hours after the attack, many smaller explosions rumbled through downtown.
Danny Yawenko is a controlled demolitions expert. Here's what he says about the tower collapse.
Zijn reactie op de beelden die we laten zien is onbevangen.
Zie je vanaf boven gaan? Nee, je gaat vanaf onder.
Die gaat vanaf onder, ja.
Toch?
Ja.
Ze hebben gewoon kolommen weggeblazen. Er is nagesprongen.
Dit valt anders dan het World Trade Center.
Vind je niet dan?
Ja, je ziet het, de onderste verdiepingen gaan eerst.
Ja, en de rest zakt er gewoon in. Dus dit is controlled demolition.
Zeker weten.
Zeker weten. Er is nagesprongen. Dit is in opdracht gebeurd. Dat heeft een team gedaan van experts.
Maar dit is ook op 11 september gebeurd.
Dezelfde dag?
Dezelfde dag.
Dezelfde dag? Weet je dat zeker?
Ja.
Was het zeker weten de 11e? Dat kan heel waar zijn.
7 uur nadat de World Trade Center naar beneden viel.
Ja? Hebben ze hard gewerkt.
Larry Silverstein, in an interview with PBS, claimed that the fires were unable to be controlled. So they made the decision to pull the building.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Was he referring to the building or the firefighting efforts? Were there any firefighting efforts in Building 7? And who uses this to describe that scenario? CNN aired the footage of police officers saying that they were about to blow up the building and to get back.
Keep your eye on that building as they coming down. Building is about to blow up. Moving back. All right, guys.
We are looking back. There's a building about to blow up. In flame. Debris coming down.
Just in the last few seconds, another building, building number 7, one of the buildings in support of the World Trade Center towers, has collapsed. This is no small building, as you can see, at 47 stories. It would stand out in most American cities.
There was also footage of a foreign military unit on the scene of the World Trade Center.
To rehydrate so they can return to the parched canyon.
Building's going to collapse. Nothing information.
And it's always dangerous.
Building's going to collapse. Nothing information. Building's going to collapse. Nothing information.
No investigation was done into who this person was. Most of the steel at the World Trade Center was melted down and recycled before forensic analysts could determine what had happened in the structure to cause the failure. Why does the official story claim to this day that fires brought down this building? Those who have questioned the collapse are still called names or said to be conspiracy theorists, but many of them are not actually formulating theories, but asking legitimate questions. Many in the movement are saying that the building was blown up by explosives. Who would have wanted Building 7 to be blown up? And how did they get uninterrupted access to the towers to place these explosives? Controlled demolitions take several weeks and sometimes months to set up, especially if a building the size of 47 stories. A computer must help coordinate the structural weight, and engineers must collaborate it in advance and wire it in such a way that the building goes down correctly. The bridges in New York were closed off to travelers heading inward, so how did they bring in the explosives that day, if it is assumed that they blew it up on the day of 9/11, and that they placed those explosives the same day? There were upwards of 10,000 estimated people missing. Why would someone make the decision to pull a building 400 yards away from the towers, adding to the dust and toxicity, as well as the cleanup effort? Permits are required for such an undertaking, and how was it kept so secret, especially if no one admits to it? Someone would have needed advanced knowledge of the attacks to undertake this kind of operation, seeing as how the bombs would have been needed to have been placed in advance.
I want to tell you that we are getting word from New York right now that another building has collapsed. I understand that this is a 47-story building. Do we have pictures of it? I guess that's smoke now. Correct me if I'm wrong in the control room, please. But is that smoke coming from this third collapse? Okay, that is what we're understanding, which makes sense because it looks like the sun is going down. But the heavy black smoke once again.
Look at that.
Hopefully at this point that building was empty, but I have no way of knowing that. But I'm hoping that enough people have cleared out of downtown Manhattan so that perhaps it wasn't as full as it might be normally around 5:30 on a Tuesday.
That information, of course, take a look at that right-hand side of the screen.
It's going down right now.
There it is.
Yep.
It went down right there.
The television show, The X-Files, was based around a central theme about a secret group of men who control the world through international entities. The spin-off show of The X-Files was called The Lone Gunman, which was centered around the three computer hacker conspiracy theorists who were the primary source of information about the secrets of these big conspiracies and controlling secret societies for the X-Files' lead characters, FBI agents Mulder and Scully.
Hold up. Something's funky here. You're telling us the government is behind this?
You're the government.
If you're anything like your father, I knew you'd want to know.
The pilot episode story was that a military war game exercise, Scenario 12D, would be the hijacking of a commercial airliner by remote control and flying it into the World Trade Center to justify a global war on terror.
What the hell are you doing? Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is Scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales. Why didn't you tell the world this? Go to the press.
You think I'd still be drawing breath 30 minutes after I made that call? The press? Who's going to run this story?
We would.
This? This is birdcage liner. Wild-eyed crap right up there with Elvis as an alien and two-headed babies.
You obviously read it.
Don't be so damn naive.
In the episode, The Continuity of Government, which is a real-life Cold War network which is commonly referred to as the shadow government, would be responsible for executing this operation.
The continuity of government was set up after World War II to keep the government running in the case of a nuclear holocaust or attack on Washington. Over the years, each presidential administration has expanded the powers of the continuity of government, whose members are permanent and not elected, through security threats and national events that have been, ironically, carried out by the network itself. For instance, the Iran-Contra scandal was carried out by members of the continuity of government and resulted in the expansion of the powers that they could utilize. On 9/11, the continuity of government was officially initiated, and many speculate it may have played a role in the attacks. Figures in the continuity of government include well-known politicians like Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Porter Goss, and Joe Biden. The continuity of government is classified top secret, and the public and not even Congress is allowed to review it. It is, in effect, a completely secret government that operates at the highest levels of national security, intelligence, military, and industry, with full authority to do whatever it wants without accountability. Could the X-Files spin-off show have been correct about 9/11? Well, the problem with the episode of the show is that it was aired March 4th, 2001, 6 months before 9/11.
Find anything? The luggage hole's clear if this thing can be trusted. What'd you do, make it with your erector set? You're absolutely sure that this is the targeted flight? This flight was chosen primarily for its visibility. It's scheduled to pass over Manhattan on its way to Boston. You said they intend to bring us down in the middle of New York City? What if there is no bomb? Well, how are they going to bring it down? Same way a dead man can drive a car.
I'm in. We got ourselves a convoy.
What's your progress?
I've hacked into the flight control system output.
With a little bit of help.
It's what the brains of the plane is telling the little black box.
Course, heading, attitude, hold, yaw, axis, stabilization. What the heck's that?
Is that what it looks like?
I think it is what it looks like.
What does what look like?
Modem protocols. Remote access. Somebody on the ground's flying your plane.
Bogey, sir.
Keep your course.
Liars. Your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. We're going to crash the plane into the World Trade Center.
I'll tell the flight crew.
Dean Haglund, who played the role of Richard Ringo Langley in both series, appeared on The Alex Jones Show. Jones and Haglund talked about the Lone Gunman episode, and Haglund stated that after years of writing The X-Files, the FBI and NASA would approach Chris Carter with plots for stories. Haglund also stated that CIA agents were present at the writers' parties and often gave stories to the writers to work with. Officially, however, the writers of the episode and the series claim it was all just a coincidence.
As it said in the script, that this was to start an international war on terror. That this was, the Cold War's over, and that for the arms race to continue and keep the economy going, that they would start an international war on terror by flying the plane into the World Trade Center.
before we do, we've got another check of the weather from Mr. Roker. Al, it is such a pretty morning, isn't it?
Perfect fall morning.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
September 11th, the year 2001, a day unlike any other in the long course of American history, a terrorist act of war against this country.
Your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001.
He's on almost everyone's list of the most likely suspects for today's attacks.
The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden.
He has described the United States as the devil. This is the beast.
Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden is a name that we have been hearing all day long.
They now believe that bin Laden was responsible.
I'm told that Osama bin Laden likely deployed more than 50 terrorists.
They are now, and I'm quoting here, 90% certain.
Somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Brimmer.
Indeed, he certainly does. Bin Laden.
This is his MO.
We have to look to the Middle East. We have to look to Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Remember, 24 hours ago, it was the Bush tax cut, the Bush budget, the Bush economy. You don't hear any of that tonight. It's America's enemy. America's under attack.
Within hours of the attacks on the Trade Center, there seemed to be one suspect, billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden, and his band of ragtag extremists Al-Qaeda were to blame. They successfully struck the #1 military power in the world in an unprecedented fashion. America would never be the same. The Patriot Acts, Homeland Security, domestic wiretapping and surveillance, the loss of civil liberties, all in order to fight terror and protect us here at home. Is Osama bin Laden really responsible for the attacks of September 11th? If so, why can't we apprehend him? Did you know the FBI does not list 9/11 as one of bin Laden's crimes? Why not? According to Rex Toome, Chief of Investigative Publicity for the FBI, it is because there is no hard evidence linking bin Laden to the attacks. If that is the case, how could the 9/11 Commission conclude it was the work of 19 radical Muslims from the Middle East, under the direction of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Osama bin Laden? Bin Laden has been universally blamed for 9/11, but if one takes a closer look at the available evidence, it points to a much darker power. 7 years later, what evidence has been gathered? Let's begin with the hijackers. Many of them were actually trained within U.S. military bases. On September 15th, 2001, Newsweek reported that U.S. military sources have given information that suggests 5 of the alleged hijackers received training at secure U.S. military installations in the 90s. Saeed al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Nami, and Ahmed al-Ghamdi listed their address on driver's licenses and car registrations as the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. Another indication of how the hijackers were tied to U.S. bases was reported on September 12th by Fox in D.C. They stated, congratulatory phone calls were made from a separate aeronautical school in Florida, which suggests inside help for the hijackers.
Now, here at Embry-Riddle School in Daytona Beach, investigators say that they did indeed intercept cell phone calls that originated out of here, calls that were congratulatory after yesterday's attacks, calls the feds say were made by terrorist sympathizers here in Daytona as well as in Broward County.
The New York Times would report that the Defense Department said that Atta had gone to the International Officer School at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama, Abdul Aziz Al-Amari to the Aerospace Medical School at Brooks Air Force Base in Texas, and Saeed Al-Ghamdi to the Defense Language Institute at the Presidio in Monterey, California. The Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at the Defense Language Institute, where Al-Ghamdi trained, went public and said, Bush knew of the impending attacks on America. He did nothing to warn the American people because he needed this war on terrorism. He was quickly disciplined and threatened with court-martial. Even when neighbors called the CIA on hijacker Walid al-Shiari, nothing was done.
Now, you might think that some of the neighbors would be shocked to find out that a suspected terrorist lived right down the street from them, but at least one woman we spoke with was not surprised at all. Diane Albritton was so concerned about what was happening inside the home at 502 Orange Street, she called the CIA. Why was she suspicious?
The odd coming and going, the different rental cars, the odd-looking people that came and went.
At that time, she says the agency was not interested.
How could it be that the CIA wasn't interested in this woman's story? Other government officials would go public as well. J. Michael Springman, a former head of the Visa Department in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, would blow the whistle that the United States was taking part in covert programs as far back as 1987 to funnel in and protect Islamic terrorists.
Well, it began in Jeddah when I was repeatedly told to issue visas to unqualified applicants. This went on for quite some time during most of my tour there. Under the American immigration laws, you need to demonstrate that you're going to the United States for a specific purpose. And typically, in such a situation, you're going to sign a business deal, or you're going to go as a tourist to see the Grand Canyon, or you're going to the United States as a student to study a particular course of study. And these were people that had no job in one instance. He was a Sudanese who was unemployed in Saudi Arabia and a refugee from the Sudan. But he got a visa for national security purposes after it was taken out of my hands by the chief of the consular section.
At basis, though, I really think that these were more CIA assets, people that were recruited, like all of the folks I've been issuing visas to a couple of years previously. And these people were tools to be done for a job. Well, the visas issued to the hijackers in Jeddah came about as a result of it being a CIA consulate. It was the fifth largest visa issuing post in the Middle East. It was pretty much a closed system, and they simply brought them through there, knowing that they would be protected by the agency, that people would get their visas, or if they didn't get the visas, they could be made to be given visas.
Once I got back to the United States and was out of the Foreign Service, I ran across a couple of people with ties to the American government that told me another story, that the CIA was recruiting fighters for the Afghan war against the then Soviets, and that their asset, Osama bin Laden, was working with them.
In the early 1980s, bin Laden worked with operatives from U.S. intelligence, the Pakistani military, and Arab states. They ran a wide-ranging covert network that recruited and financed Muslim fighters to battle the Soviet army.
It is now known that Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset under the codename Tim Osman. Bin Laden would use this handle when he would visit the States.
The relationship between bin Laden and the CIA was essentially, he was one of their assets, one of the people they could turn to for help if they had questions. If they wanted somebody recruited, if they wanted somebody sent somewhere, if they wanted information, if they wanted something done, they went to bin Laden.
Bin Laden isn't wanted by the FBI, and he was on a CIA payroll? Is he the brutal Islamic terrorist we have been led to believe, or a mere frontman?
My question was, is it not true that the United States government paid $300 million to the bin Laden family for the construction of the military camps? At that point, then the person who was testifying had no choice but to admit, yes, that the money had gone to the bin Laden family for the construction of those military training facilities in Afghanistan. However, he added that none of that money went to bin Laden himself. Of course, it was a joke.
Osama wasn't the only one working with U.S. intelligence. Hijackers also had ties to federal agencies. Alleged terrorists Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Zahami lived with and rented from an FBI informant. The New York Times stated on October 6, 2002, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a confidential informer who rented rooms in California to 2 of the September 11th hijackers. But the Bureau is resisting a request from the Congressional Committee investigating the attacks to interview the informer and his FBI handler. Several members of the FBI had their investigations into terrorism impeded and shut down, especially when they got close to bin Laden. John O'Neill was the FBI counter-terror chief responsible for the investigation into Osama bin Laden. On August 22, 2001, after claims of repeated obstruction of his investigations into Saudi funding, O'Neill left the FBI.
This document is marked secret and WF, which means it walked its way out of the Washington Bureau of the FBI. It indicates that before the attack of September 11th, agents had wanted to question 2 members of a very powerful family for their connections to a suspected terrorist organization, Omar and Abdullah bin Laden. But the agents weren't allowed to.
O'Neill went on to take a new post as head of World Trade Center security. He would move into his office days before 9/11 and be killed during the attacks.
Yeah. I have 4 children. I've lost friends that John, my friend from the FBI was killed.
I lost people too.
We lost a lot of family members.
What did John O'Neill do before he worked in the World Trade Center?
John was the
Head of the
FBI.
FBI.
He was tracking down
Osama. He was tracking down Osama.
Because the government didn't listen to him. The government didn't listen to him. The FBI, hold on, we want to call a car to car? The FBI fucked up. They knew about the flight training.
Yes.
That was a fuck up for having these people in our country. We all agree on something. And the important thing is you have to understand, I feel what you feel. I've lost friends there. I feel what you feel. That was our World Trade. That was our people that fucking died that day.
At a time when bin Laden was the most wanted man in the world, why would intelligence agencies stop their own investigations, especially as they were closing in on him? Robert Wright and others within the FBI also had their investigations into terrorism stopped prior to 9/11.
Since August of 1999, I've been working to legally expose the very real and foreseeable Middle Eastern terrorist threats to American citizens at home and abroad. From 1993 to 1999, I was assigned to the Chicago Division's Counterterrorism Task Force. The successful investigation, which was codenamed Vulgar Betrayal, VULGAR Betrayal, led to the June 1998 seizure of $1.4 million of Middle Eastern terrorist funding. These funds were linked directly to Saudi businessman Yassin Qadi. On October 12, 2001, Yassin Qadi was designated by the United States government as a financial supporter of Osama bin Laden.
Larry Klayman of Judicial Watch initially tried to help get Wright's story to the proper authorities.
He wanted to come forward long before 9/11. We were taking those steps beginning last summer to do that. The FBI had 30 days to allow that to occur. They violated their own regulations. They covered it up. If you didn't hear me, I went specifically. I called the Attorney General's office just days after 9/11. I said, Dave Shippers and I represent a special agent of the FBI Chicago field office who has years of information about how the FBI did not do its job, did not in any way investigate in a meaningful way money laundering in the United States. You're now claiming you want to do this. I'd like to make them available to you, Attorney General Ashcroft. And I was met with a response by Michael Chertoff, head of the criminal division. We're tired of conspiracy theories.
Michael Chertoff will later become the head of Homeland Security, the department set up to fight the war on terror after 9/11. Wright was also restricted from telling any specifics about their investigation. Robert Wright was then prevented from working on terror investigations. So what happened to Wright?
He was demoted in and around the time period leading up to 9/11. He's working on innocuous, meaningless things. That's what he's doing. Yes.
he's a paper pusher, is because these monies were going through some very powerful U.S. banks with some very powerful interests in the United States. These banks knew or had reason to know that these monies were laundered by terrorists. And there are very significant potential conflicts of interest in both the Clinton and Bush administration, and in particular this Bush administration, who is as tight with Saudi Arabia as you can get. The president's father used to stay with the bin Laden family when he would go to Saudi Arabia.
Former President Bush spent the night in D.C. at the White House on September 10th.
We've also learned at NBC that there was a President Bush in the White House during the morning of these events. His father, former President Bush, was actually at the White House the morning of the attack.
The next day, elite financiers of the Carlyle Group would meet. This global private equity investment firm would profiteer enormously from the wars in the Middle East. At the table were both Bush Sr. and Osama's brother, Shafiq bin Laden. The Bush and bin Laden families had been members since the 90s and would reap the benefits of terrorism coming to America. After 9/11, the company would become public.
All I do agree with you is on one thing. Fucking Bush and Clinton with their relationship with Saudi fucking Arabia. I agree with you. They're kissing their asses like that. That's bullshit. Because they're sucked up in that family that took off. That's a fucking crime.
The family Mr. Deedle is referring to is, of course, the bin Ladens. While all domestic flights were grounded, suspects closest to the supposed mastermind behind 9/11 were allowed to leave on chartered flights.
Let's show you some video that was taken exclusively by News Channel 2 8 days after 9/11. That man there is Osama bin Laden's younger brother, Khalil, who had been here vacationing with other family members there on an estate that they owned in West Orange County.
Now I guess we can safely say that there were people within the FBI and other agencies who actively protected and aided the alleged terrorists. With all the resources available to U.S. intelligence, you would think that someone within would have detected something. Well, one did. The Black Operation Program Able Danger identified the hijackers prior to 9/11, but the FBI wasn't interested. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, an intelligence officer inside Able Danger, tried to blow the whistle several times.
Was the commission that investigated the 9/11 attacks told that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta had been identified and as al-Qaeda operative more than a year before terrorists struck?
I'm told confidently by the person who did move the material over that the 9/11 Commission received 2 briefcase-size containers of documents. I can tell you for a fact that would not be 1/20th of the information that Able Danger consisted of during the time we spent.
Schaefer would also meet with Philip Zelikow, the executive director of the 9/11 Commission. What did Schaefer tell Zelikow?
And I'm quoting how I remember saying it. We found, as part of the data run, we found 2 of the 3 cells which conducted the 9/11 attacks to include Atta.
Schaefer says his unit linked Atta to al-Qaeda leaders, but would not provide any specifics. As to what he did with the information he had,
we attempted to, first off, use it operationally. The lawyer said you can't do that. They're considered U.S. persons. Therefore, at that point in time, we made a determination as a team that we should move this information to the FBI.
But he says beginning in September 2000, 3 meetings he set up with the FBI were each canceled by military lawyers.
Despite all of this, the 9/11 Commission would deny it any significance and not include it in the report.
Leaving a project targeting al-Qaeda as a global threat a year before we're attacked by al-Qaeda is equivalent to having an investigation of Pearl Harbor and leaving somehow out the Japanese.
Schaefer and his team tried to stop the hijackers prior to 9/11, but were blocked. Later, the military would begin a smear campaign against them in order to discredit their findings.
A Pennsylvania congressman says there's a smear campaign going on inside the Pentagon, and he wants the defense chief to get to the bottom of it. Republican Congressman Kurt Weldon says Pentagon officials are trying to ruin one of their own who's gone public about a top-secret military intel unit.
Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, who was the first member of Able Danger to go public, has now been told in writing by the Defense Intelligence Agency that he can't speak to members of Congress or their staff without prior approval. And now a security clearance, which allowed him to deal with classified information, has been pulled. The congressman says Schaefer has been gagged, punished for speaking up.
It's obvious to me this is a clear attempt to silence this guy, but now even more than to silence him, to ruin him as a person and a military officer. I've talked to all the Able Danger players, and they all agree this is a witch hunt against Tony. It's wrong, it's un-American, it's unacceptable.
Pentagon reportedly does not want the public to hear next week's Senate testimony about the former secret intelligence unit known as Able Danger. Two congressional sources have told Fox News that the military's pressuring senators to move the hearings behind closed doors.
When the Able Danger hearings were held, Schaefer and others were gagged. Eventually, Schaefer would be able to speak at a whistleblower's hearing.
Many of us take seriously our oath of office to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Let me be upfront here. I am no Boy Scout. I was not hired as an intelligence officer because I hung out at the Christian Science reading room. My job is to get information using tried and true intelligence methodologies. According to my legal counsel, until I disclosed the Able Danger information, I was a rock star. It was my work as a chief of DIA's Special Mission Task Force back in 1998 that I became involved with Able Danger. My officers and I were working at the cutting edge of technology and DoD black operations. Most of all of my operations and operational records remain classified.
With all this evidence, why did the 9/11 Commission and Pentagon suppress valuable information about the hijackers' activities leading up to the attacks? It was widely reported that men had been celebrating the attack after recording the first plane strike. They were not Al-Qaeda, but they were detained.
I grabbed my binoculars and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van parked. And I see three guys on top of the van. And I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked.
There was a group of Israelis, some of whom later were revealed as Mossad assets, who were arrested after cheering and high-fiving and videotaping the crash of the airplanes into the World Trade Towers.
Several other men were detained after a van full of explosives was stopped outside of Manhattan.
Earlier, we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing, a report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives.
Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report.
I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that. On March 6, 2002, a draft report from the DEA said it may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. Despite all of this, all the Israelis were let go without any espionage charges being filed. Fox News anchors Britt Hume and Carl Cameron would do a 4-part investigation into these allegations in December of 2001 and yield stunning results.
It has been more than 16 years since a civilian working for the Navy was charged with passing secrets to Israel. Jonathan Pollard pled guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage and is serving a life sentence. At first, Israeli leaders claimed Pollard was part of a rogue operation, but later took responsibility for his work. Now, Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins. But when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, Evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Now, when the FBI investigated, it quickly unraveled to be the largest foreign spy ring ever uncovered inside the United States, the largest. Even the Soviet Union had not been spying on the United States as much as Israel has been doing. So the FBI started to round up these spies. They started to arrest them very quietly, and they were about halfway through this process of rounding up this spy ring when 9/11 happened.
Numerous classified documents obtained by Fox News indicate that even prior to September 11th, as many as 140 other Israelis had been detained or arrested in a secretive and sprawling investigation into suspected espionage by Israelis in the United States. Investigators from numerous government agencies are part of a working group that's been compiling evidence since the mid-90s. These documents detail hundreds of incidents in cities and towns across the country that investigators say, quote, may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. The first part of the investigation focuses on Israelis who say they are art students from the University of Jerusalem and Bezalel Academy. Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and or explosive ordnance units. Why would Israelis spy in and on the U.S.? A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally. The document concludes, quote, Israel possesses the resources and technical capability to achieve its collection objectives.
What about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Brett.
It is now apparent that this intelligence ring was inside the U.S., had prior knowledge of 9/11, and had a classified role in 9/11, which officials refused to discuss. It was also able to penetrate U.S. intelligence agencies and secret offices, yet all were released. The men who were detained due to the report they were taping the first plane crash and then celebrating and joking about it actually went on television and admitted it was their job to record the attack.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
How could they have known about the attack? And who sent them to document it? The evidence points to a large intelligence network inside the United States that had teams on the ground, such as the ones recording the attack, and electronic surveillance teams gathering information. Another team who was involved that day detonated explosives on the ground.
Yeah, both suspects under K. We have the suspects who drove in the van exploded. Yeah, I just want to make sure you and your guys are all right over there, K, that's all. You know, we have both Trans driven that exploded. What location? King Street between 6 and 7. Shooting is on the scene on King 6 and 7. What unit are you?
How would these teams obtain their information?
The investigation on our side basically tracked back to two companies. The first one was called Amdocs. This is an Israeli-owned company which does the billing for 90% of the telephone companies inside the United States.
Fox News has learned that some American terrorism investigators fear certain suspects in the September 11th attacks may have managed to stay ahead of them by knowing who and when investigators are calling on the telephone. How? By obtaining and analyzing data that's generated every time someone in the U.S. makes a phone call.
What city and state, please?
Here's how the system works. Most directory assistance calls and virtually all call records and billing in the U.S. are done for the phone companies by Amdocs Limited, an Israeli-based private telecommunications company. Amdocs has contracts with the 25 biggest phone companies in America and more worldwide. It is virtually impossible to make a call on normal phones without generating an Amdocs record of it. In recent years, the FBI and other government agencies have investigated Amdocs more than once. Sources tell Fox News that in 1999, the super-secret National Security Agency, headquartered in Northern Maryland, issued what's called a top-secret Sensitive Compartmentalized Information Report, TSSCI, warning that records of calls in the United States were getting into foreign hands, in Israel in particular. Fox News has learned that the NSA has held numerous classified conferences to warn the FBI and CIA how Amdocs records could be used.
So if you know the name of a police officer, or even if you know the name just of an informant, you can follow that network of who's talking to who and basically determine that whole association of names and contacts that represent that unit of operation.
Fox News has documents of a 1997 drug trafficking case in Los Angeles in which telephone information, the types that Amdocs collects, was used to, quote, completely compromise the communications of the FBI, the Secret Service, the DEA, and the LAPD.
Amdocs would not be the only company with ties to the Israeli government. Israel was also gathering information from a separate business, Converse Infosys, who was also listening in.
This company inside the United States installs and maintains the phone tapping equipment that law enforcement and the government use to eavesdrop on your phone calls.
The company is Converse Infosys, a subsidiary of an Israeli-run private telecommunications firm with offices throughout the U.S. It provides wiretapping equipment for law enforcement. Here's how wiretapping works in the U.S. Every time you make a call, it passes through the nation's elaborate network of switchers and routers run by the phone companies. Custom computers and software made by companies like Converse are tied into that network to intercept, record, and store the wiretapped calls, and at the same time transmit them to investigators.
We know we just had this FISA bill go through that granted immunity to the telecom companies. It was Converse Infosystem that was setting up all these special rooms and all the switching centers where the law enforcement or the government or whoever could simply push a button and listen to your phone call. Gone are the days of the little alligator clips and wires needed to eavesdrop on a phone call. They can sit in a room anywhere in America, touch a few buttons, and listen to your phone call.
But the complaint about this system is that the wiretap computer programs made by Converse have, in effect, a back door through which wiretaps themselves can be intercepted by unauthorized parties. Adding to the suspicions is the fact that in Israel, Converse works closely with the Israeli government and under special programs gets reimbursed for up to 50% of its research and development costs by the Israeli Ministry of Industry and Trade. But investigators within the DEA, INS, and FBI have all told Fox News that to pursue or even suggest Israeli spying through Converse is considered career suicide. And sources say that while various FBI inquiries into Converse have been conducted over the years, they've been halted before the actual equipment has ever been thoroughly tested for leaks.
More to the point, agents within the U.S. government have been told point blank that to even suggest Israeli spying or an Israel link to 9/11 is career suicide. It's been described as the third rail of American politics. If you touch it, you die. You never get to come back again. It's all over. It's the black pit where you can never go.
But there is a bitter turf war internally at FBI. It is the FBI's office in Quantico, Virginia, that has jurisdiction over awarding contracts and buying intercept equipment. And for years, they've thrown much of the business to Converse. A handful of former U.S. law enforcement officials involved in awarding Converse government contracts over the years now work for the company. Numerous sources say some of those individuals were asked to leave government service under what knowledgeable sources call troublesome circumstances that remain under administrative review within the Justice Department.
And what troubles investigators most, particularly in New York in the counterterrorism investigation of the World Trade Center attack, is that on a number of cases, suspects that they had sought to wiretap and surveil immediately changed their telecommunications processes. They started acting much differently as soon as those supposedly secret wiretaps went into place.
Somehow, suspected terrorists who were being surveilled by these very Israelis were able to change their behavior to elude the FBI. Israel's former Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, would boldly state that, "We are benefiting from one thing, and that is the attack on the Twin Towers and Pentagon.
The United States has wholeheartedly supported essentially state-sponsored terrorism, both domestically in Israel and as part of Israel's foreign policy. The American relationship with Israel is the root cause of most of the problems the United States is facing around the world today.
Well, I would say this, that there's one big elephant in the living room. It's never asked about. People don't like to put it on any video or anything like that. But it is the relationship between the United States of America and the State of Israel. It's the fly in the ointment. It's gotten us into a peck of trouble in the Middle East.
Confirmation of these allegations against Israel would finally come in January of 2008, when the Times Online would tell FBI whistleblower Sibel Edmonds' story. This Turkish translator for the FBI found an international spy ring that included Israel, Turkey, and Pakistan working with household names within the United States. She was gagged and to this day has been unable to tell her entire account. Edmonds stated that one high-level official was aiding foreign operatives against U.S. interests by passing them highly classified information, not only from the State Department, but also from the Pentagon, in exchange for money, position, and political objectives. The article stated that the Turks and Israelis had planted moles in military and academic institutions which handled nuclear technology. The Pakistani operation was led by General Mahmoud Ahmed, then the ISI chief. Intelligence analysts say that the members of the ISI were close to al-Qaeda before and after 9/11. Ahmed was accused of sanctioning a $100,000 wire payment to Mohammed Atta, one of the 9/11 hijackers, immediately before the attacks. Oddly enough, General Ahmed would be in Washington, D.C., meeting with George Tenet, the current director of the CIA, and others in the weeks before the attacks. In fact, on the morning of 9/11 itself, he would be having breakfast with Senator Bob Graham and Porter Goss. These two men would co-chair the initial congressional investigation, and Goss would later become the head of the CIA.
I was trying to make the point that Ahmed didn't hide the fact, when we met with him in Pakistan and when he was in Washington, that he was close to the Taliban, that was his job, to be close to the Taliban.
Graham would go on PBS and have this to say.
I was surprised at the evidence that there were foreign governments involved in facilitating the activities of at least some of the terrorists in the United States. I am stunned that we have not done a better job of pursuing that to determine if other terrorists received similar support, and even more important, if the infrastructure of a foreign government assisting terrorists still exists. Most of that information is classified, I think overly classified. I believe the American people should know the extent of the challenge that we face in terms of foreign government involvement.
In that report, 27 pages would be completely redacted.
And do you think that will ever become public? Which countries are talking about?
It'll become public at some point when it's turned over to the archives, but that's 20 or 30 years from now. We need to have this information now.
Are you suggesting that you are convinced that there was a state sponsor behind 9/11?
I think there is very compelling evidence that at least some of the terrorists were assisted, not just in financing, although that was part of it, by a sovereign foreign government.
The day after the attacks, it was apparent that some people within the government were aware of the Pakistani funding of al-Qaeda.
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan.
Deputy Secretary Armitage did meet with Pakistani officials today. It would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information.
Senator Joe Biden, who had also met with the head of the Pakistani ISI, would have harsh words on the Senate floor.
And the word should go out to those who pretend that they wish to be our friends, that they're going to have to make some very difficult choices. Pakistan in particular is going to have to make a very difficult choice very soon. Words will not be sufficient. Actions will be demanded.
When Biden was confronted, he confirmed his meeting with Ahmed, saying Pakistani intelligence was indeed funding the Taliban.
Sir, one question. In the days following 9/11, you met with the head of Pakistani ISI, General Muhammad Ahmed. It has since come to light that he ordered Shahid Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Muhammad Atta. Why was he allowed to go back to Pakistan, and why was he questioned, and why were you meeting with him?
I met with him to deliver a message that if he didn't stop supporting the Taliban, we would take him out.
Why did we let him go? We let him fly freely. We never investigated him. We never even looked into him.
Look, there's a thing called diplomatic passports. We did not arrest Khrushchev when he came.
But he financed the hijackers, and you let him go, and he's free.
He
hijacked the hijackers.
No one knew he financed the
He
hijackers.
hijacked. It's wired. It's recorded.
He would later state that the information was indeed classified.
How did you know the ISI was helping the Taliban, sir? How did you know they're helping them out? It is classified?
Pakistan was set up as the silent funding arm of the hijackers. They were used as a launching base for the occupation of Afghanistan. To review, we have just learned that many of the hijackers had ties to U.S. military installations, the FBI, and the CIA. That both Israel and Pakistan have classified roles in 9/11 to this day, and the man who co-chaired the initial investigation into 9/11 stated this information would be classified for at least 20 to 30 years. Virtually none of this information was in the 9/11 Commission report. Instead, you are expected to believe that Osama bin Laden carried out the attacks alone. Yet 2 wars and 7 years later, he's still on the loose. The bipartisan commission was full of insiders who whitewashed the events of that day to the point it was comical.
5 years after the horrors of 9/11, there's a new way to look at those unforgettable images. Through color, caricature, and captions, comic book veterans Ernie Colon and Sid Jacobson have brought to life the 9/11 Commission Report. It took a year and a half to distill 600 pages down to less than 150.
When you hear about the idea of the 9/11 Commission Report as essentially a comic book, your first reaction is, what are you, crazy?
It's accurate. I mean, the graphic version is accurate. That's what happened.
Thomas Keane was the co-chair of the commission with Lee Hamilton. They would write a book together called Without Precedent. In it, he would claim that NORAD and the Pentagon did not tell the truth, and that indictments were considered. If the report itself wasn't accurate, how could the comic book be? Thomas Keane is now traveling the country in order to instruct teachers on how to teach 9/11 to their young, impressionable minds. The 9/11 Commission was such a cover-up that Max Cleland, an appointed member, went off on Wolf Blitzer.
A deal announced yesterday between the White House and the commission investigating the September 11th attacks is proving to be rather controversial. Under the agreement, only certain members of the commission will be allowed to review classified documents from the White House, and their notes will be subject to administration review. Today, some relatives of people who were killed in the attacks criticized the agreement, and our next guest, who's a member of the commission, claimed the deal is disgusting. Former Georgia Senator Max Cleland, a Democrat, joins me here.
Well, you've used the word deal 3 times. I don't think the 9/11 Commission ought to be making deals with our own government under the responsibility we have from the Congress and our responsibility to the American people.
White House
to get all the facts about all the commissioners. Look at those facts. Now, we've had to subpoena the FAA for those documents. We've had to subpoena NORAD for those documents. I'm in favor of subpoenaing the White House for the documents we need so that all the commissioners can get to see all the documents that we need. That's the only way we can face the American people and the families and say we have done a thorough investigation independently of the White House and the entire executive branch. The president has said only a minority of the commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the commission with the White House.
If you're one of those 4 that gets to see these documents, would that change your opinion?
No, they don't want any more eyeballs to see their documents than they can possibly get away with. It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting.
Cleland would later resign.
Well, they have something to cover up. And the 9/11 Commission, of course, was a master cover-up. We know that. Question is what it was covering up.
I don't believe the reports on September 11th put out by the 9/11 Commission or by Congress. I've seen one put out by the 9/11 Commission, and it was basically hundreds of pages of nothing. It was very generic. It was very indirect, indistinct, devoid of facts, devoid of hard positions. It was things like mistakes were made. We need to improve human intelligence. This is nothing. I mean, it's like, yes, I stand for truth, justice, and the American way, but it was vapid. It was a waste of time and money, but gives the impression that, oh yes, the government is doing something, the government is studying the issue.
Well, what makes me really disappointed, and that's an understatement, is that Congress's role is oversight. And Congress, even today, you'll see members of Congress saying, well, we haven't implemented everything that the 9/11 Commission recommended. And the 9/11 commissioners have said that the administration obstructed them, lied to them.
The staff statements were described by various commissioners to be an indictment of the FBI in particular, but also an indictment of the CIA.
I don't think the chairman and I have ever characterized the staff statements as an indictment. It's possible others have done that. We have not. And Tom and I have heard repeated praises from people in your business, in the media business, thanking us for the quality of those statements.
I would second that. And by the way, I never, ever would correct the vice chairman, but I'm afraid I did characterize one of those statements as an indictment.
So how can you start with a document that you know is false and take that to the American people as a document by which Congress's accomplishments should be measured?
Dennis Kucinich would present 35 articles of impeachment against the Bush administration in June of 2008. He would stand before the House for almost 3 hours before reading the last few articles, which were regarding 9/11. He alleged that the administration had not acted on specific warnings prior to 9/11, that they had attempted to cover this information up, and they had tried to stop any commission from being organized in regards to investigating the attack.
Article 33. Repeatedly ignored and failed to respond to high-level intelligence warnings of planned terrorist attacks in the United States prior to 9/11. In his conduct while President of the United States, George W. Bush, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty under Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has both personally and acting through his agents and subordinates, together with the Vice President, failed in his constitutional duties to take proper steps to protect the nation prior to September 11th, 2001.
So the congressional report was redacted, and the 9/11 Commission is a cover-up. Yet our supposed leaders continue to propagate fear of the boogeyman and his disciples.
I do believe that Al-Qaeda has now made it part of their global effort to destroy everything we stand for and we believe in. I'm running for President of the United States because I believe the greatest challenge of the 21st century is that of radical Islamic extremism. I believe it's there. I believe it's all over the world. I believe it's a fight, a struggle between good and evil, everything we value and believe in versus everything that is evil that wants to destroy everything America stands for and leads. And I believe
it was an Osama bin Laden job with 19 people from Saudi Arabia.
Even bin Laden himself warned us 3 weeks earlier.
Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interest in an unprecedented attack, a very big one.
There was a report, you'll recall, that the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, did indeed send representatives to the U.S. to warn just before 9/11 that a major terrorist attack was imminent.
Prior to 9/11, it was widely reported that hijacked planes could be used as weapons.
By Yusuf's group and bin Laden's group to undertake a suicide mission. Murad narrated to us about a plan by the Ramsey cell in the continental U.S. to hijack a commercial plane and ram it to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, and also the Pentagon.
And they found more evidence pointing to other targets, evidence the Philippine government says it passed on to the U.S.
The targets they listed were CIA headquarters, Pentagon, Transamerica, Sears, and the World Trade Center.
President Bush even received the Phoenix memo, stating bin Laden was determined to strike in the U.S. in August, right before the attacks.
The president was aware that bin Laden, of course, as previous administrations has been well known, that bin Laden was determined to strike the United States. In fact, the label on the president's, the PDB, was bin Laden determined to strike the United States.
On August 6, 2001, President Bush was presented a President's Daily Brief article titled, "Bin Laden Determined to Strike in U.S." The lead sentence of that President's Daily Brief indicated that bin Laden and his followers wanted to follow the example of World Trade Center bomber Ramzi Yousef and bring the fighting to America. The article cited a more sensational threat, reporting that bin Laden wanted to hijack a U.S. aircraft. The President's Daily Brief item included information from the FBI indicating patterns of suspicious activity in this country, consistent with preparations for hijackings.
The president broke his silence today about the revelations earlier this week that he had been briefed before September 11th about a possible al-Qaeda hijacking plot. The comments took place in the White House South Lawn setting where the press could not ask questions. While he was honoring the Air Force football team, his comments diverted to what has become topic A in Washington.
You know what's interesting about Washington? It's a town, unfortunately, it's the kind of place where second guessing has become second nature.
What I want to say to my Democratic friends in the Congress is that they need to be very cautious not to seek political advantage by making incendiary suggestions, as were made by some today, that the White House had advance information that would have prevented the tragic attacks of 9/11.
Clark confirms that in June, July, and August 2001, the Central Intelligence Agency warned the president in daily briefings of unprecedented indications that a major al-Qaeda attack was going to happen against the United States.
It was so well known that the United States had done several drills with this exact scenario prior to 9/11.
We're going to take a closer look tonight at another example of where, despite the conventional wisdom, there were people in the United States who actually were preparing to defend against the kind of attacks which occurred here on 9/11. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD for short, has been defending the skies over the U.S. and Canada for almost 50 years, 46 to be precise. USA Today reports that in the 2 years before the attacks on September the 11th, NORAD conducted exercises using hijacked airliners as weapons. And one target was the World Trade Center. Here's ABC's Brian Ross.
President Bush has said again and again that no one could have imagined what Osama bin Laden ordered for September 11th.
We knew he hated us. But there was
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
But that turns out not to be true. U.S. military planners did envision and practice those very scenarios. As reported by USA Today, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, conducted exercises with fighter jets, simulating hijacked planes flown into the World Trade Center in the 2 years before the attacks. Pentagon planners also envisioned the attack on the Pentagon 5 months before it happened.
One of these drills was run on June 1st and 2nd of 2001. Amalgam Virgo was an exercise where multiple attack scenarios would be occurring simultaneously, including attacks from cruise missiles, unmanned aerial vehicles, and hijacked aircraft. The scenario also envisioned a hijacker taking control of a commercial aircraft and slamming it into the nation's capital. The exercises would constantly be monitored by military satellites and planes. Osama bin Laden was the poster boy for this plot, appearing on the cover.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that prior to September 11, 2001, NORAD had already in the works plans to simulate in an exercise a simultaneous hijacking of 2 planes in the United States?
Colonel Scott, do you have any data on that? I'm not aware of that, sir. I was not present at the time.
That was Operation Amalgam Virgo.
Yes, sir.
So what did happen on 9/11? The truth is, there was a lot more going on that day than we are being told. There were several war games and exercises being run simultaneously, involving multiple government agencies. John Fulton and a team from the CIA would be conducting a drill at 8:45 a.m. out of the National Reconnaissance Office in Chantilly, Virginia, in which a plane is crashed into a building. Other drills would literally cripple our defensive and investigative abilities on that morning.
But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they had been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down. And now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket. And there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort.
I actually found myself in Montana with 50 state emergency managers, the director of FEMA, his top staff at the National Emergency Management Association conference. Number of emergency managers from New York State, from Pennsylvania, from Virginia, Maryland, the district, most in New England, made the flight on a C-130 last night. It was one of the only flights across the country of military aircraft.
Northern Vigilance would redirect fighter jets out of the northeastern sector to patrol Canada and Alaska. Vigilant Guardian and Vigilant Warrior were exercises involving hijacked aircraft that would go in and out of radar. These would appear real to those involved.
We fought many phantoms that day. We got many aircraft calls inbound that morning that turned out to be phantoms.
During that time frame, we had multiple aircraft called hijacked all over the country.
These exercises would not cease until after United 93 was brought down and the attacks were over.
Open line.
Surveillance, Sergeant Richmond.
Sergeant Richmond, Sergeant Light from Cheyenne Mountain Test Control. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, I need you to terminate all exercise inputs coming to Cheyenne Mountain at this time.
Copy.
And stay on loop until I verify that connectivity is disconnected on the exercise side only. Okay, no, do not do any more inputs on the exercise side and stand by.
I got Cheyenne Mountain on the line. Terminating all exercise inputs.
So, Grover, in case you didn't know, that the exercise.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, more hijackings were thought to be taking place.
On the radar scope, and it's not just a video game. It's actually people's lives that you're trying to keep from running into each other.
Other planes were thought to have been hijacked but almost shot down.
An aircraft inbound to Whitehorse from Alaskan airspace was a hijacked aircraft, and that the military flight crews were aware of this, and they were en route to intercept the aircraft.
Some of these war games and their details remain classified to this day. So is it any wonder that Donald Rumsfeld gave these warnings to military personnel the day after the attacks?
Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. When people deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans.
Later in the day, weapons are found planted on several other planes. A U.S. official says of the hijackings, these look like inside jobs. Sources tell Time that U.S. officials are investigating whether the hijackers had accomplices deep inside the airport's secure areas. And then there's the story of Flight 23.
As bad as things were on Tuesday, there is a possibility that they could have been even worse.
There was some kind of an altercation involving three men described by a Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police source as Middle Eastern in appearance. They attracted the suspicions of the gate staff boarding that flight.
They had already gotten on the plane.
They're asked to leave the aircraft. They refuse to get off. The airline, following its normal procedures, according to this police source, calls the police, which immediately dispatch an emergency service team. So now you have a squad of heavily armed officers that are coming toward the airplane. And when they get there, the men have vanished. The gate staff can't find them.
It matches with the type of flights, the transcontinental flights that were hijacked in the other four instances. Another disturbing fact, if indeed there was an altercation and these men felt they had a case to make and were being treated unfairly, you can't imagine they would have disappeared from the airport. They would have stayed around and pled their case with the police.
It is extraordinarily unusual to have an airline, after it has boarded passengers, be so suspicious that it's going to ask these customers to get off the airplane. We got a phone call from a law enforcement officer who was on vacation, was in the United Airlines terminal at the time. As soon as he approached, they walked out of the terminal and he looked over. He described them as Middle Eastern in both appearance and dress. Not sure what that means, but that was his description. He said when they left the terminal through the glass doors, he saw them meet a third man, and they then left.
Inside the bags, officials found Al-Qaeda instruction sheets, but false identification prevented investigators from ever locating the bag's true owners.
Coincidentally, the hijackers' identification would be found the exact same way.
There have also been reports of luggage that did not make the plane connection that appears to be tied to one of the alleged perpetrators, and this is being reported by the Boston Globe, and contained within the luggage were supposed to be Arabic language flight training manuals as well as videotapes pertaining to operating an aircraft.
Then we have that mysterious suitcase with all of the hijackers' names and all of this incriminating evidence that is supposedly taken by one of the hijackers to the airport. Why, if they are planning on a suicide attack, would they even bother to pack a suitcase? Or if they're just packing a suitcase to look like they're checking luggage, just throw clothes in there. Why put a Koran? Why put flight manuals? Why put all this incriminating information if it's supposedly going to get burned up? And then magically, amazingly enough, this one suitcase doesn't make it onto the connecting flight to New York. And it's just there in baggage handling, waiting to be discovered and found.
If the passengers on Flight 23 used false identification, why wouldn't the other hijackers?
Based on my personal belief and based on the events of that morning, the decision to halt airplanes, in all likelihood, probably precluded other attacks.
Atta and three others would do dry runs of the attacks before 9/11. Actor James Woods and others on the plane even filed separate reports to the FAA. Again, nothing was done.
I was on a flight
without going into the details of what made me suspicious of these four men, although it would have been blatantly obvious to the most casual observer, I took it upon myself to go to the flight attendant and ask to speak to the pilot of the plane. The first officer came out. I reported to him that I felt that the four men, and I said, can you look over my shoulder and see who I'm talking about? And he said, yeah. I said, I think they're going to hijack this plane. I mean, everything they're doing, and I explained to him these details, which I've been asked to keep private until whatever jurisdiction, whatever trials may take place. Their behavior was such that I felt they were going to hijack the plane. I found out later that not only did he make a report, but the flight attendant also made a report of my suspicions to the FAA. My friend Scott said to me, remember that flight you took in August? I said, yeah, I've been thinking about it all day. He said, well, maybe you should call the FBI. And I said, I'm sure they're being inundated, but I thought it over and I called the local office. 6:45 the next morning, I get a phone call that actually wakes me up. And he said, we want to talk to you about the flight that you took in August. I said, oh, did the manifest match of any of the flights yesterday and my flight? He said, well, we can't tell you that. I said, well, look, I'll get ready and I'll come down to the federal building. He said, we're outside your house. We'll just wait for you. Wow, 7:15. So this is 6:45 in the morning. I said, and this is the only funny part of any of this. I said, how did you know where I lived? And there was a pause. He said, we're the FBI. We're the FBI. Thank you. So they came in and I said, look, I'm dying to know, were these the guys? And he said, well, we've had 36,000 tips in one day. And there's two of us, and we're going to be at your house all this morning, so you can do the math, but we can't tell you, So since then, I have identified for sure two of them as two of the terrorists who actually were not on Flight 11, but one was on Flight 175 and one was on Flight 77. And I've been told unofficially, not by the FBI, but by someone else in actually a higher level of government, believe it or not, just through a coincidence, through a mutual friend, that all four of them were terrorists involved. As I explained to the FBI, they said, what was your first instinct? And aside from certain things like four guys getting on a transcontinental flight without any hand luggage, they said to me, what did you think these guys were? I said, well, I thought they were either four law enforcement officers or four terrorists, in that they had that thing that guys who are undercover or on a mission have between each other.
Just more evidence that the hijackers had intelligence ties. There were almost certainly other targets. Maryland's governor, on the morning of 9/11, stated that his police department had received threats prior to the attacks, not only against the targets that had been hit, but others.
That came in today? Pardon? You mentioned threats on Maryland facilities. Are these threats that came in today?
Yes, the head of our state police, Dave Mitchell, received a list of 11 sites across the country that were targets. Supposedly, this list had been distributed prior to the explosions. Several of those sites were ones that were under attack.
Another target on that morning was Air Force One. Although it is never discussed, the perpetrators of the attack somehow got top-secret codes that morning.
Brian, what is the credible evidence that Air Force One could have been a target? These planes were some distance from Air Force One after all.
The excuse was that, quote, we do not discuss, we do not discuss intelligence information. Air Force One has been said to be a target in the past during President Clinton's trip to Bosnia during his first term, where they stopped in Aviano and switched out into 3 transport planes. Similarly, they were escorted by fighter jets, as they have in the past, while it is not routine. The White House insisting that the evidence was, and thus the zigzag flight path from Florida to Louisiana, the Air Force is insisting that the evidence is provable and credible that the aircraft and the White House were targets.
Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, would be pressed on this issue.
Florida. If you have a threat to Air Force One, it seems as though you're raising an additional threat that perhaps we don't know about.
I'm sorry, raising an additional threat.
Involving one of those planes, planes, Ari, is that where the credible threat, or can you say, are we talking about something totally different?
You're asking me, in essence, what the source of information is. And I think the American people...
How have we accounted for those 4 planes and what their targets were? Is there, which by deduction, you would assume there is something else that we're talking about targeting Air Force One.
There
Make
was...
that assumption?
I'm not going to lead you any further as to speculating about what was the nature of the threat to Air Force One. But as I indicated, and I'll say it again, it was real, it was credible.
Planes that we have accounted for.
I'm just not going to speculate about the nature of it.
On September 20th, 2001, WorldNet Daily would report much more regarding the threat. The terrorist message threatening Air Force One was transmitted in that day's top secret White House code words. As the clock ticked away, the Secret Service reached a frightening conclusion. The terrorists had obtained the White House code and a whole set of top secret signals. This made it possible for a hostile force to pinpoint the exact position of Air Force One, its destination, and its classified procedures. In fact, the hijackers were picking up and deciphering the presidential plane's incoming and outgoing transmissions. In the week after the attacks in New York and Washington, more hair-raising facts emerged. The terrorists had also obtained the code groups of the National Security Agency and were able to penetrate the NSA's state-of-the-art electronic surveillance system. They seemed to have at their disposal an electronic capability that was more sophisticated than the NSA. They also believe that the terrorists are in possession of all or part of the codes used by the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Reconnaissance Office, Air Force Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Naval Intelligence, Marine Corps Intelligence, and the intelligence offices of the State Department and Department of Energy. Since no single individual has access to every top-level code at any given time, a single mole would not answer the case. It would have to be a large, widely spread number. U.S. experts do not believe bin Laden was capable of infiltrating double agents into the heart of the U.S. administration on a large scale. It shouldn't come as a surprise that Global Guardian, a mass Armageddon drill, was in full swing. The drill would pose all sorts of threats, and even mobilize command centers known as doomsday planes that house top military personnel. Although originally scheduled for late October, it was moved up unexpectedly. One of these doomsday planes was on the scene of the Pentagon strike.
Now to one of the eeriest moments amid the carnage of 9/11, a mysterious plane was seen flying right over the president's residence. Even some CNN staffers saw it. To this day, it has never been officially explained. Tonight, Chief National Correspondent John King has new details about this great 9/11 mystery.
Today, 6 years after 9/11, the mystery endures about just what happened in the skies over the White House that terrible day. A plane flew right over it. But why? And what was it? It appeared overhead just before 10 a.m., a four-engine jet banking slowly in the nation's most off-limits airspace.
About 10 minutes ago, there was a white jet circling overhead. Now, you generally don't see planes in the area over the White House. That is restricted airspace.
Two government sources familiar with the incident tell CNN it was a military aircraft and say the details are classified. This comparison of the CNN video and an official Air Force photo suggests the mystery plane is among the military's most sensitive aircraft, an Air Force E-4B. Note the flag on the tail, the stripe around the fuselage, and the telltale bubble just behind the 747 cockpit area. The E-4B is a state-of-the-art flying command post, built and equipped for one reason: keep the government running no matter what, even in the event of a nuclear war. The reason it was nicknamed the Doomsday Plane during the Cold War.
They exercise this type of thing all of the time, and they simply don't talk about it. So it doesn't surprise me that they are very closed-mouthed about it.
Ask the Pentagon, and it insists this is not a military aircraft, and there is no mention of it in the official report of the 9/11 Commission. But 6 years later, the Pentagon, the Secret Service, and the FAA all say they, at least for public consumption, have no explanation of the giant plane over the president's house, just as the smoke began to rise across the river at the Pentagon.
There is also footage of another white mystery plane in the restricted airspace over New York City before the second attack, and as the second plane strikes the World Trade Center. There were 5 E-4Bs in the air on 9/11. They are part of the continuity of government plans in case of an emergency. This program was launched in the early 80s, headed by none other than George Herbert Walker Bush.
Was being made to consolidate continuity of government programs across several major departments of the government under one office, which turned out later to be called the National Program Office. As I understood it, this office fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Vice President.
Then Vice President George Bush was the first in charge.
On 9/11, this program was put into effect.
This next one happens a lot these days. It seems like a story that is both reassuring and scary at the same time. This morning, we learned that the vice president wasn't the only one sent to an undisclosed location on September 11th, that an entire backup government was and is still there and may be there for as long as anyone now at least can imagine.
Traveling in Iowa, the president for the first time discussed a secret ongoing operation designed to keep the federal government running if Washington is paralyzed by a terrorist strike.
I still take the threats that we receive from al-Qaeda killers and terrorists very seriously.
The operation was first reported by the Washington Post and confirmed to CNN by several administration officials. The shadow or bunker government involves roughly 100 senior staffers from every cabinet department and major government agency. Operates primarily out of 2 secret bunkers in the eastern United States, and is charged with running the executive branch if communication with Washington is severed. The secret plan took shape in the minutes and hours after the September 11th strikes, as Mr. Bush took a cautious route back to Washington.
And now, nearly 6 months later, administration officials are scrambling to get more telephone lines and high-tech computers into these secret bunkers. And at least one member of the Bush cabinet is being kept out of Washington at all times, under heavy security, just in case this so-called shadow government is activated and needs a leader.
Despite it being on television and in numerous papers, most people continue to deny that a shadow government even exists. Now, what if I told you that Dick Cheney was the reported head of this group on the day of 9/11? President Bush cracked jokes about it at a prime rib dinner. The vice president has been moving among secret locations to provide continuity of government. A year ago, Dick was running the country, Bush said. Today, he lives out of a little suitcase. Cheney has been part of the succession program since its inception.
To reduce the possibility of decapitation, the National Program Office was directed to create a new program to assure the continuity of government. It was known as the Presidential Successor Support System, or PSQ. Dick Cheney, Edwin Meese, Chip O'Neill, and Dick Thornburgh all have been in the line of succession by virtue of their offices. But our sources say the NPO gave them additional responsibilities under the new system.
Cheney would arrive at the emergency center before the Pentagon was attacked.
Shortly after 9:30 a.m., the president's national security team is in the Situation Room, a secure communications center in the basement of the West Wing. Vice President Dick Cheney is there, along with National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice.
I arrived at the PIOC at about 9:20 a.m. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon. There was a young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? The flight that came into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
When you arrived at 9:20, how much longer was it before you overheard the conversation between the young man and the vice president saying, does the order still stand?
It's probably about 5 or 6 minutes.
So about 9:25 or 9:26.
The 9/11 Commission would cover this up by saying Cheney did not arrive in the emergency operating center until more than 15 minutes after the Pentagon strike. Many of the same people involved in the shadow government benefited the most from the war on terror. A key hub for intelligence was the Solomon Brothers building, also known as World Trade Center 7. This was a massive 47-story skyscraper that would have dominated most city skylines. At 5:20 in the afternoon, it would collapse into its own footprint. It also happened to be New York City's #1 spook house and operational center. It housed the Department of Defense, the Internal Revenue Services, the Security and Exchange Commission, the largest Secret Service office in the world, the largest CIA office outside of Virginia, and New York's Office of Emergency Management, or OEM.
Beyond the haunting presence of those still missing in the rubble, Ground Zero is filled with guns, drugs, and secrets. Number 7 World Trade Center was also the New York office of the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA ordered the building surrounded by FBI agents shortly after it collapsed. Since then, they have been searching for computers and a safe filled with classified documents. Government agents watch the construction workers through binoculars as they search.
The OEM was where local government would rally in the case of an emergency, such as a terrorist attack or natural disaster.
The command center on the 23rd floor is bulletproof and bomb resistant, with its own air supply and generators. It's linked to city airports, the Coast Guard, and the Pentagon. Computers will soon have detailed blueprints of every major building in New York City.
Surprisingly, it would be deserted when city officials Barry Jennings and Michael Hess arrived.
When the Office of Emergency Management did an activation, they always included our locale. I received the call shortly after the first plane hit. I got there, I had to be inside on the 23rd floor when the second plane hit. Upon arriving into the OEM EOC, we noticed that everybody was gone. I saw coffee that was on the desk. Still, the smoke was still coming off the coffee. I saw half-eaten sandwiches. And only me, Mr. Hess, was up there. After I called several individuals, one individual told me that to leave and leave right away.
Both would go on network television on 9/11 and make the claim they experienced explosions inside the building as they tried to evacuate.
Give you a live picture down Church Street. Fire crews now walking back toward the scene. We have seen them all morning trying to walk away, because what happens is every time a little piece of the building comes down, a huge black cloud comes at us, making it almost impossible to breathe or see anything in front of them. But now, at least for the past couple of minutes, it has been clear from this space back on Chambers in that area. So now they're walking back toward the World Trade Center. And as we keep letting you hear the personal stories, the survivor stories of exactly what happened inside the World Trade Center when that first plane went in, and of course the collapses since then, we're going to bring more of those to you now. Barry Jennings, you're on the 8th floor. You work for the City Housing Department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Well, me and Mr. Hess, Corporation Counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hess. I said, "This is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here." I took a fire extinguisher and I bust the window out. That's when this gentleman here heard my cries for help. This gentleman right here, and he kept saying, "Stand by. Somebody's coming to get you." They couldn't get to us for an hour because they couldn't find us.
You thought that was it?
I thought we're dead. I thought that was it.
We have Frank Ucioto back on the phone with us, Brenda, with some New York City officials. Frank, go ahead.
That's right. I'm standing here right now just off Broadway by City Hall with Michael Hess, who is the city's corporation counsel. Mr. Hess, you were trapped in, I believe, 7 World Trade Center. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. I was up in the Emergency Management Center on the 23rd floor, and when all the power went out in the building, another gentleman and I walked down to the 8th floor where there was an explosion, and we've been trapped on the 8th floor with smoke, thick smoke all around us for about an hour and a half. But the New York Fire Department, as terrific as they are, just came and got us out.
When I made it to the 6th floor, and there was an explosion. The explosion was beneath me. Keep in mind now, it's pitch black in there. All the lights went out. So when the explosion happened, it blew us back. I'm thinking I'm standing on the landing. I'm actually holding on to a pole above us. Really? And I had to climb back up because Hess is yelling, "What do we do now?" I said, "There's only one thing we can do, and it's go back up." Both buildings were still standing. Keep in mind, I told you the fire department came and ran. They came twice. Why? Because building tower 1 fell, then tower 2 fell. And then when they came back with all concern now, like to get me the hell out of there. I was trapped in there for several hours. I was trapped in there when both buildings came down. All this time, I'm hearing all type of explosions. All this time, I'm hearing explosions. When they finally got to us, and they took us down to what they called the lobby, because I asked them, I said, when we got down there, I said, "Where are we?" He said, "This was the lobby." And I said, "You got to be kidding me." It was total ruins. Total ruins. Now, keep in mind, when I came in there, the lobby had nice escalators. It was a huge lobby. And for me to see what I saw, it was unbelievable. And the firefighter that took us down kept saying, "Do not look down." And I kept saying, "Why?" He said, "Do not look down." And we were stepping over people. And you know you can feel when you're stepping over people.
This building would fall into its own footprint at 5:20 in the afternoon at nearly free-fall speed. Almost 7 years later, there has still been no official reason given, but some have given the false impression that damage caused by the collapse of the Twin Towers brought 7 down. Despite the fact that no other surrounding buildings acted in this manner. Dr. S. Shyam Sunder would make the claim on behalf of the National Institute of Standards and Technology that on about a third of the face, to the center and to the bottom, approximately 10 stories, about 25% of the depth of the building, was scooped out. Here is the south face of World Trade Center 7. Does it look like 1/4 of the building is gone? Perhaps we should take a look inside. It appears it is not scooped out after all. Members of the media were reporting that the building had collapsed due to structural damage and fire, more than 20 minutes prior to it going down.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
The building can clearly be seen in the background as Jane Stanley reports its demise.
Jane, I think many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were...
The feed would be cut before the building collapsed.
And just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley.
They called me down. I think it was part of the 9/11 Commission. They asked me the same questions that you guys are asking me. And at that point, they said, "Okay, thank you." They sent me on my way.
And yeah, you told them pretty much everything you just told us.
Yes.
You were in the building, got rocked by an explosion,
Yes.
all that.
Yes.
And you know that they didn't mention Building 7 once in the commission report.
I told them that's where I was. It was very, to tell you, it was very scary because they looked like very important people.
Yeah.
They were questioning me about certain things. I don't know if they like the answers I gave. I could care less. I gave my account of it, the truth, and that was it. That day I'll never forget. And the explanations that were given to me is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. I'm just confused about one thing and one thing only. Why World Trade Center 7 went down in the first place. I'm very confused about that. I know what I heard. I heard explosions. The explanation I got was it was the fuel oil tank. I'm an old boiler guy. If it was a fuel oil tank, it would have been one side of the building.
After 9/11, a climate of fear was created in order to shut down any opposition to the Bush administration's new agenda. A week after 9/11, anthrax began appearing in the mail. The letters were made to look as though they were the work of Muslim extremists, claiming "Death to America" and "Allah is great."
Now, if you remember, these anthrax letters, they were written to appear to be from semi-literate Muslims, very crude handwriting, all of this, all of that. They really do look more like movie prop letters than real letters.
The targets were government buildings, media outlets such as CBS, NBC, the New York Post, and politicians such as Senator Daschle and Leahy, two members of the opposition party. When the FBI tested the anthrax, it was highly refined and weaponized. Colin Powell would go on CNN and deny these allegations.
I think we've had a lot of stories over the past 4 or 5 days. First, it was weaponized anthrax, then it was highly refined, and then when it was analyzed, it was discovered it was none of the above.
The anthrax used in the attacks was identical to that of the Ames strain, which led the investigation of Fort Detrick.
An analysis of the anthrax that was sent to Senator Daschle's office shows that this anthrax has a sophistication that leads people to know that it can only be produced by a PhD microbiologist, and it would have to have been done in a small, well-equipped microbiology lab.
This appears to be the so-called Ames strain. That was a strain of anthrax that was first isolated almost 50 years ago at a U.S. Department of Agriculture diagnostic lab in Ames, Iowa. What's uncommon about this is that it has been engineered in such a way to be, as they say, readily aerosolized. That means, in effect, that what somebody has done is taken the anthrax spores, added to them some kind of a chemical to get in the way of a normal electrostatic process that causes the spores to clump together. Chemicals been added to declump them, in effect. That makes them very fine. They are able then to be dispersed very readily into the air.
The Washington Post would report, genetic fingerprinting studies indicate that the anthrax spores mailed to Capitol Hill are identical to stocks of the deadly bacteria maintained by the U.S. Army since 1980. Those labs can trace back their samples to a single military source, the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. It's been made quite clear that Al-Qaeda wasn't behind this. It is a specialized biological weapon only produced by our military in one facility. High-level FBI and CIA officials said none of the 60 to 80 daily threat reports from intelligence sources contain evidence linking the anthrax attacks to Osama bin Laden's terrorist network. This did not stop the mainstream press from trying to blame Al-Qaeda.
As investigators race to find answers to the recent wave of anthrax terror, we'll look at what investigators are targeting now.
Since September 11th, Americans have been put on alert.
This is so terrible.
Investigators are trying to ward off more attacks by dissecting the terrorist plan for September 11th, looking for patterns, methods, associates that could reveal what else terrorists had in mind.
It was not something smuggled in from Iraq. It was not something smuggled in from any Middle Eastern country. It was U.S. government ultrafine granulated weaponized anthrax spores. There was another story that the media absolutely would not touch, the story of Dr. Philip Zach. And it goes back to the U.S. government lab where the anthrax was stored. It was reported that official U.S. government documents in the anthrax investigation showed that Dr. Zach had entered the laboratory where the anthrax used in the letters was kept without proper authorization after having lost his job.
Somehow the Bush administration would have the foresight to be on Cipro 6 weeks prior to the attacks. How convenient. An attack traced back to U.S. government facilities, and the president and his staff happen to be taking the antidote before it's even in the mail. Judicial Watch would file suit against the administration for its actions.
Well, this is another good example of how certain people consider themselves to be above the rest of us. On September 11th, I think it'll come as a shock to a lot of people, but it's been reported by the New York Times and other major news organizations and confirmed by the White House. The president's office and vice president's office went on Cipro, the antibiotic that was used to combat anthrax. The White House went on Cipro. It must have known that either an attack was underway or was imminent. It shows you that some people in this country are less than equal and are not treated like the political elites.
"9/11 was an international intelligence operation that included role players within our own government, as well as in the governments of Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Each played a compartmentalized role in order to create a climate of fear and confusion. This, combined with the evacuation of government offices, kept any type of dissent off the radar. It was a time when Americans felt they needed to rally around their leaders, and they did.
I can hear you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. USA! USA! USA!
The power structure used that unity to pass nightmarish legislation, beginning with the Patriot Act, which was written before 9/11. Homeland Security was in place prior to 9/11 as well.
Another piece of this, which is something that has been well known to you all, is that the creation of the Office of Homeland Security was something that was planned even before September 11th.
The Bush administration had even written up the plans to invade Afghanistan the week before 9/11.
And as a result of a process that involved the CIA, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the National Security Council, a national security presidential directive was developed and prepared throughout 2001 that was approved by what's called the Principals Committee, which is essentially cabinet-level officers involved in national security, on September 4th, 2001. That document was then finalized on September 10th. I think it was focused on al-Qaeda from the various earlier days.
We fight a fabled enemy, the likes of which that can never be defeated.
The terrorists attacked us and killed 3,000 of our citizens before we started the freedom agenda in the Middle East. They were... What did Iraq have to do with what?
The attack on the World Trade Center.
Nothing.
While an international intelligence cartel wages psychological warfare against we the people on behalf of the global elite.
And remember, this is a government that over the years has proven that it can be trusted with these powers.
You'd hope, as you mentioned before, that people don't complain about these extra inconveniences because they are simply being put into effect to protect all of us.
They masquerade as our saviors, while the media glorifies and indemnifies them.
Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Certainly not a disingenuous filmmaker who would have us believe
The time has come not for a revolution, but a restoration of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, but most of all, our morality as a people. The question is, will we be able to put our consumerist obsessions aside long enough to make a difference? Can we put down the remote control and hold these tyrants accountable? It's up to us. No more excuses.
Thank you.
This is wild.
Through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the ocean.
Can't be showing no pictures. Okay, it's NBC News. You understand? It's NBC News. I don't care who it is. Don't chase me, bro. Don't chase me. I didn't do it.
My home, sweet home.
What happened in the skies on the morning of September 11th, 2001? Why did America's air defense seem to be ineffective?
The National 11 bosses gave us a heads up and said that he was heading towards Washington.
Now, where are you getting this information from on American 11?
You know what? Get rid of this goddamn snip. Turn your switch. Hey, turn the sim switches off. Get rid of that crap.
According to the 9/11 Commission report, 4 aircraft departed America's airports on a gorgeous September morning in the Northeast Corridor of the United States. 2 from Boston Logan, 1 from Newark, New Jersey, and another from Washington, Dulles, and Virginia. The aircraft alleged to have attacked the World Trade Center are reported to have departed Boston's Logan International Airport. The first aircraft, claimed to be American 11, tail number N334AA, is reported to have departed Logan at approximately 0800 a.m. United 175, tail number N612UA, a few minutes thereafter. Both climbing out to their cruising altitude, it is alleged the aircraft were hijacked by Muslim extremists armed with box cutters. Located at Hill Air Force Base in Utah, the 84th Radar Evaluation Squadron, also known as RADIES, provided software and files through the Freedom of Information Act of the reported radar tracks on the morning of September 11, 2001. We will be analyzing these files throughout this presentation. NORAD provided audio recordings from the morning of September 11, 2001 of their Northeast Defense Command, also known as NEADS, the sector responsible for defending the northeastern United States. The FAA also made available their audio recordings from Boston and Washington. Please keep in mind when viewing this presentation that pilots for 9/11 Truth do not claim data provided by government sources is authentic, yet it must be analyzed. Pilots for 9/11 Truth have analyzed a growing mountain